In the 56th year of Konoha, on the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup, a boy with black eyes and short hair stood leaning against a wall, gazing at the intricately designed fan emblem of his clan, unable to suppress a sigh. The Uchiha of the fan, the mightiest clan in Konoha, is indeed a bitter irony. He mused. The boy's appearance was rather ordinary, even unremarkable, yet he possessed an aura distinctly different from those around him, an unusual maturity far surpassing that of his peers. This combination rendered him seemingly out of place in the world he inhabited. His name was Uchiha Ryumi. He was a transmigrator and an ardent admirer of anime and novels. Accepting his new reality came easily to him, especially as he found himself in the world of his beloved Naruto series. 8 years prior, he had been born into the Uchiha clan as the younger brother of Uchiha Izumi. As a devoted fan and traveler of worlds, Ryumi was acutely aware of the impending horrors of the night, the darkest chapter in Uchiha history. The entire Uchiha clan would fall victim to Uchiha Itachi's massacre, sparing only his younger brother, Sasuke. At that time, this dark, brutal narrative evoked significant discomfort among many. Initially, Itachi was met with widespread disdain until the truth emerged, allowing some to comprehend his motives, eventually becoming his loyal admirers. However, under the halo of Itachi's righteous cause, many subconsciously overlooked the stark reality of his actions. That a thorough examination of the Naruto Chronicle reveals that Itachi indeed made a choice that could be considered saintly. Yet this was also his sole blemish. We judge Itachi's decisions from an observer's vantage point, but what of the perspective of the Uchiha? Would those slain by Itachi perceive him as a saint? Would they deem his actions just? The answer lies in Sasuke, who, despite being Itachi's own brother, could not reconcile with his siblings' deeds. Having become an Uchiha himself, Ryumi felt this truth resonate even deeper. Caught between familial loyalty and village allegiance, Itachi chose Konoha, a place with which he shared no blood ties. He extinguished the lives of his parents and clan, bringing a 1,000-year lineage to the brink of extinction overnight. Even Itachi later acknowledged that there might have been better alternatives. However, his own overwhelming power clouded his judgment, leading him down a tragic path. This tragedy of the Uchiha clan shall never be repeated, Ryumi vowed silently, staring at the fan emblem, resolved to thwart Itachi and reinvigorate the Uchiha lineage. He aspired to be the good brother Sasuke deserved and to illuminate the Uchiha's future, free from the constraints imposed by the likes of the third Hokage and Danzo, who had orchestrated the clan's demise. Yet his current strength was still feeble. Strangely, the system he had awaited for 8 years had yet to activate, forcing him to bide his time, waiting for his opportunity. After all, in terms of talent, he could never hope to rival Itachi, who at 13 was already a captain in the Umbu and had awakened his Sharingan. Ryumi, on the other hand, had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. As he strolled through the streets of the Uchiha clan, the lingering suspicion from the Ninetales incident had driven the Uchihas to the outskirts of the village. Following a narrow path, Ryumi halted before a serene lake, where 2 figures stood. Both bore the Uchiha clan emblem, one clad in black and wielding a familiar dog-faced, masked clearly an Umbu operative. Ryumi needed no guesses to identify the individual as Uchiha Itachi. Beside him stood a girl with a beauty mark, gracefully poised his sister, Uchiha Izumi. "Itachi, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought," Izumi said gently, her eyes filled with concern. Itachi turned to her, his gaze as calm as a still pond, and replied, "Nothing. There are just many matters concerning the Umbu." Izumi, evidently dissatisfied with such a vague response, puffed her cheeks, preparing to speak further. Suddenly, Ryumi interjected with a knowing tone, "Many matters? I fear you may be up to something nefarious, Itachi. I advise you to perform more good deeds, lest you choke on your 3-colored dango." With Itachi preoccupied with clan annihilation, Ryumi felt no need to mask his disdain, greeting him with mockery upon their encounter. The 2 by the lake turned, and Izumi frowned, adopting a stern demeanor. "Ryumi, you mustn't be so rude to Itachi. Apologize at once. Apologize? Huh. Even if you held a kunai to my throat, I could not comply," Ryumi retorted, hands tucked in his pockets. Understanding her brother's stubbornness, Izumi could only look apologetically at Itachi. "I'm sorry, Itachi. He's not usually like this. I'll speak to him when we return." Itachi offered no reply, merely casting a glance at Ryumi and saying, "It's fine. I have a mission. Until next time." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Ryumi to silently lament the heartlessness of his brother, likely off to conspire with the third Hokage and his ilk regarding the clan's fate. Time was running short. If Ryumi's system did not activate tonight, Itachi would. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Ryumi on the head that he looked up to see Izumi, hands on her hips, scolding him. "Ryumi, why do you always treat Itachi this way? Has he wronged you in any way?" Rolling his eyes, Ryumi thought, "How can I explain that he intends to kill us and annihilate our clan?" He rubbed his nose and replied, "I just find him insufferable." "Oh, Izumi, you should distance yourself from that scoundrel. Stop thinking about him." Upon hearing this, Izumi's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand to strike him. Ryumi, startled, instinctively dodged, only to trip over his own feet. "Ouch!" he exclaimed as he stumbled, colliding with a nearby stone. "Ow, ow, ow." He clutched his forehead, still reeling from the pain, when a crisp notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The 8-year period has concluded. The system is now activated. The Naruto storyline officially begins. Host completes the first checkpoint task, the night of the massacre. Congratulations, host! You have received the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Would you like to claim it immediately? At this moment, Long Ming felt as though all his headaches had vanished, his heart brimming with excitement. His long-awaited golden finger had finally arrived after 8 arduous years. "Can you fathom how I endured those 8 years without you?" The night of annihilation was upon him, and had he delayed even a single day longer, his journey through this realm would have been prematurely concluded. "Long Ming, how are you? Are you in pain?" "It's all my fault. Let me see, are you hurt?" The anxious voice of Uchiha Izumi pulled Long Ming back to reality. Upon witnessing Long Ming's fall against the stones, her face paled, and tears shimmered in her eyes. This sight warmed Long Ming's heart, further solidifying his resolve to protect his family and safeguard his sister. "I'm fine, Nasan. If it weren't for your collision, I don't know how much longer I would have had to wait for my golden finger," Long Ming suddenly exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Izumi and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Her face flushed crimson as she pushed him away, exclaiming with irritation, "Have you lost your mind? Stop saying such strange things and get up. Your clothes are all dirty." She helped him to his feet, gently brushing the dust from his attire. Long Ming then seized Izumi's hand, his expression turning grave. "One-san, no matter what happens today, you must not leave the house. It is the night of annihilation. And if events unfold as they should, you will perish at the hands of Uchiha Obito. I cannot bear to see that happen. I have already come to regard you as my most cherished family member. Not leave. Why is that?" Izumi, taken aback by her brother's seriousness, inquired curiously. "Just trust me on this, Nasan. I must return home now. You should go back early as well," Long Ming replied, and with that, he dashed away, his silhouette quickly fading from view. Izumi blinked her beautiful eyes, realizing something, and began to stomp her foot in frustration. "Come back. Long Ming, you have class this afternoon. Are you planning to skip it?" Unfortunately, Long Ming had already vanished. Once home, he immediately immersed himself in understanding the intricacies of the system. The system possessed but one capability, to check in. Each check-in would bestow upon Long Ming generous rewards, and upon the completion of each task, new check-in tasks would materialize. The system would not generate new tasks until the previous ones had been fulfilled, and it would impose certain special conditions. When Long Ming met these criteria during check-in, the rewards would be doubled. To his astonishment, Long Ming's first reward was the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. The Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. "System, claim the reward," he uttered, striving to contain his excitement. Beep. The system is distributing rewards. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The transformation of the host's eyes will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 10 seconds later, Long Ming muttered in a daze. Boom. As the final word of the system resonated, the 10 seconds elapsed, and an extraordinary surge of powerful chakra poured from his mind, infusing his eyes with newfound strength. Uchiha Long Ming let out a low growl, his eyes rapidly transforming as chakra surged within him. The first tomo appeared, followed by a second, and then a third, culminating in the most formidable form of the Sharingan, the three-tomo Sharingan. In this state, the world before Uchiha Ming underwent a complete metamorphosis. He could even discern the minute details of a mosquito flapping its wings in the distance, accurately predicting its trajectory and movements. The Sharingan possesses formidable abilities, including observation, replication, and hypnosis, a power coveted by every member of the Uchiha clan. Its wielder enjoys extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving the flow of chakra, casting, and discerning illusions, as well as replicating ninjutsu and non-bloodline limit techniques. Kakashi Hatake earned the moniker of the copy ninja with just one Sharingan. As the three tomo fused in Uchiha Ming's eyes, they formed a circle resembling a hollow flower, enveloped by a black hexagram. This was the unique Mangekyō Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Long Ming. Its capabilities surpassed those of the three tomo, with each eye endowed with a powerful ocular technique, varying with the user. However, it bore a fatal flaw. Regardless of the wielder's strength or superior constitution, the curse of blindness loomed. The more one overexerts the Mangekyō's ocular power, the swifter the arrival of that fateful day when light is lost. Yet, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan transcends this curse, granting everlasting vision. Uchiha Long Ming, gifted by the system, possessed an eternal Mangekyō. Like a startled cat, Uchiha Long Ming sprang up with excitement, his face flushed. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. Reward distribution is complete. Check-in location has been updated. The next check-in location is the Sound Ninja Village. Should the host attain the rank of Jonin before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. We hope the host endeavors to improve. Long Ming took several deep breaths, gradually calming himself. The system's rewards had been claimed, and there was no rush regarding the next check-in location. The most pressing matter was to prevent the night of the Uchiha's annihilation, to steer Itachi Uchiha away from his destructive path. After obtaining the Eternal Mangekyō, Long Ming felt a monumental surge in his chakra, at least a dozen times more potent than before, signifying an abundance of chakra for unleashing ninjutsu and ocular techniques. Simply activating the Eternal Mangekyō brought forth a transformative change within him, endowing him with a meticulous observational prowess that imparted a sense of mastery over all things. As if he could accomplish anything at that moment. Such immense power is no wonder that it can lead one astray. Long Ming reflected, as a member of the Uchiha clan. He too inherited profound love and emotions. If his own Mangekyō were awakened by witnessing the death of loved ones, born of hatred stemming from love, he could not guarantee that he would not wield this formidable power for extreme actions. It is somewhat related to witnessing the death of a dear friend that Itachi would choose the path of annihilation to resolve his problems. Itachi, I will undoubtedly prevent you from proceeding. Do not act impulsively. Long Ming silently recited as he cast a glance at the setting sun outside. Subsequently, he began to thoroughly familiarize himself with the ocular techniques and illusions he currently possessed. After investing a prolonged period understanding and experimenting, an exhilarating wave surged within him. With these two ocular techniques, not to mention Uchiha Itachi, even Shursui would have to heed my commands. No longer hesitating, he promptly donned his attire, preparing to thwart Itachi's genocidal intentions. At that moment, the sun had completely descended, and the night had wholly enveloped the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Long Ming inhaled deeply as the six-pointed star within his left eye slowly revolved, activating his ocular technique. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The round moon hung in the night sky, emanating a silvery luminescence. However, a bizarre expanse of dark clouds ominously obscured the radiant moonlight, exuding an eerie and oppressive aura. Perched atop a tall electric pole, Uchiha Itachi stood, his back adorned with a katana, while he held a familiar dog-faced mask in hand. His expression stern, his crimson Sharingan gleamed ominously against the night sky. This scene mirrored that of an anime. Yet the weight of the experience was far more profound when lived firsthand. A chilling gust swept by, and Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the streets of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, wielding a katana, materialized on the avenue, startling a man who, upon recognizing him, furiously exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you trying to scare someone to death? Get out of my way." With that, he reached out to shove Itachi aside. Itachi's expression remained icy as he deftly swung his blade. Clang! A flash of cold light cut through the air, and a torrent of blood splattered against the wall, staining the Uchiha grounds crimson. The man collapsed onto the earth, his body gradually growing cold. In his final moments, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Unable to fathom that Itachi would take his life over such a trivial matter. He's killed someone. The crowd on the street erupted in terrified screams as Itachi wiped the blood from his blade and charged toward them. Help! Someone save me! Quick, stop Itachi! He's gone mad. We must flee, or we shall perish. That man is a captain of the Umbu. I don't want to die. Please spare me. The adults were thrown into a panic, while the children in their arms cried in distress, fleeing down the street amidst continuous screams. Despair seemed to seep through the clan once more. In the midst of their flight, a young girl stumbled and fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. Tears brimmed in her eyes, mingled with fear and panic. How she wished today were merely a nightmare. Alas, reality was stark and unforgiving. Pursuing from behind, Itachi sprinted forward, his long blade unwaveringly aimed at her neck. The girl, in a state of despair, closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain and death did not descend upon her. Cautiously, she opened her eyes once more, not to behold the bloodied blade, but rather a diminutive figure standing resolutely before Uchiha Itachi, grasping his long sword with just a single hand. It was hard to fathom that such a young child could intercept the weapon of the Uchiha clan's foremost genius. You truly are heartless, Itachi, to lay hands on even such a small girl, Uchiha Ryumi remarked, his voice tinged with fury as he gazed upon the lifeless body of a clan member not far away. He had arrived too late. A life had already been extinguished by Itachi's hand. Having lived here for 8 years, Ryumi had received kindness from many on this street. How could he not feel anger when the hearts of men are made of flesh? Itachi regarded Uchiha Ryumi with an expression of cold indifference, yet for the first time, astonishment flickered in his eyes, not at Ryumi's ability to effortlessly catch his long sword, but rather at his eyes. They were a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Itachi realized that the Uchiha Ryumi before him was merely 8 years old. Was it normal for one so young to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan? Furthermore, how had Ryumi concealed the awakening of his eyes so deeply? When did you obtain those eyes? Itachi's voice remained icy as he inquired about the timing of Ryumi's awakening. Does it matter to you? Ryumi retorted with a cold laugh. You intend to slaughter everyone in our clan, including me. Oh, I nearly forgot. You struck a deal with the higher-ups of Konoha to spare your brother Sasuke, correct? His heart was now aflame with fury, eager to teach Itachi a lesson. Itachi said nothing, though his pupils constricted sharply. The agreement he had reached with Danzo was known to no more than 5 people. How had Ryumi come by such information? Who are you really? Itachi asked, his voice low and grave. I am no one but Uchiha Ryumi of the Uchiha clan, Ryumi declared with a resonant voice, determined to seek justice for his family that day. With that, Ryumi's left eye swirled, and his right hand moved with lightning speed, shattering Itachi's sturdy blade in an instant, causing Itachi's pupils to constrict in shock. Such astonishing strength. In the next moment, Ryumi seized a fragment of the blade and, like a flash of lightning, swung it towards Itachi's arm with terrifying speed. The sound of air splitting could be heard, and Itachi was certain that Ryumi's strike could easily sever his arm. Years of combat instinctively guided Itachi to evade a fatal injury at the last moment, merely grazing his skin. Propelled by the momentum, Itachi leaped into the air, flipping his hands to reveal several sharp shuriken glinting ominously in the moonlight. Fusenka note some, Itachi uttered, puffing his cheeks slightly before unleashing flames upon the shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. Itachi released a volley of shuriken from both hands, all aimed at Uchiha Ryumi from various impossible angles, sealing off every possible escape route for him. One must acknowledge that within the vast realm of Naruto, Itachi's shuriken technique stands unparalleled, an epitome of mastery. Moreover, Itachi's speed is remarkably swift. In the latter part of Naruto, even when confronted by the combined assault of Ninetales Chakra Mode Naruto and Killer Bee, the reanimated Itachi remains unscathed. Even now, with the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha May finds it exceedingly difficult to discern any significant flaws in his shuriken. While the shuriken were utilized adeptly, they faced a formidable opponent in Uchiha Ranmei, whose eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance as the 6-pointed star of his left eye subtly rotated. Ranmei stood his ground, unmoving, as the shuriken approached, prompting the Uchiha onlookers to close their eyes in trepidation. However, to everyone's astonishment, a remarkable event unfolded. Just as the shuriken neared Uchiha Ranmei's form, its speed inexplicably slowed, ultimately halting at a mere centimeter away. They hovered in midair, bizarrely rotating yet incapable of striking Uchiha Ranmei, as if an invisible barrier separated them perfectly. It was utterly astonishing. How could this child achieve such a feat? Some bewildered Uchiha gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only Itachi and a select few Uchiha discerned the underlying truth. Could this be the ocular technique of his left eye? A weight settled in Itachi's heart. He possessed no intelligence regarding Ranmei, yet the latter appeared to have profound insight into his every move. Even the transaction between him and Danzo was known to Ranmei, leaving Itachi feeling utterly exposed, as if stripped bare before Uchiha Ranmei's gaze. Clang, clang, clang. The airborne shuriken had come to a standstill, plummeting to the ground, leaving Ranmei unscathed. He gazed calmly at Itachi and remarked, "Is this truly your prowess, Itachi? If so, then today, you and that fool who merely sealed half a bridge shall not be able to obliterate the Uchiha clan." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication of Ranmei's words, only to realize he was referring to Danzo. However, Itachi had never heard of Danzo sealing any bridge, which was unsurprising, as that event lay many years in the future. Yet, regarding Ranmei's assertion that the Uchiha could not be destroyed, Itachi shook his head and responded coolly. "The annihilation of the Uchiha is an inevitability. If I do not act, the forces of Konoha will surely descend upon us. Although you have activated the Mangekyō, when they arrive, you too shall meet your end. The Uchiha cannot withstand the combined might of Konoha's other clans. They will be obliterated in a great war. Afterward, Konoha's strength will wane, and the nations will seize the opportunity to incite conflict once more. The entire shinobi world shall once again be engulfed in flames of war, and Konoha may very well perish as a result. Ninjas are the nameless guardians of peace in the shadows. My ninja way is to safeguard the tranquility of Konoha. Ranmei, I may spare your life, but from this moment forth, do not impede my path." Although Itachi's encounter with Uchiha Ranmei was brief, it provided him with a rough assessment of Ranmei's formidable strength, suggesting that an average jonin would likely falter against him. The technique in his left eye appeared to possess the ability to manipulate speed, while the function of his right eye remained unclear. Despite the challenge, defeating Ranmei was not entirely out of reach. However, such an endeavor would likely consume considerable time, and Itachi lacked absolute confidence in victory, prompting him to consider persuading Uchiha Ranmei instead. Upon hearing Itachi's proposition, Ranmei scoffed, articulating with a deliberate tone, "Then let us engage in battle. Without the Uchiha, Konoha's existence holds no merit." Itachi's brow furrowed at this remark, his demeanor turning cold as he replied in a low voice, "You are still naive and fail to comprehend the brutality of war. Do you have any idea how many innocents would perish? How many peace-loving villagers would be displaced as a result? The annihilation of the Uchiha could prevent such tragedies, since you are aware of my arrangement with that individual. You must also recognize that I have provided a means of escape for the Uchiha clan. To hell with you." Uchiha Ranmei could no longer contain his outrage. Unleashing a torrent of expletives aimed at Itachi, he sought to rouse Itachi from the illusion spun by the third Hokage and Danzo. Ranmei glared at Itachi, growling in anger. "So we are to perish? Are there no ordinary villagers within the Uchiha who yearn for peace? Are there no children like you, who wish to protect their younger siblings? What right do you have to unilaterally decide the fates of others in pursuit of your own ninja way?" Itachi's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, yet he countered. "In comparison to the death toll of war, the current sacrifices are trivial. Do you think I desire this outcome? The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha has become irreconcilable. For the greater good, I am left with no choice but to act in this manner." Utter nonsense. Uchiha Ranmei spat at Itachi's feet, declaring, "Do not use such hollow justifications to absolve yourself. This is not for the greater good. This is a blurring of right and wrong. We, the Uchiha, are a noble founding clan, having established Konoha alongside the Senju. Yet now we are trampled upon by those from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, bearing baseless accusations. We are marginalized, oppressed, and now faced with annihilation. You turn a blind eye to the villages and the higher-ups' erroneous actions, yet you wield the blade against your own kin. Is this how you protect the village and uphold the Uchiha name? Answer me, Itachi." Ranmei's voice echoed through the night sky. Itachi, feeling a weight in his chest, found himself unable to respond, his steadfast convictions wavering for the first time. Could it be that I am truly in the wrong? Ranmei remained silent, awaiting Itachi's contemplation, mirroring Itachi's own desire to persuade him. After all, in the world of the Hokage, Itachi was among the few elite combatants. Unfortunately, he had been severely indoctrinated by the third Hokage and the village's higher-ups early on, perceiving every decision of the village as infallible. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan lay in Itachi's hands, yet the roots of the issue resided with the higher-ups of Konoha, who undeniably bore the lion's share of the responsibility for the Uchiha's downfall. Upon traversing into this realm, Uchiha Ming's foremost aspiration was to rejuvenate the Uchiha clan, a task that necessitated confronting the upper echelons of Konoha. Presently, strong warriors within the Uchiha clan were few and far between. Itachi, having awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, stood as the clan's most prodigious talent, a rare combatant, and one of the few intellectually gifted individuals within the entire village. As time inexorably progressed, Itachi found himself ensnared in a tumultuous internal conflict. He incessantly endeavored to persuade himself that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was a righteous course of action, undertaken for the greater good, love, and the larger picture. Yet, the echoes of Uchiha Ming's words continuously reverberated in his mind, undermining his actions. Was it the Uchiha that were truly at fault, or was it Konoha? Were the leaders of Konoha correct or misguided? Itachi could no longer discern the truth. He perceived the world as engulfed in darkness, with no discernible path ahead. He felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. Did I err? Have I truly betrayed Shisui's trust? As these thoughts cascaded through his mind, tears flowed unbidden from his eyes. Itachi felt a suffocating weight upon him. As if he could scarcely draw breath, he collapsed onto the ground, gripping his neck, veins bulging on his forehead, lost in the depths of his own despair. Due to the lack of oxygen, his complexion turned crimson. Although his body bore no physical wounds, his heart endured a profound tumult. Just as Itachi teetered on the brink of collapse, Uchiha Ming spoke. Itachi, the leaders of Konoha are mistaken. The Uchiha should not be destroyed. Trust me. Allow me to handle the ensuing matters. I assure you, the village will remain safe, and the Uchiha will not perish. You too can honor Shisui's wishes. Ming's words ignited a blazing ember of hope within Itachi's heart. He felt as though he had discovered a guiding light in the darkness. Like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, the grip on his throat gradually loosened. He was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his cheeks and nose, revealing the intense psychological struggle he had just endured. How can I trust that you can accomplish this? Itachi rasped, his voice hoarse. Without uttering a word, Ming slowly lifted a finger, and the six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate once more. The space around his fingertip appeared to warp, a tempest erupting around him as chakra coalesced, culminating in the emergence of a crimson orb upon his fingertip. Uchiha Ming casually flung this red dot aside. With a resounding clang, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the previously dark night as if it were day. Following this, a deafening explosion ensued, creating a colossal shockwave, crushing a distant boulder with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. Dust billowed into the air, obliterating wooden fences, the ground, and foliage along its path, leaving behind a vast chasm. Itachi stood in stunned silence, as did the other Uchiha clansmen, their mouths agape in disbelief at the immense power that could emanate from the seemingly diminutive form of Ming. It was then that Itachi realized he had made a grave miscalculation. He had severely underestimated Ming's strength. Itachi initially believed that, despite the challenges posed by Long Ming's ocular techniques, he could triumph over his opponent through his own strength and intellect. However, it soon became evident that he was gravely mistaken. Long Ming's ocular art was not merely about controlling speed. It was, in fact, a manipulation of space itself. This notion proved to be accurate. The technique of Long Ming's left eye, known as infinity, belongs to the realm of space manipulation within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Its primary ability allows for the transformation of spatial distances between multiple objects into either positive or negative infinity. The positive infinity effect has a range confined to a 5-centimeter radius around Chinbin. To illustrate this simply, consider a shuriken hurtling towards Chinbin, with an actual distance of 5 centimeters separating them. Logically, it should strike him in the next moment. Yet, when Long Ming activates infinity, altering the distance between the shuriken and Chinbin to positive infinity, The actual separation extends far beyond 5 centimeters, potentially reaching 50 meters, 500 meters, or even further. The shuriken can never reach Long Ming, for as it approaches him, the distance only increases. This explains why the shuriken failed to strike Long Ming. It was not merely slowed down. It was rendered incapable of contact. The closer it gets to Long Ming, the greater the spatial distance becomes, creating an illusion of diminished speed. However, the concept of infinity is primarily theoretical. The extent of positive infinity is determined by the amount of chakra Long Ming expends. A minimal chakra release might only extend this distance by a meter, while a continuous and substantial outpouring of chakra could stretch it infinitely. Yet, it is unlikely that anyone in the entire ninja world possesses such a formidable reserve of chakra. Negative infinity, conversely, allows for the contraction of distances between multiple objects, facilitating high-speed movement and explosive bursts, with an effective range of infinity as well. This, too, is merely theoretical and contingent upon the chakra output. A small chakra amount might allow for a sudden movement of merely a meter, while an immense amount could enable one to traverse the 5 great nations in a single second. The demonstration of this technique was akin to Long Ming's recent act of crushing Itachi's long blade, by transforming the distance between his hand and the sword into negative infinity. Long Ming's arm moved at astonishing speed. The kinetic energy generated by his rapidly moving hand converted into force upon contact with the blade, resulting in its shattering. As for the recent red sphere, it was an explosion born from the interplay and conflict between positive and negative infinity, creating a disturbance in space. Itachi took a deep breath, recognizing that ocular techniques capable of controlling space are exceedingly rare even within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, having witnessed only one individual possess such an ability. He had to concede that he now truly lacked the confidence to defeat Long Ming, unless he resorted to the power of sure sway. But utilizing that strength would render him unable to use it again for the next decade. Itachi found himself uncertain of his judgment, for Long Ming's words had sparked new insights within him. He was curious to observe this child, who stood a head shorter than himself, merely 8 years of age. Through the lens of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a foreboding future unfolded. At the very moment the explosion erupted, in the heart of Konoha, far removed from the Uchiha clan, a middle-aged man garbed in a black and white kimono abruptly lifted his gaze. Half of his face was shrouded in bandages, with peculiar scars etched upon his chin and his right hand entirely wrapped. As he raised his head, his small left eye glimmered with a venomous and cunning glint, reminiscent of a serpent eyeing its prey. This man was Danzo Shimura, a senior ninja and the founder of the Root organization, notorious for his countless nefarious deeds within the ranks of Hokage. Could it be that Itachi had fallen? A dark glimmer flickered in Danzo's eyes, a manifestation of his profound paranoia and distrust towards others, alongside his intolerance for any potential oversight. The extermination of the Uchiha clan was a matter of grave consequence, one that could precipitate a large-scale conflict and undermine the very foundations of Konoha. Upon hearing the resounding explosion emanating from the Uchiha's direction, Danzo instinctively feared the worst. Had Itachi failed? Had the Uchiha clan uncovered their plan for annihilation? Or perhaps Itachi had betrayed them, defecting to the Uchiha side? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Danzo hesitated no longer and commanded, "Root organization, heed my orders. Proceed at once to the Uchiha clan's location, and inform the 3rd Hokage that the Uchiha have initiated a rebellion. He must dispatch ninjas immediately to eradicate them." Yes, the members of the Root organization responded in unison, their forms blurring as they dispersed rapidly towards the Uchiha clan. Danzo remained rooted in place, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixated on the direction of the Uchiha. Whatever transpired, by the end of the day, the Uchiha name would be expunged from Konoha. Meanwhile, Itachi slowly rose, his voice steady as he inquired, "What do you intend to do about the impending situation? If I am not mistaken, Konoha's forces will arrive here shortly." Itachi's shift from questioning trust to seeking guidance reflected his complete acknowledgement of Ryumen's prowess. It signified his departure from the higher echelons of Konoha, returning to the embrace of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Ryumen smiled, lowering his hand as he addressed him. "Itachi, have you ever heard of the concept of terror balance?" "Terror balance?" Itachi echoed, mulling over Ryumen's words and pressing for clarification. What does terror balance entail? Unlike Ryumen, who had traversed time and possessed advanced ideologies, Itachi struggled to grasp the term's significance. Ryumi replied solemnly, "Terror balance is a militaristic strategy rooted in mutual destruction. In simple terms, it ensures that if two opposing forces engage in conflict, they will annihilate each other, thereby deterring either side from striking first. Establishing a terror balance necessitates that both parties possess the capability to obliterate one another. Konoha dares to act against us precisely because they perceive themselves as superior. They can annihilate us, yet we lack the means to reciprocate." As Ryumi spoke, both anger and helplessness welled within him, recalling the tumult preceding the Nine Tails incident. The Uchiha clan has long been a bastion of formidable warriors, holding esteemed positions within the village. During Shirsue's time, Konoha dared not act so brazenly, instead opting for subtle machinations. Yet, within 2 years of Shirsue's demise, Konoha's campaign of marginalization and suppression against the Uchiha reached unprecedented heights, igniting a fervor of discontent among the clan members and kindling the flames of revolution within their hearts. In this world of shinobi, the absence of strength equates to oppression. In the days of Madara, who would have dared to treat the Uchiha with such disdain? Not only Konoha, but even the other great nations would not have dared to speak loudly in Madara's presence, let alone exile the Uchiha to the outskirts of the village for surveillance and isolation. Long Ming retracted his thoughts and continued addressing Itachi. "However, the situation has changed. I too have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and with you and clan head Fugaku, the Uchiha now possess 3 top-tier warriors. Should Konoha act unjustly, they shall face annihilation alongside us." Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow, recognizing the audacity and peril of such a proposition. Moreover, should a conflict truly erupt, it would contradict Itachi's desire to protect the village. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "What if Konoha insists on war? What then?" "You assured me that both the village and the Uchiha would coexist." Long Ming rolled his eyes at Itachi. It was evident that, at present, Itachi still leaned towards the village, but that was inconsequential. He would gradually influence Itachi's perspective. In a 1 versus 7 scenario, I was merely using that as an illustration. I am confident that Konoha would not dare to strike. To the upper echelons, the village is more precious than their own lives. As long as we demonstrate sufficient strength, they would not dare to take that risk, Long Ming asserted with unwavering conviction. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the personalities and strengths of the characters within the Naruto universe. The third Hokage was indecisive, submissive to external pressures, yet ruthless internally. Years prior, during the incident involving Hinata, he had cowered before the unreasonable demands of the Land of Lightning, even applying pressure to the Hyuga clan, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of Niji's father, all while surrendering the corpse. Danzo was devious and cunning, often espousing the virtue of self-sacrifice. Yet when faced with the trials posed by the second Hokage, he remained utterly silent. This was Danzo's original sin, his actions forever unworthy of his ideals. Within them lay an intrinsic cowardice, manifesting in various forms. Itachi's expression remained conflicted, prompting Long Ming to administer a potent argument. "Itachi, if we succeed, a tense yet stable peace can exist between the Uchiha and Konoha. You can raise Sasuke in peace. Do you not wish to care for your younger brother?" Itachi fell silent, contemplating for an extended period. Ultimately, under the moonlight, he sighed deeply and cast the half-broken blade from his hand to the ground. "Long Ming, I hope my choice today is the right one." Long Ming smiled gently and replied, "Time will reveal all, Itachi. Not only peace, but I will also lead the Uchiha clan to reclaim its former glory." Long Ming's voice echoed in the air, causing the Uchiha clan members behind him to pause and observe. "We are saved. That child truly managed to stop Itachi. How wonderful, simply wonderful." One Uchiha, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling from fear as Itachi's relentless pursuit had forced him to flee. The surviving Uchiha felt immense relief, yet some gazed at Itachi with deep-seated hatred, for he had recently sought to end their lives. Such actions are not easily forgiven. It is human nature. Looking back at the surviving clan members, Long Ming spoke solemnly. "I understand your grievances towards Itachi, but now is not the time to settle scores. The forces of Konoha are advancing towards the Uchiha. If we do not unite, the Uchiha name will vanish into oblivion." As his words settled, the Uchiha clan members fell into a state of panic once more. Not all Uchihas were ninjas. Many ordinary villagers were among them. "What do we do?" Konoha has so many people. We are doomed. Some turned pale, overwhelmed by despair. Others, however, burned with rage, raising their fists and vowing to fight Konoha to the bitter end. Silence. Follow my commands. Long Ming summoned his chakra, his authoritative shout silencing the crowd. The tumultuous throng quieted instantly. Though Long Ming appeared small and youthful, age does not dictate competence in the ninja world. He had saved them, demonstrating strength on par with Itachi. And with the activation of his Sharingan, they were inclined to heed his directives. All eyes were fixed upon Long Ming. The weight of responsibility pressing upon him, an entire 1,000 souls hung on his every word. At this moment, Long Ming felt the gravity of his duty. He silently vowed to lead the Uchiha towards strength and seize control of Konoha. Taking a deep breath, he spoke resolutely. All elderly, weak, sick, and ordinary people without chakra should retreat to the Uchiha shrine. The rest will split. Half will stand guard at the front gate, alerting us immediately if Konoha approaches. The other half will mobilize our kin who remain unaware of the situation, guiding them towards the front gate. Long Ming's orders were methodical, exuding the demeanor of a true commander, which even surprised Itachi. A leader with such talent can often yield unexpected advantages on the battlefield. As long as such a ninja survives, they are destined for greatness. Understood. The Uchiha clan members responded in unison, swiftly commencing their tasks. Itachi then inquired, "What should we do now? Shall we negotiate with the third Hokage and Danzo?" "It is not yet the time. We have more pressing matters at hand," Long Ming replied calmly. Itachi paused, instinctively asking, "What other matters?" Long Ming gazed into the distance, his voice low but firm. "Have you forgotten the external aid you summoned? That poses a significant problem." Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted as memories of the enigmatic masked man flooded his mind, revealing a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. "You nearly made me forget him. How shall we confront that man? If my instincts serve me right, he must be the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan." Itachi's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, clearly indicating his lack of complete confidence in overcoming the masked man. "Legendary figure, my foot," Long Ming scoffed, rolling his eyes at Itachi. "He is not Uchiha Obito, merely a fool masquerading under Obito's name. Yet, he is indeed a formidable adversary." "Not Obito." Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment, this revelation evidently catching him off guard once more. Nevertheless, he did not question Long Ming's words, for the latter had effortlessly unveiled the nature of his dealings with Danzo, demonstrating that Long Ming's intelligence-gathering abilities far surpassed his own. Observing Itachi's astonishment, Long Ming felt no surprise. With exceptional acting skills, Obito had almost convinced every ninja in the shinobi world that he was Uchiha Obito, except for a select few. No one knew of Obito's true identity. Enough talk. He should be at the police department now. "Come with me. Our time is of the essence," Long Ming stated casually, extending his hand toward Itachi. Itachi hesitated for a moment before grasping Long Ming's hand. His palm was significantly larger, creating the impression that Long Ming was the one being seized. Long Ming's left eye's six-pointed kaleidoscope spun once more, infinite activation. The two vanished from their location in an instant. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the street, a middle-aged man observed the unfolding events with a mix of emotions: relief, joy, gravity, and a hint of resignation. Who would have thought that Itachi could be persuaded by such a child? "I truly owe him my gratitude," the man mused. On the other side, relying on infinite, Long Ming soon arrived at the entrance of the Konoha Police Department. The building was a grand semi-oval structure, adorned with a windowed center featuring the emblem of the Uchiha clan, a shuriken at the heart of a fan representing fire, symbolizing the Uchiha clan's glory. However, due to the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha, the police department no longer belonged to them, leading to the alteration of the fan's emblem to that of the Leaf Village. At that moment, the lights within the police department were dim, and silence enveloped the area. Long Ming's expression turned serious. He realized that Obito must have already taken action. He exchanged a glance with Itachi, signaling him to be cautious. Itachi remained silent, merely nodding slightly, yet his chakra was already coiling in readiness. "Since we are here, let us not dwell in shadows any longer. Reveal yourself," Long Ming called out into the darkness of the Konoha Police Department. As his voice echoed, the sound of boots striking the ground emerged from the nearby shadows. Tap, tap, tap. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, adorned with long black hair, a single orange mask with black stripes, and a flowing black cloak, a katana sheathed at his waist. It must be said that at this moment, Obito indeed bears a striking resemblance to Madara in temperament, coupled with his Sharingan. One cannot blame Itachi for misjudging the situation. Upon his arrival, Obito did not cast his gaze upon Ryumi, but rather fixed his attention on Itachi. "Ah, Itachi, has your business concluded?" Obito deliberately lowered his voice to a deep, resonant tone, instilling a sense of foreboding in the air. Itachi remained silent, instead directing his focus towards Ryumi, clearly indicating his allegiance to him. Obito furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his gaze to Ryumi as well. Initially, he paid little heed, merely glancing casually. However, upon witnessing Ryumi's Sharingan, Obito visibly paused. Ryumi appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. Yet he had already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, 6 or 7 years ahead of Obito's own awakening. How could this not astonish him? At that moment, Ryumi spoke, stepping forward to interrupt Obito's contemplation. "Indeed, the matter has concluded, but it is not the Uchiha clan that has ended. Rather, it is the clan's extermination plan. Therefore, I must request your departure." His voice exuded an undeniable authority. "Oh, is that truly the case, Itachi?" Obito's tone darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The eradication of the Uchiha clan was integral to his Moon's Eye plan, not only to collect Sharingan, but also to prevent the emergence of formidable ninjas from their ranks who could pose a threat to him in the future. Itachi calmly regarded Obito, responding, "Yes, I see a new path in this child. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to explore it, hence our agreement comes to an end." This agreement referred to Obito's assistance, after which Itachi would join the Akatsuki, and Obito would refrain from attacking Konoha. "Because of this child? Your reasoning is rather flimsy, Itachi." Obito's gaze shifted to Ryumi, revealing a hint of disdain. Although his opponent had awakened the Mangekyō, he still regarded him as merely an 8-year-old child, doubting that Itachi would abandon their alliance for such a trivial matter. Unmoved, Itachi calmly informed Obito, "Whether you believe it or not, I stand with the Uchiha now. If you are willing to leave, I will not hinder you." "Heh, Itachi, do you consider me a mere puppet to summon and dismiss at your whim?" Obito's voice was laced with chilling malice, his left hand resting upon his ninja blade. Itachi frowned, preparing to respond when suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air echoed. Ryumi transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Obito, their faces nearly touching. Obito was drenched in cold sweat. He had never encountered a ninja with such speed. Surely even the legendary Flying Thunder God was not this swift. Yet, Ryumi did not strike. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Obito and spoke slowly and deliberately. "You are quite rude, aren't you? Did you not see that I was the one who announced the end of the extermination plan? Speaking with Itachi, do you look down upon me?" The weasel beside him twitched its lips, for it was the first time he had heard an 8-year-old child refer to himself in such a manner. The scene was undeniably bizarre. As he observed Long Ming, who erupted with astonishing speed, Obito began to truly regard this child before him. "Humph. The Uchiha clan has indeed produced another remarkable individual. What is your name?" Obito spoke slowly. Although Long Ming was right in front of him, he remained unperturbed, confident in his Sharingan's abilities to withstand any formidable assault. Long Ming crossed his arms, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Shouldn't T1 introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name? Obito paused momentarily, then let out a cold chuckle, sinisterly declaring, "Very well. I hope you do not regret it once you learn who I am. I am the former leader of the Uchiha clan, and my name is Uchiha Madara." His deep voice echoed in the night sky. Merely uttering the name Uchiha Madara was enough to invoke tremors. Beside him, Itachi could not help but narrow his eyes. Even though he had heard Long Ming's earlier words, when Obito claimed to be Madara, his expression grew heavy. After all, this was the legendary man. In stark contrast to Itachi's gravity, Long Ming could not suppress his laughter. He was acutely aware that the masked man before him was merely Obito, masquerading under Madara's name within the ninja world. Having seen through the charade, he found Obito's performance exceedingly ludicrous. "Ha ha, I must say, brother, your act is utterly pathetic. Your lines are so juvenile. Do you really think Madara would introduce himself like that?" "Ha ha." Long Ming doubled over with laughter, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. Obito's forehead twitched with irritation. Although he was unfamiliar with terms like juvenile, he could discern one thing. Long Ming was mocking him. Glancing at Long Ming, who seemed incredulous that he was indeed Uchiha Madara, Obito snorted disdainfully. He then forcibly lowered his voice, stating, "Your disbelief is understandable. After all, I have lived for nearly a century. I existed long before the founding of Konoha. You must realize, before Obito could finish, he was interrupted by Long Ming's louder laughter, cutting through his words. Ha ha ha, you've lived for nearly a century? Ha ha ha, I'm embarrassed for you. Your age is even smaller than my shoe size." Long Ming was now squatting on the ground, clutching his stomach in a fit of laughter. Instead of playing along with Obito's act, he chose to ignore it altogether. Obito's face turned ashen under his mask. Being ridiculed by an 8-year-old was intolerable for anyone. How much more for him, considering the volume of Long Ming's mockery. "You are courting death. You little beast. Today I shall show you what true fear looks like." Obito's eyes ignited with a chilling malice, and with a flick of his right hand, a black chain shot forth from his sleeve. The chain, like a swift serpent, quickly ensnared Long Ming, ready to bind him tightly should Obito exert any force. Observing Long Ming, who remained motionless on the ground, Obito bore a scornful expression, his heart filled with derisive laughter. Despite possessing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, did he truly lack any combat experience? He couldn't even evade. It was clear that victory belonged to me. With a sudden tug of his arm, the chains tightened abruptly, aiming to bind Long Ming securely. Simultaneously, his right hand reached out towards Long Ming's body. As soon as he made contact, he could draw him into the Kekkei space, free to do as he pleased. Itachi, standing by, felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively prepared to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, the infinite Tsukuyomi activated. Itachi keenly noticed that Obito's chains had not fully ensnared Long Ming. They were merely inches away from his body, tantalizingly close to making contact. Obito's hand, too, halted just shy of grasping Chinbin. No matter how hard he exerted himself or charged forward, he could never quite reach Long Ming. It was reminiscent of a previous situation. It seemed I had been overly cautious. Itachi sighed in relief, halting his intended rescue. What is happening here? Obito, rushing forward, watched the unfolding scene with a mixture of disbelief and horror. Realizing this was the power of Long Ming's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Has he solidified space? Or has he merely slowed down my attacks? A sinking feeling enveloped Obito as he pondered rapidly. He had never encountered such a bizarre ocular technique, feeling as if his hand struck nothingness. At that moment, Long Ming had enjoyed enough amusement. He leisurely rose from the ground, gazing playfully at the now close Obito, tauntingly stating, "What's wrong? Wasn't it you who intended to show me what fear truly is?" Veins bulged on Obito's forehead. His desire to shred this sharp-tongued youth into pieces palpable. If looks could kill, Long Ming would have perished dozens of times over. Long Ming smirked, lightly chuckling. "From the looks of you, it seems you are incapable of that. Allow me to educate you properly." Obito appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, sneering coldly as he mockingly regarded Long Ming. "Then come and try, foolish boy. In this world, only one can harm me, and you are certainly not that one." Long Ming remained silent, acknowledging the truth that Obito's dual Kekkei was undoubtedly among the most formidable Kaleidoscope Sharingans in the Naruto universe. The ability of his right eye allowed him to shift his body into an ethereal form, transferring any attacked part into the alternate realm of Kekkei just in time to evade assaults and traverse barriers, while also being capable of drawing in any touched individual into the Kekkei space. Meanwhile, the left eye's ability permitted the long-distance transfer of an enemy's attack or the enemy themselves, or a part of their body. If Obito possessed both eyes, he could both attack and defend, making him a rare target in the ninja world. Even Long Ming would have to tread carefully. Had Obito possessed his left eye at this moment, Long Ming might not have had to retreat entirely, but he would have approached the situation with extreme caution, ensuring that Obito's Kekkei could not reach him. Unfortunately for Obito, he wielded only his right eye, an ocular power that necessitated proximity to the opponent, rendering it a negligible threat in the presence of Long Ming. Due to his boundless potential, he can infinitely extend the distance of space. He, the one who possesses the power of the Uchiha. The six-pointed star in Long Ming's left eye flickered gently, as infinity once again unfolded. He transformed the distance between himself and Obito's back into negative infinity. With a single motion, Long Ming instantly appeared behind Obito, maintaining a mid-air somersault. Seamlessly, he employed his ocular technique once more upon his arm, augmenting his explosive power. At that moment, Obito had yet to react to Long Ming's sudden disappearance from sight. A brilliant light erupted from Long Ming's eyes. Wagering the name of Uchiha, I cannot afford to lose. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Long Ming unleashed a punch. A sharp sound reverberated through the air, and before Obito could respond, Long Ming's fist had solidly struck his body. A searing pain surged through Obito's back, akin to a hammer crashing into his waist. The speed was so overwhelming that he barely had time to initiate his intangibility. His speed is astonishingly swift. This was the first thought that flashed through Obito's mind after being struck. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the ground was dented. With Obito's body half buried in the earth, the tiles shattered all around, and a cloud of dust billowed up, causing Itachi to cough repeatedly. Long Ming pivoted gracefully, landing securely on the ground. Observing this, Itachi approached Long Ming cautiously and inquired, "Is he dead?" "Not so easily," Long Ming replied, shaking his head slightly as he regarded the swirling dust. Obito possessed a significant amount of Hashirama's cells, granting him remarkable physical resilience. He had previously withstood the fourth Hokage's Rinnegan unscathed. Although Long Ming's punch bore considerable force, it was far from lethal. Indeed, as the dust settled, Obito, now covered in grime, slowly rose from the ground. Dirt cascaded from his form, and beneath his mask, his expression was chillingly cold, yet he harbored a profound wariness toward Long Ming. This boy's ocular technique is exceedingly peculiar. The speed at which he activated it was terrifying. Moreover, when he struck me, it felt as though it wasn't merely a physical blow, yet there was no chakra flowing in his fist. How did he accomplish that? Obito squinted. But no matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom how Long Ming executed that attack. If he could not close the distance to Long Ming, he would lose his most formidable means of offense, especially with Itachi nearby. With a sigh, Obito recognized the grim reality of his situation. He was not destined for victory in this encounter. "I'll remember you, kid. If you have the guts, tell me your name." Obito's voice was grim, revealing the suppressed fury within him. "My name is Uchiha Long Ming, the man destined to lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world." "You do well to remember it," Long Ming replied with a light chuckle. Long Ming understood that Obito was now inclined to flee, yet he had no intention of hindering his escape. As the forces of Konoha swiftly approached, he realized that prolonging the confrontation with Obito would likely lead to the demise of the Uchiha clan. With a cold snort, Obito activated his right eye's kimui, a swirling vortex appearing as it began to draw his body into the space of his eye. "Wait, Uchiha Ryumi," he threatened icily. "The next time we meet, fortune will not favor you. I will unravel your techniques and end your life." At this moment, the majority of his form had already been engulfed by the kimui space. A mysterious smile graced Ryumi's lips as he replied, "I await your arrival, and next time, I shall not allow your retreat to be so effortless." Suddenly, his voice fell silent, his lips merely moving in silent articulation. Obito's pupils constricted in shock. Through his Sharingan, he discerned Ryumi's final words. "Uchiha Obito." Obito was taken aback. Ryumi had audibly declared his name, recognizing his true identity. A cold sweat broke out over him. The disguise he had crafted, that of Madara, was of utmost importance. It not only instilled fear in the other shinobi villages and commanded respect across nations, but it also amplified the notoriety of Akatsuki. Most critically, this guise facilitated many of his undertakings, proving invaluable to his future schemes. "I must eliminate him. I cannot allow this brat to live. Otherwise, my Eye of the Moon plan will be delayed by years." Obito's mind roared, his gaze upon Ryumi radiating a profound malice. Gradually, the last remnants of his body were wholly absorbed into the kimui space, and Itachi beside him exhaled a sigh of relief. Though the adversary was not the legendary Uchiha Madara, the pressure he had felt from Obito was nonetheless substantial. The fact that Ryumi had frightened him away was undoubtedly a boon. With this internal strife resolved, the remaining challenge lay in addressing the impending army of Konoha. Suddenly, the cacophony of battle cries shattered Itachi's thoughts. Both turned their gazes toward the gates of the Uchiha clan. In the distance, flames danced wildly, and the faint sounds of clashing swords and the chaos of combat resonated through the air. Ryumi's expression darkened as he stated gravely, "This is bad. The main force of Konoha has arrived. Itachi, we must leave at once." "Understood," Itachi replied, his expression grave, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Every passing moment before their arrival would result in greater losses for both Konoha and the Uchiha. With that, Itachi positioned himself beside Ryumi, who grasped his hand as the infinite ocular technique activated. In an instant, they vanished from the spot. At that moment, a fierce life-and-death struggle unfolded before the gates of the Uchiha clan. Led by Danzo, the root members launched an immediate assault upon the Uchiha stronghold. The ground trembled as fire, water, and wind techniques soared through the air, while the sharp sounds of shuriken and kunai slicing through the atmosphere echoed incessantly. The two factions became embroiled in chaos, transforming the area into a multitude of battlegrounds, each teeming with conflict. In this tumultuous scene, a member of the root organization has just pierced the arm of an Uchiha clansman, only to be incinerated into cinders by a colossal fireball moments later. Nearby, several Uchiha have just dispatched another root member, yet the next instant, they are cleaved in two by a swift gust of wind from an unseen assailant. With only the root organization present, and bolstered by Ryumi's prior warnings and preparations, the Uchiha momentarily hold the upper hand in this conflict. However, Danzo's expression remains cold and detached, as if he bears no concern for the unfolding situation. He has long since made meticulous preparations for the Uchiha's annihilation. Danzo slowly raises his hand, swiftly forming several hand seals, and with a chilling sneer, he declares, "Humph, a repugnant clan, struggle as you might, no matter your efforts. Today marks your obliteration. Aside from that old fool, the third Hokage, I have already notified the Hyuga, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Aburame, Inazuka, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans. I am eager to witness how you, the mere Uchiha, can withstand the united force of Konoha's 8 great clans." With that, Danzo inhales deeply, wind chakra swirling into his mouth. Wind release, vacuum wave. He suddenly lashes his head, unleashing a blade-like gust akin to a scythe. The immense wind cutting through the air and severing several Uchiha clansmen in half as easily as slicing tofu. Blood splatters in all directions, staining the earth and the gates of the Uchiha compound. Danzo wipes the blood that has splashed onto the corner of his mouth with indifference, uttering, "Kill for me. All is for Konoha, for my ascension to Hokage." The members of Root begin to fight with fervor. Though few in number, those chosen by Danzo often possess remarkable abilities. 2 enigmatic ninjas wearing peculiar masks join the fray alongside him. One of them removes his gloves, revealing skin that transforms into a bizarre shade of purple. With each Uchiha he grasps, their bodies immediately turn the same hue, before stiffening and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The other ninja spreads his arms and forms an esoteric seal, his head drooping weakly. Simultaneously, another Uchiha suddenly descends into madness, recklessly unleashing jutsu against his own kin. Everyone, be careful. It's the secret techniques of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans. Stay away from them. I've been poisoned. Help, someone save me. Yuji, snap out of it. It's me. Expel the intruder from your body. With the entrance of Danzo and his 2 elite subordinates, chaos engulfs the Uchiha side. Ha, slaughter them. Exterminate the Uchiha. This traitorous clan. We shall be the heroes of Konoha, and at that moment, I shall undoubtedly be nominated as the next Hokage. Danzo, consumed by rage, reveals a rare excitement in his tone. He draws a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra, sharpening it into a lethal blade that extends his reach. Charging into the battlefield, he navigates through the chaos with exceptional taijutsu, weaving effortlessly among the conflict. Surrounded by his fellow Uchiha clansmen, how could they possibly withstand the formidable strength of Danzo, whose abilities rivaled those of a Jonin? They often fell in defeat after just a few exchanges. One Uchiha was on the brink of death beneath Danzo's blade. At that moment, a figure surged into the battlefield with remarkable speed, his thunderous roar echoing through the night sky. "Danzo, dare you!" Even before his arrival, his voice had reached Danzo's ears from afar. Danzo's expression shifted in alarm, yet he had no time to react. In the next instant, the figure had already charged before him. Bang! The figure lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Faced with such overwhelming force, Danzo could only barely raise his kunai in defense. Nevertheless, the sheer strength of the blow sent him flying. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as he staggered back for dozens of meters before managing to regain his footing. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a look of profound apprehension flickered in Danzo's eyes for the first time. He sneered, "Uchiha Fugaku, you've finally shown yourself." The newcomer, with short black hair and clad in a Konoha Jonin vest adorned with the emblem of the Konoha police force, was none other than the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. As Fugaku arrived, the surrounding Uchiha clansmen felt a surge of renewed vigor. The clan leader is here. Brothers, we need not fear anymore. Let us vanquish these root organization scoundrels. Rally to the clan leader's side. We shall fight alongside him. With Fugaku as their beacon of hope, the Uchiha seemed to draw forth boundless strength from within, pushing back their formidable foes as they converged around him. Witnessing this scene, Danzo's expression darkened once more. His eyes darted, and he mockingly retorted, "Humph, Fugaku, I thought you had been dealt with by Itachi. It seems that scoundrel is not to be trusted after all, truly a weakling, just like you." Yet it mattered little, for even without Itachi's assistance in annihilating your clan, the Uchiha cannot escape their fate of destruction. Despite his confident tone, Danzo's heart was laden with trepidation. After all, his opponent was the Uchiha clan's foremost expert and the head of the Konoha police force. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his wealth of combat experience made Danzo's wariness towards him surpass that of Itachi. The members of Root, upon witnessing the emergence of the Uchiha clan leader, ceased their battles and retreated to Danzo's side. Meanwhile, the Uchiha gathered closely behind Fugaku. "I regret to disappoint you, Danzo." Fugaku's voice was gravely serious as he addressed the Konoha police force. "Itachi has made a bold new choice. He is not the feeble individual you describe. I take pride in him, and I believe he, alongside that child, will change the Uchiha's destiny." During the earlier confrontation between Ryumi and Itachi, Fugaku's shadow clone was present, and he had witnessed the entire ordeal. He felt immense gratitude for Ryumi's intervention and was heartened by Itachi's transformation. With his son standing by his side, Fugaku felt an indomitable courage surging within him. Thus, upon the return of his shadow clone, he did not wait for Itachi to take his life, but hastened to the battlefield instead. "I do not comprehend your nonsensical ramblings. It is truly laughable." Tobirama spoke ominously, then turned his gaze aside and called out loudly, "Third Hokage, I know you have arrived. Surely you cannot bear to witness the annihilation of my clan's members. Please, reveal yourself." Fayake and the Uchiha clan members were taken aback. Had reinforcements from Konoha, led by the third Hokage, already arrived? As Tobirama's words echoed, the sound of nearly 100 shurikens slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, as a multitude of ninjas clad in Konoha attire gathered around him. A glance revealed that those who had come were renowned ninjas from Konoha and various prominent clans: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choji, and others. The clash between Konoha and the Uchiha was imminent. Fayake's heart grew heavy as he beheld the familiar faces of his comrades. On the other side, Ryumi and Itachi swiftly maneuvered through Konoha. Eventually, they halted on a desolate street, with the ninja academy not far off. Itachi surveyed the surroundings and questioned, "What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to prevent the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha? Indeed, we must intervene. However, with only the two of us, it is unlikely we can persuade Konoha, which has already clashed with us, to relent. Thus, we require the assistance of another," Ryumi replied solemnly. "Who?" Itachi furrowed his brow, pressing for an answer. Just then, a small figure came running from a distance, clad in a simple black collared long-sleeve shirt and black shorts. His features were strikingly delicate, and he carried a small shoulder bag adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Itachi exclaimed upon recognizing the approaching child as his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was on his way home after school. Had Ryumi not intervened on the night of the massacre, Sasuke would have returned to find the lifeless bodies of their clan and parents strewn across the floor. Upon hearing Itachi's voice, Sasuke paused, tilting his small head as he scanned the area. "Strange, it sounded like I heard Nisan's voice. Was that just my imagination? Have I been missing him so much that I'm hallucinating?" He pondered. He has been so busy lately, always saying next time. And it's been ages since we last played together. When I get home, I must make him teach me shuriken techniques. At this, Sasuke pouted, as if he were upset with Itachi. From the shadows, Itachi could only offer a wistful smile at Sasuke's complaints, his gaze filled with tenderness. On the street, Sasuke jostled his backpack and murmured to himself, "I'll find Nisan when I get home. I'm off home. The whims of childhood are fleeting." As just moments ago, Sasuke had been sulking, and now he skipped joyfully toward home. In the shadows, Itachi watched Sasuke depart with gentle eyes, whispering softly, "I'm sorry. Sasuke, this will be the last time. Once everything settles, I will come to teach you shuriken techniques." With that, he sent out a shadow clone to follow and protect Sasuke. Given the uncertain situation of the Uchiha, Itachi feared that if Sasuke encountered Konoha's forces upon returning home, he might not be able to restrain his desire for vengeance against Konoha. Your concern for Sasuke is quite evident. However, rest assured, he will be fine. If all goes smoothly, we might even quell tonight's turmoil before Sasuke arrives home. Come with me. Long Ming spoke calmly, then proceeded towards the few large trees across from the school. Although Itachi could not comprehend the reason for Long Ming's presence here, he promptly followed suit. In the dark shadows, a swing beneath the trees swayed gently, and upon closer inspection, one could see a small figure sitting forlornly upon it. At last, "I have found you, the child of prophecy." Long Ming stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. The small figure lifted his head, and in the moonlight, it was revealed to be a boy with short golden hair and azure eyes, characterized notably by the 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. This boy was none other than the young Naruto. "Long Ming, you are speaking strangely again," Naruto remarked with an expression of exasperation, though the appearance of Long Ming alleviated some of his earlier despondence. Itachi, upon seeing Naruto, felt a slight constriction in his pupils. Unlike the ordinary villagers, he, as the captain of the Umbu, was privy to many secrets of the village, including the fact that Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails. In that moment, he subtly inferred Long Ming's intentions. The familiarity between Long Ming and Naruto stemmed from their shared attendance in the same cohort of the Ninja Academy when they were 8. Alongside Sasuke, well-versed in the historical trajectory of the Naruto world, Long Ming did not harbor the same aversion towards Naruto as others did. Though their bond was not particularly strong, he regarded Naruto as a friend, much like Shikamaru and Choji. Occasionally, Long Ming would bring Naruto clothes and food, an act Naruto cherished, albeit he sometimes found Long Ming's demeanor peculiar, often uttering incomprehensible remarks. "One day, you will understand, Naruto. The reason I have come to seek you is to ask for your assistance." Long Ming's tone shifted to one of gravity. He was acutely aware of what truly instilled fear in Konoha. With merely the power of the Uchiha clan and his own, he could not entirely dissuade the higher-ups from their intentions towards the Uchiha. The only possibility of achieving that lay with the vortex of Naruto Uzumaki. He was the one capable of altering the course of events. "Assistance?" Naruto looked at the solemn Long Ming with a puzzled expression. After surveying his surroundings, he leaned in and whispered, "You're not asking me to teach you the seduction technique again, are you? Did I not teach you last time?" Long Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. It was rare for him to be so serious, yet Naruto could think of such a thing. Itachi's lips twitched involuntarily. Although he was unaware of the specific effects of such a technique, its name suggested an unsavory connotation. Clearing his throat, Long Ming coughed heavily, hastily diverting the topic. "I am not referring to that kind of urgency, Naruto. I ask you, if accompanying me could prevent the demise of hundreds, perhaps even thousands, within the village, would you be willing to come with me?" Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he joyfully replied, "Of course I would." Observing Naruto's unwavering enthusiasm, Itachi beside him appeared quite astonished and instinctively inquired, "Aren't you curious about what we need your assistance with?" Naruto gave a thumbs up, his radiant smile illuminating his face. "If it truly can save the people of the village, then I will certainly lend my help, no matter the task. Because if I can achieve that, perhaps the villagers will no longer harbor disdain for me." At this point, a shadow flitted across Naruto's gaze, revealing his deep yearning for recognition from the villagers. Ever since he could remember, he had been met with indifference, disdain, and ostracism from the people of the village. Naruto could not comprehend what he had done wrong. He only understood that to alter their perception of him, he needed to gain their approval. Thus, from a young age, the dream of becoming Hokage took root and flourished within his heart. Witnessing the glimmer of hope in Naruto's eyes, Ryumi sighed internally. Despite being the son of a hero and having saved the village, Naruto had received neither respect nor affection in the aftermath of the war. Instead, the villagers regarded him as the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox, a harbinger of misfortune, transferring their hatred for the beast onto him and using Naruto as a scapegoat for their grievances. This was the so-called Leaf Village, established to bridge the rifts between clans and ensure the joyful upbringing of its children. In the past, Ryumi lacked the strength to assist Naruto, even if he desired to. However, now that he had awakened the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and significantly enhanced his power, he was determined to rescue Naruto from his suffering. This motivation stemmed not only from sympathy for Naruto, but also from the formidable potential he possessed. Ryumi aimed to transform the Uchiha clan into the most powerful lineage in the ninja world. To achieve this goal, he required a multitude of capable shinobi. Not to mention, Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails, and his lineage as a member of the Uzumaki clan was already enough to warrant Ryumi's efforts to recruit him. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for its formidable chakra and mastery of sealing techniques, possessing an exceptional innate ability, truly a child of destiny. Ryumi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Naruto, you need not harbor any expectations from those ungrateful villagers. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall be your new home. However, for now, I must ask you to rest for a while. New home? Rest? What does that mean? Naruto blinked his blue eyes, still bewildered by Ryumi's words. In the next moment, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in Ryumi's eyes began to rotate slowly. Genjutsu. Naruto's body trembled violently, his lively gaze becoming vacant in an instant, before he slumped helplessly onto Ryumi. Ryumi gently caught him, realizing that within the conflict between the Leaf and the Uchiha, the Nine Tails residing within Naruto held a position of utmost significance. Thus, Long Ming must ensure that this power is firmly in the hands of the Uchiha clan. However, he has no intention of harming Naruto, for that child has already endured far too much suffering. He merely requires Naruto to restrain the actions of the higher-ups in Konoha. The illusion technique he had just employed was rather ordinary. Once everything was accomplished, Long Ming turned to Itachi and said, "Well, the most crucial person has been located. We can retreat now and return to the Uchiha." Itachi nodded slightly, preparing to depart with Long Ming. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! Several shurikens, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, suddenly surged from the side, and among them were several cloaked in explosive tags. A cold glimmer flashed in Itachi's eyes as he reacted first, swiftly waving his hand, sending forth a few shurikens from his sleeve to meet the incoming attack. Clang! 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 Itachi's shurikens disrupted the trajectory of the enemy's assault at remarkably acute angles, causing the numerous explosive tags to detonate in midair. With a series of resounding explosions, thick clouds of smoke began to envelop the already dark night, rendering visibility even more challenging. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, feeling little surprise at this ambush. He recognized that it was likely members of the Umbu, tasked with secretly protecting Naruto. Attempting to obscure the view of the Sharingan with smoke? Quite clever. He mused with a cold snort. The Sharingan serves as both an observational and copying eye, distinct from the Byakugan's 360-degree insight. Once vision is obscured, it indeed impacts one's capabilities. It appears that those protecting Naruto possess a thorough understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan. Long Ming's Mangekyō Sharingan revolved continuously, searching for traces of the enemy. Despite the thick smoke, he discerned the flow of chakra from two individuals and pinpointed their locations. Only two Umbu? Long Ming muttered to himself. Although he had identified the enemies, he felt an increased sense of vigilance. During this critical period, when Konoha and Uchiha are on the brink of war, the higher-ups in Konoha would never dispatch merely two Umbu to protect Naruto. According to Konoha's operational distribution, at least 3 individuals are typically assigned to a group. The presence of only 2 indicates that another is stealthily concealed. At that moment, the 2 Umbu members sprang into action. They moved with incredible speed, charging forward in the blink of an eye. These were no ordinary foot soldiers, but the elite of the Umbu. "I'll hold off, Itachi. You go rescue the Jinchuriki." They clearly delineated their roles. One advanced to engage Itachi, while the other rushed straight towards Long Ming. Itachi wasted no time, confronting the incoming foe head-on. Gripping a shuriken in his left hand and wielding a ninja blade in his right, engaging in fierce combat. At present, Itachi had not exhausted his use of the Mangekyō, and his body remained in good condition. Even in a physical confrontation, he steadily overpowered the opposing Umbu member, and with his ocular techniques and exceptional intellect, victory seemed a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, the other Umbu member had already reached Long Ming's side. As he sprinted, he began to weave hand seals. Accompanying the transformation of the seals, the arm of this Umbu operative began to exhibit an eerie writhing motion. Wood release, thorned killing technique. He swung his right hand forward, and suddenly, multiple wooden vines erupted from his arm, coiling towards Long Ming like giant serpents. Would release? Long Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the identity of this Konoha Umbu, Yamato, the only ninja within the village possessing the wood release technique. Among all the elemental jutsu, the secret arts of wood release are undeniably a source of obsession for many, with formidable binding and controlling powers. It symbolizes the strength of the original ninja god and is one of the means to control the Nine Tails. He had been dispatched to watch over Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, which was indeed in line with the high-ranking official's methods. Release the child in your grasp, Yamato bellowed, as chakra surged wildly into his right hand. The wooden vines appeared to respond to Yamato's power, growing more robust as they surged forth to ensnare Long Ming. Boom! With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, and the area where Long Ming stood was completely engulfed by the wooden vines. The branches intertwined, forming a colossal wooden sphere, rendering Long Ming nearly invisible from the outside. Yamato's brow furrowed beneath his mask, while nearby Umbu operatives rejoiced. From any angle, it seemed that Long Ming had been thoroughly ensnared by the wood release technique. Well done, Tenzo. Hurry, come help me deal with Itachi. This guy is too troublesome. At this moment, Yamato had yet to become a teacher to Naruto and his companions. Still operating under the Umbu alias, Tenzo, one Umbu shouted, already sporting a wound and several shurikens embedded in his arm. Clearly, this operative had overestimated his combat prowess. Unable to hold back Itachi, Yamato hesitated, sensing an absence of the impact he expected from his wood release technique. He felt a nagging suspicion that Long Ming was not truly restrained. The situation for the Umbu operative grew increasingly perilous with each encounter against Itachi fraught with danger. His eyes burned with urgency, his blade creating afterimages as he swung wildly. Yet Yamato remained steadfast, unmoving. In exasperation, he cried out, "Tenzo, what are you waiting for? That kid is already trapped by you. Come save me." Yamato found himself in a dilemma, poised to assist his comrade when the massive wooden sphere before him began to swell. Crack, crack. In Yamato's astonished gaze, the outer wooden vines began to snap, splinters flying in all directions. With a grave expression, Yamato concentrated fully on the unfolding scene, assuming a combat stance once more. Crack, crack. The outer wooden vines shattered completely, and Long Ming emerged calmly from within, unscathed. Long Ming moved with the grace of a sovereign. Wherever he tread, the wooden vines and branches parted willingly, not a single splinter clinging to his form. Day's pupils contracted at this sight. He had presumed that Long Ming had escaped the grasp of the wood release through sheer physical prowess or ninjutsu. To his astonishment, it was merely a matter of walking forth. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How could my wood release retreat so willingly? A hint of unease crept into Day's voice. The greatest fear of humanity arises from the unknown. At that moment, Day fully grasped this truth. If Long Ming had merely broken free through strength, Day would not have felt such trepidation, for he would know how to defeat him. However, this spectacle instilled in him the unsettling illusion that the wood release might be ineffective against Long Ming. In reality, Long Ming had merely activated his infinite, and the movement he generated resulted in tremendous pressure. When Long Ming activated the true infinity, a vast space enveloped him, providing unparalleled defense when he remained still. Yet, as he moved, especially when someone approached within 5 centimeters of him, the surrounding space would shift accordingly, creating immense compression. Thus, Long Ming used this spatial manipulation to forcibly dispel the wood release. The cells of Hashirama truly possess enviable capabilities. Long Ming mused as he caressed the wooden vines beside him. The Uchiha clan undoubtedly requires Hashirama's cells the most, after unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan. The body bears an immense burden. Had Itachi possessed Hashirama's cells at that time, he might have been spared from his afflictions. While Long Ming reflected, Day was not inclined to indulge in idle chatter on the battlefield. He formed hand seals, channeling his chakra with fervor once more. Wood release, violent gun tree, Day exclaimed, as 2 wooden vines burst forth from his shoulders, racing towards Long Ming with lightning speed. However, this time, Long Ming did not remain passive. The 6-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate gently, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, causing the 2 wooden vines to crash violently into the ground. Boom, boom. The earth was rent asunder, leaving 2 massive craters. Realizing the figure had disappeared, Dai's heart raced. He feared Long Ming had fled with Naruto. Just as he contemplated moving closer to investigate, a hand lightly rested upon his shoulder, and Long Ming's profound voice resonated in Dai's ear. I still have great use for you. Be grateful for the Hashirama cells within you, for they have saved your life. A chill of cold sweat instantly drenched Dai's back. He had been utterly oblivious to how Long Ming had appeared behind him. Yet, the moment those words landed, Dai's heart soared with exhilaration. So close. This is the perfect opportunity. With remarkable speed, he drew a kunai and, without hesitation, thrust it fiercely towards Long Ming's back, aiming directly for his chest. In response to Dai's sudden attack, Long Ming merely grasped Dai's shoulder, utilizing the infinite to enhance his arm's explosive force. With a swift rotation, he hurled Dai away like a cannonball. As Dai's pupils constricted, he initially believed that a child like Long Ming could not possibly possess great strength. However, the intense pain radiating from his shoulder informed him otherwise. This power was beyond his capacity to withstand. Bang, bang, bang. Dai crashed through 2 or 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. He was covered in fallen leaves. His bones felt as if they were dislocated, sending waves of pain throughout his body. Nonetheless, Dai managed to prop himself up with his right hand, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto, who was pinned under Long Ming's arm. Observing Dai's tenacity, Long Ming rubbed his nose and remarked, "There's no need to rise again. You are no match for me. Like your teammate, it's best if you simply lie there." Dai was taken aback by these words and turned to see his Umbu companion, now lying in a pool of blood, impaled like a hedgehog by kunai, lifeless. Unable to bear the sight, Dai pushed himself up slowly, his right hand on his knee. And suddenly a spark of determination ignited in his eyes as he declared, "I may not be your opponent, but there is someone who can be." At the moment Dai uttered his last word, hands erupted from the ground beneath Long Ming, seizing Naruto's body in an attempt to abduct him. This was the final Umbu member, who had been lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike, while meticulously observing Long Ming's every move. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity. As he grasped Naruto, he believed he had succeeded. However, he was unaware that Long Ming had been anticipating his move. In response to the sudden attack from the Umbu member, Long Ming unleashed a kick aimed directly at his mask, the sharp sound of the air being sliced through rushing towards him. This kick was delivered without mercy, pushing the limits of his infinite abilities. Should it connect, it would surely result in either death or severe injury. Faced with the choice between death and saving Naruto, the Umbu ninja chose the former. Gritting his teeth, he released Naruto and, in less than a second, reacted swiftly, employing a prearranged substitution technique to relocate himself. Bang! Upon Long Ming's kick striking its target, the Umbu member erupted into a cloud of white mist, leaving behind a piece of wood. The sturdy timber shattered as though it were mere tofu, scattering with chips across the ground. Oh, such a swift reaction, Long Ming mused, somewhat surprised. When activating his infinite abilities, his speed rivaled that of the Flying Thunder God technique. To evade him in time required remarkable observational acuity and reflexes. In the next moment, the Umbu member appeared beside Dai, who, seeing his painstakingly prepared strike thwarted, gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn, so close. He glanced at the Umbu member beside him, asking with concern, "Are you injured?" The man shook his head, brushing his fingers across his mask, his voice tinged with gravity. "I'm fine. But his speed is truly astonishing, and his strength is terrifying, as if he possesses a unique ocular technique. Had I not seen him engage with you beforehand, coupled with my Sharingan, I would have absolutely been unable to react." Upon hearing the evaluation from this member of the Umbu, Yamato instinctively inhaled sharply. It was rare for him to witness his cold and calculating senior express such high regard for an individual. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals across from him, Long Ming instantly discerned the identity of this final Umbu member, the copy ninja of Konoha, the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha held Naruto in exceptional esteem, as evidenced by their dispatch of 2 elite jonin, and the one that Itachi had eliminated was likely formidable as well. Such an opulent lineup, within the Uchiha clan, could probably only be matched by Itachi and Fugaku in their capacity to seize Naruto. In a swift motion, Itachi reappeared beside Long Ming, his cold gaze fixed on the 2 individuals across from him. "Captain Tenzo," he stated, "I do not wish to be your enemy. My sole intention is to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha tonight. Having observed the brief skirmish between the two and Long Ming, Itachi promptly recognized his former comrades. After all, they had fought alongside each other numerous times in the Umbu, and Itachi had once served under Kakashi. "We have no desire to oppose you," Kakashi replied calmly, though his demeanor belied a constant readiness. Chakra subtly gathered in anticipation of any threat from Long Ming. "However, we have received orders to protect this child, Naruto. Should you wish to take him, we shall not interfere with your intentions." "I am afraid this is not within my power to decide." Itachi shook his head. "We must take Naruto with us. You cannot stop us." The expression beneath Kakashi's mask darkened. His rage stemming not only from Naruto being the host of the Nine Tails, but also from the fact that Naruto was the sole child of his beloved teacher. One of the few remaining connections he had in this world. Kakashi raised his gaze, his eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. "Itachi, do you Uchiha truly wish to destroy Konoha? If you harm Naruto, no matter the cost, I will kill you." At this juncture, Kakashi remained unaware of the entire situation. The intelligence received by the Umbu indicated that the Uchiha clan was instigating a rebellion. The root organization was on the front lines to thwart this uprising. While the third Hokage led the majority of Umbu members toward the Uchiha clan, leaving Kakashi and his team assigned to protect Naruto. "I have already informed you. My only aim is to prevent the war between Konoha and the Uchiha." "The Uchiha clan has never sought to obliterate Konoha," Itachi interjected, pausing momentarily as he glanced back at Long Ming, recalling the terrifying balance theory he had mentioned. He earnestly addressed Kakashi. "Taking Naruto is a necessary negotiation tactic. I ask for your understanding. As long as you aim to take Naruto, I will do everything in my power to stop you." Kakashi responded in a low voice, refusing to yield. Though he sensed that the conflict had arisen rather abruptly, as an Umbu ninja, he was obligated to fulfill his duty. As the disciple of the fourth Hokage, he was determined to protect his teacher's only child. Kakashi inhaled deeply, his hands swiftly forming seals. Due to the rapidity of his movements, the hand signs left behind fleeting afterimages. Once the seals were completed, Kakashi grasped his right wrist with his left hand. Lightning-infused chakra crackling and leaping within his grasp. The azure glow illuminated Kakashi's mask, casting light upon the enveloping night. "Raikiri." Itachi's expression was notably grave. After all, this was one of Kakashi's signature techniques, which had previously claimed the lives of numerous enemy ninjas on the battlefield. Kakashi spoke in a low voice. "Itachi, I will say this one last time. Leave Naruto behind, or else do not blame me for forgetting our past camaraderie." Itachi remained silent, poised to respond through action when he suddenly felt a hand pulling him backward. "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to linger here," Long Ming remarked with a smirk. "What if you accidentally find yourself evenly matched with him?" Long Ming's words left Itachi perplexed once more, and he did not bother to elaborate. The identity of the Hokage was well known, from the final boss, Kagaya Otsutsuki, to the lower-ranked Jonin, Zabuza Momochi, and extending to the members of the Akatsuki organization. Any one of them could pose a formidable challenge. Although assessing their strengths was difficult, it was undeniable that they were troublesome, and Long Ming had no desire to waste time contending with them. He extended his finger, as an infinite expanse of energy clashed within his grasp, manifesting a crimson singularity imbued with a sense of annihilation. Upon witnessing the red orb in Chunbin's hand, both Kakashi and Itachi felt an instinctual chill run down their spines, every pore on their bodies warning them of the imminent danger. Long Ming smiled, saying, "A parting gift. I hope that when we meet again, we can sit down and have a proper conversation." With that, the red orb in Long Ming's hand erupted in blinding crimson light, and a colossal wave of energy surged forth like a tempest towards Kakashi and his companion. The energy wave obliterated everything in its path, racing toward them in the blink of an eye. Kakashi decisively abandoned the use of Raikiri, channeling chakra as he prepared to summon the Earth-style mud wall, when a robust figure stepped in front of him. "Senpai, quickly, take cover behind me," Yamato bellowed. "Wood-style, wood pillar wall." Yamato concentrated all his chakra, erecting the wooden pillars just as the wave of energy approached. A series of wooden columns shot up from the ground, curving to form a protective archway around Kakashi and himself. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout Konoha. Birds and beasts within the forest fled in panic, darting toward the horizon. Under the overwhelming force, Yamato's wooden pillars were relentlessly torn apart, ultimately succumbing to the blinding light. The explosion persisted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. As the illumination dimmed, the scene before them was one of utter devastation, with swirling black smoke rising from the charred earth. A chasm nearly 4 meters in diameter emerged on the ground, littered with splintered wood and traces of blood. Itachi's heart tightened, but Long Ming promptly reassured him. "Do not be alarmed. They are not so easily defeated. I only utilized 1/5 of my chakra." Upon hearing Long Ming's explanation, Itachi finally relaxed. He held a deep respect for Kakashi and had never entertained the thought of killing him here. The red singularity erupted, and Long Ming intended to name it Infinite Jade. The potency of Infinite Jade was determined by the amount of chakra Long Ming unleashed. The greater the positive and negative infinity he generated with his chakra, the more formidable the power of Infinite Jade became. "Let us return to the Uchiha," Long Ming gestured to Itachi, who cast one last glance at the ruins before joining Long Ming's side. With one hand securing Naruto and the other grasping Itachi, the moment the ocular technique activated, the three vanished from their original location. A few minutes after their departure, beneath several broken logs in the distance, Kakashi emerged, struggling against the debris that weighed him down. At that moment, the mask of the Umbu on his face had cracked, revealing the familiar visage beneath the mask. Yet, Kakashi bore an air of defeat, having failed once more to protect something of great importance. However, he had no time for self-recrimination. He quickly began to sift through the wreckage. Ultimately, he discovered the unconscious Yamato beneath a pile of wood. After checking Yamato's vital signs and confirming his safety, he let out a sigh of relief. Having spent the battle observing Long Ming through his Sharingan and utilizing a lightning cutter, Kakashi's chakra reserves were now nearly depleted. He sat down heavily on the ground, his gaze complex as he looked toward the Uchiha clan's direction, silently praying, "Naruto, please be safe." The elite of the Uchiha clan stood in tense confrontation with the ninjas of Konoha. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, with both sides holding their breath, gripping their weapons tightly. At that moment, if either side made the first move, a bloody conflict would inevitably ensue. After a moment of silence, it was the third Hokage who broke the stillness. "Fugaku, are you truly certain you wish to engage us in combat? You are well aware of the inevitable outcome. I advise your clan to surrender. Should you do so, we will treat the remaining Uchiha with leniency." Fugaku's expression remained impassive. The third's words were mere child's play to him. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha had already ignited, and regardless of the outcome, the higher-ups of Konoha could not possibly spare the Uchiha. There was still a chance if they fought. Surrender would only seal the Uchiha's fate. The third Hokage's suggestion to surrender was merely an attempt to avoid being labeled the villain responsible for the Uchiha's annihilation. He had always been an astute leader. Indeed, no sooner had the third finished speaking than Danzo leapt forward. "Humph, the Uchiha harbor treachery. They cannot be allowed to remain. Today they dare to rebel and covet the position of Hokage. Tomorrow they will conspire with enemy nations to destroy Konoha. They must be eradicated immediately," Danzo declared emphatically. The eyes of those present turned to Danzo, with several clan leaders from Konoha appearing hesitant. The Uchiha had existed within Konoha for many years, contributing significantly during past wars. However, as one of the higher-ups of Konoha, Danzo's authority meant that the clan leaders found it difficult to oppose his stance, resulting in a heavy silence. However, the third Hokage, who had just spoken of persuading the surrender, now resembled a tranquil monk in deep meditation, neither expressing approval nor dissent towards Danzo's assertions. Fugaku let out a deep sigh, having grasped the true intentions of the third. Danzo's face swelled with arrogance as he sneered. "It appears that you all have no objections. Fugaku, leading the Uchiha clan in rebellion is an unforgivable crime. Today, you shall pay the price for your disgraceful betrayal." "Our betrayal?" Danzo's words seemed to strike a nerve within Fugaku. He managed a self-deprecating smile, glaring at the gathered leaf villagers. "It is you who have abandoned the vows made long ago. This village was established to eliminate the divisions between clans. We, the Uchiha, trusted the words of the first Hokage and have actively integrated into the village for so many years. Yet what have we received in return? Suspicion, deceit, and murder. During the Nine Tails incident, I led my kin to intervene, only to be barred from approaching the beast. After the war, we have faced relentless mistrust, being relocated to the outskirts. And what of Shursui? Danzo, do you truly believe I am unaware of how he met his demise?" Fugaku's voice grew louder. echoing his pent-up frustrations from years of suppression. For the sake of his clan, he had endured time and again, yielding for the peace of Konoha until he could yield no more. Humph, this war of words is utterly pointless. Today, I shall eradicate your clan and annihilate the Uchiha once and for all. Attack! A chilling glint appeared in Danzo's eyes as he spoke, dramatically sweeping his sleeves. The war between Konoha and the Uchiha officially commenced. Danzo's declaration reverberated across the battlefield, prompting the Leaf Ninjas to launch themselves towards the Uchiha with unwavering resolve. Several clan leaders sprang into action, unleashing powerful jutsu that illuminated the night sky. The Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds roared forth, their massive forms capable of devouring adult ninjas with ease, wreaking havoc in their wake, and collaborating with their masters to form colossal tornadoes to assault the enemy. The oil-rich Nara clan unleashed an almost endless swarm of parasitic insects, emitting a terrifying drone as they surged toward the Uchiha clan with overwhelming momentum. The Hyuga clan displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly overpowering ordinary Uchiha ninjas with their astonishing taijutsu. As the two sides clashed, the Uchiha quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The third Hokage and other elite forces of Konoha firmly restrained Fugaku, the highest combatant among the Uchiha. Witnessing his clan being slaughtered, a tempest of fury ignited within Fugaku, who unleashed a piercing roar to the heavens. Damn it! In that moment, Fugaku's chakra surged to its zenith, and the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan unveiled itself for the first time in public view. Upon seeing this, Danzo's murderous intent intensified, his voice dripping with malice. Ah, Fugaku, you have indeed plotted this from the start, claiming trust while concealing your Sharingan. Alas, this shall be the first and last time you showcase its might. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Danzo formed hand seals, gathering wind-style chakra in his mouth. The vacuum wave of wind release surged forth as Danzo unleashed his lethal attack, spewing forth several scythe-like gusts that shot directly toward Fugaku. Before I perish, I shall take you down with me. Fugaku's voice resonated with fury, for the animosity directed at the Uchiha clan largely stemmed from Danzo, prompting Fugaku to strike first. His right eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan, suddenly became veined with crimson, blood trickling forth. Amaterasu. Fugaku aimed his Mangekyō at the airborne vacuum wave, and in an instant, this advanced wind technique was consumed by the eerie black flames. Danzo's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "What kind of fire is this? It can incinerate my vacuum wave." The third Hokage, witnessing the devastating power of the black flames, was equally taken aback. Like Itachi, Fugaku's right eye bore the title of the most potent physical attack, Amaterasu, the pinnacle of fire release techniques. It would not vanish until its target was wholly consumed, and as it originated from the focal point of the Mangekyō Sharingan, it was deemed an unavoidable attack by Sasuke. As the black flames devoured the vacuum wave, they then shifted toward Danzo in pursuit. Danzo's body trembled, his face revealing horror, and in a hurried attempt, he raised his left hand to shield himself. In the next moment, his arm was engulfed by the black flames. Ah! Danzo let out a pained roar as the intense heat and destructive force of Amaterasu mercilessly seared his skin and blood. Several members of the Root organization rushed to assist their leader, some attempting to extinguish the black flames with water release techniques. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water jug technique. The Root members showcased their unique abilities, as torrents of water repeatedly cascaded over Danzo's left arm. Yet Amaterasu was impervious to water release techniques. As long as the target remained unconsumed, it would never extinguish, even beneath the sea. Damn it! Why won't he go out? Danzo's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately struck at his left arm, but his efforts proved futile. As the black flames continued to expand, Danzo contemplated activating his Anaji with his right eye. However, he swiftly extinguished that thought. No, I cannot waste that eye, not like this. Resolutely, Danzo made a drastic decision. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed his kunai and aimed it at his own left arm. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth, instantly evaporating upon contact with the black flames. Danzo's severed arm fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it was consumed by the inferno. After severing his arm, Danzo's complexion paled, nearly causing him to falter, but members of the Root organization rushed to support him. A medical ninja from Konoha approached, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding from Danzo's left arm. What a terrifying fire release technique. observing Fugaku's prowess that forced Danzo to resort to self-mutilation. The other Konoha ninjas wore expressions of profound trepidation. What exactly are these black flames? Does Fugaku possess such hidden power? Go assist the third Hokage. Find an opportunity to eliminate Fugaku while we deal with the remaining Uchiha clan members. Whispers of strategy rippled across the battlefield as the ninjas of Konoha became increasingly frenzied, unleashing a relentless barrage of techniques upon the Uchiha clan. As the third Hokage, he was exceptionally cautious at this moment. He bit his finger and swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning his summoned beast, accompanied by a great cloud of white mist. An elderly monkey dressed in a traveler-esque robe, with a head full of silver fur, appeared on the battlefield. This was the third's most powerful summoned beast, possessing an indestructible body, capable of transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang. Rijan, what is happening? Who is the enemy? The Monkey King, Enma, inquired with an exceptionally ancient voice, laced with a hint of confusion. After all, he had followed the third for many years and was familiar with the people of Konoha. He couldn't comprehend why his own comrades were fighting amongst themselves. My apologies, old friend, I will explain later. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. The third replied in a deep voice, offering no further explanation. Trusting Rijan implicitly, Enma immediately transformed into a completely black staff, with thick golden ends. The third Hokage grasped the Rui Jingu Bang, the large staff contrasting sharply with his slender frame. Rui Jingu Bang, extend. The third commanded in a commanding tone, and the staff instantly elongated, thrusting directly toward Fugaku. This move had previously been used to force the enraged Nine-Tails out of the village, showcasing considerable power and speed akin to lightning. Boom. Fugaku had no time to evade. In a moment of panic, he could only brace himself with both hands against the Rui Jingu Bang. The tremendous force propelled him several dozen meters away, crashing through the walls of the Uchiha clan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Once the Rui Jingu Bang struck, it retracted, but just as Fugaku was about to counterattack, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw dark shadows connecting to his body. The Nara clan's secret technique, the shadow imitation technique. In this nearly pitch-black night, the Nara family was indeed the most formidable presence, their technique capable of extending several meters. A sense of despair washed over Fugaku. Being controlled in such a manner meant almost certain death. With a low growl, his face contorted as veins bulged, he unleashed his chakra to its utmost limits, causing the surrounding shadows to tremble violently. Hidden in the shadows, Nara Shikaku trembled with urgency, shouting, "Hurry, I can barely maintain control over him." As his words echoed, the third Hokage and Danzo, who had lost an arm, simultaneously appeared in midair. Danzo's expression was filled with deep malice as he raised his remaining right hand, kunai infused with wind chakra, aiming it at Fugaku. "I'm sorry, Fugaku, but for the sake of the village, I must do this." The third Hokage's once dull and murky eyes suddenly ignited with remarkable killing intent as he swung the staff down towards Fugaku's head. This strike was delivered without any mercy, the air itself resonating with a thunderous roar. "Clan leader, you Konoha scoundrels, get away from him. Someone, help the clan leader. Quickly." The surrounding Uchiha clan members cried out in desperation, rushing frantically towards Fugaku. Yet, it was too late. A deep sigh resonated within Fugaku's heart. He could no longer escape the binding restraints. The disparity in strength ultimately proves insurmountable. How could the Uchiha contend against the united might of the 8 great clans? One can only hope that Itachi, that child, can flee with Sasuke, far from the turmoil of Konoha, and live a good life. You will forever remain my pride. In his heart, Fugaku silently prayed for his son, then gradually closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Just as the Kanei rod was about to shatter Fugaku's skull, 2 figures suddenly interposed themselves between the third Hokage, Danzo, and Fugaku. Upon their arrival, one of them displayed an expression of intense fury, coldly uttering, "Who do you think you are to seek the annihilation of the Uchiha? Begone." He extended his arm, delivering a fierce strike toward the third Hokage and Danzo. A surge of black chakra rapidly coalesced around him, enveloping his form and manifesting into a colossal skeleton composed of this ominous energy. Upon its emergence, the skeleton mimicked the actions of Ryumi, raising its arm to deliver a devastating blow to the third Hokage and Danzo. An indescribable force radiated from the skeletal hand, The third Hokage was taken aback. The moment his Kekkei rod made contact, he felt an overwhelming recoil, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Fortunately, the indestructible nature of the Kekkei rod absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, he would have sustained significant injury. Nevertheless, the third Hokage was forced to roll back several steps, only stabilizing himself by bracing the rod against the ground. Danzo, however, was not so fortunate. His weapon was merely a common kunai, leaving him no time to react. The kunai shattered instantly, and he bore the full brunt of the colossal skeleton's fist, spewing blood as he was violently driven into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spectators were left in stunned silence, while the Uchiha clan members who rushed to assist stood frozen in disbelief. The heads of several prominent clans gaped in shock. The individuals struck down were not mere nobodies. One was the illustrious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other was the leader of Root, Shimura Danzō. The mere stomp of either of these powerful figures could shake all of Konoha, yet now someone had the audacity to repel them with a single blow. Who possessed such formidable power? As all eyes converged on Ryumi, they were astonished to discover that the one responsible for the attack was merely a half-grown child. Who on earth was this individual? When had such a formidable warrior emerged from within the Uchiha clan? Bloodied and battered, Danzo struggled to climb out of the pit. Rage coursed through him, wishing nothing more than to obliterate the child who had intervened. Were it not for Ryumi, Fugaku would have perished at his hands, plunging the entire Uchiha clan into chaos. Yet when Danzo turned his gaze toward Ryumi, his fury shifted to horror, involuntarily exclaiming, "Is this the legendary Susanoo?" An astonished hush fell over the crowd, and the third Hokage's expression darkened, for with his knowledge, he had certainly heard of this devastating technique. Susanoo, the third power that can only be unlocked with the activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, is revered as the divine force. Its essence manifests as a corporeal chakra, which forms a humanoid figure that envelopes the user, rendering most attacks ineffective. Throughout the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan, only a scant few have been able to awaken Susanoo. The third Hokage never anticipated the emergence of a ninja within the Uchiha clan capable of wielding this formidable ability. Given the variance in the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's powers, the appearance and techniques of Susanoo differ among its users. Ryumi's Susanoo is manifested in a dark hue, currently displaying merely its initial form. It takes on a skeletal visage, completely cloaked in chakra, serving multiple purposes such as offense, defense, protection, and control. What is Susanoo to us? Merely a brash youth. Let us unite and shatter him to pieces. Danzo suppressed his astonishment, eager to utter some harsh words to intimidate Ryumi before him. Yet, before Danzo could complete his statement, he was met with Ryumi's chilling scoff of furious amusement. "You speak boldly, Danzo. Why not test the might of my Susanoo?" An invisible wave of energy surged around Ryumi as torrents of black chakra burst forth from his being, enveloping his form in a skeletal structure adorned with veins and flesh, encased in a robe-like chakra. This was the second form of Susanoo, equipped with specialized weapons and jutsu, such as the Yata mirror and bows. Ryumi wielded a colossal double-edged sword. "Itachi, keep an eye on the clan leader. I shall return after dealing with Danzo." Ryumi commanded coldly, his heart ablaze with rage as he surveyed the corpses of his clansmen, thirsting for vengeance. The six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate slightly. Infinite activation. In an instant, both Ryumi and his Susanoo vanished from sight. Suddenly, a wave of unprecedented dread surged through Danzo, electrifying his senses. In the blink of an eye, Ryumi materialized before him. The immense presence of Susanoo evoked an overwhelming sense of impending annihilation. As Ryumi commanded Susanoo, he gripped the double-edged sword tightly and swung it down toward Danzo. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light, infusing all his murderous intent into that one strike. His kin shall never suffer harm from outsiders. Konoha is nothing but trifling. No. Danzo's anguished scream rent the air, abruptly silenced as a cacophony of destruction ensued. Boom. The colossal blade of energy cleaved through the air for dozens of meters, stirring up clouds of dust. The earth was carved into a gaping chasm spanning nearly 30 meters under the might of the sword strike. Danzo, caught directly in its path, was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. In the once clamorous battlefield, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, all present rendered speechless by the monumental blow, unable to regain their composure. It was only when Danzo's body began to shimmer and dissolve that a new incarnation of him emerged, jolting everyone back to reality. What is happening? Has Lord Danzo not perished? Members of the Root organization were momentarily struck with disbelief, while the majority of ninjas wore expressions of confusion. Could it be that we have fallen under a genjutsu? Impossible. Our chakra remains undisturbed. This cannot be an illusion. Then what is the meaning of this? How has Lord Danzo returned from the dead? What manner of ninjutsu is this? The ninjas of Konoha engaged in fervent discussions, yet none could fathom the means by which Danzo achieved this. Only a select few, including Ryumi, understood the events surrounding Danzo. Danzo wielded the powers derived from both the Senju and Uchiha clans, enabling him to employ the technique created by the Sage of Six Paths. The ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan is Anaji. In a fleeting moment, it can transform all adverse conditions faced by the caster, including death, into a mere dream. Moreover, it can convert all advantageous factors of the attacker into reality, granting the wielder complete dominion over the boundary between reality and dreams. It is the ultimate illusion cast upon oneself. However, the price to pay is the eternal loss of light. Upon his resurrection, Danzo did not hesitate. He turned and retreated. Beneath the bindings, Shirsue's right eye began to close slowly. Danzo felt a profound ache in his heart. He had refrained from using Shirsue's eye to unleash his Anaji, even after his arm had been scorched by Amaterasu. Now, however, he had been forced to utilize it by Ryumi's blade. Cursed Uchiha brat, you have made me squander Shirsue's eye, such a precious power wasted on his Anaji. Just wait. I shall pluck out your Sharingan to compensate for my loss. Danzo snarled with a sinister expression. Yet, while he retreated swiftly, Ryumi pursued even faster. He had anticipated Danzo's use of his Anaji and was well prepared. Before Danzo could distance himself significantly, Ryumi reappeared behind him. You have no chance left. Die. Ryumi bellowed the final word as his massive dual-bladed sword lunged toward Danzo. Danzo turned to see it coming and was instantly gripped by terror, his inherent cowardice reigniting his fear of death. No, I cannot die here. I have yet to become Hokage. I must survive. Konoha cannot endure without me. Someone, save me. Danzo screamed frantically, his once sinister visage now entirely consumed by fear. He fled in a disheveled manner, watching helplessly as the blade drew ever closer. The dread of death made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He could not overcome his fear of sacrifice and mortality. Just as he had failed the test posed by the second Hokage, proving himself unworthy of the title. Just as despair threatened to engulf him completely, a distant, aged voice reached his ears. Danzo, hold on. Startled, Danzo looked up to see the third Hokage rushing toward him. Unlike Danzo, the third's gaze bore no trace of fear, only an overwhelming spirit of battle. His expression was profoundly complex, filled not only with the fear of death, but also an inexplicable sense of reluctance and shame. Once again, he had succumbed to Hisashi, Diamond Prison. With a commanding shout, the third generation hurled the indestructible Vajra staff forward. The staff split into dozens of replicas, forming a square cage that enveloped Danzo. At that moment, Long Ming's Susanoo descended with a lethal strike. The moment of contact unleashed an invisible shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings, prompting many ninjas to instinctively cover their ears. Yet the cochlea still throbbed with pain. The closest, Danzo, found blood erupting from his ears as the cacophony echoed relentlessly around him. The terrifying might of Susanoo fully poured into the Vajra staff, driving the entire square prison deep into the ground. Countless fissures radiated from beneath the cage like the intricate patterns of a tortoise shell, and even the supposedly indestructible staff bore a deep gash from the strike. Fortunately, within the protective embrace of the Vajra cage, Danzo emerged unscathed, suffering only a brief bout of deafness. As Susanoo withdrew its dual blades, the weakened ape demon was forced to abandon its form, staggering and coughing up blood, revealing a massive wound that extended from its shoulder to its chest, exposing the stark white of its bones. In the depths of the ape demon king's eyes lay profound trepidation as he clutched Danzo's body and leaped swiftly backward. However, this time, Long Ming refrained from pursuit, calmly observing Danzo's direction. This realization filled Danzo with elation. He thought, he isn't chasing me. Splendid. If I can return safely to Hisashi, I will be unharmed. Though this young man was formidable, he was ultimately alone. Allied with other elite jonin, Danzo believed his demise was assured. A smile of survival spread across Danzo's face as he began to concoct a plan for his escape, blissfully unaware of the looming danger beside him. With a swift motion, Long Ming extended his hand towards Danzo and coldly commanded, "Infinite Jewel, explode." As the words left his lips, a burst of crimson light erupted from Danzo's severed left arm. His smile faltered, terror gripping him as he glanced at the source of the ominous glow. There, a red orb pulsated with terrifying energy, Long Ming's infinite jewel. In the brief moment of their clash, Long Ming had condensed it and placed it on Danzo's severed arm. At such close range, the explosion's power was unimaginable. From the outset, Long Ming had no intention of sparing Danzo, the Konoha elite, who bore animosity towards the Uchiha, were targets he felt compelled to eradicate, with Danzo at the forefront. With a thunderous explosion that shook the very earth, Danzo's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His body swallowed by the crimson blaze. The energy generated by the blast struck him with unrelenting force. Without a struggle or a scream, Danzo was obliterated in the explosion, leaving no trace of even ash behind. The ape demon king, instinctively tapping into his primal nature, chose to terminate the summoning technique at the moment of the explosion, retreating to his sanctum just in time to evade disaster. After an indeterminate time, the explosion gradually subsided, revealing a massive crater at the entrance of the Uchiha estate. In the stillness surrounding the four-sided ninjas, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during what was anticipated to be a crushing battle. The demise of a senior elder from Konoha, notably the ruler of the root, shocked all present. Who could remain unfazed? The third Hokage wore a grave expression, bereft of time to mourn Danzo's passing. He was compelled to address the immediate crisis. With the arrival of Itachi and Ryumi, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. Although Konoha still had a chance at victory, the cost would undoubtedly be exorbitant. In that moment, the third Hokage contemplated persuading Itachi to reconsider. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Ryumi spoke imperiously. "Third Hokage, your inability to discern right from wrong has permitted Konoha's ninjas to act against the Uchiha. Today, you must provide us with an explanation." The third Hokage's gaze darkened as he coldly responded, "You have slain a high-ranking elder of Konoha. It is you who must offer an explanation." Before he could finish, his words faltered, and his expression turned to one of shock as Ryumi's right hand revealed Naruto, who had been pulled from behind him. Now unconscious and unaware of the turmoil surrounding him, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto. Gasps of alarm erupted from Konoha's side, many drenched in cold sweat upon seeing Naruto. The third Hokage's countenance soured. He had entrusted Kakashi and others to guard Naruto, yet the Uchiha had still managed to seize him. Cradling the unconscious Naruto, Ryumi remarked coolly, "You would do well to choose your words carefully, or I cannot guarantee that I won't inadvertently unleash the Nine-Tailed Seal." This revelation sent Konoha into utter disarray. Narashikaku, renowned for his wisdom, swiftly approached the third Hokage, unable to restrain himself. "Third Hokage, we must not allow the Nine-Tails to be released." However, amidst the rational voices like Shikaku's, there were plenty of radicals. They clamored, "Lord Hokage, why should we fear the Nine-Tails? Konoha possesses numerous elite ninjas capable of annihilating both the Nine-Tails and the Uchiha." "Silence, fools," retorted another. "The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine-Tails. Do you think you could rival him? Then shall we just let this go?" Lord Danzo fell to that little brat. "Pipe down, or you'll find that the death toll will exceed more than just a few. A mere whisper from you could lead to catastrophe." The ninjas of Konoha were split into two factions, embroiled in heated arguments. "Enough." The third Hokage's voice boomed, silencing the chaotic brawl. He addressed the gathered ninjas, stating slowly, "My principles do not permit me to sacrifice too many lives. Let us cease this matter and pursue peace with the Uchiha." As he uttered these words, a sense of frustration enveloped him, yet he recognized the gravity of the situation. If the Nine-Tails were to be unleashed, all would be lost. However, events did not unfold as the third Hokage had hoped. Ryumi scoffed, "Who says we are done here? I stated that Konoha must provide the Uchiha with an explanation today. As I count to 3, should you remain silent, I shall unleash the Nine-Tails and obliterate Konoha, leaving not a trace." The third Hokage trembled. He had not anticipated that Ryumi could be so domineering. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this matter calmly. We can draft an agreement wherein Konoha shall cease hostilities against the Uchiha and even provide some economic compensation, provided you return Naruto. Huh. It seems you remain oblivious to the situation, Ryumi scoffed, seizing Naruto as the six-pointed star within his eyes began to rotate slowly. 1. Ryumi uttered deliberately. You Uchiha have suffered significant losses. Konoha has not emerged unscathed either. Moreover, we lost a Hokage's aide. Is that not sufficient? What further explanation do you seek? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, feigning bravado in his response. 2. Ryumi paid no heed, merely voicing the second number. Do not push your luck. Should I release the nine tails, Konoha may be destroyed, but the Uchiha shall not survive unscathed. In such a case, all shall perish, the third Hokage threatened. His face darkened with fury. 3. Ryumi proclaimed, his murderous intent palpable. The Book of Seals. The third Hokage could no longer bear the pressure. He could not wager the lives of Konoha and all its citizens. I shall take charge, in addition to economic compensation. I will grant you the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. Surely this concession will suffice? Upon hearing this, many ninjas, familiar with the renowned Book of Seals, were taken aback, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Within it lay various immensely powerful forbidden techniques, any one of which would be coveted by all nations. Ryumi's gaze flickered. This condition was indeed favorable. If he pressed Konoha too hard, a destructive outcome was not what he desired. After a brief pause, he set Naruto down and stated to the third Hokage, furthermore, the Uchiha demand to be relocated to the heart of Konoha. The third Hokage, drenched in cold sweat, felt a sense of relief as Ryumi abandoned the idea of unleashing the Nine Tails. He responded, that can also be arranged. We will make the necessary arrangements. Ryumi grunted in acknowledgement, then grasped Naruto and began to descend. The third Hokage, in a sudden panic, exclaimed, wait. You have yet to return Naruto to us. When did I ever agree to return Naruto to you? Ryumi sneered, adding, that was merely your wishful thinking. Naruto will reside with the Uchiha from now on. Should you wish to see him, you may visit him at your convenience. At this, the third Hokage's expression shifted. If the Nine Tails were to be held by the Uchiha, Konoha would find itself in a precarious position. At such a juncture, Ryumi had no intention of returning Naruto, for the Uchiha lacked the strength to protect themselves. Naruto was the Uchiha clan's talisman. Only with him would Konoha refrain from recklessness. A bystander, unwilling to accept this outcome, spoke up, Third Hokage, is this how it ends? Are we simply to relinquish the Nine Tails without a fight? The third Hokage remained silent for a moment before responding. This matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot afford to continue this conflict, or else Konoha's foundation will be completely depleted. The sudden emergence of this young prodigy remains shrouded in mystery. Never before had anyone heard of such talent arising from the Uchiha clan. Had it not been for his capture of the Nine Tails, our plans would surely have succeeded today. See that a member of the root organization through gritted teeth. The identity of Long Ming is a matter of grave concern for the third Hokage, although he remains inscrutable, concealing his thoughts with great subtlety. As they continued to ponder, a voice resonated from afar. Are you not leaving? Do you expect me to invite you? The faces of the Konoha members froze, and the third Hokage sighed. Everyone, please return with your clans. Let today's events be as though they never occurred, and refrain from spreading word of this matter. Should other nations become aware of the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha, it could provoke catastrophic consequences. The clan leaders, wise in their judgments, nodded in silence and gradually led their kin away from the Uchiha territory. Thus, the massacre was concluded with Konoha's concession. The surviving Uchiha members were overwhelmed with emotion. Long Ming's appearance not only rescued them, but also instilled hope. Following Shirsue's death, the strongest of the younger generation had resurfaced. Hail! Long live the Uchiha clan! They rejoiced, grateful to that child, who seemed to possess strength rivaling that of a shadow. Incredible! He could scarcely be 10 years old, and his talent surpassed even Shirsue's. Let us go and see him. The remaining Uchiha gathered around Long Ming, their gazes filled with fervor. With a single stroke, he had turned the tide of battle, vanquished Danzo, and threatened the third Hokage. Each of these feats ignited a fire of passion within them. Even Fugaku regarded Long Ming with admiration and gratitude, thankful for the child's role in altering the fate of the Uchiha clan. Without Long Ming's intervention, the Uchiha might have faced utter ruin. Child, what is your name? Fugaku inquired gently. The others leaned in, eager to learn the name of the savior of the Uchiha clan. Long Ming, Uchiha Long Ming, he replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively repeated the name in their hearts, as if to engrave it within their souls. Before long, this name would find its way to the desk of the third Hokage and swiftly gain renown throughout Konoha, albeit perhaps as a name of infamy. Long Ming, I must express my gratitude, not only for the clan but also regarding Itachi. I witnessed your conversation. You truly have borne a heavy burden, Fugaku reflected, bowing deeply before Long Ming. This bow was not merely from the clan leader, but also as a father. Long Ming promptly assisted Fugaku to his feet, smiling as he said, "Your words are too kind. I am but a member of the Uchiha clan. Please rise." Fugaku, eschewing pretenses, rose and cast a glance over the ravaged battlefield, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he instructed the nearby Uchiha clansmen, "Commence the cleanup of the battlefield immediately, bury our fallen kin, and ensure the collection of the Sharingan." For a clan like the Uchiha, known for its bloodline limit, the post-battle cleanup is of utmost importance. The bodies of ninjas invariably harbor numerous secrets to other nations. The remains of the Uchiha clan are akin to treasures, ripe for extensive research. Following the successful timeline of the night of the Uchiha Massacre, Danzo and Obito amassed a considerable number of Sharingan. The 10 Sharingan embedded in Danzo's right arm were acquired from the corpses of Uchiha members after that fateful night. Prior to the massacre, Danzo possessed only a single Mangekyō Sharingan from Shursui, which is why he could utilize Izanagi but once. Long Ming did not participate in the cleanup efforts. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, he escorted Naruto back to his home. Although he had employed the power of the Eternal Mangekyō several times, which did not burden his body or eyes, the consumption of chakra was undeniably significant, and the continuous battles had depleted his chakra reserves. Thus, had the third Hokage been a tad more assertive earlier, Long Ming would have found himself in a precarious predicament. Regrettably, the third prioritized the village above all, even more than his own life. He inherited the will of fire from the first Hokage, and it was precisely this trait that allowed Long Ming to boldly make his demands. Bang! "Oh, I'm home." Long Ming kicked open the door to his house. Due to Long Ming's earlier admonition, Izumi refrained from visiting the Konoha police department and stayed obediently at home. Though she was tempted to venture outside upon hearing the commotion, she ultimately resisted the urge. "Where have you been tonight?" The noise outside was deafening. "Do you wish to worry your sister to death?" Upon entering, Long Ming was greeted by a fragrant breeze, and the next moment, Izumi embraced him tightly, her voice tinged with anxiety and reproach. Feeling Izumi's genuine concern, Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm fine. I just dealt with an old dog and prevented a cataclysmic war in the process." Uffed. Izumi couldn't help but laugh, her worries dissipating somewhat. She playfully flicked Long Ming's forehead. "There you go again with your nonsense. You never take anything seriously. Look at how dirty you are. Go wash up." Izumi extended her hand to brush off the dust from Long Ming's clothes, and, noticing Naruto on his back, exclaimed in surprise, "This child, isn't he the orphan from the village? Why have you brought him home?" "He guess." Long Ming winked. "I guess you're just being silly." "It can't possibly be that you kidnapped him," Izumi retorted playfully. You actually guessed right." Long Ming chuckled awkwardly, then pulled Naruto along, saying, "Sister, Naruto and I are going to take a bath. You mustn't peek." Izumi, amused, promptly shoved Long Ming into the bathroom. "Stop being so vain. I've seen all your little secrets when we were kids. Hurry up and wash. I'll prepare dinner for you both." Long Ming grinned, darting into the bathroom and shutting the door with a thud. He swiftly shed his own garments and stripped Naruto of his clothes as well, casting him into the bath after dispelling the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Due to a momentary delay, Naruto took a while to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and noted his own lack of attire. You've finally awakened. I thought you would rouse much sooner." "I didn't expect it to take you so long," came the languid voice of Long Ming from nearby. At that moment, Naruto, still unable to control the nine tails, found himself vulnerable to illusions, unable to withstand even the simplest of Jinjutsu. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the similarly half-clad Long Ming, and after a brief pause, he let out a piercing scream. "Wow!" Naruto, akin to a flustered maiden, shouted so loudly that half of the Uchiha clan could hear him. "What did you do to me while I was asleep? Woe is me, I am no longer pure." Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he cast a mournful look at Long Ming. "Oh, be quiet. What are you shouting about? We're both men." You haven't suffered any loss, Long Ming retorted, tossing a towel that landed squarely on Naruto's head. Taken aback, Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing there was some truth in Long Ming's words, and promptly ceased his outcry. By the way, where exactly is this? Did you bring me here, Long Ming? Naruto inquired. Glancing around in confusion, Long Ming reclined comfortably in the bathtub and calmly explained, "This is my home. Of course, I brought you here. Don't you remember how you arrived?" Naruto furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand in a contemplative pose. Suddenly, his hands clapped together as he exclaimed, "I remember now. You said you would take me to save someone, and then you looked at me, and I passed out. Why are we bathing now? Your eyes look different from before." "Hee, it's about the same as you said, but we have succeeded. Thanks to you, many casualties were avoided." Long Ming replied with a smile. "Huh." Naruto's expression shifted to one of profound disappointment as he crossed his arms. "Why didn't you wake me? This was my best chance to gain everyone's recognition." Long Ming cleared his throat, well aware that even if Naruto had been awake, he likely wouldn't have garnered the approval he sought. "Naruto, haven't I already told you not to hold any expectations for those ungrateful souls? From now on, live with me in the Uchiha clan. You will find happiness alongside your good friend." Upon hearing this, Naruto's countenance darkened, for he understood precisely whom Long Ming referred to. Ever since entering the ninja academy, Long Ming had often attempted to set him up with Sasuke. Were it not for Long Ming's fascination with his seduction techniques, Naruto would have suspected him of harboring peculiar interests. Initially taking Long Ming's invitation to reside with the Uchiha as a mere jest, Naruto now sensed the seriousness in his tone. "Well, actually, living in my own home is quite pleasant. If I were to suddenly move into yours, it would cause you considerable trouble," Naruto said, his bright blue eyes dimming once more. He feared that his identity as the Nine-Tails would bring unwanted attention and gossip upon Long Ming. Having consumed expired milk and spoiled bread, is this what one calls living well? Long Ming chuckled coldly. He then turned to Naruto, speaking earnestly. "Naruto, you need not bear any burdens. From now on, settle down with peace of mind. I will take good care of you." A warmth enveloped Naruto's heart, and he felt a sharp pang in his nose, raising his hand to wipe away the tears that were about to fall. "You, Long Ming, are just about my age. Why do you always put on the airs of an adult?" Long Ming tousled Naruto's golden hair and playfully chided. "What do you mean by putting on airs? I am indeed older than you. Hurry up and call me big brother." Naruto, breaking into a smile, swatted Long Ming's hand away, saying, "What benefits are there in calling you big brother?" Long Ming chuckled and, with an air of mystery, replied, "What if I told you I can help you control the beast within you?" Naruto's body stiffened, his expression shifting from surprise to unrestrained joy as he grasped Long Ming's hand, exclaiming, "Really? You can help me control it?" Though young and naive, Naruto had gleaned from the villager's words and the occasional visions of a nine-tailed fox in his dreams that a fearsome monster resided within him. Long Ming pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Yes, but this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The key lies within you." "Within me?" Naruto pointed to himself, his face a mask of confusion. Long Ming nodded, explaining that to enable Naruto to harness the power of the Nine-Tails, they needed to resolve their mutual animosity. The first step was to win over the Nine-Tails, dispelling its hatred and fostering understanding between them. Only when the Nine-Tails willingly lent its power could Naruto become the perfect Jinchuriki, while Long Ming could enter Naruto's mindscape to help suppress the Nine-Tails. The ultimate success would depend on Naruto himself. After all, the Nine-Tails harbored deep-seated hatred toward humans. However, if they succeeded, the rewards would be immense. Naruto's current strength was insufficient for self-preservation. Without him, he could be easily abducted by the Umbu and subsequently brainwashed by the higher-ups, rendering all efforts futile. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's combat capabilities were dwindling, and Long Ming needed Naruto to mature quickly to assist him. Long Ming patted Naruto's shoulder and said, "Controlling the beast within you is no simple task. You must dispel its hatred and foster mutual understanding. Before that, you need to gain some insight into it, including its name, identity, and the reasons for its presence within you. But I must caution you, Naruto. The truth behind this matter can be profoundly painful and difficult to accept. Are you truly prepared to learn everything?" Naruto shivered, sensing that the revelations ahead would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Yet, his desire for knowledge was insatiable, even if the truth was harsh. He did not wish to remain in ignorance. I want to know. Please, tell me, Long Ming. Naruto's gaze gradually grew resolute as he braced himself to confront the entirety of the truth. Long Ming nodded, exhaling deeply, and pondered aloud. Where shall I begin? His eyes flickered with reminiscence before he continued. The creature within you, the nine-tailed fox, is known as Kurama. It is a life form materialized from an enormous chakra, possessing tremendous destructive power and chakra itself. There are a total of 9 such beings, referred to as tailed beasts, their strength determined by the number of tails they possess. Due to their overwhelming might, they have attracted the covetous eyes of humanity, leading to their enslavement and control for use in warfare. Over time, the tailed beasts have grown increasingly resentful towards humans. They are not mere cattle. Controlling them is nearly impossible. Thus, people devised another method, to use human bodies as cages, sealing the tailed beasts within them for control. Long Ming's words utterly shattered Naruto's understanding, causing him to feel as though the world was spinning. And he collapsed into the bath. He murmured, "So, I am merely a vessel to seal Kurama?" The spark in Naruto's eyes dimmed, his sorrow surpassing the pain of being ostracized by the villagers. Why me? Why was I chosen to be the host for Kurama? His heart incessantly repeated these questions as tears streamed down his cheeks into the water. No, you are a hero. Just as Naruto was engulfed in despair, Long Ming's voice pulled him back to reality. You say I am a hero? Naruto, with reddened eyes, gazed at Long Ming in astonishment. Long Ming looked at him earnestly and stated emphatically, not just you, but your parents as well. They are the heroes who saved Konoha. My parents? Naruto whispered, the word feeling foreign on his tongue, a term he was unaccustomed to, having no recollection of his parents since he could remember. He didn't even know their identities. Yet today, Long Ming had suddenly declared that his parents were heroes. Swallowing hard, Naruto, both fearful and anxious, inquired, Then who are my parents? You actually see them every day? Long Ming smiled faintly, gazing in the direction of Hokage Rock. Your father is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, famously known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Huh. Naruto's expression and thoughts froze momentarily before he nearly leapt through the ceiling in excitement, completely shedding his previous despondency. You're not joking, right? My father is the 4th Hokage. Is this true? And what about my mother? Who is she? Naruto, in his exhilaration, did not forget to inquire about his mother. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki, a stunning beauty, and she was exceptionally gentle and virtuous. Your father was captivated by these very qualities. Long Ming recalled Kushina's fiery nature, feeling a bit embarrassed. Perhaps the 4th had a penchant for such traits. Naruto likely inherited this affinity, which explained his fondness for the spirited Sakura. As Naruto listened to Long Ming extol the virtues of his mother, a warm sense of pride enveloped him. However, he soon realized something and hastily inquired, Long Ming, you just mentioned that my parents and I are the heroes who saved the village. How exactly did that come to be? Although Naruto did not voice the rest of his thoughts, Long Ming understood his implication and, suppressing his smile, continued to elucidate. To comprehend this, we must revisit the tumultuous events surrounding the Nine Tails rampage at the time of your birth. Your mother was, in fact, the previous host of the Nine Tails. During your delivery, weakened from her ordeal, she fell prey to a certain individual who seized the opportunity to unleash the Nine Tails from its seal, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. It was then that your father courageously intervened, saving the village, vanquishing the formidable foe, and ultimately sacrificing his life to seal the Nine Tails within you, thereby safeguarding the village. Unlike other villages that treat their hosts as mere vessels, your father devised an intricate sealing technique, intending to retain the Nine Tails' power as your ally. After sealing the beast, both your parents expended their final reserves of strength, passing away together. Although it appeared that Naruto's parents perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, even had the beast refrained from striking, their fates would have remained unchanged. One was forcibly separated from the tailed beast, while the other executed the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal. Without the Nine Tails' final blow, their demise was inevitable. Upon absorbing Long Ming's explanation, Naruto was inundated with a torrent of emotions. He found himself torn between anger towards his father for sealing the Nine Tails within him and pride in knowing that his father was the 4th Hokage. His expression was a complex tapestry of feelings as he instinctively touched his abdomen, where the seal resided. Long Ming scoffed, stating, Had you and your parents not sacrificed themselves to seal the Nine Tails, the population of Konoha would have likely been halved. Yet, how are they treating you? Reflect on it carefully. Is there any error in my assertion that they are ungrateful? Naruto offered a wry smile, scratching his head as he sighed. Actually, Grandpa Third, Iruka-sensei, and Uncle Ichiraku are all wonderful people, and they don't behave as you suggest. Oh, what of the others? If you were to shout in the streets of Konoha, 9 out of 10 would brand you as the demon fox. Is that not the very definition of ingratitude? Long Ming retorted dismissively. Naruto bit his lip, refraining from retorting, for he knew Long Ming spoke the truth. Deep within, the young ninja felt a flicker of resentment over the injustices he had endured. Despite his father being the 4th Hokage who perished heroically to protect the village, and despite his own role as the host who sealed the demon fox, he received not an ounce of gratitude from the villagers, instead being regarded as the embodiment of malevolence. Then, did you seek me out merely to harness the power of the tailed beast within me? Naruto raised his head and asked, not foolish enough to overlook the implications of his newfound identity. Indeed, Long Ming replied candidly. In the wake of the Nine Tails chaos, Konoha grew suspicious of the Uchiha clan. After enduring prolonged friction, they resolved to eradicate the Uchiha tonight. To deter them, I intended to leverage the power of the Nine Tails within you as a threat. Long Ming spoke truthfully, laying bare his intentions. The intention behind inviting you to join the Uchiha clan is not only to seek your assistance in the future when you have grown powerful enough to confront Konoha, but also stems from my desire to care for you. Naruto, Konoha is ungrateful, using its so-called will of fire to manipulate others into making sacrifices, or to become sacrifices themselves. This applies to you, and even more so to the Uchiha. The roots of this great tree have long since rotted. Will you lend me your strength in the future to completely overthrow their dominion? Long Ming extended his right hand toward Naruto, gesturing an invitation. Naruto hesitated, his emotions in turmoil as he suddenly grappled with an overwhelming influx of information, leaving him unable to make a choice. I'm not certain, Long Ming. I don't know if I should do this. Naruto's body trembled slightly as he recalled the disdainful glances of the villagers, alongside the care shown to him by Iruka and others. Should he repay Konoha, or seek vengeance against it? Two conflicting voices echoed in Naruto's mind, leaving him in deep indecision. Long Ming pondered briefly before uttering a statement that shattered Naruto's defenses. Naruto, do you wish for Konoha to produce another child like yourself? Naruto's body stiffened, and his gaze snapped to Long Ming. With a sigh, Long Ming continued, if you do not change the current situation, one day you may be unable to contain the Nine Tails, and Konoha will select a new vessel to become the Jinchuriki. Your mother was chosen in this manner. Konoha recognized the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan and brought her to the village. This is how they operate. Do you wish for Konoha to bear another child like you? Alternatively, you could choose to join me in instigating a revolution within Konoha. The brilliance in Long Ming's eyes ignited, and Naruto's trembling ceased, his gaze shifting from confusion to determination. You are right, Long Ming. I must change the current situation, not only for myself, but to prevent Konoha from producing another like me. I will grow stronger. I want to control the Nine Tails within me and gain its assistance. Naruto extended his hand, gripping Long Ming's firmly. A smile graced Long Ming's lips. Being able to persuade Naruto was certainly something to boast about for a year or two. Very well, then let us first meet that entity within you. Upon finishing his words, the three Tomo in Long Ming's eyes converged into a kaleidoscope. The scenery around them abruptly transformed, the bathroom scene vanished, and Long Ming found himself in Naruto's spiritual realm. The environment was dimly lit, with a gentle stream flowing beneath their feet, reflecting their images faintly. The atmosphere felt rather somber. Wow, where's this? Coming to his senses, Naruto instinctively exclaimed, retreating behind Long Ming to observe his surroundings. Long Ming rubbed his nose, exasperated. Do not worry. This is your spiritual realm, and the Nine Tails is sealed here. Oh, is that so? Where's that guy? I can't see him, Naruto exclaimed, his head swiveling as he squinted to locate the Nine Tails. Just then, a heavy breath echoed, causing Naruto's body to stiffen as he mechanically turned his head to look. Before me stands an enormous cage, intricately adorned with complex ceiling patterns at its center. Within this prison, a pair of blood-red eyes fixates intently upon me, those of a colossal fox. Its entire body is cloaked in fiery orange fur, and behind it, 9 immense tails sway incessantly. You little brat, you actually found your way here. Just look at that astonished expression of yours. How I long to rip you open and swallow you whole. The Ninetales glares menacingly at Naruto, crashing against the cage with a thud, its head mere meters from Naruto. The foul stench of its breath palpable even to Ryumi. This is Naruto's first encounter with the Ninetales, and he is immediately overwhelmed by the formidable aura it exudes. The Ninetales is evidently pleased by Naruto's reaction, gripping the cage with its sharp claws and continuing its intimidation. Little brat, if it weren't for this cage, I would relish the opportunity to crush your delicate arms and tear you in two with my claws. Naruto trembles involuntarily, swallowing hard, while Ryumi rolls his eyes and strides forward. Hey, Ryumi, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Naruto calls out urgently. The Ninetales regards the approaching Ryumi with a chilling sneer, its murderous intent intensifying. Ah, a descendant of Madara, is it? That chakra you possess is more ominous than my own. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a presence. You little brat. Do you wish for me to devour you? It cackles, clearly intrigued. Unfazed, Ryumi calmly approaches the Ninetales, raising his index finger in a provocative gesture. Come here then. His voice echoes through the space, his slight frame contrasting sharply with the massive fox. This challenge stirs the Ninetales' rage, and it slams a paw onto the ground, bellowing. You little brat, do you wish to perish? Do you believe I won't obliterate you right now? The roar of the Ninetales is deafening, its chakra erupting and causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Naruto's complexion changes dramatically. The Ninetales' power is more overwhelming than anyone he has ever encountered, imbued with darkness, foreboding, and malevolence. His concern for Ryumi's safety deepens. Yet, at that moment, Ryumi calmly rolls up his sleeves and continues to beckon. I do believe. Come here. You little brat. Just wait. I will inevitably break through this seal and eradicate you and all those wretched humans. Every last one of you. I await your arrival, so come forth. If this seal did not exist, would you dare to boast before me? You would have been slain long ago. Yet you do not dare, so come here. Are you ever going to stop? Is that all you can say? I've already told you that I cannot come over. If you possess the ability, then enter. Ryumi chuckles softly, not inclined to be foolish. He leisurely lowers his sleeves and turns to Naruto, saying, Do you see? There is no need to be afraid. It cannot harm you. With your father's seal in place, it is powerless to act. Witnessing Ryumi's provocation of the Ninetales is merely a strategy to quell his own fears. Naruto felt a warmth blossoming within his heart. He sensed a familial comfort emanating from Ryumi. He nodded earnestly, shedding the fear that had previously gripped him, and stood resolutely beside Ryumi. Ryumi offered a gentle smile, observing the furious yet powerless Ninetales trapped within its cage, almost finding humor in the situation. The seal devised by the fourth Hokage was undoubtedly the most secure among all villages. Initially, there was the Corpse Demon seal, followed by the reinforced 8-trigram seal. As a precaution, he had also imbued a portion of his and Kushina's chakra, ensuring that should the Ninetales rampage, it could be sealed once more. In contrast, some Jinchuriki had notably crude seals. For instance, Tsunagakure had sealed Shikaku within the young Gaara, leading to Gaara's torment of insomnia, effectively turning him into a living panda. Comparatively, Naruto considered himself fortunate. Summoning his courage, Naruto approached to scrutinize the Ninetales, examining the creature that had resided within him for 8 long years. Your name is Kurama, isn't it? Naruto inquired, lifting his gaze. Humph, don't speak to me so casually. You little brat, the Ninetales retorted haughtily, turning away and refusing to acknowledge Naruto's question. Their connection allowed Kurama to overhear the earlier conversation between Ryumi and Naruto, so it was no surprise that Naruto knew its name. The Ninetales sauntered deeper into the cage, lazily resting upon the water's surface, ignoring Naruto's calls. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Ryumi recognized it was time to intervene. He stood beside Naruto, the kaleidoscope pattern reappearing in his eyes, softly addressing Kurama. Do you remember the words of Sage of Six Paths? The Ninetales' tightly shut eyes suddenly widened as it instinctively turned its head. However, upon seeing the kaleidoscope in Ryumi's gaze, it realized it had fallen into a trap. But it was too late to avert its gaze. Sharingan Jinjutsu. The Ninetales growled, as Ryumi's mental power began to invade its mind. The Ninetales furiously slammed against the confines of its cage, yet its pupils gradually morphed from slitted eyes to the 3-tomo Sharingan. In its sealed state, the Ninetales had little resistance against the eternal kaleidoscope's illusion and succumbed to control. You little brat, I will definitely kill you. The Ninetales struggled. Its expression twisted in rage as it glared at Ryumi. No need to be so agitated. I merely wish for you to adopt a proper attitude and converse with this child. Ryumi remarked nonchalantly before gesturing for Naruto to step forward. Naruto expressed his gratitude with a glance at Ryumi and then advanced once more. Gazing up at the colossal Ninetales, Naruto inhaled deeply. Kurama, while I was outside, I heard Ryumi speak extensively about you. Before this, I harbored intense hatred towards you. I believed you were the source of my suffering, burdening me with the title of the Demon Fox, causing me to be ostracized and neglected by the villagers. However, after listening to Ryumi, I now understand that the true suffering lies with you, doesn't he? The Ninetales' body shuddered violently, and at that moment, Ryumi keenly sensed a waning of the Ninetales' resistance to the illusion. Naruto lifted his head, revealing a glimmer of compassion and sympathy in his eyes. Restricted in freedom and perpetually sealed within the bodies of others for exploitation and imprisonment, your existence must have been profoundly arduous. It was as if Naruto were a key, unlocking the concealed heart of the Ninetales. Its tempestuous emotions began to subside significantly as it regarded Naruto with a somewhat intricate expression. Observing this, Long Ming contemplated for a moment and subsequently released his control over the kaleidoscope, allowing them to communicate freely. The Ninetales, freed from restraint, refrained from any uproar. It merely cast a wary glance at Long Ming before muttering to itself, "You humans, in your relentless pursuit of selfish desires, have always viewed us as mere weapons to be contested. This has persisted throughout history, with nary a thought for our feelings, stubbornly believing that the mere exertion of our power will invite animosity. You enslave, manipulate, and seal us away until you are assured we pose no threat. Madara, Hashirama, Mito, and even your mother have all acted thus." The Ninetales' voice still resonated with deep-seated resentment, a sentiment Long Ming could comprehend. In truth, the Ninetales, when it first emerged, was a gentle creature, content to abide by the laws of nature as a guardian beast. Yet one fateful day, Madara arrived, seizing control and wielding it as a steed in his duel against Hashirama. Not only did it endure a beating, but it was also subjected to Hashirama's reproach, who insisted that the Ninetales was too powerful to roam freely. With a mere palm, he sealed the Ninetales away, plunging it into a prolonged period of entrapment, first with Mito, then Kushina, and finally Naruto. For decades, it remained confined. Any being subjected to such treatment would inevitably harbor anger, leading to its growing animosity towards humanity. The Ninetales sighed deeply, gazing at Naruto, and remarked, "Though you seek my power, at least you do not despise me like they do. Being regarded as a weapon by you is something I can reluctantly accept." Naruto shook his head, looking earnestly at the Ninetales, and offered a radiant smile akin to sunlight. "To me, Kurama, you are not a weapon, but rather a friend bestowed upon me by my father." This declaration struck a tender chord within the Ninetales. Powerful as it was, its expression momentarily became flustered. "What on earth are you saying, you little brat? Don't think that by uttering such words, I will willingly lend you my power. Understand this. I am the mighty Kurama." The Ninetales stammered, its thoughts becoming muddled. Naruto was somewhat perplexed by the Ninetales' change. Yet Long Ming burst into laughter, fully aware that Naruto had succeeded. "Huh, Kurama, do take your time to sort through your feelings, but don't overthink it. As for the sealing, I shall devise a plan." With that, he grasped Naruto and exited the mental realm, leaving the proud Ninetales to grapple with its conflicting emotions. Upon reopening his eyes and returning to reality, Long Ming reflected on the process of persuading the Ninetales. Despite some twists and turns, it had ultimately gone smoothly. Though the Ninetales remained sealed, its potential to enhance Naruto was still formidable. Undoubtedly, Naruto, the progenitor of the art of verbal combat, had managed to sway the Ninetales' heart with just a few words. As long as they engage in more communication in the future, I believe that the Ninetales will soon open its heart to Naruto. Long Ming merely needs to find an opportunity to retrieve the sealing key from Jiraiya to release the Ninetales seal. Ruffling Naruto's hair, Long Ming said with a smile, "If you ever encounter someone who wishes to harm you, simply call upon the Ninetales in your heart. Ordinary ninjas are no match for you, understood?" "Understood, I will protect myself," Naruto replied, patting his chest to assure Long Ming. "That's good. The tea is about ready. Let us head out." Long Ming stretched lazily before emerging from the bathroom. After drying off, he turned and said, You should hurry up too. I'll wait for you to eat together. With that, Long Ming placed the towel on the nearby rack and exited. Naruto followed closely behind, joining Long Ming in the kitchen. At that moment, Izumi was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. Upon seeing the two, she greeted them with a gentle smile. You're all done, right? Hurry and sit down for dinner. You must be Naruto, correct? Hello, I'm Uchiha Izumi, Long Ming's sister. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, he stammered. Feeling somewhat awkward as he crossed his hands repeatedly, Long Ming playfully slapped Naruto's back, chiding, Look at you, don't be so stiff. Sit down and eat. Izumi brought over a plate of red bean soup, adding, Yes, Naruto, just treat it like you're at home. Don't be so polite, please sit. Nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, Naruto carefully sat down on a chair. Long Ming fetched a bowl and chopsticks for Naruto, presenting him with a steaming bowl of red bean soup, remembering that it was his favorite. Come on, drink it while it's hot. You usually just eat ramen and instant noodles, which isn't good for you. You're in your developmental stage and need something nutritious. Long Ming rambled on like an old woman, causing Izumi to chuckle. She teasingly remarked, Who would have thought our Long Ming could take care of someone so well? Usually, you just laze around. Why haven't I seen you serve your sister a bowl? Cough, cough. I just prefer to be discreet in my diligence. Besides, I always serve you during meals, Long Ming replied, serving Izumi a bowl of red bean soup as well. As Naruto looked at the steaming dishes on the table, accompanied by Long Ming and Izumi's playful banter, he felt the warmth of a family for the first time. This dinner, which many might consider ordinary, was something Naruto had yearned for his entire life. He had imagined this scene countless times in his dreams, yet he never anticipated that one day it would come to fruition. Though not his biological parents, Long Ming had genuinely provided Naruto with the warmth of home. Feeling a lump in his throat, Naruto raised the bowl of red bean soup to his lips, hoping to mask the tears that threatened to spill. Be careful. It's hot. Izumi couldn't help but remind him. However, Naruto paid no heed to the temperature of the soup. He felt that it was the best food he had ever tasted. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already streamed down his face by the time he set down the bowl and chopsticks. As Izumi gazed at the weeping Naruto, she felt somewhat at a loss. Initially believing that her adzuki bean soup might have been poorly made, prompting her to hastily comfort him. Naruto shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. No, it's not that. The adzuki bean soup you made is the most delicious thing I have ever tasted in my life. It's so exquisite that it moved me to tears. Izumi couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Naruto's sincerity. With her chin resting on her hand, she smiled and remarked, You really are a peculiar child, who cries over adzuki bean soup. Long Ming sighed and interjected, Izumi, you may not know, but Naruto has always lived alone. His mornings consist of cold bread and milk, while his lunches are merely instant noodles. There were times when he couldn't afford food and had to go fishing to stave off hunger. What? Izumi exclaimed instinctively, realizing the hardships Naruto endured as an orphan were far greater than she had imagined. Compassion welled up in her eyes as she looked at Naruto again. She picked up a piece of rib and placed it in his bowl, gently patting his head. Don't cry anymore, Naruto. Try this rib that I made. It's truly delicious. Long Ming also added a steaming meatball to Naruto's bowl, encouraging him, Eat heartily, all right? I assure you, my sister's culinary skills will leave you utterly satisfied. After serving the dishes, Long Ming turned to Izumi and said, By the way, Izumi, Naruto will be living with us from now on. I've already spoken with the villagers, and they all agreed, even offering to provide us with an adoption stipend for him. Izumi rolled her eyes, as if Long Ming's words implied she was motivated by greed. I don't mind. We can always use another pair of chopsticks at home, as long as Naruto is willing. Naruto was taken aback, not expecting Izumi to accept his staying so readily. Will you not find me a burden, sister? He asked instinctively. Izumi lovingly patted Naruto's head, radiating maternal warmth. Of course not. Having a new family member fills me with joy, especially to save me from the annoyances of this brat Long Ming. Long Ming coughed lightly, shifting his gaze away, feeling increasingly touched. Naruto wiped away his tears with his arm, looking at Long Ming and Izumi with red eyes, saying, Thank you. Thank you both. It's the first time anyone has been so kind to me. Throughout the meal, Naruto's most frequently uttered words were those of gratitude. This dinner stretched on for what felt like an eternity, perhaps because it had been so long since he had tasted such delightful fare, or perhaps out of fear that it was all a fleeting dream. After finishing, Long Ming took Naruto to rest. Since Naruto had just moved in and had yet to organize his room, he temporarily shared a bed with Long Ming. As he watched Naruto sleep beside him, a sweet smile gracing his face, Long Ming felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Although he had altered Naruto's fate in some respects, it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction. With a new home and the Nine Tails now under his command, Naruto was certainly no longer the underdog he once was. With Naruto's situation settled, it was time to meet that individual tomorrow. He hoped they would not be too astonished to see Naruto. Long Ming muttered to himself, and soon a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After enduring several battles that day, he was utterly exhausted. Within minutes of lying down, he gradually drifted into slumber. Time swiftly ushered in the next day. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense leaves outside the window, casting golden specks of light. Long Ming and Naruto lay sprawled across the bed, both exhibiting remarkably ungraceful sleeping positions. Long Ming, wake up! A sharp voice called from outside the door. It was Izumi. Long Ming, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and nudged Naruto's foot off him. Drowsily, he glanced at the alarm clock. Stretching his arms wide, he let out a leisurely yawn. Sister, isn't it a bit too early for you? What time is it, anyway? Long Ming grumbled. Izumi's voice chimed in promptly. Hurry and get dressed. The clan leader is looking for you. Oh. Long Ming's heart stirred at her words, and all remnants of sleep vanished as he swiftly donned his clothes and stepped outside. There sat Fugaku on the sofa, wearing a congenial expression, with his sister beside him. Upon seeing Long Ming, Fugaku rose and warmly greeted him. Good morning, Long Ming. I apologize for disturbing you so early. There are matters we need to discuss. Would it be convenient for you to accompany us to the South Shrine of the clan? Long Ming glanced at Fugaku, although the latter did not explicitly state it. Long Ming surmised that they were likely to deliberate on the future prospects of the Uchiha clan. Rubbing his nose, he nodded and replied, No problem. Even without your invitation, I was planning to seek an opportunity to discuss the future of the Uchiha clan with you. Izumi suddenly wore a peculiar expression, her gaze fixed intently on Long Ming. Could it be that her younger brother had lost his mind? A mere 8-year-old child, speaking of discussing the future of the Uchiha clan with its leader? What baffled Izumi even more was Fugaku's lack of rebuttal. He merely nodded in agreement. That's splendid. Let us set off now, Fugaku declared. All right, elder sister. Please remember to prepare breakfast. I shall return to eat shortly. Izumi felt a swirl of confusion in her mind, simply nodding vacantly. By the time she regained her senses, Long Ming had already departed with Fugaku. This child has changed so much recently. What on earth has happened? Izumi murmured to herself. Following Fugaku, Long Ming arrived at a structure reminiscent of a temple. This was the South Shrine, a traditional gathering place for the Uchiha clan. Beneath it, hidden away, lay a monument left by the Sage of Six Paths. Inside was a spacious hall adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, where several clan members had already gathered, most of whom had survived the intense battle the previous day. As Long Ming stepped into the shrine, many turned their heads, and upon seeing him, their eyes filled with respect. They instinctively parted to create a path for him, a gesture not only of gratitude for his role in saving the Uchiha, but also of reverence for a strong warrior. Long Ming scanned his surroundings and soon spotted Itachi, who was lingering in a corner. He strode over with purpose. How is Sasuke? Everything well with him yesterday? Long Ming crossed his arms and leaned beside Itachi. Itachi paused, evidently surprised that Long Ming's first inquiry was about his younger brother. He then revealed a gentle smile. He is fine. As you mentioned, by the time he returned, the battlefield had already been cleared. I brought him back home. It was only when speaking of his brother that Itachi exhibited such a tender demeanor, reminiscent of a caring older brother. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Fugaku ascended the platform to commence his formal address. Upon standing before the assembly, Fugaku once again exuded the authority of a clan leader. He spoke gravely, esteemed members. I have gathered you here today to deliberate on the future course of the Uchiha clan. With Long Ming's assistance, we repelled Konoha yesterday. However, we have irreparably severed ties with them. The Uchiha and Konoha now exist in a precarious balance, one that cannot endure indefinitely. Thus, I wish to hear your thoughts. The gathered clan members nodded in unison. Although the Uchiha and Konoha had significant conflicts, there had been a veneer of civility. That facade had now been entirely torn away. Should Konoha strike again, they would undoubtedly do so with greater swiftness and ferocity. Long Ming pondered for a moment before asking, Clan leader, what was the casualty count for our Uchiha brethren yesterday? How many Jonin remain? And how many Chunin and Genin? Additionally, how many have awakened their Sharingan? Instead of voicing his own opinions, Long Ming first inquired about the Uchiha clan's losses. This was not a closely guarded secret. Fugaku sighed and replied, "Yesterday, we suffered the loss of 143 clan members, including several Jonin. We recorded 52 severe injuries and 203 minor injuries." The Uchiha members below could not contain their anger. Konoha's major clans often ganged up, overwhelming individual Uchiha with sheer numbers. Although the battle concluded swiftly, it nonetheless inflicted considerable losses upon the clan. As for the Jonin, 3 remained. There were approximately several hundred Chunin, while the number of Genin was more difficult to ascertain, likely exceeding that of the Chunin. Those who had awakened their Sharingan were fewer than 100, many of whom had just manifested their eyes during the previous day's conflict. Fugaku succinctly laid bare the current state of the Uchiha clan. Long Ming's brow furrowed slightly, clearly troubled by the meager number of those who had awakened their eyes within the clan. This was not surprising, given the stringent conditions for awakening the Sharingan. It required significant trauma and intense emotional upheaval. The cost of gaining such power was exceedingly great and deeply painful. Long Ming sighed inwardly. The disparity between the Uchiha and Konoha remained vast. They could barely rely on the Nine Tails for self-preservation, let alone overturn Konoha's regime. Not to mention the third Hokage, a formidable force alongside his Umbu. Even other clans could field a single Jonin, which would suffice to subdue the Uchiha. Though Long Ming, Itachi, and Fugaku had reached the level of Kage, Konoha also possessed its own hidden strengths. In order to subvert Konoha, Ryumi needed to enlist more allies to bolster the strength of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, several Uchiha clan members began to voice their opinions and thoughts. "Chief, I believe we need not fear Konoha too much. After all, the Nine Tails is currently in our possession. As long as we maintain a firm grip on the Nine Tails, Konoha shall never have a chance. Indeed, Chief, my thoughts align with yours. We should focus our efforts on studying the Nine Tails. If we can fully harness its power, Konoha will merely be akin to ants. We should confine the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and keep a close watch on him. He is far too important to fall into Konoha's hands." The members of the Uchiha clan engaged in their discussion, oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Ryumi's face from the corner of the room. "Enough." Ryumi interrupted their conversation with a frigid voice, his chakra erupting. His eyes transformed into the Mangekyō Sharingan, fixating intently on the assembly. An invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, rendering the Uchiha clan members motionless with trepidation. Yet, they remained perplexed as to what had offended Ryumi. One individual cautiously inquired, "Lord Ryumi, is there something amiss?" Ryumi cast a cold glance at him and articulated slowly, "Naruto is under my guidance. To be more precise, he has accepted my invitation to join the Uchiha clan. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him or attempt to imprison him, it would be akin to assaulting this wall." With that, Ryumi struck the wall with remarkable speed. A resounding thud echoed as fissures spread from his fist like a spider's web. Moments later, a tremendous crash reverberated as a stone wall, several centimeters thick, crumbled under Ryumi's blow, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. They understood that Ryumi was utterly serious. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward, prompting a few quick-witted Uchiha clan members to intervene. "Ahem, if that is the case, then it is indeed splendid. If the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, no, Naruto, joins our ranks, we shall be like family, which is far preferable to coercing him." Indeed, indeed. Moreover, I have heard that previous Jinchuriki have always possessed formidable strength. By doing this, Ryumi has effectively recruited a powerhouse for the future of the Uchiha clan. Others chimed in. And finally, Fugaku spoke. "Ryumi, their words were spoken without malice. The pressure from Konoha has been overwhelming for everyone, and I hope you can forgive them." Ryumi's expression softened slightly, and he withdrew his fist. It was not that he favored Naruto over his clan. Rather, the radical ideologies within the Uchiha clan had to be curtailed. Most of those who had spoken were Uchiha members who had awakened their Sharingan only yesterday. They were already consumed by anger and dark emotions, incapable of rational thought. They could have sought to win Naruto over amicably, but instead opted for confinement and coercion. If such radical thoughts were allowed to flourish, they would ultimately become as delusional as Obito. Long Ming took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "The equilibrium between us and Konoha cannot endure indefinitely, even with Naruto among us. Only by becoming stronger can we shield ourselves from external oppression. I hope that in the time to come, everyone will devote every moment to training. Meanwhile, I shall seek formidable allies for the Uchiha during this precious time of peace. When the moment arrives, I will lead you all in overthrowing Konoha's dominion, allowing the will of the Uchiha to reign supreme. His voice resonated powerfully within the shrine, igniting excitement among the clan members. As for Itachi, although he initially intended to speak, he chose to bury his thoughts deep within, reminded of Long Ming's promise. He would witness with his own eyes the new future that Long Ming would forge for the Uchiha and Konoha. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, harboring even greater admiration for Long Ming. He then addressed the assembly. From this moment forth, all members of the Uchiha clan shall enter special training. It will be conducted by Itachi, the 8th Uchiha, Inaka, Tetsuhan, and myself, focusing on those below the rank of Jonin. Furthermore, no one is permitted to cause any disturbances in Konoha during this period. We must maintain a low profile until Long Ming secures our external allies. Is that understood? Understood. The Uchiha clan responded in unison. Very well, you may disperse and prepare. We shall move to the village today. Fugaku waved his hand, and the Uchiha members began to scatter, each returning to make arrangements. Long Ming chose not to linger. After bidding farewell to Itachi, he returned home. At that moment, Naruto had already risen. Upon seeing Long Ming, he greeted him with a mouthful of food, mumbling, "Welcome back. It's time to eat." Long Ming rolled his eyes. "Could you finish chewing before speaking?" He then took a hearty bite of the sandwich that lay on the table. The two worked together to swiftly consume the meal. Izumi kindly prepared a bento for both Long Ming and Naruto, reminding them as she handed it over. "Be careful on the way, and pay attention in class, understood?" "Yeah, I know. You know I'm a genius." "Come on, Naruto, hurry up," Long Ming said nonchalantly as he grabbed his bento and dashed outside. "This child," Izumi sighed, turning to Naruto with a cautionary tone, "you're a good boy. But please don't emulate his boastfulness." She then handed her bento to Naruto. As Naruto accepted the bento from Izumi, he felt an overwhelming sweetness akin to honey. He treasured it like a prized possession, carefully placing it in his backpack. As he reached the door, he waved goodbye to Izumi. "Thank you, sister. I'm going to school with Long Ming now." Izumi smiled and waved farewell to Naruto. Long Ming, with a single shoulder bag slung over him, ambled towards the ninja academy, not out of a genuine desire to attend school. Instead, within the Seinen system, there exists a peculiar condition. Should one secure the title of Jonin upon clocking in at the Hidden Sound Village, an additional reward will be triggered. Naturally, Long Ming would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. Thus, he devised a plan to attain the Jonin title in the swiftest manner possible. Behind him, Naruto, panting heavily, caught up and placed a hand on Long Ming's shoulder, unable to restrain his sarcasm. "Long Ming, why are you running so fast? Are you trying to exhaust me?" Long Ming chuckled softly, his gaze scanning the surroundings, and inquired, "Did you encounter anything unusual while you were running here?" "Unusual?" Naruto's expression reflected confusion before he replied directly, "No, nothing strange at all. Do you think I would run into an attack by someone?" Long Ming's eyes flickered slightly before he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Let's hurry to school." Naruto nodded and followed Long Ming as they departed. After a while, the once desolate mountain path suddenly became populated with a dozen Umbu ninjas. Indeed, they had detected us long ago. Fortunately, they refrained from taking action against the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, we would have surely met our demise. This fellow is deliberately probing us. How infuriating. Considering he is merely a child. Enough chatter, let us return to report to the third Hokage. Withdraw. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage donned the familiar red Hokage robes and placed the conical hat, emblematic of his position, atop his head. He also kept the pipe in his mouth, releasing puffs of white smoke intermittently. His gaze settled upon an album resting on the table, featuring Danzo. Their bond, forged from childhood through shared endeavors, was both intricate and profound. He stood as the Hokage under the sun, while Danzo was rooted in the shadows. They complemented each other, each providing support to the other. With Danzo's demise, many clandestine tasks within Konoha would necessitate the assignment of others. The third Hokage sighed softly. At that moment, two masked Umbu ninjas suddenly appeared and knelt before the third Hokage. His demeanor remained unperturbed as he took a silent drag from his pipe and inquired, "Have you gathered all the information?" The Umbu responded, "Yes, third Hokage. We have identified the child who acted yesterday. His name is Uchiha Long Ming. His parents perished on the battlefield, leaving only an elder sister at home who is currently enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Still in the Ninja Academy? The third Hokage paused, momentarily choking on the smoke, and coughed several times, his face reddening as he asked, "Are you certain he is attending school and not serving as some secret weapon of the Uchiha?" I was initially astonished as well. The most crucial point is that Long Ming's performance in the academy is quite ordinary. He is merely an unremarkable child without notable talents. The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched. How could an ordinary child, lacking in talent, seize the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? How could he awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan at the tender age of 8? However, the Umbu would not deceive him. Long Ming must indeed be a student at the Ninja Academy. Rubbing his forehead, the third Hokage then asked, "And what of Naruto? Where is he currently held captive by the Uchiha clan?" He is at school." At school? The third Hokage suddenly rose from his chair, incredulously asking, "Are you telling me that Naruto has gone to school? He has not been imprisoned?" The Umbu agent before him nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, however, he is accompanied by that Ryumi. We once contemplated seizing him, but hesitated due to the child's formidable prowess." The third remarked, "Your decision was wise. Had you acted recklessly, you would all have perished by his hand, and he would have seized the opportunity to hold us accountable." The third's gaze flickered with contemplation. Initially, he believed Naruto had been secretly confined, which would have complicated any rescue efforts. But now that Naruto was attending school normally, his presence in the village would be frequent. By assembling a team of elite jonin, they would inevitably find an opportunity to reclaim Naruto. With this thought, the third felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Go. Summon Kakashi and the others. Additionally, deliver the sealing scroll to the Uchiha to lower their guard." Understood. The two Umbu members acknowledged and promptly vanished from sight. At the Ninja Academy, Ryumi walked alongside Naruto, and everything appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired the day before. Nevertheless, Ryumi astutely noticed an increased presence of ninjas near the academy. However, there was no overt hostility, they were merely observing. Along the way, Ryumi encountered several fellow students from his cohort, including Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, and Niji. These individuals would eventually become the backbone of Konoha. Yet Ryumi's attention was captivated by one person alone, Uchiha Sasuke, seated in the front row, basking in the adoring glances of numerous girls. As the reincarnation of Indra, it was merely a matter of time before Sasuke ascended to the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. Since the massacre night had been averted, Sasuke had not awakened his Sharingan, likely falling behind Naruto in terms of training speed. In truth, even if he had awakened it, he would still be outmatched by Naruto, who could now harness the power of the Nine Tails. In a typical timeline, following the massacre night, Sasuke would have only awakened a single Tomo in a moment of extreme anguish, a far cry from the might of the Nine Tails. "Good morning, Sasuke. How was your day yesterday?" Ryumi casually draped an arm over Sasuke's shoulder, prompting Naruto to greet him as well. Sasuke's expression was a mix of confusion and joy as he recalled his brother Itachi promising to teach him shuriken techniques after returning home the day before. "Yesterday was great. My brother promised to teach me shuriken techniques, and I plan to head home early today." Sasuke beamed, his face radiating happiness, devoid of the brooding demeanor he would later adopt. "However, I fear he may not be able to teach you today. Itachi has been assigned to train the Uchiha clan members and will likely be quite busy." Ryumi winked. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression fell. His face clouded with disappointment as he pitifully inquired, "But why?" "My brother promised me." Long Ming gently touched his nose and explained, "In truth, your brother just received the news today. He genuinely wishes to find time to be with you, so please do not hold too much resentment towards him. You must understand that your brother loves you above all else." Initially feeling dejected, Sasuke's cheeks flushed after hearing Long Ming's words. He buried his head in his chest and said happily, "I know. Thank you for telling me, Long Ming." Long Ming smiled slightly and tapped Sasuke's head with his finger. "No need to thank me, Sasuke. Next time, I will have Itachi teach you shurikens." With that, Long Ming took Naruto by the hand and walked towards the back of the classroom, leaving Sasuke alone to rub his slightly aching forehead. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Long Ming felt no need to forcefully win Sasuke over. A little encouragement for his growth was all that was necessary. As they made their way to the back, a pink figure suddenly emerged, blocking Long Ming's path. Before Long Ming could speak, Naruto's eyes brightened, and he cheerfully exclaimed, "Little Sakura, what brings you here?" The one who obstructed Long Ming was none other than Naruto's longtime crush, Haruno Sakura. Long Ming was somewhat perplexed by Sakura's appearance. To be honest, since his arrival in this world, he had hardly spoken to Sakura, as she held no significant value for him, despite inheriting Tsunade's legacy, ultimately achieving only the rank of a jonin. "I wasn't looking for you." Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto and then leaned closer to Long Ming, whispering, "Long Ming, what did you just say to Sasuke? He seems quite happy. Can you tell me?" Long Ming felt somewhat speechless, realizing that she had come to pry into Sasuke's affairs. Observing the eager look on Sakura's face, Naruto felt a pang of jealousy. He crossed his arms and muttered, "Why is it always about that guy? What is so special about him? He's just a bit handsome." Before he could finish his thought, Sakura kicked him. "You're not allowed to speak ill of Sasuke. He's the top of the class, unlike you, who is perpetually at the bottom." Naruto rubbed his sore backside, unsure of how to counter her remark. Sakura, now more self-satisfied, gazed dreamily at Sasuke and declared, "If I could end up with Sasuke after graduation, I would be the happiest person alive." Naruto chimed in, "What about being paired with me? I could protect you." Sakura's expression soured, and she pushed Naruto away with disdain. "I would rather die? Do you think you can compare to Sasuke? Being protected by you? I'd rather protect you. So go away, loser." Seeing Sakura's blatant disdain for him, Naruto's expression immediately fell. Long Ming frowned upon witnessing this interaction. He had never been fond of Sakura, her sharp tongue, cowardice, timidity, emotional volatility, and occasional violent tendencies were off-putting. She seemed to use Naruto for support while being infatuated with Sasuke. It would be best for her to distance herself from Naruto as much as possible. Upon reflecting on this, Long Ming spoke. "Although Naruto is not particularly strong at the moment, he surpasses Sasuke and far exceeds you. It would be wise for you to refrain from disturbing Naruto. Do you comprehend my words?" Long Ming's voice echoed throughout the classroom. However, his statement did not garner acceptance from Sakura or the other classmates. They erupted into laughter, mocking him with derisive remarks. "Don't make me laugh to death. Since entering school, Naruto has been at the bottom of the class. He can't even use shuriken, let alone jutsu. Huh, exactly. How could he possibly compare to Sasuke? Sasuke is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, while Naruto is merely a demon fox." Long Ming's arrogance was palpable. "Indeed, my parents were right. Associating with a demon fox leads to a dire fate." Sakura could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Stop bragging. Sasuke could easily defeat both you and Naruto with one hand. Spare yourselves the embarrassment." Upon hearing these harsh evaluations of Naruto, Long Ming narrowed his eyes, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. In the next moment, the three-tomo Sharingan in Long Ming's eyes flickered ominously. The children, including Sakura, who had been mocking Naruto, suddenly trembled, their laughter abruptly ceasing as terror overtook their expressions. "No, please. Stay away from me, great spider. Help. There's a monster. Mommy, save me." They screamed incessantly, as if confronted by something truly horrifying. This was the result of Long Ming utilizing the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. However, it was not lethal, merely a punishment for their disrespectful words. The classroom descended into chaos, prompting Naruto to rush forward to check on the trembling Sakura, crouched on the ground. Sakura, are you alright? What on earth happened?" At that moment, Sakura seemed oblivious to Naruto's inquiries, her body shaking uncontrollably as she repeatedly murmured, "Sasuke. Naruto, at a loss for how to awaken Sakura from her stupor, felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Observing Naruto's lovesick demeanor, Long Ming felt a pang of frustration. Youthful ignorance. Mistaking Sakura for a treasure while neglecting Hinata's fragrance. Just then, a commanding voice silenced the tumultuous classroom. Everyone turned to see their teacher, Iruka, had arrived. Naruto hurriedly approached to explain the situation. Upon hearing, Iruka furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced toward Long Ming. As Long Ming's teacher, he had previously been briefed by the third Hokage regarding Long Ming, advised to treat him with utmost courtesy, to avoid provoking him, and to meet any of his conditions as much as possible, leaving the rest to the village. Iruka had not anticipated that upon his return from the third Hokage, Long Ming would already have stirred up trouble. His face turned ashen as he approached, extending his hand to assess the situation of the children. Upon realizing they were merely under the influence of a common Jinjutsu, He exhaled in relief. He then addressed the class. Do not worry, they are fine. They have simply fallen victim to a technique. They will not be attending class today, and I will arrange for someone to escort them back to rest shortly. With Irika's words, the crowd seemed to have been reassured, gradually calming down. Soon, Irika summoned several oddly dressed ninjas, who carried a few children on stretchers, and exited. Before leaving, Irika cast a lingering glance at Long Ming, then ascended the podium, preparing to commence the lesson. All right, students. Today we shall delve into the art of the shadow clone technique, one of the most commonly utilized ninjutsu, which allows one to instantaneously swap identities with plants and animals to evade attacks. Before Irika could finish his introduction, Long Ming abruptly interrupted. Wait, teacher Irika. I have something to say. Irika was compelled to pause, recalling the words of the third Hokage, and wore a gentle expression. What is it, Long Ming? Do you have a question about the shadow clone technique? Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, No. I just feel that I have mastered everything the Ninja Academy has to offer, and there is no need for me to remain here. I would like to apply for an early graduation assessment. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. For children of their age, it typically took another 2 to 3 years to reach graduation standards. Long Ming applying for graduation now would be akin to skipping a grade. Unlike the other children in the class, Irika felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news. He had learned from the third Hokage that Naruto had been captured by the Uchiha clan. In his view, Naruto must have endured considerable torment and longed to escape his plight, but had been under Long Ming's watchful eye, lacking the opportunity. Now that Long Ming intended to undergo the graduation assessment, it represented a chance for separation from Naruto. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Irika cleared his throat, feigning difficulty as he said, You're still quite young. The accelerated assessment is quite challenging. Perhaps you should reconsider. Wouldn't it be better to graduate alongside Naruto and the others? Oh, I almost forgot. Long Ming exclaimed, slapping his forehead, then pulled Naruto from his seat, smiling. Naruto should also apply for the accelerated assessment, so I kindly asked teacher Irika to allow us to take it together. Irika's face darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why bring up Naruto? Why couldn't they just agree? I can do that too, Naruto asked, raising his hand uncertainly. Long Ming encouraged him, patting Naruto's shoulder. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Once you become a genin, your strength will increase exponentially. But remember, don't think about further advancement. Just be content as a genin. Naruto rolled his eyes, retorting, You're speaking nonsense again. I aspire to become Hokage. How can I settle for being merely a genin? Long Ming shook his head. How could the young Naruto understand that being a genin represented the mightiest force of the Hidden Leaf Village? Irika concocted an excuse to step outside and conferred with the Umbu ninjas waiting outside. They ultimately decided to take a risk and attempt to rescue Naruto. Upon re-entering the classroom, Irika spoke solemnly. All right, I have acquiesced to your request. Today, I will arrange for your early graduation assessment. As for everyone else, you have a day off, return home. In a moment, a fierce battle may unfold within the school. As a responsible teacher, Irika's foremost concern is the safety of his students, prompting him to evacuate them promptly. The students, delighted at the prospect of an unexpected reprieve from their studies, scattered in joyous disarray. Only Hinata, approaching Naruto, blushed deeply and murmured, Naruto, and also Ryumi-kun, you must do your best. I will, Naruto replied, giving Hinata a thumbs up and flashing his radiant smile. Ryumi affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, reassuring her, Don't worry, I will take good care of Naruto. Hinata's cheeks flushed even more, and without a word, she hurriedly exited the classroom. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, remarking, Why is her face so red? She's such a strange girl. Ryumi, silently bemused, thought to himself that it was Naruto who was truly odd for not recognizing the treasure that was Hinata. Nonetheless, he kept these thoughts to himself. All right, you two. Follow me, Irika said, relieved that all the students had left. He led Naruto and Ryumi through a winding path to the front of 2 adjoining classrooms. Pointing to one of the rooms, Irika instructed Naruto, You will enter this room, where there are specialized teachers. Once inside, simply follow their instructions. He emphasized the words follow their instructions, subtly conveying a message to Naruto. However, the oblivious Naruto paid little heed, and, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to charge in. Just then, Ryumi abruptly seized him. This unexpected action caused Irika's heart to leap into his throat, and the concealed ninjas nearby tensed with anticipation. Had Ryumi changed his mind? What's wrong, Ryumi? Naruto asked, turning in confusion. Without uttering a word, Ryumi merely extended his hand to smooth Naruto's attire. Be cautious once you enter. And seize the right moment, he advised, as his Sharingan activated momentarily, the six-pointed star in his right eye spinning for the first time. The movement was so rapid that Iruka barely registered it before Ryumi's eyes returned to normal. All right, hurry inside, Ryumi urged, pushing Naruto into the classroom before he could react. The door shut tightly behind him. Ryumi cast a calm glance at Iruka and inquired, "Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, will I be assessed in the adjacent classroom?" "Yes, you may enter," Iruka replied, suppressing his excitement as he opened the door to the neighboring classroom, gesturing for Ryumi to proceed. The scene bore an unsettling resemblance to a cunning trap. With a slight smile, Ryumi stepped into the classroom without hesitation. The decor was simple, featuring a spacious table at which 5 Leaf Village ninjas sat. As soon as Ryumi entered, their auras locked onto him, as if they were poised to strike at any moment. Long Ming observed the arriving elite shinobi with keen interest. The team dispatched from Konoha was indeed a formidable assembly. From left to right stood Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yui, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and the swift Moonlight Breeze. Asuma and the other two were well-known, established elite jonin. Kakashi, with his extensive repertoire of jutsu and the powers of his Sharingan, was on the verge of reaching the level of a Kage, albeit sometimes fluctuating in strength. Might Guy and Kakashi were evenly matched, generally regarded as being of near Kage caliber. However, should Guy unleash the 8 gates, his power could skyrocket, momentarily achieving the strength of a Kage or even surpassing it to an alarming degree. Long Ming smiled faintly and then picked up a chair, boldly seating himself in front of the 5. With a teasing remark, he inquired whether Konoha's graduation examinations had become so stringent as to necessitate the deployment of 5 jonin, even including the renowned Might Guy. Known as the Azure Beast of Konoha, Long Ming had already discerned that Konoha intended to rescue Naruto. Nevertheless, granting them an opportunity was not without merit. It would allow those from Konoha to realize that Naruto had genuinely chosen to ally himself with the Uchiha clan, rather than being coerced into it. This would effectively extinguish the 3rd Hokage's hopes of reclaiming Naruto's allegiance, preventing any underhanded maneuvers in Long Ming's absence. You are well aware of our purpose. This time, you shall not take Naruto away, even at the cost of my life. I will hold you back. Kakashi's eyes ignited with a fierce killing intent, a palpable determination radiating from him. The other Konoha shinobi, though silent, displayed a resolve that was no less formidable than Kakashi's. Long Ming slowly rose, prompting the 5 to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, their chakra surging in readiness. With a chuckle, he reassured them, there is no need for such tension. As I mentioned, I am here to participate in the graduation examination. How about we make a wager? The 5 exchanged puzzled glances, and after a brief silence, Kakashi was the first to speak up, asking, "What kind of wager do you propose?" Long Ming gestured towards a nearby classroom and replied, "Let us wager on whether Naruto will choose to leave with you. I shall refrain from intervening or attempting to sway Naruto's decision. If he willingly opts to accompany you, I will turn and leave without delay." The 5 looked at each other, clearly taken aback by Long Ming's proposition. It was not that the wager was overly demanding, rather, it was remarkably lenient, requiring nothing more than waiting for Naruto to make his choice. Kakashi felt a flicker of temptation. If this mission to rescue Naruto could be accomplished without conflict, it would be ideal. Long Ming's power was immensely formidable, likely on par with that of a Hokage. While Kakashi had resigned himself to the possibility of sacrifice, that did not mean he wished to jeopardize his own life when he could still protect Konoha. "What exactly do you wish to wager?" Asuma Sarutobi inquired gravely. "Let it be known beforehand that we will never agree to anything that threatens the village." Despite this, Kakashi and the others decided to engage in negotiations with Long Ming, articulating their conditions before proceeding further. Long Ming smiled faintly, leaning back in his chair as he spoke. "Rest assured, the safety of the village will not be jeopardized. Should I emerge victorious, I shall demand the title of Jonin from the 3rd Hokage, elevating my status within the Hidden Leaf Village. Remember, it is the Jonin title, not the Special Jonin." He emphasized this point, for within the Hidden Leaf, the distinction between Jonin and Special Jonin is significant. A Special Jonin is akin to a nominal Jonin. They need not possess extraordinary personal prowess. merely achieving notable accomplishments in a specific field. Conversely, to attain the title of Jonin, one must first become a Chunin, complete a requisite number of ninja missions, and be promoted by the Hokage after passing evaluations by the village's higher-ups. The disparity in difficulty clearly indicates which title bears greater prestige. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in the task requiring the Jonin title, which is why Long Ming places such importance on it. Kakashi and the others appeared puzzled. While the Jonin title symbolizes both status and formidable strength, the path to becoming a Jonin is far from effortless. It often entails executing numerous village orders and undertaking various A-rank and even S-rank perilous missions. Kakashi, of course, was not naive enough to believe that Long Ming sought to contribute to the Hidden Leaf Village. Why do you desire the Jonin title? What significance does it hold for you? Kakashi inquired, furrowing his brow. Well, I cannot divulge that, Long Ming replied. You need only tell me whether you agree or not. Should you refuse, I shall be compelled to act. Despite their number, he frankly admitted that he did not regard them with much respect. As he spoke, Long Ming revealed his Mangekyō Sharingan, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to engage in combat. The five felt their anger surge at such an overt threat. They were all elite members of the village and had never been so underestimated. Asuma Sarutobi unsheathed his unique weapon, the Fian, a special blade characterized by 4 small openings on the hilt for accommodating 4 fingers, excluding the thumb, seamlessly blending hilt and blade with a serrated edge. In an instant, Asuma closed the distance to Long Ming. Do not underestimate the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha brat, he stated, a cigarette clenched between his teeth. Wind release, chakra blade. He infused his wind chakra into the Fian, manifesting 2 powerful blue, glowing blades, sharp enough to slice through iron. However, such close-range attacks were futile before Long Ming. As Asuma swung his blades, Long Ming activated his infinite, creating a barrier in space that rendered Asuma's strikes ineffective, perpetually out of reach. Long Ming's Mangekyō Sharingan began to whirl, enveloping him in a shroud of black chakra, as he conjured a massive skeletal arm. Faced with Susanoo, Asuma wisely chose not to engage recklessly and retreated decisively. Thinking of fleeing? Long Ming scoffed, his figure flickering as he activated infinite Shunshin, appearing behind Asuma. Commanding Susanoo, he delivered a powerful punch. Listening to the gusts of wind pressure against his back, Asuma silently cursed his misfortune. With this punch, even if he miraculously survived, he would undoubtedly lose his combat effectiveness. The proud azure beast of Konoha made its entrance. At this critical moment, it was Might Guy who came to the rescue. Executing a spinning kick midair, Konoha's gale of might, the astonishing force and speed directly countered Susanoo's punch, providing Asuma with a fleeting opportunity to escape the attack range. As he retreated, his hands swiftly formed seals, his cheeks puffing up. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma exhaled a cloud of scorching ash forward, obscuring the view ahead. Gritting his teeth, he ignited the flint he had concealed in his molars, and the area engulfed in ash immediately erupted in an explosion. Boom, accompanied by a tremendous blast. A shower of debris flew forth, dense black smoke veiling everyone's sight. Was it successful? Kurenai inquired, but there was no response from within the smoke. Just as everyone assumed the attack had been effective, Long Ming's voice emerged from the haze. Cough, cough, the smoke is quite overwhelming. Must you employ such a technique? Perhaps rinse your mouth next time. Long Ming waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. Asuma's expression darkened. It seemed his technique had been utterly futile. Although Long Ming stood in place, he had caused not a shred of harm. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward to halt the crowd. Solemnly analyzing, ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks are likely ineffective against him. I have already tested this before. We cannot act recklessly. It would merely waste chakra. What shall we do then? Are we truly to concede to his demands? Asuma spat resentfully. Kakashi's mind raced. The intricacies of Long Ming's technique remained unclear, and engaging in a forced battle might lead to failure. The title of Jonin was merely a moniker. I might as well agree for now and buy some time. If Naruto can be taken away, everything will revert to our control. With this thought, Kakashi signaled the others to lower their weapons. He then addressed Long Ming earnestly. Do not be hasty, Long Ming. We accept your wager. However, no matter what choice Naruto makes, you must not interfere or forcibly seize him. Can you guarantee that? Long Ming chuckled, then withdrew Susanoo, shrugging as he replied, What is there to fear? I assure you, If Naruto chooses to go with you, I will not obstruct him. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, a victorious smile emerging beneath his mask. In his view, Naruto would undoubtedly wish to return to Konoha. After all, Long Ming was the one who had forcibly taken him. They had only interacted for a day. There was no way Long Ming could persuade Naruto. Moreover, even if the situation escalated to Naruto's unwillingness to leave, Kakashi had already prepared a contingency plan. Kakashi mused, Long Ming, you are truly overconfident. Without the balance of the Nine Tails, the numerous Jonin of Konoha working together will surely be able to vanquish you. Though this approach may lack honor, faced with an adversary such as you, I am left with no choice but to resort to such measures. The assembled Jonin have retracted their combative postures, bracing themselves to witness the expression of disappointment on Long Ming's face once Naruto is taken away. Long Ming remains still, merely closing his eyes to conserve energy, awaiting news from the adjacent classroom. Meanwhile, upon being ushered into the classroom, Naruto encounters a peculiar man with large eyes standing in the center. Confused, Naruto scratches his head and inquires, "Excuse me, are you the instructor responsible for the graduation assessment?" Without uttering a word, Yamato strides over and seizes Naruto by the arm, declaring, "The graduation assessment is merely a facade. I am an Umbu ninja sent to rescue you. While Long Ming is preoccupied, we must leave swiftly." Before Naruto can respond, Yamato drags him toward the window. It dawns on Naruto that this individual intends to capture him. Planting his feet firmly, he exerts all his strength to break free from Yamato's grasp. Yamato, bewildered by this sudden resistance, exclaims, "What are you doing? The situation is perilous. Long Ming could come charging in at any moment." Naruto shakes his head, resolutely stating, "I understand your intentions, but I will not go with you. I wish to remain with Long Ming. I have already joined the Uchiha clan." Yamato is momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening abruptly, and with those large eyes. He appears particularly menacing. "What did you say? You have joined the Uchiha?" Startled by Yamato's sudden shift in demeanor, Naruto quickly regains his composure and gulps before replying. "Yes, indeed, and therefore, I will not accompany you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Cautiously, Naruto begins to move, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the darkened Yamato. Yet, before he can take more than a few steps, a wooden vine, as thick as an adult's arm, unexpectedly crashes into the floor before him with a resounding thud, sending splinters flying in all directions. Naruto hastily retreats several paces. Yamato retracts the wooden limb that extended from his arm, performing hand signs as he states, "While I prefer to engage in amicable discourse, I do not shy away from employing fear as a means of control. It appears that the latter may be more effective in your case. Even if I must render you unconscious, I will take you with me." With that, Yamato completes his hand signs, his palms crossing in a prayer-like gesture as he calls out, "Would release, silent binding technique." Suddenly, his hands transform into branches, elongating and ensnaring Naruto. Once bound, the victim is rendered immobile, forced into silence. Naruto attempts to evade, but as someone still beneath the rank of a genin, he is no match for Yamato, an elite Umbu Jonin. Unsurprisingly, he finds himself securely bound, even his mouth entangled in the branches, allowing only muffled sounds of struggle to escape. "My apologies, but you shall be taken like this for the time being. I will place you in a very safe location until all is resolved." With that, Yamato hoists Naruto and strides toward the window. Naruto struggled anxiously, his gaze fixed on the classroom just beyond the wall. "What should I do? I'm about to be captured. Long Ming, I must find a way to alert him. How can I possibly break free from this wooden restraint?" A wave of urgency coursed through Naruto's mind when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. "If ever someone intends to harm you, call upon the Nine Tails within your heart. Ordinary ninja are no match for you, understood?" Long Ming's words echoed in Naruto's thoughts. No longer consumed by anxiety, he calmed his mind and delved into his spiritual realm, where he shouted aloud, "Kyubi." In the depths of his mental space, a spectral fox opened its crimson eyes. The Nine Tails raised its head, fully aware of everything Naruto experienced. "Humph, how pitiful. You cannot even deal with such a foe. I thought you were stronger than this." The Nine Tails began with a taunt, though this time, the malice and brutality were absent from its tone. "No, that guy is truly formidable. His hands turned into wood and bound me. I couldn't break free." Naruto fervently defended himself within the spiritual realm. Yet the Nine Tails was not inclined to listen further. It stood up abruptly, snorting, just would release. He is not the first Hokage. What is there to fear? Surrender your body to me, and I shall handle him. Naruto nodded, and a surge of crimson chakra enveloped his entire being. As the Naruto in the real world opened his eyes, they no longer shone with pure blue, but transformed into slitted pupils reminiscent of a fox. Red chakra surged from him. Yamato immediately sensed the anomaly and was taken aback by Naruto's transformation. What is this? Has the Nine Tails broken free of its seal? Without hesitation, Yamato unleashed several wooden vines that ensnared Naruto from all sides. Yet, in the next moment, boom, Naruto's arms trembled and all the vines shattered, wooden shards scattering across the ground. At that moment, Naruto was cloaked in a red chakra aura, emanating an overwhelming presence. Behind this red beast cloak, three tails waved ominously. TSK, is this all the power I can wield? It should suffice to deal with someone like you. The Nine Tails surveyed its own form, revealing a dissatisfied expression. The seal within Naruto remained quite strong, restricting the full extent of the Nine Tails chakra. Presently, only three tails could manifest. If it could obtain the key and break the seal, the Nine Tails would lend its full power to Naruto, enabling him to enter the QB mode, wherein his strength could reach the level of a Kage in an instant. In his current chakra cloak state, Naruto barely approached the level of a quasi-Kage. However, the outcome of the battle would ultimately depend on both sides' combat experience and elemental advantages. Yamato gazed upon the tumultuous transformation of Naruto before him, immediately comprehending that the entity now commanding the boy's body was none other than the Nine Tails within him. For the first time, his expression grew grave. He clasped his hands together and intoned solemnly, "Nine Tails, return this child's body at once, or I shall not hold back." Not hold back. The corner of the Nine Tails' mouth curled into a sardonic grin as it retorted, "I am quite eager to see how you intend to do that. Do you fancy yourself the first Hokage?" With that, the Nine Tails launched an offensive, its chakra coalescing into a massive crimson claw that lunged ferociously at Yamato. This claw, formed purely from chakra, was remarkably flexible and efficient, wielded with immense power under the Nine Tails' control. Yamato leapt aside, and with a resounding crash, the red claw effortlessly pierced through the wall, leaving behind a gaping hole. Witnessing such terrifying destructive force, Yamato dared not be complacent. He darted about the classroom, evading and seeking opportunities to counterattack. The cacophony of their fierce battle drew the attention of Kakashi and others in the adjacent classroom. There was no need for elaboration. Had Naruto truly intended to leave with the Leaf Village, such tumultuous conflict would not have arisen. Long Ming opened his eyes, casting a glance at Kakashi and the others, and chuckled lightly. "It appears Naruto has no intention of departing with you. This wager, I presume, is in my favor." In response to Long Ming's inquiry, the expressions of Kakashi and his companions turned grim. They were utterly stunned that Naruto, who had lived in the hidden Leaf Village for 8 years, had so swiftly turned against them overnight. Just as Long Ming prepared to rise and approach Naruto, Kurenai suddenly interjected, "Hold on, the situation is far from settled. The wager has not concluded. How can you be certain Naruto might not change his mind? If you proceed now, do you not violate the agreement? You stated you would never interfere with Naruto's choice." Asuma and others nearby brightened at this, quickly echoing, "Indeed, our wager did not prohibit combat. Once the battle concludes, Naruto might yet reconsider." Observing the blatant attempts by the Leaf Ninjas to buy time, Long Ming stroked his nose, as if struck by an idea, and chuckled softly before sitting back down. "Very well, I shall await the conclusion of this battle." With that, Long Ming closed his eyes once more. Kakashi and his companions felt a surge of hope. As long as they could stall Long Ming, they could afford Yamato the opportunity he needed, whether by force or restraint. They simply needed to distance Naruto from here. Time ticked away. Yamato, bearing the weight of collective expectation, did not falter. Despite Naruto's formidable power, now augmented by 3 tails, Yamato was no mere novice. His extensive combat experience, combined with the Wood Release's advantage over the 9 tails, ultimately secured his victory in this clash. The classroom lay in ruins, the floor nearly obliterated, littered with shattered stone and splintered wood. Meanwhile, the 9 tails, ensnared by vines erupting from the ground, found itself tightly bound, surrounded by towering wooden pillars adorned with vicious spikes to thwart any attempt at escape. Damn it, were it not for the gossip seal. How could I be ensnared by a wretch like you? The 9 tails thrashed violently, the tendrils binding it creaking ominously as if they might snap at any moment. Yamato bore several wounds, breathing heavily as he spoke gravely. Ninetales, it is all over. Succumb to slumber. With that, Yamato extended his right hand, clearly revealing a black character inscribed upon his palm. With a firm voice, he invoked the Fire Shadows technique, and then pressed his palm against Naruto's chest. An extraordinary radiance emanating from that point. The Ninetales growled lowly, feeling a drowsy wave of lethargy gradually encroaching upon its consciousness. This technique possessed formidable hypnotic effects, capable of lulling the Ninetales into a deep slumber, characterized by the appearance of the inscribed character at the center of the palm. This move wielded immense power, able to suppress the chakra of the Ninetales. Damn it! Once again this technique was taking hold. The Ninetales began to feel dizzy, its eyes slowly closing. Yet at that moment, another surge of chakra suddenly surged within Naruto. A black chakra enveloped the entire classroom, as if time itself had been paused, rendering everything in the room completely still. The Ninetales jolted awake from the brink of slumber. In that classroom, aside from Naruto, every object remained motionless. Yamato was even frozen mid-action, his palm still resting on Naruto's chest. This was the technique that Ryumi had inscribed within Naruto prior to his entry into the classroom. A manifestation of Ryumi's right eye, known as Kagusu. It had the power to freeze time within a certain radius, encompassing all living beings present. Typically, the ocular techniques of the Sharingan required the host to possess the Sharingan itself to be unleashed through the transference seal. However, Kagusu possessed a remarkable trait. It could not only be applied to oneself, but could also be bestowed upon others, as was the case now. Under Ryumi's design, this technique was set to activate while the Ninetales was being suppressed. The ocular techniques of Infinite and Kagusu complemented each other, aiding Ryumi in controlling space and time. Generally, Kagusu could solidify time for 3 seconds, though this duration could be extended or shortened depending on the relative strengths of the parties involved. However, should any individual within this space be attacked, time would immediately resume its flow. Observing the unfolding scene, the Ninetales was rendered speechless in shock. That fellow could potentially be even more formidable than Madara in the future, it mused silently, seizing this precious opportunity to break free from its restraints. It unleashed a powerful punch into Yamato's abdomen, and time instantly resumed its flow. Yamato had no chance to react before being propelled into a neighboring classroom. Bang! In the waiting area, Kakashi and the others suddenly heard a loud crash behind them, a figure hurtling towards them through the dust. Faced with this unexpected situation, they instinctively dodged without a moment's thought. Consequently, Yamato's head collided with their table, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tenzo. As Kakashi recognized the newcomer, he exclaimed in surprise and hurried over to assist him. How could this be? Tenzo had actually been defeated? Beside him, Yugao displayed a look of disbelief. As a wielder of wood release, Yamato could be considered the nemesis of the Ninetales. This was precisely why Yamato had been assigned to the classroom where Naruto was to be received, to prevent the possibility of Naruto losing control. As the dust gradually settled, Naruto's figure came into view. However, at that moment, the cloak of the tailed beast had vanished, and his eyes had regained their clear blue hue, clearly indicating that the Ninetales had withdrawn. Although Kakashi had already surmised the outcome in his heart, he could not help but inquire, Naruto, do you not wish to return to Konoha with us? Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Despite not recognizing him at present, he felt an inexplicable fondness for the man. Thus, he replied, staying in Konoha feels no different than being alone. I shall not return, for I have found a new home where I intend to remain. Naruto's voice, though soft, was sufficient to echo throughout the small classroom. Kakashi found this difficult to accept at that moment. He desperately wanted to disregard all else and simply take Naruto away. However, how could Ryumi allow Kakashi to do as he pleased? He immediately activated his infinite. Standing beside Naruto, the onlookers, wary of Ryumi's formidable strength and his ability to manipulate the Ninetales with his Sharingan, found their subtle intentions snuffed out. With a gentle smile, Ryumi turned and stated, the wager has been fulfilled. I have emerged victorious. Inform the third Hokage that I shall soon be seeking him to receive my title as Jonin. With that, he boldly led Naruto out of the ninja academy. At that moment, the Uchiha clan was in the process of relocating to the heart of Konoha. As the citizens of Konoha witnessed the Uchiha's mass migration, Their expressions were mixed with joy and concern, while many continued to observe the Uchiha with keen interest. This included several prominent clans within Konoha, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara families. In a large attic, the leaders of these clans gathered for tea, while also keeping an eye on the unfolding events below. Akimichi chose a side. Indeed, they have returned. It seems the third Hokage is temporarily at a loss for how to deal with the Uchiha. However, this is for the best. Avoiding conflict is ideal. Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head, lamenting, "I fear that a confrontation is inevitable. By the way, have you all received intelligence on the jutsu used by that individual named Ryumi?" Hyuga Hayashi replied solemnly. The Umbu delivered the information early on. It appears that conventional ninjutsu and close combat techniques are ineffective against him. The only options left are genjutsu or mental attacks. Among us, only you, Inoichi, might be able to attempt it. Inoichi's face darkened instantly. What? Are they trying to get me killed? He had witnessed Ryumi's extraordinarily swift movements on the battlefield and feared that before he could even complete a hand sign, Ryumi's blade would already be upon him. At this moment, Nara Shikaku spoke in a hushed tone. Otherwise, it is unlikely that Haichi can truly control Ryumi. Let us not forget that whenever a member of the Uchiha clan awakens their Sharingan, their mental prowess often surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, and their mastery of genjutsu is undeniable. His words served as a reminder to those present. They had been preoccupied with devising ways to counteract Ryumi's infinite techniques, inadvertently overlooking the fact that he had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. This phenomenon could be described as the proverbial darkness beneath the lamp. How then could they proceed with the battle? Shikaku's statement cast an even heavier pall over the atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, Yamanaka Haichi quietly remarked, "Indeed, based on the intelligence we currently possess, it would be unwise to target the Uchiha clan in the next 2 or 3 years. Even if we managed to reclaim the Nine Tails, Ryumi alone could inflict devastating losses upon Konoha. This internal conflict held no significance and should never have transpired. I believe it is time to suggest to the Hokage the possibility of mending ties with the Uchiha clan." Yamanaka Haichi is the most adept information gatherer in all of Konoha, and his words carry absolute authority. Moreover, judging by Haichi's demeanor, he seems to have grown increasingly opposed to the notion of annihilating the Uchiha clan. The expressions of the clan leaders shifted continuously. Their apprehension towards a ninja of Ryumi's caliber, who possessed the strength of a shadow at merely 8 years of age, was palpable. The battle from the previous night had left many clan leaders with lingering shadows of doubt. They were confident they were not much stronger than the deceased Danzo. Furthermore, the stance towards the Uchiha clan has always been challenging to unify among the clans. All of them reside within the same village and have established connections. The ties between their young members are particularly strong. The Uchiha had not committed any grievous offenses. It was Danzo who had recklessly instigated the chaos, leading to the skirmish with the Uchiha last night. Many clan leaders had only received vague orders and information, only to later discover that the Uchiha had not initiated a rebellion. It was Danzo's faction that launched an assault against them. Once again, the deceased Danzo bore the blame. How could a shattered mirror ever be restored? The Uchiha had suffered significant casualties the previous night. How could they be expected to let go of their grievances? Shikaku let out a long sigh. Yamanaka Haichi cleared his throat and, appearing somewhat embarrassed, said, "Actually, I have an idea, though I am uncertain if I should voice it." The clan leaders responded, "If you have something to say, we shall certainly listen." Shikaku, with a resigned expression, looked at his friend and urged, "Haichi, please speak freely. There are no outsiders here." Haichi nodded and, with his hands clasped earnestly, said, "In truth, we could consider an alliance through marriage with the Uchiha. Historically, this has been one of the most effective means of establishing alliances and maintaining peace. Would it not be beneficial for Ryumi to once again become a force for Konoha? Ahem, it is quite fortuitous that I happen to have a daughter, endowed with exceptional talent and beauty. Though still young, we could arrange a betrothal between these two children." The prowess of Ryumi is evident to all, and Haichi seeks not only to mend relations between Konoha and the Uchiha. In the future, it is also my aspiration to provide a formidable shield for the mountain clan. For a moment, all gazes turned toward Yamamoto Kaichi, tinged with a peculiar expression. However, his proposal illuminated their minds. Perhaps this approach could indeed resolve the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Yet, The prospect of this union could not be permitted to fall into Kaichi's hands, a mere 8-year-old with the potential for extraordinary growth. "Brother Kaichi," I said, "your method is commendable. Yet you possess but one daughter. Sacrificing her for Konoha is a tremendous burden. I, foolish as I am, have 2 daughters, gentle and kind. Perhaps it is best if this union is entrusted to me." Hyuga Hisashi waved his sleeve grandly, appearing quite righteous. "That may not be wise," came the retort. "As far as I know, your youngest daughter Hanabi is merely 3 years old, and your eldest is destined to assume the heavy responsibilities of the clan. It would be more prudent for me to take the lead." "That is a misguided notion. She could simply be a child bride," another chimed in. "Though I do not have daughters, the Akimichi clan boasts numerous female ninjas, possessing ample beauty. I propose that if there is to be a union, it should rightfully belong to our Akimichi clan." As the discussion escalated, with everyone voicing their opinions, Shika was left utterly astonished. He never anticipated the matter would escalate to such heights. After much deliberation, it was only upon Shika's urging that they decided to first report this proposal to the 3rd Hokage. Shika led several clan heads before the 3rd Hokage, presenting their suggestions. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage had just received news of a failed rescue mission for Naruto. Listening to the clan leaders discussing the possibility of a union with the Uchiha, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Leading a team is no easy task. Under ordinary circumstances, the 3rd Hokage might have been more accommodating, for he was a man who willingly surrendered Niji's father's remains for the sake of peace. However, this time, it was the Jinchuriki that had been taken. With such a nuclear asset at stake, the 3rd Hokage found it impossible to rest easy. After silently puffing on his pipe, the 3rd Hokage spoke gravely. "I have heard your proposal, but the matter concerning Naruto is of utmost importance. To abandon it so swiftly is unacceptable. I suspect that in the coming days, Ryumi will seek me out to confer the title of Jonin. Allow me one more attempt." Shika seemed to ponder something, hesitating before asking, "3rd Hokage, are you suggesting we summon that esteemed individual back?" The 3rd Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, sidestepping Shika's question, merely stating, "If this endeavor fails once more, then the matter shall rest with you, and we shall pursue negotiations and a union with the Uchiha." Days later, following the wager at the Ninja Academy, Konoha appeared to have settled down considerably. Ryumi had not recently encountered any Umbu ninjas in his vicinity. During this time, Ryumi refrained from rushing to the 3rd Hokage to receive his Jonin title, instead dedicating himself to assisting the Uchiha in their relocation. He also partook in their special training sessions. Despite Ryumi's formidable ocular techniques, his understanding of conventional ninjutsu paled in comparison to Itachi and Fugaku. After several days of intensive training, he had reaped significant benefits. Today marked yet another day of special training. Numerous Uchiha clansmen gathered, each forming the same hand seals for a particular ninjutsu. The sequence of signs, snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger, preceded the fire release, great fireball technique. Everyone inhaled deeply, gathering chakra at the back of their throats, and unleashed immense fireballs from their mouths. The training ground transformed into a blazing inferno, with fireballs continuously igniting. This technique, a creation of the Uchiha clan, is a highly advanced ninjutsu widely known throughout the ninja world, serving as a foundational skill for those from the Uchiha lineage. Although it is deemed complex, Itachi mastered it in but a second. In contrast, Long Ming spent the better part of an afternoon learning it, even longer than Sasuke, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that I, Long Ming, lacked the potential of a true prodigy? Struggling with a mere C-rank technique for so long, sigh. Perhaps it would be wiser to diligently clock in from now on, he mused silently. All right, let's put away the techniques. You've all worked hard these past few days. I'll let you return early today to rest. Tomorrow, we continue our special training, declared clan leader Fugaku with a wave of his hand, signaling everyone to cease. As Long Ming was about to depart after retracting the great fireball, Itachi called out to him from behind. Wait, Long Ming. The clan leader has something for me to deliver to you. Something? Long Ming turned to see Itachi approaching, bearing a massive scroll on his back. Is that the Book of Seals? Long Ming hesitated briefly before speaking, as it was unmistakably recognizable. Itachi nodded. Indeed, the people of Konoha delivered it a few days ago. The clan leader and several elite jonin studied it for a few days, but deemed the forbidden techniques within too perilous for practice. He asked me to bring it to you, to see if you might have any use for it. The Book of Seals is labeled as a forbidden tome precisely because it contains techniques that could inflict severe harm or even death upon the user. Thus, it is generally unsuitable for most to practice. For instance, the multi-shadow clone technique, although merely an A-rank skill, is an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, utilizing a vast amount of chakra to create thousands of shadow clones simultaneously. Due to its excessive chakra consumption, the second Hokage deemed it dangerous for those lacking a substantial chakra reserve, classifying it as forbidden and sealing it within the scroll. Such techniques are only appropriate for those with immense chakra, like Naruto. Long Ming certainly could not practice the multi-shadow clone technique. However, he was intrigued by the other techniques within and considered Naruto's potential. Thus, he accepted the Book of Seals from Itachi's hands. "I'll take it. Please thank the clan leader for me. By the way, since special training ended early today, remember to go home and teach your brother about shurikens. Don't keep leaving him hanging." With that, Long Ming waved and vanished in a blink. Itachi stood there, chuckling to himself, but it was precisely his intention. "I'm back, Ino," Long Ming shouted as he kicked open the door to his house, clutching the Book of Seals. "Naruto, come out quickly and see what treasure I brought you." Naruto, initially thinking it might be food, excitedly dashed out of his room, only to find Long Ming holding merely a scroll, and his expression of excitement faded instantly. "What is this?" Naruto gazed at the Book of Seals with a look of skepticism. "This is the Book of Seals. Do not display such an expression. It is a treasure. If it were to be leaked, it would incite a fierce scramble among the great nations." Long Ming's words reignited Naruto's excitement as he fixated intently on the book. Long Ming placed the Book of Seals on the ground and then unfolded it. Several formidable ninjutsu techniques materialized before the two of them. The sealing scroll contained an astonishing 5 forbidden jutsu: the shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, the 8 gates, the explosive tag exchange technique, and the spirit transformation technique. Naruto was dazzled by the array of knowledge before him, and Long Ming pointed to the shadow clone technique, stating, "Master this jutsu, and you will be well equipped. Your chakra levels are exceptionally high, bolstered by the Nine Tails chakra. Learning this technique should pose no challenge for you." Naruto nodded earnestly and began to study it with great seriousness. Meanwhile, Long Ming's gaze shifted to the page detailing impure world reincarnation, revealing a flicker of fervor. This jutsu could be considered the most outrageous forbidden technique devised by the second Hokage, without question. It was the very technique that precipitated the Fourth Great Ninja War. Should Long Ming master this technique now, the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha clan could tip dramatically. Summoning 7 or 8 shadow-level combatants could easily subdue the third Hokage. However, while the aspiration was grand, reality was stark. The impure world reincarnation technique was classified as S-rank, with a learning difficulty that was off the charts. Lacking the qualifications of a great emperor, Long Ming would require at least 6 months, if not longer, to grasp it. Furthermore, this jutsu necessitated the use of living beings for practice. Long Ming would certainly not use his own clansmen. Summoning Konoha ninjas for practice would undoubtedly provoke the third Hokage to come after him with fury. After some contemplation, Long Ming relinquished the thought of mastering impure world reincarnation and turned his attention to the other forbidden techniques. The shadow clone technique required an immense amount of chakra, otherwise, the practitioner risked severe injury or even death. The 8 gates allowed one to temporarily unlock the pathways that constrain chakra within the human body, granting immense power. When all 8 gates were opened, it was known as the 8 gates formation, providing a 10-fold increase in strength that surpassed even the 5 Kage, albeit at a great cost to the user's well-being, potentially leading to their demise. The explosive tag exchange technique, an A-rank infinite explosive jutsu, could generate countless explosive tags in an endless cycle, triggering a continuous barrage of explosions. If executed without caution, the user themselves could become embroiled in the chaos, facing dire consequences. The spirit transformation technique allowed the user to become a living spirit, traversing distances to kill enemies, controlling their bodies, or entering the minds of others. This ethereal form was immune to physical attacks, enabling the user to induce psychological collapse in foes or manipulate allies' bodies. After a moment of deep reflection, Long Ming's eyes brightened with inspiration. "I've got it. I'll cultivate the explosive tag exchange technique." He deemed this to be the most suitable forbidden jutsu for himself. as it required the practitioner to swiftly affix an explosive tag to the enemy's vital point with lightning speed. Subsequently, he initiated the technique, employing explosive tags to summon an endless cascade of detonations. For Long Ming, this task was exceedingly simple. His ocular technique allowed him to elevate his speed to a level comparable to the flying thunder god, all without the need to hurl kunai, rendering the process remarkably convenient. However, a significant drawback of this technique was the risk of self-inflicted damage from close-range explosions. While this may pose a lethal threat to others, it was hardly a concern for Long Ming. Thus, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. In the ensuing days, the Uchiha clan was frequently interrupted by the sound of explosions. Initially, this caused considerable alarm among the higher-ups of Konoha, as the tremendous noise led them to believe that Long Ming had unleashed the Nine Tails. Upon investigation, they discovered that it was merely the result of ordinary explosive tags detonating. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the ordeal had concluded, but little did they know that the nightmare was merely beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of violent explosions and flames resonated once more from the Uchiha compound. Several Umbu shinobi stationed nearby were rattled, their eardrums ringing as they grumbled in frustration. Damn it, not again. The frequency has been increasing over the past 2 days. What on earth is the Uchiha clan up to? Are they trying to dismantle Konoha? This must be the 100th time. I haven't been able to sleep properly these past few days. I even dreamt of the explosions. It's utterly maddening. Where do they procure so many explosive tags? Within the confines of the Uchiha base, Long Ming stood in a deep crater, surrounded by curling tendrils of smoke. He waved his hand to disperse the acrid black fumes and gazed down at the crater beneath him, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, this power is barely adequate. It was worth the expenditure of tens of thousands of explosive tags. Long Ming mused, reflecting on the costly nature of this jutsu. The explosive tags summoned through the technique required prior preparation, and he had implored the clan leader to gather nearly all the explosive tags within the Uchiha clan to facilitate his relentless practice. Itachi appeared beside Long Ming, surveying the numerous massive craters with admiration. Long Ming, the magnitude of this technique is truly astounding. If unleashed unexpectedly, it could very well spell doom even for shadow-level shinobi. Itachi had been utilizing shadow clones as targets to assist Long Ming in refining the technique, and thus he had developed a profound appreciation for its power. Indeed, but not necessarily. Every jutsu has its weaknesses. Although this technique is formidable, it remains susceptible to countermeasures. Let us attempt it once more. Long Ming replied. All right. I will continue using shadow clones. At that moment, a member of the Uchiha clan approached, accompanied by Nara Shikaku. Shikaku's expression was as calm as still waters. Even within the Uchiha territory, he maintained an air of serene composure. He had come bearing a mission from the third Hokage and represented Konoha. This marked the first time Konoha had sent someone to negotiate with the Uchiha clan since the night of the massacre, to manifest Konoha's dignity and grace. Shikaku had donned a brand new ninja outfit, and his hair and beard were meticulously groomed, all to ensure he matched the presence of those from the Uchiha clan and to take the initiative in their discussions. Soon, Rikuju found himself transported to a desolate landscape, marred by deep pits and charred remnants. At first glance, he suspected that members of the Uchiha clan were playing a prank on him, and he intended to reprimand them. However, he suddenly remembered the importance of embodying the dignity and grace of Konoha, and thus, he asked nonchalantly, "What is the meaning of bringing me here to find Ryumi?" The Uchiha in front of him rolled his eyes and gestured forward. "Isn't that obvious? Just take a look for yourself." "Look for myself?" Rikuju's brow furrowed in confusion. As a prodigious strategist of Konoha, his intellect was exceptionally high, often serving as an advisor to the Hokage. Yet, what was there to observe in this charred expanse? As Rikuju focused intently, he suddenly saw a figure burst forth from one of the deep pits. It was Itachi Uchiha. Although Itachi had removed his mask, Rikuju recognized the former Umbu member instantly. Just as curiosity struck him about Itachi's presence there, Ryumi appeared before Itachi in a flash. In a blur, Ryumi affixed explosive tags to Itachi's arms, waist, and legs, and an enormous explosion instantly engulfed both Itachi and Ryumi. However, Ryumi, having unleashed his infinite powers, remained unscathed. He soared into the air and produced another explosive tag, casting it towards the sky as he flew toward Itachi. As the tag reached its midpoint, it began to multiply, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 3, in an endless cycle. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, creating an extensive area of devastation. Waves of searing heat and dust assaulted Rikuju's face, soiling his meticulously groomed hair and pristine clothing. What on earth is happening? Rikuju's mouth fell agape in shock, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Though he had often heard peculiar explosions from the Uchiha clan, he never fathomed that they were orchestrated by Ryumi. The thought of such jutsu being used on himself sent a shiver down his spine. The explosions persisted for 2 or 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Rikuju pondered. If such a terrifying jutsu exists, even with Ryumi's mysterious ocular abilities, he should have sustained some injuries given the proximity. If he were wounded, it would indicate that he was not immune to the jutsu's damage. Just as this thought crossed Rikuju's mind, Ryumi emerged from the thick smoke. Completely unharmed, not a speck of dust on him. Rikuju's expression darkened. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Nara Rikuju? Ryumi, stepping out of the explosion's aftermath, noticed Rikuju standing nearby and approached him. You must be Ryumi. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Nara Rikuju, the clan leader of the Nara family. I look forward to your guidance. Rikuju hastily donned a friendly smile and extended his hand toward Ryumi. All notions of dignity and grace were cast aside. He merely hoped not to provoke this formidable individual. Ryumi glanced disdainfully at Rikuju's grimy hand and waved it off, saying, Lord Rikuju, you jest. Did we not meet over a week ago? You nearly dispatched the leader of our Uchiha clan. Furthermore, may I request that you take a bath before our next encounter? I almost failed to recognize you, and this layer of dust is entirely your doing. Riku felt somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to gloss over the topic of that fateful night of annihilation, yet Long Ming had brought it up directly, showing no regard for decorum. He cleared his throat a couple of times and explained, that day was quite unfortunate. We must blame Danzo for that. His reckless dissemination of false information led both the third Hokage and us to become unwitting accomplices in the atrocities. Rest assured, the Shimura clan has already faced severe consequences from the third. Long Ming's expression remained impassive. Were it any other clan, he might have accepted their claim of ignorance. However, to assert that the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was unaware of Danzo's schemes was utterly implausible after so many years of service. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Lord Nara, what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, I suggest you turn around and take your leave. Before Riku could utter another word, Long Ming had already issued the dismissal. Riku's face twitched. Had any ordinary person dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have employed the shadow strangulation technique to eliminate the insolent fool. Yet, in the presence of Long Ming, he could only muster a cordial smile, hastily replying, Indeed. There is a matter at hand. Not long ago, did you not mention that the third Hokage would bestow upon you the title of Jonin? The necessary procedures are nearly complete. You only need to proceed to the Hokage's office to receive your forehead protector. Oh, so that is what this is about, Long Ming drawled, casting a meaningful glance at Riku. Had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. However, I am in no rush. Why is the third so eager? Surely, there is no conspiracy afoot? As he spoke, Long Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, the intricate patterns of his Sharingan swirling slowly. The sound of his voice reverberated like thunder within Riku's mind, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Under the immense pressure emanating from Long Ming, Riku's breathing grew erratic. After a brief silence, Riku suddenly forced a laugh. How could that be? You must be mistaken. Konoha absolutely harbors no such thoughts. Are you not aware that the third Hokage's greatest desire is peace? Long Ming's countenance remained unchanged, and Riku felt a surge of anxiety. He had mentally prepared himself. Should Long Ming reveal even a hint of murderous intent, he would immediately deploy a smoke bomb and flee with all his might. Yet, in the next moment, the previously grim Long Ming suddenly burst into laughter. He stepped closer, patting Riku on the arm, and said, Haha, I was merely jesting. Look at how frightened you are. Riku's expression darkened. Do you still consider yourself amusing? Long Ming continued, Rest assured. Inform the third that I shall accept the title of Jonin today. Please ask him to be prepared. Riku exhaled a sigh of relief within, quickly responding, In that case, we shall await your esteemed presence in the Hokage's office. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Long Ming's reply, He executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the uncomfortable situation. Once Riku had disappeared, Long Ming's smile faded, and he lowered his head in contemplation. It appeared that Konoha was indeed preparing to take action against you. Itachi suddenly appeared beside Long Ming, having overheard everything that had just been said. Given Itachi's intellect, it was not difficult for him to deduce that this was a trap laid by the third Hokage for Long Ming. Long Ming absent-mindedly touched his nose and replied, "I understand. But I am uncertain about what they have prepared this time. To be honest, I am somewhat eager." There was no trace of fear or apprehension in Long Ming's words. Rather, he seemed to harbor a sense of anticipation. He was well aware of Konoha's various foundations and had mentally prepared himself to confront them. Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow and could not help but advise, "Why would you risk falling into this trap? You are currently the highest combat power and the spiritual pillar of the Uchiha, as well as the guardian of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha are eagerly awaiting your arrival, undoubtedly having devised means to defeat you. Is it worth it to take such a risk? If anything were to happen to you, the Uchiha and Konoha would descend into chaos." Long Ming interjected with a hand, smiling as he addressed Itachi. "Thank you for your concern, Itachi, but the title of Jonin is of great significance to me, and I must attain it. Besides, even if Konoha possesses formidable strategies, I have you to assist me. Do I not?" Seeing Long Ming's resolute demeanor, Itachi refrained from further persuasion, sighing instead, "Very well, but do remember to prioritize your safety." Long Ming nodded in agreement, then made some preparations before setting off alone towards the Hokage's hall. "Long Ming has begun his venture. Swiftly report to Lord Hokage. Remain here to monitor the situation, and keep a close watch on the Uchiha's movements. Should any member of the Uchiha clan emerge, ensure they are detained until our plan is realized." In the shadows, several Konoha ninjas continued to communicate, having kept a close watch on Long Ming since his departure under the surveillance of the Umbu. This news quickly reached the ears of the third Hokage, who sat at his desk, a cloud of smoke perpetually enveloping him. He inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a billow of smoke, and spoke to a tall figure seated in the shadows beside him. "After such a long absence, to suddenly bring you back to face such an opponent is indeed a burden." The tall figure let out a hearty laugh. "It matters not. I have been wandering outside for quite some time and have missed the village. This return is quite timely." The third Hokage nodded, then, after a moment of silence, inquired, "Have you found Orochimaru yet?" The man in the shadows fell silent, slowly rising and stepping into the light, sighing as he spoke. "No. I have been searching for his trail, but he seems to have vanished without a trace, as if he never existed." This man was tall, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil. His long white hair flowed down to his waist, and beneath his eyes lay red markings. He wore a red outer robe, wooden clogs, and armor-like gauntlets on his hands. This man was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the secret weapon the third Hokage had against Long Ming. The third Hokage, upon hearing that there was still no news of Orochimaru, could not discern whether to feel pleased or disheartened. He took another deep puff from his pipe and remarked, "It is perhaps for the best that he remains unfound. Let us consider him dead in the outside world." Jiraiya's expression bore a hint of melancholy, yet it swiftly transformed back to his usual demeanor. "The boy named Uchiha Long Ming should be arriving shortly. I shall take my leave for now. You may converse with him, and should the need arise, I shall be ready to intervene at any moment." As Jiraiya spoke those final words, a brilliant glimmer shone in his eyes, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath. The third Hokage observed his disciple with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts. Await my signal before you act." Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement and, in a flash, concealed himself in the shadows. Before long, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Please enter," the third Hokage intoned gravely. The door creaked open, and Ranmei entered the Hokage's office with a light-hearted smile. "Third Hokage, I hope I am not too late, and that I have not intruded upon your time." He cast a glance at the half-consumed cup of tea beside him, his words laced with implication. However, the third Hokage, being a shrewd elder, had prepared extensively for this encounter, as it was indeed his domain. Taking a puff from his pipe, the third Hokage displayed no sign of alarm, casually offering a response. "You have not disrupted anything. It's merely that you arrived a tad late, and the tea I prepared for you has grown cold." Internally, Ranmei cursed the third Hokage's audacity, aware that the tea was freshly poured for another guest, likely one summoned to deal with him. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose the ruse and simply found a seat, stating, "Third Hokage, you are undoubtedly aware of my intentions. I request the Jonin forehead protector and the ninja registration card." Without hesitation, Ranmei addressed the matter at hand, demanding the Jonin forehead protector. The third Hokage, maintaining a calm demeanor, took a leisurely puff of his pipe and replied with a smile. "Ah, the youth is always so impatient. I have long prepared what you seek. Take a look." With that, he unveiled a crimson cloth on the table, revealing a silver forehead protector and a registration card uniquely designated for Ranmei. This card contained his ninja registration number, date of birth, mission count, and the date of his Jonin promotion. With this, Ranmei would officially become a true Jonin of Konoha. As he reached out to claim the forehead protector, the third Hokage extended his hand to halt him. Ranmei furrowed his brow and spoke with deliberation. "What is this? Is Konoha planning to deny its obligations after a loss?" The third Hokage chuckled lightly and shook his head. "That is not the case. Rather, you must understand the significance of this forehead protector. Once you take it, you will no longer be a member of the Uchiha clan, but a ninja solely of Konoha. You will be required to heed the orders of the Hokage, to toil in obscurity for the peace of the village, and to risk your life, if necessary. Are you prepared for that?" It felt as though he were attempting to brainwash me. "I would sacrifice nothing." Ranmei scoffed inwardly, responding with feigned indifference. "Of course. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall assist Konoha." This assurance was deliberately vague, as the extent of his capabilities was entirely at Ranmei's discretion. The third Hokage, being astute, discerned the implication in Ranmei's words and shifted his approach. "Ranmei, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Naruto must be returned to us. As long as you agree to this condition, I shall graciously present you with the Jonin headband. You, as a Jonin, will not be beholden to the directives of the village or the Hokage and will enjoy the benefits and remuneration afforded to your rank. Furthermore, I have prepared a substantial gift for the Uchiha clan. It is well known that your clan members often struggle to control their Sharingan once activated, which can inflict severe damage upon their physical bodies. Surely, you have encountered a certain ninja within Konoha who possesses the cells of the first Hokage. Should you acquiesce, I will bestow upon the Uchiha the research findings pertaining to wood release." Long Ming narrowed his eyes, recognizing the audacity of the third Hokage, who had traded the life of Niji's father for peace and had taken decisive action internally. In mere moments of conversation, he had already considered Yamato a pawn in their dealings. If the Nine Tails were to be captured repeatedly and Konoha threatened time and again, one might fear that the third Hokage would resort to eliminating his own kin. Though the proposition was enticing, I have no doubt that if I were to surrender Naruto, you would stop at nothing to obliterate the Uchiha. At that juncture, what use would the cells of the first Hokage serve me? Long Ming's words rang presciently true, highlighting the crux of the matter. The third Hokage chuckled softly, raising his hand to solemnly vow, "I swear, in my lifetime, I shall never lay a hand against the Uchiha, nor shall I engage in any actions that threaten them." Long Ming shook his head once more, stating, "Your assurances hold no value, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can only guarantee your own actions. You cannot alter the decisions made by the other two high-ranking officials of Konoha. Once I deliver Naruto, they will commence preparations to annihilate the Uchiha, and you will remain a passive observer as they launch their assault. You have a knack for keeping your hands clean, seldom engaging in the dirty work yourself. You are a shrewd Hokage, yet your sagacity is misplaced. Therefore, regardless of the conditions you propose, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall reject them all." Long Ming's voice resonated firmly within the confines of the Hokage's office. The previously smiling visage of the third Hokage now bore a semblance of discomfort, and the two parties found themselves locked in a stalemate. After a lengthy silence, the third Hokage finally released his grip. He sighed and declared, "Very well, consider my previous statements as if they were never uttered. Take the Jonin headband and depart." With that, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair, appearing to have surrendered completely. Long Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The third Hokage's swift concession stirred within him a sense of unease, as it was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Nevertheless, emboldened by his talents, Long Ming reached for the headband. The moment Long Ming's fingers brushed against the headband, numerous suppression seals erupted from the ground, entwining him with silken threads designed to suppress chakra, particularly effective against Jinchuriki. The glint in the third Hokage's eyes sharpened like a blade as he commanded, Make your move. Long Ming reacted with remarkable speed. Although a portion of his chakra was suppressed, he swiftly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. With a whoosh, a powerful sound of air displacement filled the room as a towering figure materialized within the Hokage's office, reaching out with an enormous hand aimed directly at Long Ming's head. A sealing scroll appeared in his palm, evidently intended to seal Long Ming away. Jiraiya, it is indeed you. In Long Ming's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. Yet he felt little astonishment. At this moment, Konoha was in a transitional era, and the number of formidable Super Shadow warriors that could be summoned was exceedingly limited. As he observed the ever-enlarging hand before him, Long Ming resolutely activated his infinite technique, establishing a positive spatial barrier around himself. With a hum, Jiraiya's palm halted perilously close to Long Ming, unable to breach the distance. Naturally, the sealing talisman never adhered to Long Ming's forehead. Indeed, as the intelligence indicated, this sensation felt more like an absence of contact. Your Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed fascinating. Jiraiya, undeterred by his failed ambush, revealed an intrigued demeanor, exuding a carefree aura even amidst battle. With a nimble leap, Jiraiya positioned himself nearby, armed with infinite defense. Long Ming seized the opportunity to remove all the suppressive seals from his body, his gaze towards the third Hokage growing increasingly cold. Had he not been prepared in advance, he might well have fallen victim to the old man's cunning ploy. The third Hokage disregarded Long Ming's glare and turned to Jiraiya, stating, I leave this to you. I shall step outside to oversee the situation. Jiraiya offered no reply, merely nodding, his eyes remaining fixed on Long Ming. The third Hokage flickered and appeared outside the Hokage hall, surrounded by numerous Umbu ninjas. Lord Third, we are ready. Please issue your orders. The Umbu ninjas spoke in unison, their voices solemn. The third Hokage nodded silently, then pulled at his Hokage cloak, revealing a fitted black combat uniform beneath. Activate the 4 purple flames formation. With the third Hokage's command, the surrounding Umbu ninjas dispersed, each taking position at the 4 corners of the Hokage hall. They simultaneously formed hand seals, and a deep purple chakra surged from their bodies, reaching skyward. This created a rectangular barrier of transparent purple flames, preventing any external personnel from entering. Should anyone touch the walls of the barrier, they would be scorched by the flames. This formation, executed by Konoha's 4 elite shinobi, aimed to prevent Long Ming from escaping. Given his astonishing speed, Long Ming gazed at the rising purple barrier outside the window, falling into contemplation. Indeed, he could not utilize Infinite to directly escape the confines of the Hokage Hall. Although Infinite could shorten distances between multiple objects, it could not penetrate barriers like Obito's intangibility. He was constrained by the formation. It seems that to leave, I must defeat you, Jiraiya. Long Ming turned to engage in conversation with Jiraiya. In truth, even without the third Hokage's deployment of the 4 purple flames formation, Long Ming would have sought to overcome Jiraiya. For the key to the Nine-Tails sealing, as recorded by Minato Namikaze, lay with Jiraiya. Oh, you know me and my name? Jiraiya expressed surprise, having yet to introduce himself. Of course, you're the legendary sage of Mount Myobokuzen, the handsome man who can silence crying children. Am I correct? Long Ming smiled faintly, profoundly familiar with Jiraiya's lines, to the extent that he could recite them on the spot. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt immensely pleased, laughing heartily while ruffling his hair. Oh dear. Being addressed in such a manner truly makes me feel bashful. It almost makes me consider sparing your life. Long Ming's expression twitched. He could discern no trace of embarrassment on Jiraiya's face. Humph, you seem quite confident in your ability to best me. Perfect. As I too wish to gauge the true weight of your prowess as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Long Ming's eyes began to swirl with the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. A surge of black chakra erupted from within Long Ming, rapidly coalescing into a massive skeletal form that enveloped him. Layered upon this skeletal structure, Susanoo began to manifest flesh and sinew, encased in a shroud of chakra, with a pair of double-edged blades materializing in its hands. Each weapon wielded by Susanoo possesses its own unique characteristics. For instance, Itachi's Tatsuka blade can ensnare foes into an eternal slumber within a dream, while Sasuke's bow, being immensely large, can serve as a shield against enemy attacks, launching arrows with remarkable speed. Long Ming's double-edged blade, in addition to its sharpness, can unleash cutting winds to strike at opponents. The colossal Susanoo burst through the Hokage's office, sending debris raining down from above. In the presence of Susanoo, Jiraiya's towering figure appeared diminutive. The surrounding Konoha ninjas, including Kakashi, Might Guy, and the heads of various clans, watched the unfolding battle with palpable tension. The outcome of this confrontation would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan, and perhaps even that of Konoha itself. Several elite ninjas from Konoha, encircled by the four purple flames formation, engaged in anxious deliberation. Do you think Lord Jiraiya can win? That Susanoo cleaved Danzo in two with a single strike. Nonsense. What does Danzo compare to Lord Jiraiya? He is a true legendary ninja and can certainly beat that Long Ming into submission. Humph, Long Ming is doomed. Once Lord Jiraiya slays him, we shall proceed to the Uchiha and reclaim the Nine Tails. Facing Long Ming, who had unleashed Susanoo, Jiraiya felt no fear. Instead, for the first time, a thrilling smile graced his lips. Indeed, it is Susanoo. It has been so long since I fought someone from the Uchiha clan. Let us commence. With that, Jiraiya stomped his feet, unleashing a terrifying physical force that cracked the ground beneath him, fissures spreading from his position. Bang! Jiraiya's figure shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly closing the distance to Long Ming before executing a rapid spinning kick. Long Ming did not flinch. Jiraiya's foot connected with Susanoo's face. Thud! A dull sound echoed from Long Ming's Susanoo, yet it sustained no damage, while Jiraiya inhaled sharply. Hiss! It's remarkably solid. Truly the genuine Susanoo. Jiraiya could not resist a tease. Why not experience it yourself to truly understand? With a flash in his eyes, Long Ming wielded the dual-bladed sword of Susanoo, delivering a decisive strike. The blades seemed to siphon the very air around them, unleashing a cacophony of roars. Unfazed by the looming weapon overhead, Jiraiya smiled as he bit his finger and swiftly formed several hand seals. Summoning technique. Jiraiya slammed his palm into the ground, and a massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Long Ming's dual-bladed sword struck something exceedingly hard. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated, and as the white smoke dissipated, it revealed a colossal red toad that had intercepted the attack. It wielded a shield resembling a pot lid in its left hand and a spiked harpoon in its right. Oh, thank you, Gamekin, Jiraiya exclaimed as he leapt atop the giant toad. Gamekin was a formidable creature, equally matched in size to Long Ming's Susanoo. It's nothing. As long as you don't find me too foolish, Gamekin humbly replied. However, Long Ming had no intention of allowing them to converse amidst battle. He raised his dual-bladed sword once more. Streams of black chakra coalesced around the weapon, enhancing its already immense size. With the blade stretching to half the height of Susanoo itself, Jiraiya's smile faltered slightly, realizing that the power of this strike was on an entirely different scale. Gamekin, retreat! Jiraiya commanded sternly, his expression turning serious. Understood. Gamekin responded as it sprang back with remarkable agility. Long Ming inhaled deeply, aiming for Gamekin's position. Susanoo brandished the dual-bladed sword and swung down again. This time, the immense blade of chakra cleaved through the Hokage's office, slicing the chamber in two. The black, lethal energy surged towards Gamekin with terrifying might. Jiraiya was not one to underestimate the threat. He swiftly formed seals on Gamekin's body. Earth release, earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall erupted from the ground, and Jiraiya, not yet satisfied, conjured several additional massive walls. The blade's energy approached in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous crash. Dozens of sturdy earthen walls crumbled like paper, yet they successfully redirected the deadly force. Gamekin narrowly evaded the cataclysmic strike, but the residual energy slammed violently against the four purple flames formation. The purple rectangular barrier quaked intensely, a distinct scar from the blade appearing upon it. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas paled at the sight. This was merely the aftershock. Had the full force of the strike been unleashed, the four purple flames formation might not have endured. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he issued a command. Asuma, take your team and reinforce the four purple flames formation from the outside. We must not allow Long Ming to breach it and escape. Understood. Asuma replied swiftly, leading three elite jonin to position themselves at the corners of the formation, establishing an additional layer of the four purple flames formation. The newly formed barrier, composed of four elite jonin, appeared significantly sturdier than the first. However, Long Ming regarded their actions with disdain. If he wished to flee, even if Konoha were to deploy 10 four purple flames formation, they would be unable to restrain him. With a flicker of his left eye's hexagram, He instantaneously appeared behind Jiraiya, poised to strike with a blade. Yet, Jiraiya had anticipated this confrontation, having gathered ample intelligence on Long Ming's abilities prior to battle, and was thus well prepared for his every move. With his back turned to Long Ming, Jiraiya began to weave hand seals. And suddenly his hair began to elongate as if imbued with life. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair split into countless strands, surging backward to ensnare Long Ming's Susanoo, rendering it immobile. The once supple hair transformed under Jiraiya's ninjutsu, becoming as resilient as tempered steel, possessing formidable cutting capabilities as it relentlessly endeavored to slice through the Susanoo. But that was not the end. With a triumphant shout, Jiraiya bit his finger and initiated another series of hand seals. Summoning technique, destruction of the rooftop. Long Ming sensed impending doom as a colossal shadow enveloped his position. Looking up, he beheld a gigantic toad plummeting from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous boom, directly compressing Long Ming's Susanoo into the ground. Dust billowed as countless fragments of rock were sent flying, disintegrating into powder upon contact with the four purple flames formation. This behemoth, adorned with two blades and cloaked in a vibrant green hue, was called Gamabunta, a formidable entity from Mount Myaboku. Though Long Ming remained unharmed within his Susanoo, cracks began to mar its surface. The infinite shifting technique, aside from being rendered ineffective against barriers, could not be utilized while under control, necessitating a clear path free of obstructions. Jiraiya's relentless assault drew cheers from the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Incredible! That young lad stands no chance against Lord Jiraiya. Indeed, he is being utterly overwhelmed. Long live Lord Jiraiya. The Konoha ninjas erupted in applause, while the clan leaders from the mountain and the Hyuga family donned expressions of contemplation. Should Long Ming truly be vanquished, they would be compelled to mobilize their clans to aid in the eradication of the Uchiha. For them, such infighting was not only disheartening, but also posed a risk of casualties among their kin. Deep down, they were inclined to support Yamano Hachi's marriage proposal. Yet in the realm of ninjas, might dictates authority. Should Jiraiya triumph, they would have no choice but to comply with the Hokage's decree to eliminate the Uchiha. It seems your ocular technique possesses numerous limitations. It cannot possibly be the extraordinarily overpowered ability to nullify ninjutsu, Jiraiya mused while tightening his control over his hair. Although I initially failed to strike you during our encounter in the office, that sensation felt less like encountering a barrier and more akin to striking the air. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, your ocular technique likely allows you to extend or contract the distance between yourself and others. However, it appears that once under your control, one cannot shorten that distance. Am I correct in my assessment? The surrounding ninjas displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Having been unaware of Ryumi's capabilities, which had often put them at a disadvantage during battles, Ryumi's gaze darkened slightly in ninja confrontations. The intelligence regarding each side's strengths and their specialized jutsu is paramount. Having clashed multiple times with the ninjas of Konoha, he had inadvertently revealed too much information, to the extent that Jiraiya had deduced his infinite abilities. However, he had consistently concealed his right eye, rarely exposing it. So Jiraiya likely remained oblivious to the powers it possessed. Having exchanged enough idle chatter, it was time to conclude the battle swiftly. As he sought inspiration for his artistic endeavors in Konoha, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. He extended his palm, concentrating high-density fire chakra into a blazing crimson sphere. This was the fire release, Great Flame Spiral, a technique formed by combining fire chakra with the Rasengan, boasting several times the power of the ordinary Rasengan. Jiraiya intended to shatter Susanoo's defenses with it. Ryumi's eyes sharpened, and his chakra erupted forth. The left hand of Susanoo, bound, formed a black tomo resembling the pattern of the Sharingan. This was one of Susanoo's ranged attack methods, the Yasaka Magatama, capable of targeting a single foe or dispersing to strike multiple adversaries. The tomo spun incessantly, severing the hair surrounding his arm. Jiraiya, noticing this, prepared to intervene. Yet, Ryumi had already launched the tomo. It whirled around Susanoo, cutting through the restrained hair before advancing towards Gamagoro, who promptly drew his twin blades and crossed them defensively. Gamagoro, be cautious, Jiraiya quickly cautioned. Boom. The Yasaka Magatama collided directly with Gamagoro's blades, the violent rotation igniting a flurry of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Ryumi released Susanoo. causing Gamagoro to lose his footing as the weight beneath him vanished. The blades he held shifted position, and the Yasaka Magatama crashed into him. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth of Konoha a vivid crimson. Gamagoro. Jiraiya's expression darkened at the sight of his comrade's injury. Just as Jiraiya's concern for Gamagoro's wounds surged, Ryumi had already appeared behind him. After slipping away from the chaos of Gamagoro and Jiraiya's fierce clash, Ryumi activated his infinite, teleporting behind Jiraiya. "Do not let your focus waver in battle, Lord Jiraiya," Ryumi declared, swiftly placing an explosive tag on Jiraiya's back with lightning speed. Simultaneously, he withdrew another explosive tag from his pocket and hurled it into the sky, summoning an unending series of explosive tags in midair. Ryumi narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word. "Art is an explosion. Ignite the chain reaction of explosive tags." Jiraiya's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags erupted in a continuous series of explosions, each wave more powerful than the last. The explosive force intensified, enveloping the entire four purple flames formation, rendering visibility non-existent amidst the towering flames and the reverberations of the blast. The first layer of the four purple flames formation began to collapse at an alarming rate, with the four Umbu Black Ops who had set it up being drawn into the explosion, disappearing without a trace, their cries swallowed by the chaos. The formation, orchestrated by Asuma along with 3 elite Jonin, was on the brink of ruin, fissures appearing increasingly upon its surface. "We must hold on," Asuma bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he channeled his chakra into the formation in a relentless stream. The explosion persisted for approximately 2 minutes, which felt to Asuma like an eternity. To put it bluntly, were the explosion to continue even a moment longer, he might very well perish from chakra depletion. Silence enveloped the area, all present seemingly petrified as they gazed upon the smoke wreath for purple flames formation. The devastation was simply terrifying, surpassing anything that Riku had witnessed on that fateful day within the Uchiha clan. This was not merely due to a greater number of explosive tags employed by Ryumi, but rather the nature of the explosion itself, the release of energy in an extremely brief period, manifesting as a rapid expansion of air followed by an outward release of force. In a confined space, the air was subjected to even greater compression, unable to escape, which exponentially amplified the power of the combined explosive tags. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the onlookers beheld the Hokage hall reduced to ruins, with scarcely a sizable stone remaining. Everything had been pulverized into dust by the successive detonations, and Jiraiya stood amidst the debris, prompting a collective awakening among the spectators. "It's Lord Jiraiya. He is unharmed. Are you blind? Didn't you see Lord Jiraiya spitting blood?" The severity of the explosive tags had been overwhelming. "Isn't Lord Jiraiya in grave danger?" Voices rose in concern, further darkening the third Hokage's expression. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, suggesting, "Third Hokage, perhaps we should dispel the four purple flames formation and assist him. If anything happens to Lord Jiraiya, it could spell disaster for Konoha." The third's expression shifted continuously. He understood the stakes. Should Jiraiya fall, there would be no one left in Konoha capable of restraining Ryumi. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Wait a little longer. Jiraiya has yet to reveal his trump card. If he can summon those two sages, Ryumi is bound to be defeated." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shikaku's eyes as he chose to remain silent, retreating to the side. Inside the four purple flames formation, Jiraiya found himself in a dire state, far removed from his previous spirited demeanor. In the final moments before the explosion, he had employed his secret defensive technique, the ninjutsu, earthly abode, hardening his silver hair to envelop his entire body. Yet, this was insufficient to fully withstand the force of the combined explosive tags. His once flowing locks were now reduced to mere wisps, and the vibrant red outer robe and armor had vanished in the blast. What remained of his clothing was tattered, his body marred with numerous wounds inflicted by the explosion. As for the Toad Sage and Toad Health, they decisively chose to terminate the summoning technique amidst the explosion and returned to Mount Myaboku, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Jiraiya's expression grew grave as blood dripped continuously from his palm. He had underestimated the potency of Long Ming's formidable jutsu, and in a moment of miscalculation, he had sustained significant injuries. At this juncture, his only recourse was to summon Fukusaku to buy time, gather sage chakra, and then invoke the two great sages to secure victory. Jiraiya was already formulating a strategy in his mind when he bit his finger, preparing to summon Fukusaku. However, Long Ming had already reappeared before him in an instant. You shall not use the summoning technique again. Long Ming delivered a swift kick that sent Jiraiya hurtling. Jiraiya raised his arms, barely managing to deflect the blow, yet the summoning technique was abruptly interrupted. With no other option, Jiraiya distanced himself from Long Ming, propelling himself into the high sky. Yet, this speed paled in comparison to Long Ming, who activated his limitless power and swiftly closed the gap. With a powerful punch, he struck Jiraiya in the back, sending him crashing down to the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, debris scattered in all directions. However, when Long Ming landed and looked down, Jiraiya had suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Long Ming's gaze darkened as he turned to see Jiraiya with his hands clasped together, gathering sage chakra. In his sage mode, Jiraiya possessed genuine power surpassing that of a Hokage. His attack and defense surged immensely, and he could harness natural energy to generate sage chakra, exponentially amplifying the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. If Jiraiya successfully summoned the two sages, Long Ming would undoubtedly face defeat. Long Ming's eyes narrowed as he vanished once more, charging towards Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya was well acquainted with Long Ming's tactics. As soon as Long Ming disappeared, he instinctively leapt away from his original position. Jiraiya's decades of combat experience were fully on display, as he deftly evaded Long Ming's assaults through various means while maintaining his hands in prayer. Outside, the ninjas were on edge, and the third Hokage watched with bated breath. Knowing Jiraiya was on the verge of success, Long Ming's gaze flickered as he employed the same technique again, drawing closer at an accelerated pace, prompting Jiraiya to prepare for another leap. Sensing Long Ming's delayed approach behind him, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy, for his sage chakra was nearly fully gathered. All he needed to do was evade this strike, and he would enter sage mode. At that moment, a faint smile crept across Long Ming's lips as he suddenly declared, "Jiraiya, do you not wish to know the whereabouts of Orochimaru?" Jiraiya's body momentarily stiffened at this unexpected revelation, and Long Ming seized this precious opportunity. Activating the deadly ocular technique of his right eye, the six-pointed star, Kaguyasu, dark chakra surged forth from Long Ming, enveloping the surrounding space with alarming speed. Everything ensnared by the black chakra was instantly halted, as if frozen in time. At this moment, Jiraiya was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. However, the brief hesitation had cost him the optimal opportunity to escape. The black chakra enveloped him entirely, and within a radius of 5 to 6 meters around Long Ming. Time appeared to come to a standstill. Jiraiya remained frozen mid-leap, his hands clasped together in a prayer-like position. Long Ming took a few shallow breaths. Although he possessed the ability to solidify time, its effectiveness was directly related to both the area of effect and the strength of the immobilized individual. The larger the area and the stronger the beings within it, the greater the chakra required. To hold a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber in place necessitated a vast amount of chakra, thus limiting this technique to a single use. It was imperative that his strike was certain to succeed. The earlier actions were deliberately intended to lower Jiraiya's guard, instilling in him a false sense of security that approaching would not pose a lethal threat. This was due to the fact that while Long Ming could indeed freeze time, the speed of activation was not as swift as one might imagine. It certainly could not match the capabilities of a ninja of Jiraiya's stature. Had Long Ming initiated the technique from the outset, it was highly likely that Jiraiya would have evaded it, rendering his efforts futile. Though the interval was less than 3 seconds, it sufficed for him to execute his plan. A triumphant smile graced Long Ming's lips. While he could have easily eliminated the defenseless Jiraiya, such a course of action seemed excessively wasteful. Thus, Long Ming had long since devised an alternative strategy. Swiftly forming a hand seal, he opened his mouth and, amidst retching sounds, expelled a pitch-black crow. Astonishingly, one of the crow's eyes bore the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, a preparation Long Ming had made prior to arriving in Konoha, borrowing Shursui's Kodowa Mitsukumi from Itachi. This moment was precisely what he had been waiting for, as he intended to manipulate Jiraiya's will through Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan. The crow flew before Jiraiya, who was now incapable of any evasive maneuvers. The three tomo in the crow's left eye began to merge rapidly, forming a four-sided shuriken. The most formidable Jinjutsu, Kodowa Mitsukumi, was unleashed. Upon striking Jiraiya, the time suspension was instantly lifted. Time resumed its flow, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. Although the duration had been mere seconds, all had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of time being frozen. What had just transpired with Lord Jiraiya? Thankfully, he appeared unharmed, though one could almost hear hearts racing in anxiety. Had they truly seen a crow, or was it merely a trick of the light? The crowd's confusion over Long Ming's decision not to kill Jiraiya was palpable. Yet only the third Hokage seemed to grasp the implications, his expression darkening with foreboding. The pitch-black crow returned to Long Ming's side, its Sharingan reverting back to the three-tomo form. In the absence of the intercellular component, the next utilization of the extraordinary technique known as Kodoamatsukami may regrettably be postponed for a decade, rendering this formidable weapon temporarily sealed. Nonetheless, the price paid is deemed worthy. For Long Ming, with the eyes of Shursui, has summoned a super shadow-level powerhouse for the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha will swiftly tilt in favor of the latter. Within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, Jiraiya consciously ceased his gathering of Sage Chakra. At this moment, his will had been irrevocably altered by Long Ming, transformed into a guardian of the Uchiha. Thus, Jiraiya's perception of Long Ming had entirely shifted, harboring no desire to engage in conflict. The terror of Kodoamatsukami lies in the fact that the afflicted individual remains unaware of their condition. Everything transpires unnoticed by Jiraiya. "Welcome to the Uchiha, Jiraiya," Long Ming greeted with an outstretched arm. "Thank you, and I hope to rely on your support in the future," Jiraiya responded, extending his hand to clasp Long Ming's. In that moment, even the dullest observer outside would grasp the unfolding reality. How is it possible? How could Jiraiya negotiate with that wretched creature? Why did he not eliminate him? They were so close. A senior member of the Shimura clan lamented from outside the barrier. If anyone in the village wished for Long Ming's demise, it would undoubtedly be the Shimura family, as their most promising member, Danzo, had perished at Long Ming's hands. At this juncture, the third Hokage wore a complex expression. He understood that Jiraiya's engagement with Long Ming was not a negotiation, but rather a consequence of Long Ming employing Shursui's illusion, Kodoamatsukami. The high-caliber combatants in Konoha were already scarce, and now, with one more added to the Uchiha's ranks, it dealt a devastating blow to Konoha. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage let out a slow sigh. "Asuma, dispel the barrier. It has become ineffective and cannot contain the two within." "What do you mean by that, Hokage? Are we just to let this matter rest?" Asuma replied hesitantly. Having never encountered such an extraordinary illusion as Kodoamatsukami, he had not considered the possibility that Jiraiya had defected, thus still contemplating continued resistance. An elder from the Shimura clan interjected, raising his voice, "We cannot let this go. That despicable creature has caused us immeasurable losses, particularly to my Shimura family. Today, the third Hokage must provide us with an explanation." With a swift motion, the third Hokage struck the elder, sending him flying against a large tree, where he came to a halt, his face swollen and bruised. "Who is the Hokage here, you or I? If you feel dissatisfied, feel free to confront him yourself," the third Hokage retorted coldly before departing. The elder's expression turned ashen, fury suppressed, for even if he had the audacity, he would not dare to engage Long Ming in battle. The Shimura clan had grown accustomed to exerting pressure on the third Hokage, yet they had forgotten that Danzo was no longer among the living. Alone, they lacked the standing to challenge the third Hokage. With clenched teeth, Asuma withdrew the Four Purple Flames formation, and the pale violet barrier began to slowly dissipate. Four elite Jonin simultaneously leaped aside, and the Four Purple Flames formation was activated. A smile graced Long Ming's lips as he swiftly appeared before the third Hokage alongside Jiraiya. "Third Hokage, it is time we renegotiate our terms," he declared. The sudden appearance of Long Ming immediately put the surrounding Jonin on high alert, as they clustered protectively around the third Hokage, warily observing Long Ming. Asuma and several other Jonin gazed at Jiraiya beside Long Ming, unable to suppress their inquiries. "Lord Jiraiya, what on earth is happening? Why do you stand with Long Ming?" one asked. "Indeed, he is our adversary. Lord Jiraiya, did he say something to you?" In response to the questioning from the Leaf Ninjas, Jiraiya maintained an air of calm, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I simply cannot partake in actions that would harm the Uchiha. My apologies to you all." Asuma attempted to voice further concerns, but the third Hokage raised a hand to silence him. "Do not continue," He is no longer the Jiraiya we once knew. Long Ming, speak your mind. The third Hokage's mood during this negotiation was a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. He now felt as if he had ingested something foul. Long Ming smiled slightly before stating, "Third Hokage, you have grown too old. I believe Konoha requires a new transformation. I propose that you relinquish the position of Hokage to Uchiha Fugaku, the head of my clan, to succeed as the fifth Hokage." Impudent. Long Ming, do not overstep your bounds. The position of Hokage is not for a mere child like you to decide. It is determined by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Jonin, and the will of the people. You shall not manipulate Konoha. As Long Ming finished speaking, one of Konoha's two advisors, Mito Minyin, immediately leaped forward, vociferously rebuking him. As high-ranking officials of Konoha, their words carried weight that could determine the fates of others and influence the Hokage's decisions. They had concocted many underhanded schemes to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Another high-ranking official, Toka Shorin, also stepped forth to speak. Indeed, in all the years since Konoha's founding, there has never been a precedent for a family to forcibly replace the Hokage. We will not permit your demands. Observing the brazen attitudes of Toka Shorin and Mito Minyin, the third Hokage's countenance darkened. Are you not aware of the atmosphere? Fools. He seethed inwardly at the two advisors. Jiraiya was currently under the influence of another's will. If Long Ming were to go mad and seek to annihilate Konoha, they would have no means to even retaliate. The fault lay with the third Hokage for having granted these advisors excessive power, allowing them to become so arrogant and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Noticing Long Ming's bemused expression, the third Hokage hastily interjected, "Long Ming, they are merely jesting. This matter is open for discussion." Long Ming touched his nose, chuckling softly. "Have you mistaken something? I have not sought your opinions. I merely wish to convey this news." His words ignited further fury in Toka Shorin and Mito Minyin. "You arrogant wretches, I can unequivocally inform you that this matter is impossible. The clemency shown towards your Uchiha clan is already a monumental grace. Otherwise, given your actions, it would be no exaggeration to annihilate the Uchiha tenfold." Not only has the third Hokage's expression darkened, but even the other high-ranking ninjas wear faces as pale as ash. Long Ming's smile has vanished, replaced by a frigid gaze directed at the two, as he slowly uttered, "You two old fools, you have frequently aided Danzo, and your shadows are evident in the Uchiha clan's demise. I have yet to settle the score with you, yet here you are, willingly seeking death." The third's pupils constricted, and before he could plead for mercy, Long Ming's figure suddenly materialized between Toka Koharu and Mito Kamen, his hand resting upon their necks. With a thunderous crash, Long Ming slammed their heads into the ground, producing two dull impacts. The heads of the two advisors became a gruesome mess. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd, and instinctively they sought to intervene. Raging Lion's main technique, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Several strands of white hair ensnared all the high-ranking ninjas who attempted to intervene. It was none other than Jiraiya, whose hair, despite being reduced to mere strands under Long Ming's explosive technique, had proven useful when extended. While pressing down on the two advisors' heads, Long Ming declared, "I have long grown weary of you so-called Konoha elites. What matter concerning Naruto's treatment or the handling of the Uchiha lacks your involvement. Power has surely corroded your very bones. As former guards of the second Hokage, how pitiful it is that you cannot evade even a single strike from me." The once arrogant duo now found themselves in a most disheveled state, struggling in vain as their heads gradually contorted within Long Ming's grip. The lofty Konoha officials could no longer maintain their composure, crying out, "Wait, wait. We were merely unkind in our previous demeanor. We apologize. This matter can be discussed further. Please release us." Unmoved, Long Ming retorted coolly, "No worries. Do take heed in your next life." With that, he swiftly snapped the necks of the two advisors. Thus, the high-ranking Konoha officials, who orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, had been nearly cleansed by Long Ming, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. A glimmer of unrestrained fury ignited in the eyes of some, for Long Ming had slain two prominent advisors of Konoha before them. Meanwhile, others, such as the heads of the Hyuga and Nara clans, pondered deeply. The rise of the Uchiha was now inevitable. Why oppose fate and engage in a futile struggle against them? As long as the Uchiha could govern Konoha without suppressing the great clans, who led was ultimately secondary. Moreover, the Uchiha Fugaku, recommended by Long Ming, was not a tyrant, but rather a person of poise and composure, possessing both the strength and prestige worthy of the Hokage title. Rising to his feet, Long Ming flicked the blood from his hands and remarked, "Third Hokage, I hope you can make one final correct choice before your resignation. Surely, you do not wish to see Konoha awash in blood." The third Hokage's visage was fraught with bitterness, yet some loyal ninjas rallied behind him, proclaiming, "Third Hokage, let us confront him. You are undoubtedly the strongest Hokage, and we cannot simply yield." Long Ming had just engaged in a fierce battle with Jiraiya, and both of their chakra reserves were severely depleted. "If we unite our strength, there remains a glimmer of hope," one of the Umbu members declared. "Indeed, the Umbu are forever loyal to you. We still have many among us. Please, issue your command." Long Ming, observing the Umbu members who had stepped forth, calmly retrieved a scroll and hurled it skyward. The scroll burst open in midair, unleashing a dazzling display of flames. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of countless projectiles slicing through the atmosphere, as a multitude of ninjas surrounded the area. They bore a distinctive feature, vests resembling fiery fans, the emblem of the Uchiha clan. The entirety of the Uchiha clan had arrived, including Fugaku, Itachi, Tetsuhara, and Tuka. Alongside Naruto, all converging onto the battlefield, they formed a circle, encircling the Leaf Village ninjas. The Leaf's forces appeared flustered, standing back to back, anxiously confronting the Uchiha. Long Ming extended his hand toward Jiraiya and spoke softly, "Jiraiya, hand me the key to the Nine-Tailed Seal." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya bit his finger and swiftly performed a series of hand signs. "Summoning technique," he exclaimed as he opened his mouth, releasing a small orange toad adorned with intricate blue-green patterns, a scroll toad, known as Toadhin. This creature served as the key to unlocking Naruto's seal and unleashing the power of the Nine Tails. Long Ming grasped Toadhin and, in a swift motion, appeared beside Naruto. "Naruto, open your mouth," he said with a light chuckle. Taken aback, Naruto inquired, "What do you mean by open my mouth?" Before he could finish, Long Ming seized the opportunity and thrust the toad into Naruto's mouth. Though the act was somewhat distressing to witness, it concluded swiftly. Naruto felt a wave of nausea wash over him, collapsing to the ground in a fit of dry heaves. "Long Ming, why did you suddenly feed me a toad? That's disgusting. At the very least, you could have cooked it first. This is highly unsanitary. I feel like it's still wriggling in my stomach." Long Ming rolled his eyes. "If it had been cooked, you would never break the Nine-Tailed Seal in your lifetime." "The Nine-Tailed Seal?" Naruto paused, then turned his gaze inward, shutting his eyes to sense the changes within him. After a moment, his body was suddenly enveloped in golden flames, his hair standing on end, and a black tomo appeared at his collar. A cloak made of chakra manifested around him. In that instant, Naruto entered the QB mode. In terms of the storyline's progression, this scene had occurred at least 4 to 5 years earlier than expected. Naruto's strength surged to the level of a Kage, and the only reason he had not yet attained the rank of a Super Kage was that he had yet to master his ultimate jutsu, the Rasengan. Those familiar with the Naruto saga know that the potency of Naruto's combat abilities is directly correlated with the size and color of the Rasengan he creates. What a marvel the Great Spiral Sphere is, along with Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Spiral Absorption Sphere, and Planetary Spiral Sphere, among others. Naruto, who is yet to master the art of forming spheres, cannot unleash his fullest potential at present and must rely on the Nine Tails to unleash its tailed beast bombs. However, even in this state, he is sufficient to instill fear in those below. The power of the Nine Tails, he has managed to control it. This is truly terrifying. We stand no chance against him. Uchiha Fugaku, the Nine Tails, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Uchiha Ranmei. Each of these 5 possesses at least the strength of a Kage. How did it come to this? The faces of the Umbu members turned grim, and the third Hokage appeared ashen. Ranmei had long since orchestrated everything. Today, Konoha would witness a transformation. As Ranmei stepped forward, a dark Susanoo enveloped him, a colossal skeleton standing resolutely on the ground. "Third Hokage, tell me your answer. Will it be battle, or will you abdicate?" His voice resonated powerfully in every ear. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for an extended period before finally sighing. "You have won, Ranmei. I am willing to resign as Hokage, allowing Fugaku to assume the position of the 5th Hokage." Upon uttering this phrase, Hiruzen seemed to age considerably. Though he could have chosen to fight Ranmei, such a choice would yield nothing, and would only lead to Konoha's demise within the annals of history. He cherished the village as he would his own life, and could not permit such a fate to unfold. The Umbu ninja beside him exchanged glances, yet ultimately remained silent. As for the clan heads, they appeared contemplative, their gazes shifting between Fugaku and Ranmei. As long as there was no conflict, the outcome was favorable for them. Their next consideration would be how to earn the trust and favor of the new Hokage. It was evident to all discerning eyes that Fugaku was merely a transitional figure. The Hokage position would inevitably fall to Ranmei in the future. Thus, the notion of forging alliances through marriage with Ranmei began to ignite in the minds of several clan leaders. "We have won. Our clan leader is now the 5th Hokage." Cheers erupted from the Uchiha clan members. "Long live Lord Ranmei. No longer will we endure the days of yore. Let us see who dares to underestimate the Uchiha now." Just weeks prior, they had been marginalized and regarded with suspicion by the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet, in a matter of weeks, they had transformed, emerging as the new rulers of the village and the most powerful family within Konoha. All of this stemmed from Ranmei, a prodigy who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8. It is evident that the events of today will be etched into the annals of history. Ranmei also retracted his Susanoo, while he desired to eliminate all the higher-ups of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, was different from the loathed Danzo and others among Konoha's elite. There were numerous villagers and ninjas who held Hiruzen in high regard. Forcing the 3rd Hokage's death would provoke significant backlash against Ranmei. Thus, he refrained from taking action. Itachi's expression was equally reflective, though he recognized Ranmei's exceptional nature. He had not anticipated that Ranmei could achieve this milestone so swiftly. Long Ming initially expressed his intention to seek a formidable ally for the Uchiha clan, a notion that Itachi found hard to believe until he laid eyes on Jiraiya. It was astonishing to realize how one could wield the legendary Genjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, to control the famed Sannin, Jiraiya. As Itachi gazed at Jiraiya behind him, he couldn't help but voice his astonishment. Long Ming smiled gently at Itachi, handing him the crow he held and stating, "This is all thanks to Shisui. The process is inconsequential. You have honored Shisui's trust by utilizing his eyes to safeguard the glory of the Uchiha." Itachi intended to take the crow but seemed to recollect something, retracting his outstretched hand. "No, I shall gift it to you. It has fulfilled its mission." Each use of Kodoamatsukami incurs a lengthy cooldown of several decades. It would serve me no purpose to keep it. Consider it a memento. Unaware of the fact that Hashirama's cells could reduce the cooldown time of Kodoamatsukami, he suggested giving it to Long Ming. "Well then, I shall not be courteous. It will indeed be useful to me." Long Ming accepted Shisui's eye without hesitation, intending to explore Hashirama's cells at a later date. After Hiruzen Sarutobi announced his intention to abdicate, the remaining procedures included the transfer of the Hokage hat, notifying the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and making announcements before the entire village. These intricate details would take approximately 10 days to 2 weeks. Coupled with the fierce battle between Long Ming and Jiraiya, which reduced the Hokage's office to ruins, it would likely take about a month for Fugaku to officially assume the role of Hokage. As the sun rose gently from the eastern horizon, casting its light upon the land of Konoha, several members of the Uchiha clan were engaged in training amidst the dense woods. Suddenly, one individual struck a nearby tree with a powerful punch, causing a shower of leaves to cascade down. With a swift motion, a flurry of black kunai shot forth from below, piercing through the falling leaves and embedding themselves into a distant tree. A nimble youth, adorned in a black robe emblazoned with a flaming fan, wielded his Sharingan with remarkable agility, launching kunai relentlessly from his hands. Ultimately, every leaf was shot through before it could touch the ground. It was none other than Long Ming, gazing at the kunai lodged around him. A satisfied smile crept across his face. With the insight provided by the Mangekyō Sharingan, hitting these descending leaves proved to be a trivial task. However, on the battlefield, adaptability required a degree of intellect. As Long Ming pondered this, he engaged in stretching his limbs. Over half a month had passed since the conclusion of the battle. During this time, the village had been preoccupied with the reconstruction of the Hokage's office and various matters concerning Fugaku's succession, while the ordinary villagers remained unaware of these developments. Most of the ninjas had already spread the news. Although there were those who were reluctant to accept this change, the majority ruled, the weak submitted to the strong, and they were powerless to alter the course of events. As for Long Ming, he dedicated this period to rigorous training. His various ocular techniques had been largely revealed. Relying solely on these few techniques in combat would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, he focused on refining his foundational ninjutsu during this time. For instance, the most prevalent fire technique in Konoha, along with the quintessential ninja skill of shadow clones and the art of shuriken throwing, among others. Wow, Ming, your proficiency in shuriken throwing has escalated remarkably. Why is it that I struggle each time? A voice chimed in. It was Naruto. In jest, Long Ming had once claimed that by helping Naruto control the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto should acknowledge him as an elder brother, a notion that Naruto took to heart. Long Ming chuckled inwardly. Endowed with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could almost predict the trajectory of falling leaves, thus mastering the shuriken technique with relative ease. You possess other talents. You should accompany Jiraiya to learn the Rasengan. How is your progress going? Upon hearing Long Ming's inquiry, Naruto's face fell, and he despondently replied, Don't even mention it. That lecherous guy teaches me a few words, and then leaves me to practice alone while he sneaks off to peep. My progress is agonizingly slow. Long Ming burst into laughter, realizing that although he had altered Jiraiya's intentions with the Kodoama Tsukumi, the latter's inherent traits remained unchanged. Next time, you might try creating a shadow clone to assist you in forming the Rasengan. It could facilitate your training. Naruto paused for a moment, then contemplated the suggestion, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy. Ming, you are truly a genius. He hugged Long Ming tightly before dashing off to continue his Rasengan practice. Long Ming touched his nose, acknowledging that this idea had originated from Naruto himself. Thus it could be considered a case of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. Long Ming, your mastery is impressive. It seems your Mangekyō is even more formidable than I anticipated, Itachi remarked as he approached. Naturally, for training in shuriken or kunai techniques, Itachi was the ideal mentor. Long Ming had specifically enlisted Itachi's assistance, and he happily obliged, bringing along his brother Sasuke to train together for over a week. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve, puffing out his cheeks. Nisan, why haven't I awakened my Sharingan yet? If I did, I could be as formidable as Long Ming, right? Itachi felt a twinge of embarrassment. He feared that even if Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, he would still fall short compared to the current prodigy before him. Moreover, awakening the Sharingan was not merely a matter of will. It required intense stimulation, and Itachi was not particularly keen on Sasuke undergoing that ordeal, as the process was far from pleasant. Long Ming observed Sasuke thoughtfully. Being the reincarnation of Indra, his destiny was bound to be extraordinary. However, due to Long Ming's alteration of the events of the night of the Uchiha Massacre, Sasuke's growth had been somewhat stunted. After all, he was destined to elevate the Uchiha clan to become the most powerful family in the ninja world, and Sasuke's strength was essential for that vision. Itachi, in a few days, I plan to take Sasuke out for some practical training and also to find him a mentor. What do you think? Long Ming proposed, lifting his gaze. A mentor? Practical training? Itachi and Sasuke echoed in unison. Long Ming nodded. The situation in Konoha had mostly stabilized. The Uchiha clan firmly held the reins of power in the village, and several key figures within the Konoha hierarchy had been purged by Long Ming. The crisis had been averted, and the title of Jonin had been duly awarded. Thus, Long Ming's next step is to head to the Sound Hidden Village to check in and, along the way, seek out the contemporary scientist, Orochimaru. Will the journey for training lead to distant places? Can I still return to see my brother? Sasuke appears somewhat reluctant, for he has yet to graduate and has never left the village. Well, that is, of course, impossible. It would take at least a month to come back. Long Ming rubbed his nose, noting that Sasuke has now become quite the brother complex, seemingly lacking interest in becoming stronger. Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned his head defiantly and stated, Then I shall not go. I can have my brother teach me instead. If that does not suffice, I can always have you, Long Ming, as my teacher. For you are quite formidable too. Long Ming cleared his throat twice. After all, in the original story, Sasuke's teachers had perilous careers. Take Orochimaru, who devoted 2 years to meticulously training Sasuke, only to be directly betrayed by him. Kakashi also reaped no rewards, shortly after teaching the lightning cutter. His apprentice became a rogue ninja. Of course, Long Ming's primary concern is not these outcomes. Rather, he genuinely feels he has little to impart to Sasuke. Most of his combat prowess relies on his special abilities, and the ninjutsu he knows is scant. Surely he cannot simply offer his eyes to Sasuke. In contrast, Orochimaru is adept in numerous fields, proficient in all manner of skills. Cursed seals, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing arts, and summoning techniques. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. In contemporary terms, he epitomizes a multifaceted talent, making him an ideal instructor for Sasuke. Sasuke, the teacher I have found for you is no ordinary individual. He is a master of various ninjutsu, dedicating his lifetime's efforts to scientific research. He does not rely on his family or engage in verbal duels, but has independently forged his own path. Remarkably, he is passionate about philanthropy, often taking in abandoned children from the ninja world and nurturing them. He is a person who has transcended base interests, a truly great scientist. If you can become his disciple, your progress in training will undoubtedly be exponential, earning you the respect of both your brother and your father. Are you truly not coming with me? Long Ming's persuasive tone held a hint of enchantment. Sasuke, intrigued, turned his head back and asked with skepticism, "Is everything you say true?" Long Ming immediately pounded his chest, declaring, "Absolutely true. If I utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me." Sasuke felt a stir of desire. His greatest wish was to gain recognition from his brother. Itachi is the genius of the clan, the figure he aspires to emulate, and earning Itachi's acknowledgement is Sasuke's primary motivation for growth. "Well, then, I will go with you, but we must return quickly," he said earnestly, releasing Itachi. "Of course, once we finish our matters, we shall return," Long Ming assured, secretly chuckling to himself. Once they reached the sound-hidden village, the decision will no longer be in your hands. Itachi contemplated briefly. As an older brother, he naturally hoped his younger sibling would grow stronger, perhaps even surpass him. Although Sasuke is somewhat young to embark on this journey, with Long Ming by his side, he is unlikely to encounter any danger. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and turned to Long Ming, saying, "Since Sasuke has agreed, I entrust you to take care of him. When do you plan to depart?" Long Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "The sooner, the better. I intend to set off tomorrow. Before we leave, I will first take Sasuke to bid farewell to the clan leader." Long Ming was now eager to reach their next destination. The group tidied up the area briefly, and then Long Ming led Sasuke straight to the newly constructed Hokage Hall. The new Hokage Hall was nearly complete, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had transferred most of the Hokage's authority to Uchiha Fugaku. Now, all matters concerning the village, task distribution, and political diplomacy were handled by Uchiha Fugaku. Within the clan, Itachi represented the family's affairs, including the position of captain of the Konoha police force. The root organization had been completely dissolved, with all personnel absorbed into the Umbu. The role of Hokage's assistant was still held by Nara Shikaku, the most intelligent individual in Konoha. However, some of the upper ninjas in the village expressed dissatisfaction with Fugaku's succession, as he had yet to earn the full recognition of all upper ninjas. It was also rumored that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had encountered considerable obstacles. These matters could only be resolved gradually over time. The most challenging period had already passed, and Long Ming believed that as long as they persevered, brighter days would eventually come. His journey to Otogakure was also aimed at enhancing his strength and gaining the support of Orochimaru to join the Uchiha clan. In the Hokage Hall, Hinata Hyuga was being escorted by her father, Hayashi, towards the Hokage's office. Hayashi's expression was serious, while Hinata appeared somewhat despondent. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Hayashi admonished her, "Lift your head. Do not display such an expression. It would tarnish the reputation of the Hyuga clan. When we meet the 5th Hokage, you must perform well and secure a chance for our clan to engage in a marriage alliance." Hinata lowered her head even further, responding in a barely audible voice, "Yes." Hayashi furrowed his brow, stopping to reprimand her. "With such behavior, do you even resemble the main branch of the Hyuga?" Entrusting the main branch to your sister was indeed the right choice. The main branch does not require individuals lacking potential like you. Your only value now lies in successfully arranging a marriage to strengthen our ties with the Uchiha clan. Do not disappoint me. His harsh words caused Hinata to tremble slightly. At this time, Hinata was experiencing a period of neglect from Hayashi, due to her talents and potential being overshadowed by her younger sister, Hanabi. Hayashi had contemplated making Hanabi the heir to protect the main branch. Consequently, in matters of marriage, the eldest daughter, Hinata, had become Hayashi's primary focus. While Hayashi was reprimanding Hinata, Yamenka and Noichi unexpectedly appeared, greeting them warmly. "Why, if it isn't Lord Hayashi, what brings you here?" Hayashi set aside his stern demeanor and responded with a smile. "Ah, Inoichi, nothing much. I am simply bringing my daughter to meet the 5th Hokage and discuss a few matters. In the mountains, Hayashi Hyuga glanced at Hinata and awkwardly remarked, Ahem. What a coincidence. I too have brought my daughter to discuss matters with the 5th Hokage. Stepping aside, he revealed his daughter, Hanabi Hyuga, standing behind him. Hizashi, understanding the purpose of their visit, acknowledged that both parties had come to deliberate on a potential union. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan was remarkably powerful, and such an alliance would greatly benefit their family's development. With Ryumi possessing tangible strength at the level of a Hokage, this union could be deemed a lucrative venture for the clan. It seemed that not just one family harbored this intention. This engagement represented a silent war among the prominent clans. However, both clan leaders were not ordinary individuals. They held great confidence in their daughter's appearances. Thus, they proceeded into the Hokage's office together. At that moment, Fugaku was seated at the Hokage's desk, attending to various affairs. As a knock echoed through the room, Hizashi and Hayashi entered the office. Upon seeing the two esteemed leaders of Konoha accompanied by their daughters, Fugaku paused, perplexed, and inquired, Hayashi, Hizashi, what brings you both here? The two cleared their throats, and Hayashi took the initiative to speak. Hokage-sama, I have a joyous matter to discuss with you. This is my daughter, Hanabi Hyuga. I'm sure you've met her before. Fugaku glanced at the graceful Hanabi and nodded slightly. Indeed, I remember. It was a few years ago. I hadn't realized she had grown so much. She is destined to become an exceptional kunoichi. Blushing at the compliment, Hanabi displayed a bashful expression. Hayashi smiled and asked, Hokage-sama, what do you think of my daughter? She appears quite admirable, Fugaku replied after a moment of contemplation, and she will undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty. Hayashi, with an expression filled with anticipation, continued, I propose that my daughter become engaged to your esteemed Ryumi. What do you think, Hokage-sama? Engagement? A mix of surprise and bewilderment crossed Fugaku's face as he rubbed his forehead and said, Hayashi, if I recall correctly, your daughter is also merely 8 years old. Much like Ryumi. Is this not a bit? Fugaku did not finish his thought, but Hayashi understood his implication. He quickly explained, an engagement is merely a promise. The two children will eventually grow up. By engaging them now, we can cultivate their bond, and when they mature, we can hold a wedding. Fugaku furrowed his brow and then turned to Hizashi, hesitating. Hizashi, do you share this sentiment? Hizashi remained silent, but subtly pushed Hinata forward. Observing Hizashi's demeanor, Fugaku realized their intentions aligned with Hayashi's. With a wry smile, Fugaku remarked, Gentlemen, this proposal is rather sudden, and I cannot make unilateral decisions regarding Ryumi. Perhaps I should summon him and seek his opinion? Both Hizashi and Hayashi nodded in agreement. Just as Fugaku intended to call for Ryumi, the door to the Hokage's office burst open as Ryumi, accompanied by Sasuke, kicked it open. Clan leader, I have matters to discuss with you. The boisterous voice of Long Ming echoed from outside the door. Oh, why is it so lively here? Both the leaders of the Yamashiro clan and the Hyuga clan have arrived. Hinata, you are here too. What is everyone doing? I've been practicing shuriken for half the morning, and I'm parched. Where can I find some water? Long Ming swaggered into the office, setting Sasuke down before seizing the refreshing tea from Fugaku's desk and gulping it down eagerly. Seeing Long Ming, Fugaku's expression softened as he explained, Long Ming, your arrival is timely. I was just about to send someone to find you. The Hyuga and Yamashiro families are considering marrying their daughters to you. I would like to know your thoughts on this matter. In shock, Long Ming spewed tea all over Fugaku's face. Marry me? Too? Hinata and Ino? He stood there dumbfounded, forgetting to wipe the tea off Fugaku's face. What a delightful thought. Fugaku's face darkened as he fetched a towel to clean himself before continuing. Of course. You can only choose one. However, this decision ultimately rests upon your willingness. If you believe it to be premature, I shall not impose. Long Ming cleared his throat, having thought he could have both. He turned to Hinata and Ino, noticing that Ino's gaze was fixed entirely on Sasuke, while Hinata kept her head down, appearing somewhat dejected. Long Ming scratched his nose. These two young women were clearly not focused on him, and it would be inappropriate to pressure them. I believe that we cannot solely consider my preferences. If Hinata and Ino are unwilling, it would be best not to force the issue. As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata's father, Hizashi, interjected, Long Ming, you are overthinking this. I have already consulted my daughter, and she is quite pleased with the arrangement I have proposed. Isn't that right, Hinata? Hinata's eyes dimmed as she nodded quietly. Meanwhile, Yamashiro II chimed in. The same goes for us. You are still classmates after all. Ino has a favorable impression of you. Doesn't Tishi, Ino? Ino merely mumbled an agreement, her gaze still locked on Sasuke. Long Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When did you two become so blind to your daughter's obvious reluctance? These fathers, one dismissive of his daughter and the other lacking in communication skills, were truly perplexing. Yet, Long Ming could not overtly refuse the two clan leaders, as the Uchiha clan would need their support in the future. Ahem, it is not that I am unwilling, but I believe matters of marriage require considerable contemplation before I can make a decision between the two of them. Quite unfortunately, I have come to bid farewell to the clan leader, as I will be taking Sasuke out for some training and will be absent from the village for an extended period. Perhaps we can revisit this matter later? Long Ming was not lying. He indeed intended to take Sasuke out. As time passed, by the time he returned from the Land of Sound, he hoped that the two clan leaders would have calmed down. However, he did not anticipate that Hisashi and II would become even more excited. What a splendid opportunity this presents. Why wait for your return? You could take my daughter along for her training. It would also allow you to cultivate your bond with Hinata. As Lord Hisashi has expressed, I echo his sentiments. Please take my daughter with you. You could form a small team, and since you mentioned needing to make a choice among them, this is the perfect chance to deliberate at your leisure. WTF? How can you justify this? Long Ming's expression darkened as he shot a desperate look at Fugaku. Ignoring Long Ming's gaze, Fugaku turned and declared, This is an excellent idea. I shall agree on behalf of Long Ming. Let them form a team of 4, venturing out for some practical experience under Long Ming's guidance. You all should take your daughters home and prepare accordingly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hisashi and Hayashi bowed simultaneously before retreating with their daughters. Long Ming slumped into a chair, exclaiming, Is this your way of retaliating for my earlier remarks, Elder? Fugaku chuckled, pouring a cup of tea for Long Ming. How could that be? Besides, you were the one who expressed your willingness just now. I did not compel you. I merely wish to avoid offending these two clans at such a crucial moment for your ascension to Hokage, especially since I will be away for a while. You will need their support. Long Ming took a sip of the tea Fugaku offered. Fugaku clasped his hands, contemplating. Indeed, the village is comprised of clans. My agreement to their proposal was also motivated by the hope that you might choose one of those two girls to marry. Both the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans are formidable families within Konoha, and the Uchiha clan greatly requires their backing. A union would significantly strengthen the ties between our clans. I suspect they share my perspective. Elder, did you not notice that those two girls seem rather reluctant? A forced union seldom bears sweetness. Long Ming rubbed his nose thoughtfully. While a forced union may lack sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. Fugaku replied earnestly. Emotions can be nurtured over time. I am not asking you to make a choice immediately. This is merely an opportunity for some training. Who knows? You might find yourself growing fond of one of them as you spend time together. Long Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering the potential ramifications. If anything were to transpire, either Naruto or Sai would inevitably find themselves single. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, let us proceed with taking them along. However, you must double the activity fund you allotted me. Otherwise, I cannot afford to support 3 individuals. I do not seek extravagance. Just a modest sum of 1 million ryo will suffice. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaku coughed repeatedly, unable to contain himself. You are quite demanding. Have you forgotten how many explosive tags you nearly depleted from my stock recently? And now you request 1 million ryo? In the Hokage universe, currency is measured in ryo, with both paper and coin forms available. Kishimoto once noted the purchasing power of currency in the ninja world. 1 ryo equals 10 yen. Thus, Long Ming's request for 1 million ryo translates to 10 million yen, approximately equivalent to 600,000 yuan in purchasing power. Long Ming cleared his throat twice and explained. With 4 individuals dining together, I find myself in quite a predicament. Moreover, I have risked my life for the clan. A mere 1 million ryo, dear clan leader. You wouldn't truly intend to withhold it from me, would you? Fuyue's expression turned peculiar. Are you suggesting that you dine on gold? Long Ming. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the village's finances have recently been largely allocated towards the renovation of the Hokage Hall. Additionally, a portion is reserved for the funding of mission rewards, which cannot be touched. At most, I can gather 300,000 ryo for you. Fuyue raised 3 fingers, causing Long Ming's face to fall. That sum would scarcely suffice to procure even a few explosive tags. Long Ming sighed in exasperation. Surely, clan leader. Your position as Hokage is rather meager. Is there no alternative? It is not that I desire to deny you. There are reasons for this, Fuyue replied awkwardly, then lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before a spark of inspiration illuminated his face. Indeed, there is a possibility, however. The condition is that you must complete a task for the village during your outing. A task? What sort of task? Fuyue rummaged through the scrolls beside him until he found one inscribed with the letter A. He handed it to Long Ming, stating, "It is an A-rank mission, with a reward of 700,000 ryo. This matter is also related to my succession as Hokage." Long Ming accepted the A-rank mission scroll. Typically, a ninja's rewards are obtained through accepting missions. D-rank missions are trivial and based on personal requests, with rewards usually ranging from 500 to 10,000 ryo. C-rank missions are related to personal matters, with rewards from 10,000 to 50,000 ryo. B-rank missions also pertain to personal affairs, offering rewards between 50,000 and 150,000 ryo. A-rank missions involve national or village interests, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1,000,000 ryo, such as protecting important individuals or combating ninja forces. S-rank missions pertain to state-level secrets, with rewards exceeding 1,000,000 ryo, such as assassinating important figures or stealing confidential documents. As Long Ming examined the mission details, Fuyue continued to explain, "The feudal lord of the Land of Fire is quite displeased with my succession as Hokage. It has been rumored that he is engaging in various underhanded tactics, recruiting ronin and wandering ninjas, and has cut off part of our financial support. This is why I can only offer you 300,000 ryo. This task involves traveling to the feudal lord's residence to negotiate and restore our relationship with him." Long Ming furrowed his brow at the mention of the feudal lord, also known as the Lord. He is the head of the 5 great nations, regarded as the pinnacle of these nations, possessing the highest administrative and military authority. He can even convene meetings within his domain to determine the selection of Hokage. The recent coercion by the Uchiha clan to unseat Sarutobi Hiruzen in favor of their own Hokage has certainly angered these lofty feudal lords. Do not be deceived by their seemingly vulnerable appearance. From a certain perspective, the village serves as the military force of the Land of Fire, acting in service to the feudal lord. While they may lack formidable strength, their economic power should not be underestimated. The various expenditures within the village, encompassing the procurement of diverse ninja tools, food reserves, scientific research, welfare for the ninjas, and financial subsidies for scouts during perilous times, are primarily borne by the daimyo. Should they sever their economic support to Konoha, it would inflict a nearly catastrophic blow upon the village. This significant mission, categorized as A rank rather than S rank, arises from the daimyo's reluctance to completely withdraw their economic assistance. The dissolution of Konoha would inevitably incite the ninjas of other nations to wage war against the Land of Fire, rendering it defenseless without its ninja village. Consequently, the daimyo merely seek to engage in negotiations to safeguard their dominion. Those foolish individuals, the mere thought of them is vexatious. However, the completion of the mission is a prerequisite for receiving the reward, which means I must first visit the daimyo's residence before returning to the village. Long Ming grimaced, contemplating that it would be far more advantageous to simply take the 300,000 ryo and be done with it. Fugaku surveyed the surroundings and subsequently retrieved a stack of 1,000,000 ryo from his drawer, stating, "You underestimate me as Hokage. However, I can extend a small privilege. You may claim your mission reward now, but ensure the task is completed." Long Ming chuckled. "Now that's my esteemed clan leader. Thank you, Sasuke. I shall take my leave." He beckoned Sasuke closer. Sasuke hurried to Fugaku, bowing respectfully and resolutely declaring, "Father, I shall devote myself to rigorous training and return as an exceptional ninja. Indeed, you are truly my son. I take pride in your ambition. Go forth and heed Long Ming's arrangements once you are outside." Fugaku's gaze returned to its former sternness, yet it was not devoid of encouragement for Sasuke. Hearing his father's words, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Sasuke's eyes, and he nodded emphatically. "Then I shall take my leave, esteemed clan leader." Long Ming grasped Sasuke and dashed out of the Hokage hall, leaving Fugaku with no opportunity to utter farewell words. With a chest full of ryo, Long Ming cheerfully made his way towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, halfway there, he unexpectedly encountered a solitary figure slumped at the street corner. "Hinata?" Long Ming halted, scratching his head as he surmised the reason for her presence. He turned to Sasuke, saying, "You should head home and pack your belongings. I have a matter to attend to." Sasuke, mindful of his father's instructions to heed Long Ming, promptly nodded. "All right, I will await your news at home." With that, Sasuke hurried off in the direction of their residence. As for Long Ming, he approached Hinata, who sensed someone nearing and quickly rose upon realizing it was him. "Long Ming-kun. It's you," Hinata greeted quietly, her voice barely audible. "Ah, right, why are you here? Haven't you returned home?" Long Ming regretted his inquiry as soon as it left his lips. Hinata's absence from home undoubtedly stemmed from dissatisfaction with her father's arrangements. Why had he to broach such a topic? Hinata's head indeed hung lower, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, struggling to articulate her thoughts. This demeanor left Ryumi feeling somewhat awkward, as he had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. The interference of Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku had unjustly cast him in the light of a villain who snatches away love. The atmosphere at the street corner became stagnant, with both of them remaining silent. Suddenly, an unusual gurgling sound broke the tension. What was that noise? Ryumi instinctively glanced around. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she bashfully focused on her stomach. Realizing the source of the commotion, Ryumi rubbed his nose and tentatively suggested, "How about we go for some ramen?" I'm not hungry. I think I'll head home first." Hinata initially intended to decline, but her stomach protested audibly. Covering her midriff, she turned to leave. "Wait," Ryumi called out abruptly. Startled, Hinata shot a quick glance at him before hastily lowering her gaze again. "Come here," Ryumi said in a firm tone. With her fingers nervously intertwined, Hinata slowly approached him. "Make haste," Ryumi emphasized, adding a gentle nudge. Finally, Hinata took small steps back, her body trembling slightly from the fright, her face resembling that of a distressed child, prepared for reprimand. To her surprise, Ryumi sighed softly, tousling her dark hair with tenderness, saying, "When you're hungry, you should eat. Ichiraku ramen isn't far from here. After we dine, I shall escort you home." Taken aback by Ryumi's unexpected gentleness, Hinata stammered, "But that would be too much trouble for you, Rinnegan." As she declined, her gaze darted away like a startled fawn. Observing her reaction, Ryumi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Hinata's disposition was characterized by extreme shyness and a lack of confidence, shaped by her environment. In the original narrative, it wasn't until the Chunin exams, when she bravely faced her brother Neji, that she began to cultivate strength and self-assurance. The Chunin exam seemed a distant prospect. Ryumi hoped that through this experience, he could help Hinata grow stronger, which would ultimately benefit her. As he contemplated this, he admired the delicate arch of her long eyelashes, her elegantly defined nose, and her well-shaped lips. What a sin, he thought. "Naruto, if anything were to transpire during this training, you mustn't hold me accountable." With that in mind, Ryumi led Hinata to the Ichiraku ramen, just a few turns away. By now, evening had fallen, and the establishment was bustling with patrons. This restaurant was a favored haunt of Naruto and many other Konoha ninjas. The proprietor, Uncle Ichiraku, had devoted 34 years to perfecting ramen, ensuring a steady stream of customers. As Ryumi pushed aside the white curtain of the ramen shop, Uncle Ichiraku looked up, recognizing him and greeting him warmly. "Ah, it's Ryumi. How are you? Would you like your usual special pork miso chashu ramen?" "No, this time make it 2 portions, one for her," Long Ming said, gesturing towards Hinata beside him. "No problem. The 2 special pork miso chashu ramen will be ready shortly," Uncle Ichiraku replied, expertly kneading the dough and pulling the noodles with fluid motions. Seizing the moment, Long Ming gently pressed Hinata into the chair beside him, stating earnestly, "You just sit here obediently, eat your fill, and then I'll take you back. Do you understand?" I do. Hinata quickly replied in a hushed tone, fearing that if she took too long to respond, Long Ming might scold her. Uncle Ichiraku chimed in teasingly, "I never expected you to be so young, yet already know how to please a girl by treating her to a meal. But your attitude needs some work. Be a bit gentler, otherwise, she won't accept your affections." Hinata's cheeks flushed, her naturally shy demeanor intensified, making her feel as if her face were on fire. Just as she felt overwhelmed, a large bowl of ramen was placed before her. The rich, flavorful broth cradled perfectly cooked noodles, delectable chashu, a soft-boiled egg, tangy bamboo shoots, and aromatic scallions, resembling a piece of exquisite art. In an instant, Hinata forgot her shyness, focusing all her attention on the ramen before her. Long Ming thoughtfully retrieved a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her, saying, "Here, eat up. If it's not enough, remember to ask for more." Startled back to reality, Hinata blushed as she accepted the chopsticks and began her silent battle with the meal. Despite her petite stature and delicate demeanor, Hinata possessed a surprisingly large appetite. She could devour as many as 46 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Such a quantity was nearly equivalent to the sustenance an average person would consume over several days. In no time, Hinata polished off her bowl, while Long Ming had barely made a dent in his. Stealing a glance at him, Hinata nervously set down her chopsticks and softly declared, Long Ming-kun, I'm full. Really full?" Long Ming gazed at her skeptically. Hinata quickly averted her eyes from the half-finished ramen in front of him, nodding with difficulty, "Yes, I'm full." Observing her stubborn demeanor, Long Ming couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was as if Hinata feared that if she overate, he might sell her off. "Let's see if you're truly full," he said, placing his hand on Hinata's stomach, rubbing it gently as she looked on in shock. "Your stomach is still flat. Uncle Ichiraku, add 10 more bowls." Long Ming-kun, Hinata stammered, unable to articulate her surprise. "Don't worry. It's on me. Just eat to your heart's content," Long Ming declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Hinata felt like she could vanish into the ground in embarrassment, internally protesting, "How could he just touch my stomach?" However, as several steaming bowls of ramen arrived, she transformed her embarrassment into appetite and continued her culinary endeavor. Long Ming had finished his portion well before her, patiently watching Hinata while occasionally asking Uncle Ichiraku for more noodles. When Hinata finally finished her 21st bowl, she let out a satisfied burp, finally content. Realizing that his actions had been rather impolite, he quickly apologized, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry, Long Ming-kun, I ate too much." Long Ming smiled widely and nonchalantly replied, "It's all right. Be a bit more confident. Eating a lot is not something to be ashamed of." His words warmed Hinata's heart. Yet she felt her cheeks flush as it was the first time she had displayed such a hearty appetite in front of others. Long Ming stood up to settle the bill with Uncle Yao, who, after counting, announced, "A bowl of special pork miso chashu ramen is 80 ryo. You ordered a total of 22 servings, which amounts to 1760 ryo." Hearing the total made Hinata feel even more embarrassed. After all, she had yet to become a ninja and usually had only a modest allowance, rarely spending such a large sum on a meal. Without hesitation, Long Ming pulled out 2 1,000 ryo bills from his pouch and placed them on the table. 2,000 ryo, no change needed. Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment. She found Long Ming impressive, possessing so much money at such a young age. While she was lost in thought, Long Ming had already taken her hand and led her out of the ramen shop. The night sky had completely darkened, and the moonlight bathed Konoha village, where patrolling ninjas could be seen darting across rooftops. "Hold on to me. Don't get lost," Long Ming said, grasping Hinata's small hand as they walked down the street, while she blushed and followed closely beside him. Long Ming-kun is holding my hand again. I'm so nervous, but his hand is so warm," Hinata thought to herself, unable to resist tightening her grip on Long Ming's hand. Noticing her subtle movements, Long Ming scratched his nose and deliberately slowed his pace, turning what should have been a 10-minute walk into a leisurely half-hour stroll. "Hinata, you've arrived," he announced, but Hinata was still enveloped in the tranquility of the moment. Once she realized they had reached her home, she quickly released his hand, her face flushed, and bowed deeply to Long Ming, murmuring, "Thank you, Long Ming-kun, for bringing me back so late and for treating me to dinner. I will prepare my things for tomorrow." Long Ming gently ruffled her hair and said earnestly, "Don't feel pressured, okay? About what your father mentioned. If you are uncomfortable, just be honest with me, and I will speak to him personally." Hinata's face turned crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "No, I'm not feeling pressured. If it's with Long Ming-kun, then it's perfectly fine." By the end of her sentence, her face was as red as her ears, and she wished to hide her head in her clothes. Long Ming gazed at the precious girl before him, wishing he could embrace her tenderly. Naruto is truly blind, pursuing some superficial vixen, he thought. "Well, see you tomorrow, Hinata." As he spoke, he opened his arms and enveloped Hinata in a warm embrace. This seemingly gentle farewell caused Hinata's brain to overheat, and she fainted. Long Ming's expression froze. "Hinata? Hinata, wake up. If you faint like this, I won't know how to explain it to your father." After a lengthy explanation at the Hyuga household, Long Ming finally cleared his name and brought the unconscious Hinata into the family home. Upon returning, Naruto rushed up to him with a face brimming with excitement. "Brother Ming, you're finally back. Let me show you the fruits of my training." With those words, Naruto formed a series of hand seals. A shadow clone materialized beside him, extending a hand to aid Naruto in controlling his chakra. In no time, a blue chakra sphere appeared in Naruto's palm. Long Ming realized that Naruto had mastered the Rasengan, granting him a sense of relief as he prepared to depart from the village. Observing Naruto's exuberance, Long Ming couldn't help but think of Hinata, silently reflecting, "Naruto, do not blame your elder brother. It is merely that your sister-in-law is too enchanting." In an attempt to compensate Naruto from a certain perspective, Long Ming pulled out a stack of bills from a box and stuffed them into Naruto's hands. Unaccustomed to such wealth, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Ming, is all this money for me? Where did you acquire so much?" he stammered. Long Ming chuckled. "I plan to embark on a journey tomorrow with Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata for some training. This is the activity fund I requested from Lord Hokage. I've set aside some for you as pocket money." Upon hearing this, Naruto's body stiffened, and his expression turned serious as he stared fixedly at Long Ming. A wave of apprehension washed over Long Ming, fearing that Naruto would object to Hinata accompanying him. To his surprise, Naruto earnestly inquired, "Brother Ming, are you saying that I won't see Sasuke in the village for quite some time?" Long Ming paused momentarily before instinctively nodding. "Indeed. It should be at least a few months." Suddenly, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he leapt joyfully into the air. "That's fantastic. This means that for the next few months, I can spend time alone with Sakura. Hooray. Thank you, Brother Ming. I'll take this money and invite Sakura to dinner. I must seize this opportunity to win her heart." Long Ming's expression darkened, and any lingering sense of guilt evaporated. "I seem to have overestimated you. Just continue being your devoted self. As long as you don't neglect your training during these months, that will suffice." With that, Long Ming swiftly retreated into his room. The next morning, Long Ming stood at the door with a substantial amount of supplies, bidding farewell to Izumi and Naruto. "All right, Izumi, Naruto, you can see me off here. During my absence, take good care of yourselves. Rest assured, Brother Ming, by the time you return, I will have grown stronger," Naruto declared, raising his arm with unwavering determination. Izumi, rolling her eyes, replied, "You just take care of yourself. Be cautious on the road, understood?" She adjusted Long Ming's attire, and though her words were casual, a hint of reluctance shone in her gaze. I'll be fine. But without me around, you won't be able to keep an eye on Itachi. Sister, make sure to maintain your composure," Long Ming quipped in a teasing tone. As the blush crept across Izumi's cheeks, the melancholic atmosphere of parting was dispelled by Long Ming's words. She raised her hand, ready to strike. Long Ming burst into hearty laughter before swiftly making his escape. Upon reaching the village entrance, he found it brimming with people. Besides Hinata and the other two, there were also Itachi, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and a multitude of Uchiha clansmen. "Lord Long Ming has arrived. We are here to bid you farewell. Lord Long Ming, please return to us soon." The Uchiha clansmen greeted him warmly. After several fierce battles, Long Ming had attained a status in their hearts akin to that of a clan leader. Upon hearing that he would be departing today, they had spontaneously gathered at the village entrance to send him off. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant? I'm only going out to hone my skills," Long Ming remarked, scratching his nose, as he had intended to leave quietly. Fugaku smiled kindly and said, "This is everyone's heartfelt intention. Don't forget to send us letters while you are away." Long Ming nodded slightly. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's forehead and said, "Sasuke, I will rely on you to take care of her. I will be waiting for your return in the village. In exchange, just ensure you look after my sister," Long Ming replied with a smile. Itachi paused for a moment, then turned away, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, as he too harbored feelings for Izumi. As Long Ming made his way through the crowd and approached Jiraiya, he said, "Please protect the Uchiha clan for me. I will bring back your dear friend." Jiraiya's demeanor, which had been calm, suddenly shifted as his pupils contracted. Though his will had been altered by the Kodoama Tsukimi, his memories of Orochimaru remained vivid. He opened his mouth, initially intending to propose joining Long Ming, but realizing that the Uchiha clan required a guardian, he swallowed his words. "With me here, you need not worry," Jiraiya assured, affirming the Uchiha clan's safety with the assurance of one of the legendary three ninjas. Long Ming turned to face Hinata and the others, who had prepared their farewells, and slightly bowed to the crowd. "Esteemed friends, Long Ming bids you farewell." The sun hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant blue over the clouds. The wind rustled through the lush foliage, creating a soothing symphony, the dappled light resembling shattered gold. In such a woodland, tranquility was a rarity. Occasionally, one might catch glimpses of rabbits, deer, or wild boars darting through the underbrush. The distant roar of a tiger could also be heard, beneath the shade of the trees. A massive brown boar lay resting. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred. Black shurikens flew through the air, striking the boar before it could react. The weapons embedded themselves deeply into its flesh, eliciting a pained roar as the boar rose, glaring with blood-red eyes, searching for its assailant. Ino, your aim still leaves much to be desired. Had your shuriken struck its eyes, this wild boar would have been rendered incapable of fighting. Long Ming's voice, calm yet measured, echoed from a distance. The boar turned its head, spotting a group of youths standing afar. One girl clutched the shuriken that had injured it, and the boar quickly realized who its foe was. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the wild boar charged forward, its robust legs pounding the ground. Long Ming refrained from intervening, while Sasuke and the others remained motionless, observing the ferocious creature's approach. The boar exuded an aura of menace, its sharp tusks instilling an undeniable fear. For an ordinary person, such a sight would likely induce trembling terror. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Hinata now? Long Ming's voice rang out just as the boar neared. Understood. Hinata activated her Byakugan, positioning her hands in a defensive stance. At the last moment before the boar's attack, she deftly evaded the charge, delivering a palm strike infused with chakra to a vital point on the beast's body. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan excels at discerning the intricacies of chakra pathways and pressure points. Hinata's strike caused the massive boar to bellow in pain, its head twisting as it collided with a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the boar's tusks embedded themselves into the trunk, leaving it in a state of disarray, its tusks splintered and stained with blood, its eyes now aflame with rage. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, channeling fire chakra into his throat. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he exclaimed, unleashing a colossal fireball that engulfed the boar's fur in searing flames. The agony propelled the boar to summon its primal strength, yanking its tusks from the tree and unleashing a furious charge towards Sasuke once more. The ground shook with each of its attacks as it relentlessly pursued them. Hinata, Sasuke, and Ino worked together to exhaust the beast. After nearly half an hour of intense combat, the boar ultimately succumbed to the flames, collapsing with a resounding thud, dust swirling around it. Infused with a hint of roasted meat aroma. It's finally over, Sasuke sighed, collapsing onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ino and Hinata, equally drained, leaned against one another for support. Long Ming swiftly approached the half-cooked boar, grunting, "What's this? You can't handle just one wild boar? Get up, before nightfall. Move it to the camp, or face 2 hours of chakra control punishment." The faces of Sasuke and the others paled as they sprang to their feet, quickly retrieving ropes to bind the boar before dragging it in a designated direction. Having ventured from the Hidden Leaf village for nearly half a month, Long Ming had not rushed their journey. Instead, he meticulously trained Sasuke and the others, devising rigorous practice plans. Initially brimming with confidence, they soon realized that during their training, Long Ming transformed into a stern taskmaster, demanding their utmost diligence. Aside from allocating a portion of each day for travel, the remainder was consumed by relentless supervision of their training, shuriken techniques, chakra control, seal formation speed, and combat practice. Often, they trained until midnight, exhausted to the point where their fingers could scarcely move. Yet, under such stringent training, their progress was astonishingly rapid. Long Ming tailored his training to the distinct personalities and characteristics of his students. The one who made the most significant progress was Sasuke, renowned for his prodigious talent, who learned swiftly in every endeavor. Long Ming primarily focused on imparting theoretical knowledge to Sasuke, including how to awaken the Sharingan and the nuances of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha clan tends to exhibit extreme tendencies upon awakening their eyes, and Long Ming was determined not to cultivate the strongest rogue ninja. As for Hinata and Ino, he emphasized the development of their bloodline limits and secret techniques. Hinata's Byakugan held potential for further evolution. Should it transform into the legendary Rinnegan, her power would be boundless. Unfortunately, such an evolution required the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, which was nearly unattainable for Long Ming at present. Given that members of the Otsutsuki clan were as numerous as blades of grass, with even the weakest capable of overpowering the leaders of various nations. Thus, in training, Long Ming concentrated on altering Hinata's timid disposition, assigning her crucial roles in practical combat. Initially, Hinata was so frightened that she cried, but gradually, under Long Ming's constant encouragement, she mustered the courage to confront her fears. Throughout this period of training, it became evident that Hinata's character had grown resilient, and Ino had become more adept in her transformation technique. Carrying the corpse of a boar, Sasuke and the others arrived at a makeshift open-air campsite, their temporary refuge. They immediately loosened the ropes and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Indeed, there was progress. Today's meal appeared quite promising, so it was time to prepare for dinner. Long Ming smiled faintly, then retrieved a backpack filled with coal, an iron frame, a pot, a kettle, and dry cakes. With deft movements, he extracted several pieces of boar bone and some belly meat from the carcass. He then rummaged through the backpack to find a bag of mushrooms and swiftly prepared a pot of meat soup, the aroma wafting through the air, rich and savory. "All right, everyone, come over for dinner," Long Ming said, his expression warm as he gazed at the fatigued trio. Sasuke, summoning his last reserves of strength, grabbed a ladle and devoured the soup and flatbread ravenously. Hinata and Ino, however, were more refined, taking small bites. Since their training began, mealtime had become the highlight of their day. Long Ming took out several more flatbreads and handed them over, saying, "Eat heartily today. This will be our last meal here. And tomorrow we shall set off with full vigor." Sasuke's heart raced at the thought. Would this wretched chapter finally come to an end? In the days that followed, the four of them traveled tirelessly. They quenched their thirst with spring water and filled their hunger with flatbreads. After navigating through 2 forests and scaling 4 mountains, they finally beheld a vast city. This was the bustling heart of the Land of Fire. From their vantage point, they could see the throngs of pedestrians and carriages below, even the wandering samurai and ninjas brandishing blades. The Land of Fire, centrally located among the 5 great nations, had long been a vital transportation hub and the most prosperous of the great countries. Wow, this place is truly vibrant. And Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Sasuke and said, "Shall we explore the town together once we enter?" Sasuke rubbed his eyes, entirely disinterested in shopping. His only desire was to find a decent inn to have a meal and rest properly. Beside them, Ryumi chuckled, "Let's head down first. We did not come here merely for shopping." Ino stuck out her tongue and ran to Sasuke's side. Ryumi and the others, following the crowd, gradually approached the city gate. They formed a queue, each person required to register upon entry to the East Jing. Inside, brawling was strictly prohibited. Violators would be imprisoned for no less than 3 days. The soldiers stationed at the gate proclaimed, as a city where the feudal lord resided, East Jing was governed by numerous rules and regulations. If foreigners or ninjas entered East Jing and disregarded these rules, it would be seen as a provocation against the authority of the Land of Fire. In severe instances, this could even escalate into minor warfare. Ryumi, the feudal lord, secretly scoffed at those commoners who incessantly waved their fans and criticized Konoha. Were it not for the use of the otherworldly deity, he would have even considered directly controlling the feudal lord. However, that would be somewhat wasteful of Shirsue's eyes. "You 4, please stop. Where are your families?" The guard at the city gate approached Ryumi and his companions. Dressed in plain clothing, they appeared as commoners, and their stature was not particularly tall. Ryumi, the tallest among them, barely reached 1.60 meters. "We are ninjas from Konoha, here to represent the village in an audience with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire," Ryumi replied calmly, presenting a pass. "You are ninjas from Konoha?" The guard's expression turned skeptical. Since Sasuke and the others had not yet graduated, they lacked the forehead protectors that signified their identity as Konoha ninjas. Although Ryumi possessed one, he found it cumbersome to wear a piece of metal on his head. Nonetheless, the pass was indeed genuine. After a thorough inspection, the guard stepped aside. "Please proceed. If you wish to meet the feudal lord, you must first stay at the inn. Someone will contact you." Ryumi nodded slightly and led Sasuke and the others into the city. Watching the retreating figures of Ryumi and his companions, the guard muttered softly, "Why has Konoha sent 4 children to meet the feudal lord? What a waste of preparation. Oh well, I shall inform the feudal lord." The guard produced a carrier pigeon, scribbled a message, and released it into the sky. The news of Ryumi and his companions entering East Jing swiftly reached the ears of the feudal lord. In a lavish mansion, the feudal lord, adorned with a fan and possessing an elongated visage, furiously tossed the note to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku has truly overstepped. How dare he send mere children to meet me? I have granted him too much consideration. The feudal lord's tone was laden with dissatisfaction, his eyes reflecting profound arrogance. Inform them to have the budget allocated to Konoha this month. The feudal lord waved his fan, venting his displeasure. Yes, may I inquire, my lord? How should we handle the children who have come to East Jing? A cautious subordinate, wearing a tall hat, inquired. The lord, now quite impatient, waved his fan dismissively. I don't care, just leave them there and get out of my sight. His subordinates fell silent, hastily rising to take their leave. At that moment, a shadow from the darkness spoke up. My lord, please do not be so angered. The people of Konoha are not fools. Sending mere children might suggest they possess some unique qualities. The lord pondered this for a moment, finding some merit in the argument. So what do you imply? He inquired. The shadowy figure stood and replied hoarsely. Given that you have offered such generous rewards, it would be unreasonable for us not to act. Let us merely turn those children into minced meat and send them back to Konoha. As he spoke, several silhouettes emerged behind him. A flicker of alarm crossed the lord's face, and he hesitated. There is no need to turn them into minced meat. A slight lesson will suffice. Let them return to Konoha to convey a message to Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Konoha represented the strongest ninja village of the Land of Fire. Should he sever ties with Konoha completely, it would spell the end of his reign. Understood, you are the patron. Your word is final, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. The shadowy figure said, brandishing a long, imposing blade as he exited with his subordinates. The lord's expression shifted, but he dared not voice his thoughts. As Long Ming and his companions passed through the towering city gates, they were greeted by an expansive street bustling with activity. Towering trees lined the road, and stalls selling various foods, vegetables, jewelry, clothing, and geisha services were abundant, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Children, do you require lodging? Our rates are quite low, only 50 ryo for a spacious room for the night, and we offer a variety of delectable foods to ensure your satisfaction. A middle-aged woman approached them, her face adorned with a broad smile. Sasuke and his companions felt tempted, after weeks of wandering and foregoing proper meals. They longed for a good meal. Long Ming shot her a glance and silently walked away. Though Sasuke and the others were enticed, they dared not linger against Long Ming's will. Undeterred, the middle-aged woman pressed on. It seems this is your first visit to Dongjing. It can be perilous. Even if you choose not to stay, surely these two girls cannot sleep on the streets. The inns ahead are rather pricey. You must consider your companion's feelings. As she spoke, her gaze greedily roamed over Hinata and Ino. Begone, Long Ming hissed, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan, his voice chilling to the bone. The woman's expression changed drastically, her body freezing in place. The owner of the geisha house misjudged. These children are, in fact, ninjas, the onlookers murmured. The woman, realizing her mistake in trying to lure away the pretty girls, sat down on the ground, her face pale with dismay. Sasuke and his companions finally grasped the situation. Hinata and Ino's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing that had it not been for Long Ming, they might have indeed followed the woman. Ugh, how disgusting, they thought. Jingye cast a disdainful glance at the portly woman before steadfastly trailing behind Long Ming. Long Ming led the group on a winding path through Dongjingli, ultimately arriving at a grand three-story pavilion. The building, adorned with white walls and black tiles, featured a crimson entrance and towering pillars, with an enticing aroma of cuisine wafting through the air. After his exploration, Long Ming had uncovered the largest restaurant in the vicinity. For esteemed guests, please come inside. The proprietor greeted warmly, his demeanor unpretentious despite the youthful appearance of Long Ming and his companions. Upon entering the establishment, Long Ming frowned and remarked, "This hall is excessively noisy. Kindly escort us to the upper floor." The owner hesitated, explaining, "Esteemed guest, our second floor and above are reserved exclusively for ninjas from various nations or lords." With a scoff, Long Ming tossed his Konoha headband towards the proprietor. The owner's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly bowed. "Ah, I see you are ninjas from Konoha. My apologies for my lack of discernment. Please, do come in." Long Ming ascended to the second floor with Sasuke and the others in tow. Moments later, a bald figure appeared in the lobby. "Excuse me, proprietor. Did 4 children pass through here recently?" The owner looked perplexed, But upon noticing the fire-patterned sash around the bald man's waist, his expression changed abruptly. You are one of them. Please, come this way. The four of them settled into a private booth on the second floor. And soon a lavish spread of dishes was laid before them, each more tantalizing than the last. Sasuke and the others felt their mouths water during their wilderness training. They had subsisted primarily on the meager rations Long Ming provided, occasionally managing to catch wild boar. Finally, after all this time with you, I thought you would hoard that chest of money instead of treating us, Sasuke lamented, his mouth stuffed full. Long Ming chuckled sheepishly, scratching his nose. We are on a limited budget, and besides, consuming grains is beneficial for one's health. Sasuke's forehead twitched in annoyance. Meanwhile, Hinata cautiously picked up a slice of meat and placed it into Long Ming's bowl, discreetly pushing it toward him before quickly retracting her hand, as if caught in a transgression. You should eat more. If it's not enough, we can order more. After we finish, we shall rest, for I will be heading to the daimyo's residence tomorrow. Long Ming affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair and then took up his chopsticks, eagerly indulging in the feast. The flavors were exquisite, leaving a lingering taste that compelled him to refill his plate several times. As they neared the end of their meal, a bald monk slowly ascended the stairs. Long Ming noticed him and briefly met his gaze before looking away, but the monk approached directly. You must be the envoys from Konoha. Greetings. I am Jilu, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. The monk introduced himself succinctly. He was an elite ninja among the 12 guardians tasked with protecting the daimyo, and also a close associate of Asuma Sarutobi. Long Ming could surmise the reason for his presence. It was likely that the daimyo had summoned him back for protection, given the scarcity of ninja strength surrounding the daimyo. Long Ming set down his chopsticks and turned to Lu, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears you are one of the legendary 12 guardians, he remarked. May I inquire if you are here as an individual or representing your lord? Lu was taken aback, not anticipating that Long Ming would so readily unveil his identity. Beside them, Sasuke and Hinata stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had heard tales of the 12 guardians during their time at school, a title that symbolized both strength and honor in their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Lu replied, I am here solely as an individual. Then we have nothing further to discuss. My business is with your lord, not with you, Long Ming stated, his interest waning as he abruptly ended the conversation. Lu, taken aback by Long Ming's arrogance, furrowed his brow and said, Though I do not represent my lord, I must caution you, should you disregard my words. Both you and your companions may find yourselves in grave danger. Long Ming narrowed his eyes and regarded Lu intently. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Long Ming summoned his chakra, the three tomo of his Sharingan glimmering ominously in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Lu, a member of the Uchiha clan. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu's forehead. The Sharingan had unmistakably revealed Long Ming's identity. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Long Ming, akin to a defenseless person standing before a ferocious tiger. Lu was acutely aware that if he were to engage Long Ming in combat, his chances of survival would scarcely exceed 10%. I do not intend to threaten you, merely to offer a warning. Furthermore, I am not the one seeking confrontation. Lu clarified, lowering his stance. With a disdainful snort, Long Ming tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Very well, let us converse. You have 3 sentences to clarify the situation, otherwise, you may leave horizontally. Lu forced a bitter smile. This matter cannot be resolved in just a few sentences. That counts as one, Long Ming interjected coolly. Lu's expression shifted as he began to explain. In order to ensure the safety of the negotiations with the newly appointed Hokage of Konoha, the Lord has offered a substantial reward to recruit many wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas. That is the second sentence. Long Ming's Sharingan began to rotate slowly. They intend to kill you. These rogue ninjas are difficult to control. They disregard the Lord's orders and seek to eliminate you. Lu hurriedly uttered his final sentence, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Long Ming scrutinized Lu for a moment before retracting his Sharingan. Lu, witnessing this, finally exhaled in relief. Sasuke and the others stood in stunned silence, realizing that the legendary 12 guardians, the elite protectors of the Lord, harbored such apprehension towards Long Ming. Although they had spent the better part of half a month in his company, they had rarely witnessed him in action, only occasionally hearing whispers of his prowess. They were astonished to discover that Long Ming could compel Lu, a guardian, to bow his head merely through sheer pressure. Hinata gazed at Long Ming's commanding presence with admiration, recalling the words her father, Hiashi Hyuga, had spoken to her before his departure. Hinata, remember that Ryumi is a talented ninja with the strength of a Hokage. If you wish to be worthy of him, you must strive to become stronger and not bring shame upon the Hyuga clan. Hinata tightened her grip on the chopsticks in her hand, silently vowing, I will become stronger. I will be the kunoichi who is worthy of Ryumi-kun. Beside her, Ryumi continued to inquire, which rogue ninjas have the daimyo summoned? Do share with me. Dilu hesitated. But after receiving a stern glance from Ryumi, he candidly responded, there is the rogue ninja from Konoha known as Hakayama Shin, dubbed the Flame of Fire. The rogue from Suna named Zingachikawa Ao, known as Massacre, as well as the rogue from Iwa, Moto Kawakigo, referred to as Mountain Demon, and the infamous rogue, Momochi Zabuza, known as the Demon Man. If any members of the Umbu were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the names Dilu had just revealed. For these individuals are all rogue ninjas classified as S-rank threats, with capabilities that often reach the level of elite jonin. It truly is a motley crew. Does the daimyo not fear that these rogue ninjas will bring about his demise? Ryumi scoffed at the names mentioned. Nearby, Sasuke and the others, lacking knowledge of rogue ninjas, remained in a state of confusion. Dilu sighed. The daimyo is indeed momentarily bewildered, but the root of this predicament ultimately lies with the Uchiha clan. Dilu hesitated, as he dared not speak ill of the Uchiha family in front of Ryumi. Ryumi chuckled. To be frank, if you had come here not to relay information, I would have considered eliminating you for that remark alone. Dilu broke into a sweat, aware that he had a bounty of 30 million ryo on the black market. Thus, he often faced harassment from various individuals, though none of them were of Ryumi's caliber. I misspoke. What are your plans now? Dilu inquired cautiously. Ryumi waved his hand dismissively. I am already aware of the situation. Considering the information you have provided, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave now. Dilu hesitated, instinctively asking, You aren't planning to flee? Flee? Why would I run? Ryumi touched his nose. I have yet to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Once I have spoken with him, I will naturally take my leave. Dilu felt a surge of urgency. He did not wish for Ryumi and the others to perish here. If Ryumi were to die, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo would deteriorate completely. Should Fugaku Uchiha attempt a coup, the Land of Fire could very well descend into a severe civil war. It was precisely for this reason that he had come, risking everything to inform Ryumi and his companions. I may not know who you are, but please trust me. Those rogue ninjas are extraordinarily formidable. Each of them has blood on their hands and a record of having killed jounin. You alone stand no chance against them. You must leave at once, Dilu urged anxiously. Ryumi rubbed his forehead and replied indifferently. Understood, you need not concern yourself further with this matter. Depart quickly, or I may reconsider my stance. Dilu's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately yielding to Ryumi's commanding gaze as he slowly retreated from the second floor. Hinata, filled with concern, asked, Ryumi-kun, are those rogue ninjas truly as powerful as he claims? Long Ming lightly acknowledged, roughly speaking, although I am not entirely familiar with the details. It is indeed true that Peach Land's Zaibujan possesses the strength of an elite jonin and is exceptionally skilled in the art of assassination, earning considerable renown in the ninja world. In response, Ino's expression changed, and she nervously inquired, if they were to attack together, would you be all right, Long Ming-kun? Long Ming chuckled softly, stretching his limbs as he replied, there is no need for concern. I am invincible. His words alleviated the heavy atmosphere, restoring a sense of ease among the group. After satisfying their hunger, despite the owner generously offering a discount, Long Ming still spent over 4,500 ryo. Such is the high cost of living in the land of the East. As they exited the pavilion, Long Ming keenly observed that a number of rogue ninjas had infiltrated the streets. Their gazes occasionally flickered towards Long Ming and his companions. A subtle smile graced Long Ming's lips as he addressed Sasuke and the others. Since there is still ample time, why don't we take a leisurely stroll nearby to digest? Ino feigned defeat, expressing her distress, but I truly wish to lie down and rest. These past few days of training, sleeping outdoors without a bath, have left me feeling quite filthy. Sasuke cleared his throat, evidently sharing her sentiment. After a moment of contemplation, Long Ming smiled and proposed, in that case, Hinata and Ino should go find an inn to rest. I recall there is a decent establishment called Chongha along the way. You two may head there, while Sasuke and I continue to explore." Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise. Long Ming produced several large bills, handing them to Ino and Hinata. "You are too generous." Long Ming. "Hooray!" Ino exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement as she kissed the money in her hand before seizing Hinata and dashing down the street. Long Ming rubbed his nose, casting a discreet glance around, and then said to Sasuke, "Let us go. I will take you to purchase some ninja tools." Sasuke nodded and followed Long Ming through the bustling street. Meanwhile, a group of observing ninjas began to murmur among themselves. "The kids have split up. What should we do? Should we report to the boss?" One queried. "Do we really need to notify the boss for these little brats? Let's divide into 2 teams. You pursue the 2 boys, and I'll take after the 2 girls. Once we capture them, we can present them to the boss." "That seems unwise. The boss instructed us to report first. Then you can go report, and we'll act separately." With that, the ninjas dispersed into 3 groups, one trailing Long Ming and Sasuke, another after Hinata and Ino, and the last to inform Zabuza and the other rogue ninjas. At the Baizeo shop, Long Ming glanced at the signboard before stepping inside. This was a store specializing in ninja tools. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I inquire what you young gentlemen are looking for?" A welcoming woman approached, speaking softly. Upon entering the shop, Sasuke was instantly captivated by the spacious interior and the dazzling array of ninja tools. As the center of the 5 great nations, the land of fire naturally attracts an endless stream of ninjas, illustrating the principle that where there is demand, there will be a market. The ninja tool shop in Dongjing can undoubtedly fulfill all your needs for training, assassination, combat, and ambush. It is an essential destination whether for home or travel. And for silencing witnesses. A woman snapped her fingers, and a young girl dressed in a kimono promptly brought forth 2 cups of fragrant tea, placing them down before retreating. "I would like to purchase some explosive tags, military rations, and a katana suitable for my companion beside me. If there are any unique ninja tools, I would appreciate your recommendations," Long Ming replied while lifting his teacup. The woman's eyes brightened at his words. This promised to be a lucrative transaction. "Not a problem. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment while I fetch them for you," she said with a slight bow, then proceeded to a nearby shelf. The woman was exceedingly professional. Before Long Ming had finished his tea, she had returned with all the items. Before him lay a katana, 3 different explosive tags, and a small cloth pouch. She lifted the pouch and explained, "This is a new military ration we have developed in our shop. In addition to the original ingredients, we have added honey to enhance the flavor. A single piece can satiate an ordinary person and gradually restore chakra." Long Ming opened it and briefly inspected. These military rations were favored by many ninjas as provisions to withstand harsh environments. He nodded slightly in satisfaction, and the woman proceeded to introduce the next item. She presented the 3 different explosive tags, saying, "These are our shop's best-selling explosive tags: the standard explosive tag, the delayed explosive tag, and the 5-element explosive tag. The standard explosive tag costs 300 taels each and can unleash a fire release technique comparable to that used by elite ninjas. The delayed explosive tag is 400 taels each, compatible with kunai and useful for setting traps. As for the 5-element explosive tag, the woman picked up the largest explosive tag, which was distinctly different from the others. Its sealing technique was far more intricate. In the center was the character for explosion, from which 4 black runes extended outward, each terminating in a smaller explosion character. This 5-element explosive tag is 1,000 taels each, sealing 5 fire release techniques within. Once detonated, it will create 5 successive explosions, demonstrating remarkable power," she explained softly. Long Ming was momentarily taken aback by the price, but the description of its potency piqued his interest. If utilized in conjunction with his own explosive tag multiplication technique, its effectiveness would indeed be magnified. However, at 1,000 taels each, his current funds would only allow for the purchase of 100, making it quite costly. Noticing Long Ming's keen interest in the 5-element explosive tag, the woman smiled and said, "If you desire it, we can certainly negotiate the price. Should you wish to purchase in bulk, I can offer you a 20% discount." Holding the explosive tag, Long Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "To be candid, I am indeed very fond of the 5-element explosive tag. However, I require a substantial quantity, and I cannot always return to Dongjing for procurement. How do you sell the sealing technique for this 5-element explosive tag?" The explosive talisman is essentially a special piece of paper in which a ninja has inscribed the fire release technique in advance. This 5 yuan explosive talisman can seal 5 separate fire release techniques, evidently employing a rather sophisticated sealing method. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, appearing visibly troubled. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. The sealing technique for this 5 yuan explosive talisman was developed at great expense by their store, making it a unique offering in the entire ninja world. Such an item is not something any store would part with lightly, as all goods have their worth. Why not propose a price? We can negotiate, suggested Long Ming. The principle of teaching a man to fish rather than simply giving him fish is quite straightforward. The method of catching fish is far more valuable than the fish themselves. With the means to fish, one has an endless supply of fish. Long Ming was proficient in fire release, and acquiring this sealing technique would ensure a continual supply of 5 yuan explosive talismans in the future. Observing Long Ming's openness, the woman said no more and raised 3 fingers, stating, "If you are truly interested, the price is 30 million ryo." This price startled Sasuke, who was acutely aware of the amount of money Long Ming had brought with him. The price quoted by the woman was 30 times what Long Ming had, rendering him unable to afford even if he were to sell himself. However, Long Ming's expression remained largely unchanged. The proprietress had offered a fair price. While 30 million ryo seemed substantial, it would only purchase around 30,000 of these 5 yuan explosive talismans. That price is reasonable, but I can't produce the money just yet. Please continue to introduce this sword, Long Ming said casually as he sipped his tea. Then I shall await good news, the woman replied with a slight smile, before picking up a nearby katana to introduce it. This sword is named Yukikaze, one of the excellent swords crafted by a master. It is lightweight yet resilient, capable of withstanding various chakra natures, priced at 800,000 ryo. Long Ming took Yukikaze into his hands, admiring the exquisite and ornate scabbard. He then turned and handed it to Sasuke, saying, "Give it a try. If you like it, then we shall take it." Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. This sword, valued at 800,000 ryo, would consume a significant portion of Long Ming's funds. Initially, Sasuke intended to merely glance at the sword before declining. But upon drawing the blade, he was utterly captivated. The glossy black blade, adorned with intricate designs, made it irresistible. "All right, this one it is. Also, let us grab some military rations, smoke bombs, and those boxing gloves over there." Long Ming decisively purchased Yukikaze, selecting several other items until his funds were nearly depleted. Seeing Long Ming empty his backpack of money, Sasuke felt a twinge of guilt. "Long Ming, this sword is too expensive. Now we won't have money for food. Perhaps we should return it." "Don't worry, we have funds. Soon enough, someone will send me money," Long Ming replied, his gaze casually scanning the surroundings as he stepped out the door. Although Sasuke was puzzled, he had no choice but to follow closely behind. They emerged, ready to take action. After Long Ming and his companion stepped out, the ninjas who had been lurking outside could no longer contain themselves. They swiftly drew their weapons and closed in from all directions. A one-eyed ninja, concealing a sharp clawed dagger within his sleeve, waited eagerly for the moment he could strike down Long Ming. As for the orders of their superiors, they were of no concern to him. The dark factions of the 5 great villages had always pursued these rogue ninjas relentlessly. With the opportunity for revenge at hand, they would not let it slip away. As Long Ming approached, a glint of frenzied anticipation flickered in the one-eyed ninja's eyes. When the distance between them shrank to less than a meter, the one-eyed ninja sprang into action, gripping his clawed dagger and aiming a lethal strike at Long Ming's neck. The swift movement was accompanied by a sharp crack of sound, promising certain death should it land. Long Ming, caught off guard, turned to face him, his eyes wide with terror. The one-eyed ninja reveled in his triumph, envisioning Long Ming collapsing in a pool of blood, desperately gasping for help. "Huh, just a kid, utterly unprepared. Let me hear your pitiful screams," he taunted as he brought the dagger down. With a sickening crunch, blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. Long Ming, in disbelief, clutched at his wound as blood seeped from his neck. Struggling for breath like a fish out of water, he collapsed, his eyes slowly losing their light. The one-eyed ninja sneered, kicking Long Ming's lifeless body. What a letdown, dead without a fight. Is this truly a ninja from Konoha? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Long Ming's corpse suddenly rose, undergoing a bizarre transformation into a colossal centipede that coiled around the one-eyed ninja's body. The ninja was paralyzed with fear, frantically stabbing at the creature. "What is this? Get off me, I despise centipedes." "Die? Just die?" he screamed, mercilessly stabbing the centipede. In reality, Long Ming stood unharmed in place, while the one-eyed ninja, believing he had slain Long Ming, continued to stab himself with his own dagger. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining his clothing a deep red. The sheer volume of blood loss was enough to induce fainting, yet the one-eyed ninja remained vacant-eyed, persistently driving the blade into himself. The onlookers were paralyzed by the surreal scene, gasping in shock. "Ah, there's a madman. That person has gone insane." In truth, from the moment the one-eyed ninja locked eyes with Long Ming, he had fallen victim to Long Ming's illusion. Henceforth, this one-eyed ninja would continue to inflict self-harm until all signs of life faded away. Several rogue ninja companions who had considered intervening were left stunned, overwhelmed by the bizarre turn of events. Now, who shall be next? Long Ming mused, stroking his chin as he turned his gaze toward the remaining rogue ninjas. The few rogue ninjas, suddenly ensnared, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. One of them gritted his teeth and urged, "Brothers, do not be afraid. This fellow has merely employed an illusion technique. Let us support one another and avoid falling into his trap." Upon hearing this, the rogue ninjas swiftly gathered. For one of the simplest methods to dispel an illusion is the infusion of a different type of chakra. The reason illusions can induce hallucinations in the target is that they disrupt the flow of the target's chakra. Thus, to break free from an illusion, one merely needs to inject an alternative form of chakra. Observing the 4 or 5 adversaries before him, Sasuke promptly unsheathed his weapon, Snowwalker, adopting a combat stance. "Long Ming, are they the rogue ninjas the monk spoke of?" he inquired. "Close enough, but they are merely minor thugs. Consider this your practical training. I'll take 3 of them." "You can handle one," Long Ming replied calmly, assigning tasks to Sasuke. Bolstered by his new weapon, Sasuke's confidence surged. He shook his head and insisted, "No? Let us be fair. We should each take half. I promised my father I would grow stronger." Ah, the rain has ceased, and the skies have cleared. It seems the boy has regained his spirit. Nevertheless, an increase in self-assurance is a favorable development. Long Ming concurred. "Very well, we shall each take 2. The rogue ninjas, observing the relaxed demeanor of Long Ming and Sasuke as they discussed how to confront them, felt their anger boil. "Damn it, you 2 brats are courting death. What if you can use illusion techniques? Brothers, charge." One of the rogue ninjas bellowed, as all 4 propelled themselves forward with great force. In an instant, Long Ming activated his limitless abilities, moving like lightning. He closed the distance to the 4 ninjas in a heartbeat. Swish! The gust of wind whipped up, and 2 of the rogue ninjas found their vision clouded. Before they could react, Long Ming's fist struck their chests. In that moment, an intense pain surged through them, nearly causing them to lose consciousness. The roaring wind filled their ears as their vision blurred, and they were sent flying several meters, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt. The 2 surviving rogue ninjas were drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by such terrifying strength. "I leave this to you, Sasuke," Long Ming said with a slight smile, entrusting the battlefield to Sasuke. He then activated his limitless abilities once more, reappearing before the 2 rogue ninjas who had been thrown back. Coughing up blood, one of the rogue ninjas struggled to rise from the ground. In truth, Long Ming had not exerted his full strength earlier, as he had further inquiries for these individuals. "Die, brat." One of the rogue ninjas, seeing Long Ming suddenly appear, hastily formed a series of hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground began to melt, transforming into the head of an earthen dragon, which unleashed a barrage of mud bullets towards Long Ming. However, all the mud bullets halted before Long Ming, failing to touch him. This spectacle sent the rogue ninja's soul soaring with terror. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" he thought, as Long Ming vanished from sight. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force from behind. Long Ming delivered a powerful kick, not holding back in the slightest. The wind howled. The head of the rogue ninja crashed violently into the ground, the skull shattering in an instant, blood oozing forth and staining the earth. Long Ming looked down from his elevated position, the scene around him seemingly frozen in time. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. "Dead! Someone is dead! Quick, summon the guards! A ninja is attacking in the city." The onlookers scattered in a frenzy, leaving only a few remaining rogue ninjas who bore expressions of terror. While the conflicts among ninjas inevitably led to death, instances of being crushed to death were indeed rare. Paying no heed to the screams of the common folk, Long Ming reached out to search the body of the rogue ninja. discovering not only a few explosive tags and ninja tools, but also over 30,000 ryo in cash. Long Ming frowned slightly. What a miser. To call yourself a rogue ninja and yet possess so little. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? The nearby rogue ninja fell silent, taken aback. To be humiliated even in death was beyond his imagination. However, Long Ming's actions sparked a flicker of hope within him. He hastily withdrew all his savings. My lord, this is all my money, 80,000 ryo. Please spare my life, I beg you. The rogue ninja trembled as he extended the blood-stained bills. You are quite perceptive. Long Ming smiled faintly, accepting the 80,000 ryo and stowing it away. Now, let me ask you a few questions. To whom do you serve? Where is your leader at this moment? The rogue ninja quickly replied, I am under the command of the rogue ninja Yamashita Shin, who is currently at the Lord's mansion awaiting our report. However, someone has already gone to notify him. He should arrive shortly. Long Ming smiled lightly and continued, You rogue ninjas must have earned quite a fortune from assassination missions. Why are you so impoverished? The rogue ninja hesitated for a moment before promptly responding. We do have money, but all the fees we earn from our assassination missions are kept by our leader. If you are in need of funds, our leader's price on the black market is as high as 18 million ryo. As he spoke, the rogue ninja pulled out a small black notebook. Long Ming took the notebook and began to peruse its contents. It was printed by various organizations on the black market, detailing numerous bounty targets. Important figures from various nations, lords, landowners, ninjas, and rogue ninjas were all listed, with prices ranging from several 100,000 ryo to tens of millions. Long Ming noted the bounties on Asuma and Dilu among them. Very well, I shall take this, he declared, standing up while still flipping through the small black notebook. Just as the rogue ninja thought he had narrowly escaped death and was about to flee, he suddenly noticed a burning explosive tag nearby, his pupils dilating in alarm. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated. The rogue ninja met the same fate as his companion. Long Ming closed the notebook, sensing the thrill of the hunt akin to that of Kakazu. Eliminating those listed on these bounties was indeed a lucrative endeavor, far more effortless than completing missions. He glanced over at Sasuke, whose battle was nearing its conclusion. After more than half a month of rigorous training, Sasuke's physical strength and combat experience had significantly improved, with a sharp, eagle-like glint occasionally flashing in his eyes. After plunging his sword, Snow Walk, into the chest of a rogue ninja, he concluded the battle with a powerful fireball jutsu. Despite heavy breathing and a few new wounds adorning his body, an exhilarating expression graced his face, for he truly felt himself growing stronger. Long Ming nodded in satisfaction, then approached the two corpses to rummage through their belongings, acquiring nearly 100,000 ryo. Yet, this amount fell considerably short of what he needed to exchange for the method to produce a 5 yen explosive tag. Let us return to the inn. Hinata and the others must have encountered their own battles, Long Ming said, drawing forth Snow Walk and passing it to Sasuke. Although Long Ming had prudently stored the eye technique, Kogashin, within Hinata's eyes for safety, it was best to hasten back to their side. After all, according to the earlier rogue ninja's words, they had dispatched someone to inform Zabuza and the others. Sasuke nodded earnestly, and the two set off in the direction of the inn. Meanwhile, 3 rogue ninjas stealthily approached the inn's entrance. They drew their kunai, hidden behind their backs, and knocked on the door. Bang! Bang! Inside, Ino was bathing, and upon hearing the knocks, she called out loudly, Hinata, it seems Sasuke and the others have returned. Please let them know to hold on a moment. All right, Hinata replied as she rose to head towards the door, whispering softly, Long Ming-kun. Ino is in the bath. We've booked 2 rooms, and one is next door. You can rest in the meantime. Silence lingered beyond the door. Hinata's brow furrowed in confusion. Long Ming-kun? Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as a burly rogue ninja forcefully smashed the door open. Hinata instinctively rolled backward, narrowly evading the splintering wood that scattered around her. What is going on? Hinata, what happened? Ino called out from the bathroom, alarmed by the commotion. There are intruders. Ino, stay inside. Hinata quickly responded, activating her Byakugan to firmly lock onto the 3 adversaries before her. Heh, I never expected this little girl would possess Byakugan. If we capture her and sell her on the black market, she'd fetch a hefty price, the burly rogue ninja remarked, greedily surveying Hinata with unmasked desire. In the world of ninjas, bloodline limits were exceedingly precious. Every clan took great care to protect their unique abilities. The Hyuga clan, for instance, was divided into the main and branch families solely to safeguard their bloodline limit. Unlike her approach with wild boars, facing these bloodthirsty rogue ninjas made Hinata's heart race with anxiety. No, I must not succumb to fear. I vowed to become stronger for Long Ming and to protect Ino. With this thought, Hinata gradually regained her composure. The rogue ninja brandished a chain, sneering, "Little girl, stand still and let me bind you, or I will kill you along with your companion." Upon finishing his words, the rogue ninja's right hand lunged toward Hinata. Unfazed, Hinata transformed her left hand into a palm and struck forward. The clash of their hands resonated with a dull thud, causing the rogue ninja to stagger back several paces. This outcome left the other two companions of the rogue ninja utterly astonished. Indeed, the bloodline limit proved formidable. Such a diminutive girl could force me to retreat. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, the rogue ninja's gaze turned icy. Unappreciative of my mercy, it seems I must eliminate you and seize your eyes. With that, he let out a thunderous roar, his muscles visibly swelling, veins bulging on his forehead. This rogue ninja was evidently skilled in taijutsu. With a swift leap, he propelled himself toward Hinata, raising his right fist to deliver a powerful blow. Before his fist could make contact, the force of his attack sent Hinata's hair flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata crouched low and struck toward the rogue ninja's armpit. The rogue ninja's body went rigid, sensing his chakra abruptly severed from his arm, rendering him momentarily powerless. In that instant of paralysis, Hinata unleashed another palm strike to the rogue ninja's chest. Though not a tremendous blow, it caused him to spew forth blood. The two rogue ninjas nearby exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, "This is the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. This girl possesses such talent, having developed her Byakugan to this extent." However, at that moment, the rogue ninja struck by Hinata let out a furious roar. With his remaining arm, he swung violently at Hinata. The impact sent Hinata flying, numbing her arms, yet she fought to regain her balance in midair, twisting her waist to land on her feet. The rogue ninja, with one arm dangling, shouted angrily to his companions behind him, "What are you two standing around for? Come help me." Without hesitation, the two rogue ninjas drew their weapons and positioned themselves alongside him. Hinata's heart sank. She truly doubted her ability to confront three rogue ninjas simultaneously. Even with Ino joining the fray, defeat seemed imminent. In that moment of crisis, a glimmer of hope sparked in Hinata's eyes as she called out behind the three rogue ninjas, "Rinnegan, you have finally returned." The trio paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Little girl, do you take us for fools? Such a childish ploy. Your two companions are likely already defeated by our men. But fret not, you shall soon join them." Convinced that this was Hinata's diversion tactic, they remained fixated on her. "You truly are fools," a calm voice echoed from behind them. Suddenly, the two rogue ninjas felt a firm grip on their heads. Thud. Ryumi seized the heads of both rogue ninjas and, with astonishing speed, slammed them together against the third ninja's skull. The violent collision caused their heads to slightly deform. The trio experienced an overwhelming surge of pain and dizziness, as if the very room was spinning around them. Ryumi snorted disdainfully and released his grip. Having lost their support, they immediately collapsed to the ground, their gazes vacant. Watching Long Ming effortlessly resolve the crisis, Hinata finally felt her anxious heart settle. "Are you and Ino unscathed?" Long Ming approached to examine Hinata. She shook her head slightly. "I am fine. They had only just appeared, and Ino is in the bathroom, so she is unharmed as well." Long Ming nodded. Though he was somewhat surprised to find that his ocular technique was still active, he had initially thought that with Hinata and Ino's abilities, the conditions for utilizing the high-level technique would be triggered swiftly. Evidently, their training over the past half-month had indeed proven beneficial. Ino emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, and upon seeing the three fallen rogue ninjas on the ground, she couldn't help but display a look of indignation. How audacious of these rogue ninjas to intrude while others were bathing. Long Ming tidied up the battlefield and discovered approximately 100,000 Ryo in valuables from the fallen rogues. Although it was a bit less than expected, even the smallest gains are still gains. Outside the inn, Zabuza and his group of rogue ninjas had already arrived. The surrounding civilians, witnessing the menacing demeanor of Zabuza and his companions, quickly retreated, fearing for their safety. A towering man, 8 feet tall and adorned with a chest of thick black hair, stepped forward, exuding a fierce aura reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. "The Konoha ninja who killed my subordinates is hiding in there, isn't he?" He glared with hatred in his eyes. He was Hakiyama Shin, an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by Konoha, and a top-tier ninja with a bounty of 18 million ryo on the black market, adept in fire and wind release techniques. At that moment, a squad of Eastern Jing S-Guard troops rushed to the scene. Upon spotting Zabuza and his armed companions at the inn's entrance, they quickly surrounded them. Do not move. We have received reports of ninja fighting here. Is it you? Lay down your weapons and come with us. The captain commanded sternly. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at Zabuza and his team. Hakiyama Shin observed the soldiers with a cold smile before, in the next instant, transforming into a blur and appearing before the nearest soldier. The soldier barely had time to react before Hakiyama seized him by the neck and with a sharp crack, snapped it. What do you think you are? A bunch of ordinary people who aren't even low-ranking ninjas dare to command me. Hakiyama Shin. He casually discarded the corpse aside. The surrounding guards, witnessing their recently alive comrade fall before their eyes, displayed expressions of horror. Yet, it was evident that their nightmare had only just begun. Fueled by excitement, Hakiyama Shin resolved to eliminate all the guards in one fell swoop using ninjutsu. He formed the hand seals, and immediately, the air around him began to heat up, reminiscent of the scorching midday sun in summer. Fire release, ghost lantern. He bellowed, and instantly, countless fireballs resembling demonic visages appeared around him. These fireballs, as if imbued with life, coalesced and charged fiercely toward the surrounding guards. Upon contact, individuals are instantly ignited, with companions swiftly perishing one after another. The surrounding guards can no longer endure the mounting pressure. They abandon their armor and flee from the oncoming ghostly flames. Run quickly. We are no match for these fiends. Cries one in desperation. Cursed flames. Help us. The air is filled with screams, and within moments, both the populace and the guards suffer heavy casualties. Lifeless bodies charred and strewn across the street. A man adorned with arm guards and various protective gear remarks, "This is excessive, Yashan Shin. Let us not forget that we are guests of the daimyo. Such slaughter is ill-advised." The speaker is the rogue ninja from Mangekyō, Mangekyō, skilled in both earth-based offense and defense. Yashan Shin scoffs dismissively, incinerating another guard as he retorts, "And what of it? Does that daimyo dare confront me? If I eliminate the leaf envoy within, the leaf will eagerly dispose of the daimyo without my intervention." As he speaks, Yashan Shin's disdain and hatred for the leaf are palpable. A gaunt man, clutching several summoning scrolls, smirks. "It seems you have suffered considerably at the hands of the leaf Sambu. But be cautious, slaying so many innocents may invoke divine retribution." Yashan Shin, with a look of contempt, coldly responds, "When it comes to murder, who rivals you? The so-called mass slaughter of Mangekyō? Zobukawa. The number of lives I've taken likely pales in comparison to yours." Zobukawa remains non-committal, caressing the scrolls at his back, for as a rogue ninja of Mangekyō, his expertise lies in the art of puppetry. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us conclude this swiftly and eliminate the wretches inside," declares Momochi Zabuza, brandishing his beheading sword, a blade nearly 2 meters long, directed at the inn before them. The street is now deserted, either ravaged by slaughter or abandoned in flight. Yashan Shin reveals a bloodthirsty grin. "Indeed, it is best to get to the heart of the matter. They have slain a few of my subordinates. I shall repay them in kind, one by one." With that, Yashan Shin forms a series of hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. He gathers fire chakra in his mouth, inhaling deeply until his abdomen swells slightly. He unleashes a torrent of flames, dividing them into 3 directions, forward, left, and right, all converging upon the inn. This is an immensely powerful fire technique, with flames writhing like a ferocious dragon. The trajectory of the fire is controlled by chakra, turning foes to ashes in an instant, leaving little room for evasion. Boom. The inn is struck directly, accompanied by a deafening roar, the walls collapsing in an instant. As the flames envelop the entire structure, those who had fled to safety watch in horror, whispering anxiously among themselves. These fiends are terrifying. Are they all rogue ninjas? What brings them to the heart of the eastern capital? Surely, everyone inside that inn must be dead. The power of that fire technique is overwhelming. Run. If these maniacs go on a rampage, what will become of us? Observing the billowing black smoke before him, Yashanksen nodded in satisfaction and turned to say, "My apologies. But I have resolved the matter directly. You may wait for the flames to extinguish and then proceed to collect the remains." The The surrounding rogue ninjas shrugged indifferently, some even displaying expressions of boredom. Wan Tu, disdainfully, remarked, "What a farce. These leaf ninjas are merely a hollow name. I expected them to be formidable. Yet they are incapable of engaging in a proper battle. How disappointing." Just as several rogue ninjas prepared to depart, a teasing voice emerged from the smoke. "Oh, then let us engage in a proper battle. However, the losing side shall face death." The eyes of the rogue ninjas widened in surprise as they turned their gaze towards the inn. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, they beheld a portion of the inn, which should have been entirely ravaged by the fire dragon's flames, remaining eerily unscathed, devoid of any burn marks. There stood Long Ming, flanked by Sasuke, Hinata, and others. Had they been shielded? Yashangsen pondered. Although he was curious about how Long Ming had accomplished this, he still did not regard the young ones before him as formidable opponents. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a kunai, demanding, "Well, luck seems to be on your side, brat. Which of you killed my 4 subordinates? Step forward." Long Ming smiled faintly, raising his thumb to indicate himself. "I shall not leave, but it was indeed I who ended your subordinates. What wisdom do you wish to impart?" Yashangsen seethed with anger at Long Ming's brazen demeanor, letting out a series of rasping, cold laughs. "I have no wisdom to share. I merely wish to claim the head of this sharp-tongued brat. Your eyes suggest you hail from the Uchiha clan, and I shall gladly take your eyes as a trophy." Long Ming burst into laughter. "What a coincidence. I, too, wish to claim your heads. Your bounties on the black market seem quite lucrative, collectively. They must amount to around 70 to 80 million ryo. Just when I was pondering where to find you." At this declaration, the atmosphere ignited with rage among Zabuza and the others, who shouted in outrage. "What nonsensical drivel is this, you little brat? To dare speak of wanting our heads for a bounty, when you were still drinking milk during my killing spree. You arrogant little wretch. I will tear you apart with my puppets." Yashangsen sneered repeatedly, regarding Long Ming as if he were a mere corpse. "Ignorant child, you have surely never encountered true strength. Today, I shall show you what an 18 million ryo bounty truly represents." With that, Yashangsen's chakra erupted forth. He formed the tiger seal once more, conjuring dozens of fiery apparitions that seemed poised to charge at Long Ming. Long Ming crossed his arms, scoffing. "Being on the bounty list merely underscores your weakness. Someone has managed to kill you, thus you are worth a reward. If you were truly strong, who would dare place a bounty on you?" The scene fell into an oppressive silence. Yamashinji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts choked as he faced the provocation head-on. Should he choose to remain silent, it would only serve to undermine their reputation. The rebellious ninja from Mangekyō, Zabukawa Aoi, swiftly unfurled several scrolls behind him, coldly declaring, "If I do not personally eliminate you today, I shall write my name backwards." With that, he summoned 2 life-sized puppets from the scrolls. Exquisite creations adorned with numerous traps and coated in lethal poison, ensuring that even the slightest contact would be fatal. "This brat has truly incited my ire. Let us use our might to make him recognize reality," spoke Kawagakure's Honkawa Kigo in a measured tone. He quickly formed several hand seals, transforming his right hand into solid rock, preparing to unleash the earth release, rock fist technique. Meanwhile, Zabuza gripped his beheading sword tightly, poised to strike the moment Ryumi revealed any weakness. Each of these renegade ninjas possessed unique skills and strengths. Yet one thing was certain, they were all formidable in their own right. "Well then, we have all made our moves. Do you not intend to reveal those eyes of yours?" Yamashinji taunted, a provocative glint in his gaze as he looked at Ryumi. With a slight smile, Ryumi's left eye began to whirl with frenetic energy. "Speed is quality. Have you ever been struck by the speed of light?" Yamashinji hesitated, clearly perplexed by Ryumi's words. But in the next instant, Ryumi's form flickered like lightning, appearing directly before Yamashinji. With a sharp crack, a sonic boom echoed as Yamashinji's vision darkened. Before he could comprehend Ryumi's sudden appearance, Ryumi delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Pain, an indescribable agony, surged through his body. With a thunderous crash, Yamashinji was propelled like a projectile, crashing through 2 shops without pause, finally coming to a halt against a telephone pole 2 streets away. Now covered in dust and blood, Yamashinji lay crumpled on the ground, the relentless impacts having inflicted an overwhelming pain throughout his body. Yet, these sensations paled in comparison to the agony radiating from his chest. With great effort, he managed to lower his gaze, only to be struck with terror. His chest was caved in, flesh torn. And he could even see the stark whiteness of broken ribs, many of which were evidently fractured. Blood seeped incessantly from the wound. The other rogue ninjas widened their eyes in horror, their alertness toward Ryumi reaching unprecedented heights. Be cautious. This brat is not to be underestimated, Mangekyō shouted. However, before he could finish his warning, a blur appeared before him, followed by Ryumi's voice ringing in his ears. Before alerting others, one must first ensure their own safety. Ryumi lifted his foot, delivering a brutal kick to Mangekyō's face, the fierce wind causing pain to radiate across his features. With a thunderous crash, Mangekyō barely had time to scream before being struck by Long Ming's kick, sending him flying at an astonishing speed. His neck twisted at a grotesque angle. Teeth mingled with blood erupted from his mouth as his head collided directly with the wall of a nearby grocery store. As one of the most vital parts of the human body, Mangekyō's brain suffered catastrophic damage, resulting in instantaneous death. Beside him, Zobuzawa was already petrified with fear, frantically manipulating his chakra threads to activate all the mechanisms of his two puppets. Monster, you shall perish, Zobuzawa roared. As countless tiny Senbon needles, iron thorns, and circular blades erupted from the two puppets, Yuho and Xiaoyang. Each concealed weapon was laced with potent poison, the foul stench detectable from a distance. With a swift motion, Long Ming neither dodged nor evaded. All the hidden weapons came to an abrupt halt before him, obstructed by an invisible barrier. After reaching their maximum distance, they fell harmlessly to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down Zobuzawa's brow as he realized the futility of his weapons. No longer hesitating, he instinctively chose to flee. What a joke. I refuse to die in a place like this. This little brat is an absolute monster. He swiftly tossed a smoke bomb to obscure his escape and hurriedly retracted his puppets, retreating. Though the smoke concealed Long Ming's vision, he remained unfazed, slowly raising a finger. A vast amount of chakra suddenly coalesced in his palm, forming a small red sphere. Infinite Jade. With that, Long Ming hurled the Infinite Jade forward, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that enveloped the street. Boom! The ground erupted, and numerous houses were devastated by the residual energy of the Infinite Jade. Zobuzawa, attempting to escape, was swiftly overtaken by the energy wave, his eyes widening in terror as he realized his fate. He deeply regretted his decision to come to Dongjing for a bounty mission to protect the Lord. Alas, it was far too late for remorse. Within the energy wave, Zobuzawa's body was rapidly consumed, vanishing entirely from existence. As the remnants of the Infinite Jade dissipated, a gaping chasm several dozen meters long marred the ground. Previously, the massacre by Yaoshan and his companions had sent the populace fleeing in terror, so Long Ming's actions resulted merely in the destruction of some buildings. Sasuke and the others stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape as they beheld Long Ming, who resembled a god of war. They felt his stature grow immensely before them. Suddenly, this war deity smacked his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Damn it! So caught up in showing off, I forgot to leave him intact. How am I to collect my bounty now?" With his image shattered once more, the imposing figure reverted to its original state. "Now, it's just you left. What do you intend to do, Zabuza?" Long Ming turned with a smile towards the solitary Zabuza. The latter was drenched in cold sweat. Confronting the reality of having witnessed Long Ming slay 3 men, for the first time, he felt the chilling grip of fear. However, Zabuza is no ordinary individual. Among this group, he stands as the most formidable. As a man who once assassinated the Mizukage, it is inconceivable that he would falter out of fear. Furthermore, he is not alone. Swiftly, a ninja adorned with a distinctive umbu mask and clad in a cerulean tunic appeared before Zabuza. He is Haku, Zabuza's comrade. Possessing the ice release Kekkei Genkai. "Zabuza-san, the enemy is far too powerful. We should retreat for now," Haku declared earnestly, clutching several Senbon needles. "No, Haku. Buy me some time. I am confident I can defeat him," Zabuza coldly replied, subsequently plunging his executioner's blade into the ground as he began to weave hand seals. Haku opened his mouth, hesitated momentarily, yet chose to obey Zabuza's command. With a flourish of his hands, countless Senbon needles erupted from his sleeves, launching towards Ryumi. At this moment, Haku, still youthful and not yet fully adept at controlling his ice release, knew these ordinary attacks would be insufficient against Ryumi. Ryumi activated his infinite technique. effortlessly evading the sunbond and closing in on Haku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Haku doubled over, retching on the ground. This was a mercy from Ryumi. Had he unleashed his full strength, Haku would have met his demise. To confront the Sharingan, it is wise to first obscure its wielder's vision. Zabuza paid no heed to the injured Haku, forming seals with one hand and pointing skyward. Hidden mist technique. Ryumi frowned as thick mist quickly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility, including Zabuza's. Although this technique would hinder everyone's sight, Zabuza could discern his opponent's location through sound, rendering the mist's effect negligible on him. With a slight twitch of his ear, Zabuza pinpointed Ryumi's position, and a predatory smile crept across his face. He concentrated chakra throughout his being, unleashing a deep crimson chakra flow akin to that of a demon. This was Zabuza's signature technique, silent killing technique. It allowed him to conceal himself within the mist and execute rapid assaults on enemies across a wide area, culminating in a devastating, decapitating strike. Zabuza surged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "Got you, little brats," he cackled. Sasuke and his companions gasped in shock, realizing that Zabuza was not targeting Ryumi, but was charging towards them instead. That kid's speed is incredible. Even with the silent killing technique, I cannot match him. However, if I can capture the comrades of these three, even if I cannot achieve victory, I can still make my escape, Zabuza thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination as he swung his executioner's blade towards Sasuke and the others. Sasuke immediately drew his sword, trying to intercept Zabuza. Yet, how could his strength possibly contend with Zabuza's? With a resounding clang, the blade was deflected, and Sasuke was sent hurtling backward. Hinata and Ino watched in horror as they were about to be taken hostage by Zabuza. At this critical juncture, a surge of black chakra erupted from Hinata's body, instantly solidifying the space within a 3-meter radius. The high deity that Long Ming had previously implanted in Hinata's eyes activated, freezing Zabuza and Ino within the vicinity, leaving only the flung Sasuke unharmed. Hinata was taken aback by this scene, yet Sasuke swiftly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he picked up the shuriken and shouted, "Hinata, get out of the way." Upon uttering these words, Sasuke exerted all his strength and hurled the shuriken. Realizing what was happening, Hinata immediately sidestepped to avoid the projectile. The swiftly flying blade pierced Zabuza's body, bloodied steel emerging from his back, thus dispelling the high deity's influence. "What is happening?" Zabuza exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he coughed blood, collapsing to one knee. The mist technique faltered due to Zabuza's injury, and as the white mist dissipated, Long Ming was seen rushing toward Sasuke. With Zabuza gravely wounded and Sasuke's group unscathed, Long Ming felt a sense of relief. It was not that he was unwilling to launch an immediate attack. Rather, in such an impenetrable fog, he could not utilize his ability to shorten distances, for he truly could see nothing. Even if he could discern even a fraction, he could have instantly utilized his powers for teleportation. But this mist technique obscured vision too thoroughly. Long Ming's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before Zabuza. Sasuke's strike had indeed been precise, directly striking Zabuza's heart, achieving a remarkable kill. Long Ming felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to keep Zabuza alive until the end, wishing to recruit such a skilled rogue adept in assassination techniques. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that events would nearly spiral out of his control. Had Zabuza truly harmed Hinata and the others, Long Ming would have executed him without a second thought. Zabuza, the coiled figure of Haku, unable to contain himself upon witnessing Zabuza's injury, immediately utilized the body flicker technique to reach Zabuza's side, supporting him. Blood continuously streamed from Zabuza's mouth, trickling down his bandaged wounds. He forcefully pushed Haku away, saying in a low voice, "Do not assist me, Haku. Go and finish off these brats." Observing the blood pooling from Zabuza, Haku's tears flowed uncontrollably from beneath his mask. "Zabuza, please stop talking. You're losing too much blood." Haku pressed his palm against Zabuza's wound, hoping to staunch the relentless flow. However, Sasuke's blade had already severed Zabuza's last vestiges of life. Even Tsunade could not save him now. Feeling his life ebbing away through the wound, Zabuza sensed his head growing heavier, the figure of Long Ming beginning to blur before him. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. It seemed Zabuza realized he was nearing death. No longer shouting threats towards Long Ming, he understood that his mission had failed. Yet, One concern lingered in his mind. With great difficulty, Zabuza turned his head to gaze at Bai, who was weeping for him. He sighed and reached out a hand to wipe away the tears from Bai's chin. Bai, with your ice-release bloodline limit, live on, and do not let me meet you again so soon in the afterlife. Having spoken those words, Zabuza's hand fell limply, and his body gradually lost warmth. Listening to Zabuza's poignant farewell, Long Ming felt a twinge of emotion. Though Zabuza was ruthless, he was not heartless. Even in his final moments, he had specifically mentioned Bai's ice-release bloodline limit, hoping Long Ming would recognize Bai's talent and take him under his wing, thus preserving Bai's life. Bai stood frozen, as if in a trance, his eyes behind the mask losing their luster. "Mr. Zabuza, please awaken," he murmured, shaking Zabuza's already cold corpse, yet he received no response. "He is gone. Stop this foolishness and give him a proper burial," Long Ming's voice echoed nearby. Awakening Bai from his stupor, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke, the one who had slain Zabuza, who met his stare with equal resolve. Long Ming furrowed his brow and said gravely, "Bai, do not blame me for not warning you. If you seek vengeance for Zabuza, I will not hesitate to kill you. Reflect upon his final words and do not squander his intentions." Bai's ice-release bloodline limit was an exceedingly rare ability within the ninja world. If possible, Long Ming wished not to kill Bai, for his clan was always in need of such a scarce bloodline ninja. Bai lowered his head, understanding that with Long Ming present, revenge for Zabuza was unattainable. He removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. "I am merely Mr. Zabuza's tool. Without him, I am a being devoid of purpose in this world. I understand his wishes, but without Mr. Zabuza, there is little left for me to cling to." Embracing Zabuza's lifeless body, Bai then thrust himself against the blade at Zabuza's back. Long Ming's pupils constricted, realizing too late that he could not intervene. The blade pierced through both their bodies, blood trickling from Bai's lips. This scene left Sasuke and the others in shock. They had not anticipated Bai's resolute choice to take his own life upon witnessing Zabuza's demise. Long Ming sighed, shaking his head. "What a needless tragedy this is." Bai gazed tenderly at Zabuza and softly spoke, "I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. He has departed for that realm, and I must accompany him. If it is possible, I ask that you lay us to rest together." Long Ming said nothing, merely nodding in silent agreement. "Thank you," Bai murmured, resting his head against Zabuza's shoulder and slowly closing his eyes. Although Long Ming had emerged victorious, he felt an unusual complexity in his emotions. He withdrew the blade from their entwined bodies and addressed Sasuke and the others. "Let us clean up. We must prepare to head to the feudal lord's estate." The feudal lord of the Land of Fire had certainly caused him a considerable amount of trouble, and thus he deemed it necessary to pay a visit to the individual in question. The streets bore the scars of battle, and Long Ming, having traversed a couple of blocks, encountered the lifeless body of Hakayama Shin, whose ribs he had shattered with a kick. It appeared that Hakayama had recently succumbed, as his corpse still radiated warmth. Without the aid of medical ninjas, he must have endured considerable agony prior to his demise. Long Ming hoisted the body onto his back and, within the ruins of another collapsed shop, discovered the similarly deceased Honkawa Kigo. Compared to the suffering experienced by Hakayama, Honkawa's fate was relatively merciful, having been dispatched in an instant without experiencing pain. However, the disfigurement of half his face raised concerns about the potential complications regarding the collection of a bounty. Though Long Ming sought the remains of Zabuza Momochi, he found nothing but remnants obliterated by the infinite Tsukuyomi. After a lengthy search, he could only locate a severed arm of a puppet, leaving little hope of further discovery. As for Zabuza and Haku, despite the bounty on Zabuza, Long Ming chose not to disturb their remains out of respect for both him and Haku. Instead, he arranged for Sasuke and his companions to ensure they received a proper burial. Ultimately, the only bounties available for Long Ming to claim were those of the rogue ninja Hakayama Shin from Konoha and Honkawa Kigo from Iwagakure, valued at 18 million and 16 million ryo, respectively, which conveniently surpassed the threshold for acquiring the method to create explosive tags starting at 5 ryo. Long Ming recalled that there was a bounty office not far from their location. He consulted his small black book and discovered that a bounty office lay approximately 10 miles away, making it a suitable destination for the exchange. "Shall we first deliver these two for their bounties?" Sasuke inquired earnestly. "No, we shall proceed directly to the feudal lord's estate," Long Ming replied as he closed the black book and formed hand seals, intertwining his middle fingers. Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff of white smoke, Long Ming conjured a shadow clone. The shadow clone, created using chakra, possessed an independent consciousness and a degree of resilience distinct from the original. Upon dispelling, the clone's memories and experiences would return to Long Ming. This clone was also capable of manifesting Susanoo and employing various ninjutsu, though it could not utilize the ocular techniques of the Mangekyō Sharingan, such as Long Ming's infinite Tsukuyomi and Takamisubi. Long Ming had invested considerable time in mastering the shadow clone technique. Given his current chakra reserves, he could create around 12 clones. Though not as formidable as Naruto's capabilities, it was nonetheless impressive compared to an average individual. I entrust these two bodies to you. Once you have exchanged the bounties, remember to reunite with us, Long Ming instructed the shadow clone. The clone nodded, lifted the two corpses, and swiftly departed the street. Long Ming and his companions continued on their way, unaware that not far down the street, a bald figure had been observing the entire battle unfold. This individual was none other than Dilu. Sweat poured down Dilu's brow, his entire being resembling one just retrieved from a deluge, his garments thoroughly drenched. Who precisely is this child? He is utterly terrifying. Even I could not so effortlessly contend with 4 S-rank rogue ninjas. My instincts were indeed correct. It was fortunate that I refrained from confronting him in that shop. Dilu slowly observed as Long Ming vanished into the distance, finally exhaling in relief. However, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. That direction spells disaster. He is heading to confront the daimyo. Dilu abruptly came to his senses, hastily rising from the rooftop and racing towards the daimyo's estate. The location of the daimyo's residence was not difficult to locate. It was the most opulent and grandest mansion in all of Dongjing. The premises were heavily guarded, with as many as 80 elite sentinels stationed before the immense red iron gate. Within, every 10 paces, a guard was stationed, ever vigilant to prevent any misfortune from befalling the daimyo. Long Ming, accompanied by Sasuke and 2 others, approached the daimyo's estate at a measured pace. As they ascended the steps, the guards raised their long rifles, aiming them at Long Ming. The leading captain spoke first, barking, "What do you want? This is the daimyo's estate, not a playground for children like you. Begone quickly." The captain jabbed the barrel of his gun against Long Ming's shoulder, attempting to intimidate him. Long Ming's expression remained calm as he reached out and grasped the gun's muzzle. The captain was taken aback, then scoffed. "What do you intend to do, little brat? Are you trying to take my gun?" Before he could finish his taunt, the captain felt an irresistible force emanating from the weapon, and he was swept away like a leaf caught in a tempest. With a swift motion, Long Ming hurled him against a distant wall, leaving his fate uncertain. The remaining soldiers stood in stunned silence until Long Ming continued his advance, jolting them back to reality. Yes, they are ninjas. An attack. An attack. Ninjas are assaulting the daimyo's estate. Eliminate them. Protect the daimyo. All the guards shouted, raising their rifles to charge at Long Ming and his companions. Protect the daimyo? You truly overestimate yourselves, Long Ming scoffed, not even raising a hand. His eyes locked onto the soldiers, unleashing an illusionary jutsu. Those who met his gaze found their bodies frozen in place, their expressions shifting from anger and determination to vacant bewilderment. Even some of the higher-ranking ninjas were powerless against the potency of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. What chance did these ordinary guards have? Long Ming strode forward, and as he passed, the guards collapsed to the ground, rendered incapacitated. Sasuke followed closely behind, envious of Long Ming's prowess. He understood that this was the might of the Sharingan inherited from their clan. While he felt immense pride, he also harbored an intense yearning for such power. As Long Ming approached the door, just as he was about to push it open, he sensed an unusual barrier, a faint glow enveloping the entrance. This force appeared to be some form of protective enchantment designed to safeguard the daimyo's estate. Quite the array of defenses, indeed, thought Long Ming as he came to a halt. Just as the Hidden Leaf Village is protected by a sensory barrier, the residence of the daimyo is similarly fortified. Relying solely on ordinary soldiers would make it all too simple for a high-ranking shinobi to assassinate the daimyo. Long Ming cast his gaze upon the immense iron gate and the 2 imposing stone statues flanking it, deep in thought. This barrier must be activated by these statues. They are capable of identifying anyone who attempts to pass through the gate, as long as the individual possesses chakra. Entry into the daimyo's estate is forbidden without the owner's consent. In such circumstances, one might enter the barrier as Obito does, by mastering space-time ninjutsu to traverse it. Alternatively, one could forcefully breach it with power surpassing that of the barrier itself. Long Ming inhaled deeply, clenched his right fist, and struck the gate with blinding speed. Bang! The entire gate reverberated with a dull thud, and a cloud of dust cascaded from above. The gate, shrouded in luminescence, remained immovable while emanating an overwhelming recoil. Long Ming's right arm went numb, and he stumbled back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Quite sturdy indeed. He shook his slightly aching arm, realizing that this barrier could likely withstand even a high-ranking shinobi's fire-release ninjutsu. The guards within seemed to have noticed the commotion and shouted, "Everyone, come here and brace against the door. That ninja is attempting to break in. Do not allow him to penetrate our defenses. We have a barrier set by the 3rd Hokage. That ninja won't open it easily. Together, hold the door." A throng of guards crowded at the entrance, using their bodies to brace against the gate. Long Ming snorted coldly and unleashed another swift punch against the door. Bang! With the guards now supporting it. The barrier seemed even more resilient, and Long Ming was forced back 5 steps by the impact. "It's working, brothers. Hold strong. We shall defend the daimyo with our lives. This is the legendary barrier set by the 3rd Hokage. No matter who is outside, it cannot be breached easily." Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled lightly. "Do they think they can obstruct me with just a barrier? Even the 3rd Hokage himself wouldn't dare to make such a boast in my presence." With that, Long Ming's eyes began to rotate slowly, and a dark chakra enveloped his body. He activated the first form of Susanoo, forming a massive skeletal upper body around him. The size of Susanoo nearly matched that of the gate itself. Long Ming commanded Susanoo to raise its arm, slightly bending it in a gesture of gathering power. In the next moment, boom! A force of an entirely different magnitude surged against the gate, shattering the luminescence that enveloped it. The 2 stone statues beside it crumbled into pieces as the gate collapsed with a resounding crash. Many guards, caught off guard, were directly crushed beneath the weight of the several hundred pounds of iron. Long Ming strode into the daimyo's estate, the colossal presence of Susanoo instilling profound dread in the guards. Their legs trembled slightly, and with each step Long Ming took forward, they recoiled in fear. Long Ming manipulated Susanoo, effortlessly grasping the nearest guard. The guard's face turned pale as he struggled within the grasp of Susanoo. "Let me go? I don't want to die. Help!" The surrounding guards hesitated, their hands drenched in sweat, none daring to intervene in Long Ming's actions. Long Ming pulled the guard closer and stated coolly, "Stop your shouting, or I shall sever your tongue." The guard's voice fell silent, his expression one of indignation as he looked at Long Ming. "What do you intend to do?" Long Ming surveyed the vast courtyard and inquired, "Where is the Lord?" The guard scoffed, his expression resolute as if prepared to face death. "In your dreams. I am the loyal protector of the Lord. I would rather leap from the eastern Jing Tower than reveal his whereabouts." Long Ming cast a dispassionate glance at him, commanding Susanoo with a mere wave of his hand. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding soldiers were instantly sent flying, their armor scattering across the ground. The guard's face stiffened, and he coughed twice, saying, "Very well, the Lord is currently in a special safe house. Proceed straight ahead, turn left, and after a few twists, you shall arrive." "Thank you," Long Ming replied, releasing Susanoo and casually tossing the guard aside. Inside the safe house, the Lord paced anxiously, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He kicked over a table in frustration, bellowing, "Where's Di Lu? Why hasn't he come to protect me? The ninjas of Konoha are right at my doorstep. Where are my men?" Those around him fell silent, none daring to step forward during such a tense moment. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. The Lord's face drained of color, and he frantically hid beneath the table. "The ninjas from Konoha are here. Quickly, go stop them." The tension in the room escalated, and one guard, mustering courage, approached the door. Creak. As the door swung open, a blood-stained soldier tumbled into the safe house. "It's bad, my lord. The ninjas have breached our defenses. They are too powerful. We cannot withstand them. Our guards have suffered heavy casualties. They are almost here. Please, you must evacuate." The guard's tone was frantic, his eyes wide with fear. The Lord, crouched beneath the table, wore a face of fluctuating emotions. He called to those nearby, "Hurry. Help me escape. My legs won't obey me." As they approached, they realized his legs were trembling, devoid of strength to rise. They struggled to pull him from beneath the table, supporting him as they prepared to flee. Just as they were about to open the door, a resounding crash shattered the moment, as the door was smashed in, creating a gaping hole. A pale fist halted mere inches from the Lord's nose, narrowly averting disaster. The Lord, gazing at the fist before him, lost control, a stream of urine trickling down his leg onto the floor. Long Ming retracted his fist, ripping the door entirely from its hinges. The Lord's legs buckled, leaving him helpless on the ground. Long Ming frowned at the sight of the Lord seated in a puddle of his own disgrace, astonished by the abject cowardice displayed by the ruler of the Land of Fire. Upon reflection, the illustrious lords in Naruto do not truly exhibit the remarkable wisdom and valor one might expect. Their appearances are often limited to trivial pursuits, such as playing mahjong, merely to assert their presence. This particular lord of the Land of Fire, once rendered speechless by a mere glare from Danzo, exemplifies such ineptitude. As Long Ming approached, the lord recoiled in fear, desperately shouting, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning a rebellion? I am the sovereign of the Land of Fire. I command you to withdraw." Long Ming cast a cold glance at the lord, remarking, "It appears you still fail to comprehend your position." He then raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the lord sprawling and breaking a distant table upon impact. The force of the blow was tremendous. After crashing onto the table, blood gushed from the lord's mouth, and several teeth were expelled. Long Ming strode forward, placing his foot firmly on the lord's face, applying pressure as he articulated each word with precision. "I had intended to engage in a civil discourse with you. Considering you are indeed the lord of the Land of Fire, and we of the Uchiha clan are not mere fiends. Yet, how have you responded? Before I even arrived, you dispatched rogue ninjas to assassinate me. Should I interpret this as you declaring war on the Uchiha and Konoha on behalf of the Land of Fire?" As he spoke, he exerted even more pressure, causing the lord's head to crack beneath his foot. At that moment, the lord was consumed by regret, realizing he had merely wished to negotiate with the Uchiha. Following the deaths of the esteemed Mito Gate and Tsunade, and the forced resignation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had nearly lost all control over Konoha. His intentions had been purely diplomatic, and in light of the uncertain stance of the Uchiha clan, he had sought protection by recruiting some ninjas. However, to his dismay, these rogue ninjas failed to heed his commands, leading to this dire predicament. The lord's heart swelled with rage and despair, cursing the ancestors of Zabuza and his ilk. Yet, no amount of cursing could alter the current state of affairs. He felt Long Ming's foot grow heavier, and under the mounting pressure, he began to struggle for breath, his eyes bulging in alarm. The onlookers could no longer bear to witness the scene, turning their heads away in discomfort. Just as the lord seemed on the brink of death beneath Long Ming's foot, a panicked voice cried out from outside, "Spare him. Please, spare him." Recognizing the familiar tone, Long Ming eased his foot slightly. With the sudden release of pressure, the lord, who had danced with death, gasped for air, exclaiming, "Hurry, save me. Dilu." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for Dilu's intervention. The one who had rushed in to halt Long Ming was indeed the hastily arrived Dilu. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room transformed, akin to finding a warm haven. The lord's subordinates hastily gathered behind Dilu. "Lord Dilu, you have finally returned. This villain has taken the lord hostage. Please, subdue him," they implored. "Indeed, Lord Dilu, you are the only one capable of dealing with this situation. We beseech you to act." Everyone gazed at Dilu with hopeful eyes. Dilu's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Could you refrain from concocting such absurd ideas? I wish to live for a couple more years." Ignoring those around him, Dilu approached directly and performed a Buddhist greeting towards Long Ming. "My dear brother, I am truly grateful for your mercy. This matter is merely a misunderstanding. The daimyo did not intend to wage war against the Uchiha clan. It was those rogue ninjas who acted on their own accord, seeking to strike at you and your companions." The daimyo at his feet nodded fervently, stammering, "Indeed, indeed. I have never commanded those ninjas to harm you. It was entirely their own doing. This is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Long Ming's voice rose, and he ground his foot against the daimyo's face, admonishing, "That individual was summoned by you, was he not? And you dare claim this is not a declaration of war against my Uchiha clan? Tomorrow, I shall return with my men to ravage the eastern Jing. From this day forth, the Land of Fire shall bear the Uchiha name." Dilu broke into a cold sweat. Conversing with Long Ming was indeed terrifying, especially with such threats of annihilating a nation. Yet, Long Ming's words were not devoid of reason. For Zabuza and his comrades had indeed been summoned by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Had the daimyo not issued the bounty to gather those rogue ninjas, none of these events would have transpired. Faced with Long Ming's overwhelming assertiveness, Dilula steeled himself and said, "My dear brother, please calm yourself. War is no trivial matter. With the vast population of Eastern Jing, should you act impulsively, the entire land of fire would be thrown into disarray, and at that point, the other four great nations would come to seize our lands." Long Ming, resembling a rogue, pouted and declared, "I don't care. It was you who declared war on my Uchiha clan first, and now you speak of misunderstandings? Do you think I am so easily bullied? If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution, tomorrow I shall lead the Uchiha into Eastern Jing." Long Ming's unwavering resolve sparked a glimmer of realization in Dilulu. He understood that Long Ming sought compensation. Although being extorted at this moment was somewhat displeasing, the circumstances compelled him to act. If appeasing Long Ming could preserve the daimyo's life, then it would all be worthwhile. Dilulu immediately signaled to the daimyo, urging, "Daimyo, we must acknowledge our wrongdoing in this matter. We must provide my dear brother with a satisfactory resolution, would you not agree?" Under Dilulu's fervent insinuations, the daimyo finally responded, "Yes, I will certainly provide Konoha. Oh no, I mean, the Uchiha, with a satisfactory resolution." A subtle smile crept across Long Ming's lips, though his tone remained aggressive. "Then tell me, how do you intend to compensate us, Uchiha? Should you dare to be perfunctory, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." As Long Ming spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, causing the daimyo to lose control once more, a stream of yellowish-white fluid spilling to the ground. Dilulu could no longer bear to witness the daimyo in such a state and interjected, "My dear brother, the daimyo has already agreed to your terms. Why not release him? And we can discuss this matter further?" Long Ming rolled his eyes, for he had no desire to continue stepping on the daimyo, who reeked so. Thus, he lifted his foot, granting the daimyo his freedom once more. Dilulu stepped forward to assist him, and the daimyo took a moment to regain his composure. "Speak up. What are your plans for compensation?" Long Ming casually inquired, brushing off the dust from his fingernails. The daimyo instinctively glanced at the land, then cautiously replied, I am willing to increase the funding for Konoha from the original 20 billion ryo to 40 billion ryo for the next allocation. What do you think?" "What? Only 40 billion ryo?" Long Ming's fury erupted as he seized the daimyo by the collar. "Are you treating this like a beggar's pittance? Such a meager sum is hardly sufficient. Do you not heed my words?" He continued, "Silence. I shall state a figure. In 5 days, the Land of Fire must pay 100 billion ryo to the Uchiha clan. If not, war shall commence tomorrow." The daimyo's countenance turned pale with fear as he bitterly explained, "The total tax revenue of the Land of Fire is only 400 billion ryo annually, and a significant portion of that is allocated to daily expenses. 100 billion ryo is simply excessive." With a cold snort, Long Ming released the daimyo's collar. "That is of no concern to me. If I do not see this 100 billion ryo, I will march my forces into the East Jing region. You may handle the consequences." Caught in a dilemma, the daimyo, despite his position, knew he could not unilaterally decide such matters. With a grim expression, he stated, "This issue is too significant. I must convene the officials and governors of the Land of Fire to discuss this before providing you with an answer." The officials and governors, being the daimyo's subordinates, managed finances, administration, judicial matters, and military logistics. Although the daimyo held most of the power, the decision to utilize such a substantial tax revenue required thorough consultation with them to ascertain their agreement. In all likelihood, they would acquiesce, for if Konoha truly attacked, they would lose everything. I shall grant you one day. Do not disappoint me," Long Ming warned frostily. Though he was quite satisfied with the 40 billion ryo, it seemed unreasonable not to extract a significant tribute from the Land of Fire during such a favorable opportunity. As for disposing of the daimyo, Long Ming had considered it, but he understood that while ninjas excel in combat, they are ill-equipped for governance. Some matters are best left to ordinary citizens. Having delivered his ultimatum, Long Ming departed the daimyo's residence with Sasuke and the others, leaving the aftermath for the daimyo and his subordinates to handle. A day later, the daimyo gathered his subordinates to discuss Long Ming's conditions. After intense debate, the Land of Fire agreed to allocate 100 billion ryo annually for Konoha's operational expenses. Upon hearing this news, which returned to Konoha, Fugaku was overjoyed, dancing with excitement, and praising Long Ming as a gifted negotiator. After fulfilling his task, Long Ming did not linger in East Jing for long. Having acquired the method to craft explosive tags through the black market, he promptly departed. Days later, the Land of Fire announced Fugaku Uchiha's legitimate inheritance of the Hokage title. With the daimyo's endorsement, Fugaku's position as Hokage was finally legitimized. Following a series of tumultuous events, many began to discuss the significant upheaval that had occurred in Konoha. Certain organizations adept at gathering intelligence have come to acquire substantial information regarding Long Ming, recognizing him as a new prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, Long Ming has gradually begun to gain a modest reputation within the shinobi world. In a dark and foreboding cavern, the masked figure of Obito contemplated the intelligence in his hands, his expression thoughtful. Beside him stood Zetsu, resembling a Venus flytrap in its ominous presence. Since his return to the Uchiha, Obito had commanded Zetsu to relentlessly collect information on Long Ming, seeking to uncover the source through which Long Ming had discerned his true identity. Although the channel remained elusive, the intelligence Zetsu brought back consistently left Obito in a state of alarm. The harrowing feats of slaying Danzo, confronting the third Hokage, manipulating Jiraiya, and seizing the position of Hokage served as stark reminders of the formidable adversary he faced. It was indeed unfortunate. If he could convince such a person to join the Akatsuki, the fruition of his Eye of the Moon plan would surely accelerate. A hint of regret tinged Obito's voice. Following the battle between Jiraiya and Long Ming, Obito had thoroughly grasped Long Ming's capabilities, deeming them virtually insurmountable. As Long Ming himself had once proclaimed, he was the absolute nemesis of Obito, as the latter could scarcely lay a finger on him. Given this, why not attempt to persuade him to join our ranks? Zetsu suggested with an eerie calm. You underestimate the situation. Not everyone can be swayed as easily as Nagato. From the moment I laid eyes on that individual, I sensed he was not one to submit to others, Obito replied, rubbing his forehead, his voice gravelly. Where's Long Ming now? Zetsu responded. He is likely in the northern region of the Land of Fire. Though his exact location remains unclear, he should be nearing the borders. To the north? Obito mused, stroking his chin. If I recall correctly, Orochimaru and Sasori are currently active in that vicinity. Zetsu nodded slightly. Indeed, since capturing the Eight Tails, they have lingered near the borders of the Land of Fire, as Nagato has yet to assign them any further tasks. The host of the Eight Tails, named Han, is a ninja from Iwagakure. Obito pondered. Although he could not eliminate Long Ming himself, he was not one to resign himself to inaction. The knowledge that Long Ming was aware of his true identity gnawed at him, rendering him restless. Therefore, regardless of the cost, Obito resolved to eliminate Long Ming. While he recognized that he could not accomplish this on his own, he believed that Orochimaru, with his mastery of various jutsu and status as one of the legendary Sannin, would be more than capable of handling Long Ming. Obito handed the intelligence back to Zetsu, commanding, inform Nagato to relay a message to Orochimaru and Sasori, instructing them to pursue Long Ming. Understood. Zetsu replied succinctly, his form gradually sinking into the earth, and the cavern once again fell into silence. As the sun set, casting a fiery glow across the horizon, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds sat cross-legged upon a stone. Their heads adorned with conical hats jingling with wind chimes, fingers adorned with rings bearing their respective codes. One of the individuals possessed elongated golden pupils, with violet eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose. His complexion was notably pallid, and he adorned his ears with azure-hued, hook-like earrings, exuding an aura of treachery. The other figure was somewhat shorter, obscured by a black mask that concealed his face, leaving only a pair of small, piercing eyes visible. These two were none other than the current partners, Orochimaru and Sasori. After a prolonged silence, both slowly opened their eyes. Orochimaru licked his lips and remarked with a sinister smile, "Ah, my dear Sasori, it appears we have matters to attend to. The Uchiha clan, ha ha ha, truly a source of anticipation." As he spoke, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickered in his eyes, which did not escape Sasori's notice, causing him to feel a tinge of displeasure. Be cautious, Orochimaru. According to the intelligence, this boy is exceedingly formidable. My puppet techniques may prove inadequate, Sasori analyzed calmly. Orochimaru's expression slightly sobered as they had already acquired information regarding the various ninjutsu that Long Ming excelled in, as well as the ocular techniques associated with the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was undeniable that the ability to manipulate space and time through ocular techniques was a daunting challenge. Even for Orochimaru, there will always be a way. We shall wait until the organization identifies his precise location. For now, let us prepare in advance, Orochimaru suggested, his golden irises swirling with hidden schemes. What preparations do you intend to make? Sasori inquired, his tone indifferent. Orochimaru offered a mysterious smile, gazing northward. In the land of rice paddies. I still retain a measure of influence. It serves as a minor base for me. We can first retreat there for a couple of days, and simultaneously devise strategies to deal with this Long Ming. When did you establish influence in the land of rice paddies? I never anticipated that such a gloomy fellow would have followers, Sasori remarked with a note of sardonic mockery. The relationship between the two was far from harmonious, stemming from their differing philosophies regarding immortality and eternity. Additionally, Orochimaru was a ninja from Konoha, while Sasori's parents perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Unfazed by Sasori's jibes, Orochimaru replied, "It was only recently established. To be honest, it is still in its infancy. I have only a few loyal subordinates stationed there. It would be a pleasure to show you around. Let us proceed." With that, Orochimaru ambled toward the north, while Sasori followed silently, a derisive snort escaping his lips. The land of rice paddies was a small nation bordering Konoha, which had previously lacked a hidden village. According to the original storyline, after his defeat by Itachi, Orochimaru departed from the Akatsuki and subsequently bribed the daimyo of the land of rice paddies to establish the Sound Village within its territory. The Sound Village was not employed by the land of rice paddies, and after bribing the daimyo, Orochimaru seized control of the land, which later became his principal base. Currently, due to Long Ming's interference, Itachi did not join the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, Orochimaru still established the Sound Village, indicating that he had long harbored intentions of leaving the organization. Standing atop a mountain, Long Ming gazed out at the scenery of the land of rice paddies. It had been half a month since they departed from the East Jing, and along the way, they had been taking their time, occasionally pausing to train. In stark contrast to the bustling East Jing, the land of rice fields resembles a remote and impoverished village. The roads are devoid of throngs of merchants or passing ninjas, with only a handful of locals meandering through the streets. Sasuke could not help but question, Long Ming, is this truly where the extraordinary master you mentioned resides? From an external perspective, the land of rice fields appeared utterly unremarkable, far from a fitting abode for a sage. In Sasuke's mind, the teacher Long Ming ought to dwell in opulent mansions or remain hidden deep within the forest, yet neither was the case. Long Ming playfully tapped Sasuke on the head, adopting a pretentious tone as he explained, "What do you know, young one? This is the principle of a small hidden talent residing within the mountains, and a greater one concealed within the city. Do not underestimate this place. It is home to several exceptionally gifted ninja. Is that true?" Sasuke rubbed his head, a skeptical expression adorning his face. Long Ming merely smiled, offering no response. The gifted ninjas he referred to were undoubtedly the likes of Kabuto and Kimimaro. Their current prowess surpassed that of Sasuke, having been nurtured by Orochimaru from a young age, engaging in various tasks and battles. Kimimaro, in particular, possessed strength that far exceeded that of ordinary jonin, being the bearer of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. All right, let us find a place to rest before I venture out to gather some intelligence, Long Ming suggested as he led the group into the land of rice fields. Unlike East Jing, the governance here was remarkably lax. The identity of individuals, be they ninjas or not, was of no concern, and everyone was permitted passage. Long Ming settled Hinata and the others before intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the Sound Village or any information regarding Orochimaru. He felt no trepidation about the absence of the Sound Village, for the system's issuance of such a mission assured its existence. The day of reckoning was fast approaching. However, Long Ming needed to ascertain whether Orochimaru was still affiliated with the Akatsuki. Should he still be a member? Long Ming would need to prepare for potential confrontations with other Akatsuki members. In terms of whom to approach in the land of rice fields for news of Orochimaru, Long Ming already had someone in mind. After scouring the land, he ultimately located the residence of the feudal lord. Observing the drowsy guards at the entrance, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their vigilance was remarkably feeble. Ignoring the guards entirely, Long Ming propelled himself into the lord's mansion. A cacophony of laughter echoed from within, the sounds of flirtation between men and women reaching his ears. "My lord, come quickly and catch me. If you do, I shall be yours tonight. My lord, I'm right here. Hurry and find me." my lovely beauty, once I catch you, you shall know what it means to desire ecstasy. Long Ming rubbed his nose, amused by the feudal lord's rather refined inclinations. Following the sound, he discovered a small garden where a young man with a blindfold was frolicking with 3 women clad in kimonos. As he brushed against the garments of the woman, a lascivious grin occasionally flickered across the face of the man with the small mustache. Undoubtedly, he was the feudal lord of the land of rice fields. My lord, I am right beside you. Come here. A woman clad in a blue kimono leaned in and whispered into the ear of the lord. My lovely beauty, you cannot escape. Prepare yourself. The lord chuckled lewdly twice, then lunged forward, successfully seizing someone in his grasp. To his delight, he squeezed tightly with both hands, as if he wished to savor the softness of the woman. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Ah, my lovely beauty. Your chest is rather small and quite firm, akin to a man's. Realizing something was amiss, the lord removed the blindfold from his head. To his astonishment, a young boy stood before him, staring with evident displeasure. Who the hell are you to dare intrude upon my estate? Where is my lovely beauty? The lord was taken aback, quickly loosening his grip. He then disdainfully wiped his hands on his clothing, as if revolted by his previous actions. Long Ming patted his chest, and, with a smirk, remarked, "She's right behind you. Did you not notice?" The lord turned around, only to find the women who had just been playing with him now standing vacantly in place, seemingly ensnared by an illusion. Upon witnessing this, the lord's pupils constricted, and his expression soured dramatically. He instantly understood that the boy before him had come to cause trouble. Guards, there's an assassin. Without a second thought, the lord bellowed, knowing full well he was just an ordinary man, ill-equipped to escape the clutches of a ninja. Before the lord could finish his sentence, Long Ming had already slapped him, sending the feudal lord sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow left the lord dazed, his cheeks swelling grotesquely. Long Ming, rubbing his nose with a chuckle, said, "Do refrain from shouting. I am not an assassin. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer me truthfully, I shall not cause you any distress. Do we have an accord?" The feudal lord, clutching his swollen cheek, wore an expression of fury. Although he understood that Long Ming was a ninja, being assaulted and threatened in such a manner was an affront to his dignity as a lord. Taking a deep breath, the feudal lord steeled himself and coldly replied, "Do not be so arrogant. The land of rice fields is not to be trifled with. If you dare to kill me, formidable ninjas will come to claim your life. That person is certainly not someone you can provoke. In his presence, you are but an insect." The feudal lord had the audacity to make such claims, relying on the confidence bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. A few months prior, when Orochimaru approached him about establishing a ninja village in the land of rice fields, the lord had been overjoyed, dancing with glee. Their nation, impoverished as it was, had no ninjas at all. With Orochimaru's arrival, not only did he bring wealth, but he also laid the foundations for a ninja village in his homeland. With the reputation of the 3 legendary ninjas backing him, who would dare to act recklessly against the land of rice fields. With a sharp crack, just as the lord of the land of rice was lost in his reverie, Long Ming delivered another resounding slap, jolting him back to reality. The nobleman was sent sprawling once more, this time with even greater force, leaving one side of his face swollen beyond recognition. You have gone too far," he exclaimed, blood staining his lips as he glared at Long Ming with a mix of fury and despair. He had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for martial decorum. Before he could finish his sentence, the assault had commenced. Long Ming dusted off his hands nonchalantly and remarked, "I hadn't intended for it to be this way, but you insisted on posturing before me. Whenever I witness such pretentiousness, my hands itch to respond. I trust you can forgive my impulsive nature." The lord of the land of rice was incensed, feeling as though he might indeed spit blood. "According to your logic, am I the one in the wrong?" Ignoring the nobleman's protests, Long Ming seated himself leisurely on a nearby flower bed and inquired, "You mentioned that your nation is home to formidable ninjas. Who might this ninja be?" From the nobleman's earlier words, Long Ming was already largely convinced that Orochimaru resided within the borders of the land of rice. Yet he required confirmation from this lord. The nobleman hesitated, for Orochimaru had previously warned him against disclosing his identity and whereabouts. His initial intention had merely been to intimidate Long Ming. "It seems you are reluctant to cooperate," Long Ming stated, raising his hand once more. The nobleman's face turned pale. With another slap, he feared he might indeed meet his demise at Long Ming's hands. He quickly interjected, "No, no, please, stop. The ninja I referred to is none other than the rogue ninja Orochimaru from the Leaf Village. He currently resides within the land of Rice." Long Ming's eyes glimmered with interest, and his raised hand fell back to his side. "Where is he located now? Has he established the Sound Village within this nation?" The nobleman's heart raced. This information had been meticulously concealed, even from many of his own citizens. How could this youth possibly know? Why, yes, the Sound Village is situated in the northwest corner of the land of Rice. Orochimaru just returned there 10 days ago. After a moment's hesitation, the nobleman chose to divulge all, for addressing the immediate crisis took precedence over heeding Orochimaru's warnings. 10 days ago, you say? Long Ming stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. The timing of Orochimaru's return was indeed fortuitous, occurring shortly before his own arrival. Long Ming had initially expected to remain in the land of Rice for an extended period. Yet now it appeared he could encounter Orochimaru directly after checking in. One of Long Ming's objectives for this outing was to entice Orochimaru to defect from the Akatsuki and join the Uchiha clan. However, accomplishing this task would not be without its challenges. Orochimaru was inherently ambitious, perpetually researching various jutsu and seeking the secrets of immortality, with an intense desire for the Sharingan. Should Long Ming fail to manage Orochimaru properly, bringing him into the Uchiha fold could spell disaster for the clan. If only Shirsui's Kodo Amatsuki were at my disposal. Long Ming felt a tinge of regret. Had Shirsui's Kodo Amatsuki still been operational, he could have effortlessly emulated its technique to alter Orochimaru's will. Alas, without the Senju cells, the cooldown period for Shirsui's Kodo Amatsuki was excessively prolonged, rendering it unusable this time. Although both Orochimaru and Yamato possessed Senju cells, only Orochimaru had mastered the intricacies of the transplantation technique. It would be utterly absurd for Long Ming to approach Orochimaru with a request to modify his will and simultaneously ask for a Senju cell transplant. This little hero has said all that needs to be said. Might I be spared now? The daimyo of the land of rice fields inquired, his visage swollen and resembling that of a pig. Long Ming patted the daimyo's shoulder with a light-hearted chuckle. Certainly, certainly. However, to prevent you from alerting others, I must insist that you take a brief nap. A brief nap? The daimyo was momentarily taken aback, and before he could grasp the situation, Long Ming struck him with a precise blow to the neck. The daimyo's vision darkened, and he promptly fainted, having concluded his business. Long Ming exited the daimyo's residence and proceeded towards the northwest. Orochimaru's prowess differed significantly from the adversaries he had previously encountered. Thus Long Ming opted to venture alone, without bringing along Sasuke or others. On the street, two young men with white hair walked together, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. One wore black glasses and a black ninja jacket, exuding a notably gentle aura. Beside him stood a boy with green irises and two red dots between his brows. These two were none other than the talents, Kabuto and Kimimaro, procured by Orochimaru from Konoha and the Take-Torai clan. Kabuto, do you believe there truly exists a dojutsu capable of manipulating space and time? Kimimaro inquired nonchalantly as they walked. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a slight smile. Perhaps. Since Lord Orochimaru has asserted it, there is likely some truth to it. Why do you dwell on this matter? After a moment of silence, Kimimaro replied, It's nothing. Merely pondering that if such a thing exists, I would no longer qualify as Lord Orochimaru's vessel. There was a hint of regret in Kimimaro's tone. Having been raised by Orochimaru since childhood, he held profound admiration for him, bordering on fanaticism. Unbeknownst to Kimimaro, who was still unaware of his affliction, he had been elated at the prospect of becoming Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. However, just days prior, Orochimaru had returned unexpectedly, commanding them to seek an individual named Long Ming. Upon further inquiry, Kimimaro learned that Long Ming belonged to the Uchiha clan and had awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Kimimaro recognized that compared to such an individual, he fell woefully short and was no longer a suitable candidate to serve as Orochimaru's prime vessel. Observing the regret within Kimimaro's heart, Kabuto chuckled softly and remarked, This can be considered a fortuitous occurrence. You are able to retain your valuable life and continue serving Lord Orochimaru, with Lord Orochimaru establishing a ninja village. It is indeed a time of great need for capable individuals. Kabuto's words seemed to rejuvenate Kimimaro. You are correct. I must persist in my service to Lord Orochimaru. I shall locate this Uchiha named Ryumi and present him before Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro raised the piece of parchment in his hand, which bore Ryumi's likeness. A drawing rendered and subsequently submitted to Lord Orochimaru. Although somewhat rudimentary, the features were still recognizable. Kabuto chuckled quietly, patting Kimimaro on the shoulder. It isn't that simple. We have searched for 7 or 8 days, and there hasn't been a trace of him near the land of rice. We cannot expect him to simply appear before us. Just as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly passed by them. Kabuto initially cast a casual glance, but was suddenly struck dumb. Quickly turning his head and rubbing his eyes vigorously, Kimimaro furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Did sin get into your eyes? Kabuto shook his head, then snatched the parchment from Kimimaro's hands, comparing it to the figure ahead. After a careful confirmation, Kabuto gasped, "Goodness, that person appears to be Ryumi. What did you say?" Kimimaro's eyes lit up as he reclaimed the drawing and earnestly compared it to the figure in front of him, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is him. Kabuto, Lord Orochimaru has shown us a sign." Kabuto rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was the one who had made the discovery. "Now that we have found him, let us hasten back to report to Lord Orochimaru," he said, turning to head back to the Hidden Sound Village. However, Kimimaro remained rooted to the spot, fixated on Ryumi's direction. "Kimimaro?" Kabuto called out, puzzled. Kimimaro seemed to snap back to reality, turning to Kabuto with a serious expression. "Kabuto, you shall report to Lord Orochimaru. I must first ascertain whether this boy possesses the qualifications to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel." Kabuto frowned, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? If the intelligence is accurate, approaching him would be tantamount to seeking death. Only Lord Orochimaru could contend with him. Come with me." With that, Kabuto reached for Kimimaro, but the latter deftly evaded his grasp. Kimimaro's gaze was resolute. "Kabuto, do not attempt to dissuade me. This is something I must do for Lord Orochimaru. If he is indeed as formidable as the reports suggest, then dying at his hands would merely affirm that he is a vessel far superior to myself." Seeing Kimimaro's stubbornness, Kabuto sighed and produced a small bird, inscribing the information before attaching it to the creature and releasing it into the sky. "Let us go together. 2 are always more likely to succeed than 1. Even if we cannot overpower him, escaping should be feasible." Kabuto stood alongside Kimimaro, and together they pursued Ryumi. As Ryumi sped ahead, the 2 trailing behind furrowed their brows. "Strange, it seems he is heading towards the Hidden Sound Village," Kabuto murmured, observing Ryumi in front of them. Beside him, Kimimaro paid little heed to the unfolding events. Upon reaching a sufficient distance, he extended his hands. "Allow me to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel. Should you prove to be merely a hollow title, I shall eliminate you in Lord Orochimaru's stead." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Kimimaro's eyes. "Bone pulse, 10-finger puncture." Suddenly, his fingers began to writhe eerily, and 10 bone shards erupted through his skin, shooting forth from his flesh. This was the unique ability of Kimimaro's bone pulse, granting him the power to manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts at will, even controlling calcium concentration to form bones. His formidable bones boasted a hardness surpassing steel, providing an impenetrable defense against conventional physical attacks, while simultaneously transforming into lethal projectiles upon counterattack. The 10 small bone shards, akin to bullets, hurtled toward Long Ming's body, producing a series of sonic booms. Hearing the sounds, Long Ming swiftly turned, his expression revealing a hint of surprise upon seeing Kimimaro and Kabuto. He had been preoccupied with his journey and had completely overlooked the 2 along the way. Nevertheless, in response to the impending assault, Long Ming reacted instantaneously, activating infinite shifting. The rapidly approaching bone shards halted before him, then fell helplessly to the ground. Observing his initial attack thwarted, Kimimaro promptly drew a bone knife from his left arm and charged toward Long Ming. Wishing to employ taijutsu, Long Ming smiled faintly, his hands flying through a series of hand seals. "Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin." Taking a deep breath, he gathered chakra at the back of his throat and unleashed it forward. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, accompanied by waves of searing heat, surged toward Kimimaro, scorching the surrounding ground to a fiery red. The great fireball technique unleashed by Long Ming was significantly more potent than that employed by the average ninja. Yet, Kimimaro did not falter. Instead, he charged headlong into the blaze. Water release, water chaos wave. Just as the fireball threatened to engulf him, Kabuto concentrated chakra within his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water akin to a waterfall. The collision produced a tremendous steam explosion, with Kimimaro emerging from the vapor. Sharp bone spikes protruding from his wrists, back, and palms. Bone pulse, willow dance. Kimimaro leaped into the air, employing his exquisite taijutsu to launch a flurry of attacks toward Long Ming, resembling a graceful dance. However, no matter how many times he struck with his bone knife, he could not graze the hem of Long Ming's clothing, as though he were merely attacking the air before him. Indeed, as the intel had suggested. Kabuto's heart sank at the sight. With such ocular prowess, nearly half of all ninjutsu proved ineffective against Long Ming. Undeterred, Kimimaro continued his dance-like assaults against Long Ming. Enough! Enough! Cease your prancing. Long Ming watched Kimimaro's awkward movements with a sense of embarrassment. He activated Susanoo, entering its first form, and delivered a powerful punch directly toward Kimimaro. Feeling the immense pressure exerted by Susanoo, Kimimaro decisively allowed the growth of his bones, enhancing their strength beneath his skin as he shielded his head with both hands, bracing himself to withstand Susanoo's might. Thud! Accompanied by a crack, Kimimaro's body was uncontrollably sent flying, leaving a trail of tiny bone fragments in its wake. Kabuto hurriedly rushed forward to catch Kimimaro, yet the force of the impact caused him to stagger perilously. Unfazed by his shattered hand bones, Kimimaro exclaimed with fervor, "Excellent! Your strength is indeed formidable. Only with such power are you worthy of becoming Lord Orochimaru's vessel." To become Lord Orochimaru's vessel, Ryumi momentarily faltered before shaking his head. "I fear Orochimaru lacks the qualifications for such a role, and he certainly does not possess the capability to defeat me." While it may be true that Orochimaru could surpass Ryumi in overall strength, it did not imply that he could triumph over him. For Ryumi was fully aware of all of Orochimaru's trump cards. Among the ninjutsu that Orochimaru mastered, none could restrain Ryumi. A fervent gleam appeared in Kimimaro's eyes as he fervently declared, "Lord Orochimaru is omnipotent. The moment you are chosen by him, your fate is sealed. What you must do is accept this with grace. It is your honor to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel. You truly are a staunch devotee of Orochimaru, aren't you? Do you dare utter such words, unafraid of my wrath?" Ryumi narrowed his eyes, and an astonishing surge of chakra erupted from him, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that engulfed the entire street. Before them, the skeletal form of Susanoo rapidly evolved, sprouting veins and flesh at an astonishing speed, while being adorned with a magnificent armor reminiscent of the Tengu. In its right hand, it wielded a double-bladed sword. This was the third form of Susanoo, in which its defensive capabilities would significantly increase, accompanied by a broader array of weaponry. However, the consumption of chakra would also escalate dramatically, making it challenging for an ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan user to maintain such a state. "Do you dare to repeat your earlier words?" Ryumi advanced slowly, his voice echoing through the street. A tremor surged through Kimimaro's heart, as the stark disparity in strength and the terrifying pressure of Susanoo momentarily clarified his fervent admiration for Orochimaru. Yet, this moment of clarity was swiftly extinguished as Kimimaro gritted his teeth and declared, "I am willing to sacrifice everything for Lord Orochimaru, even my life." With that, Kimimaro tore open his shirt, revealing a peculiar curse mark formed by 3 black dots on his chest. This was the earth curse mark belonging to Kimimaro. It was crafted from bodily fluids extracted by Orochimaru from those of the Kagaya clan, who possessed a unique bloodline limit with sage-like qualities. Orochimaru injected it into the bodies of ninjas using his snake-like kiss, enhancing their strength and inducing unnatural transformations in their forms. Although those marked by the curse could unleash tremendous power, it would also forcibly extract their strength in unlimited quantities, leading to severe erosion of the user, making it a double-edged sword. The curse mark on Kimimaro seemed to come alive, radiating a dark crimson hue that enveloped his entire being. Junmaru's skin transformed into a deep black, and enormous bones erupted from his back, accompanied by a robust tail adorned with sharp, bony spikes. "Do retreat for now. You might be caught in the aftermath," Junmaru warned. He raised his right hand, channeling the hardest bones in his body to forge a colossal bone drill. Do's pupils constricted, as if he comprehended Junmaru's intent. He intoned, "Be cautious. If the situation turns dire, withdraw promptly. After all, Dealing with Ryumi should not fall to us. Junmaru remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Do swiftly activated his instant movement technique, appearing several dozen meters away. Yet, sensing the lingering threat, he moved further, ultimately placing himself over 100 meters distant. With Do no longer by his side, Junmaru closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, ready to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing like twin blades. Dance of the Bone Pulse, he bellowed, plunging his palm into the ground. Instantly, the entire street began to tremble violently. This was Junmaru's ultimate attack, the trump card of his ninjutsu. From the earth, numerous sharp bones erupted, covering the ground like a forest of white bones, launching an overwhelming assault on his adversary, rendering any defense nearly impossible. Moreover, he could anchor himself to the protruding bones, utilizing them as the most formidable spear against his foe. Boom, boom, boom. Massive bone spikes shot from the ground, relentlessly targeting Ryumi's Susanoo. These bones, harder than steel and sharper than any blade, could pierce through rock as if it were mere tofu. Yet, upon striking Ryumi's Susanoo, they shattered like fragile porcelain, leaving no trace of damage on the armor. Nevertheless, the barrage of bone spikes continued unabated. As one shattered, another sprang forth to take its place. Ryumi, encased within his Susanoo, advanced steadily towards Junmaru. The bone spikes that had already risen posed no obstacle, disintegrating upon contact. With a mighty roar, Junmaru propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, raising the bone drill to collide with the Susanoo. In response to Junmaru's counterattack, Ryumi merely commanded his Susanoo to grasp the bone drill, applying a slight pressure, causing the so-called steel-like bone to splinter into fragments. Is this truly the extent of Uchiha's power? Do murmured, lost in thought. Junmaru's strike had garnered praise even from Orochimaru, yet against Ryumi's Sharingan, it felt like a child's plaything, utterly disregarded. Junmaru gazed in disbelief at his right hand, while Ryumi stood directly before him. Staring into Ryumi's eyes, Junmaru's expression remained tumultuous. Finally, in a hoarse voice, he uttered, "With a body like yours, Orochimaru-sama will surely be pleased. I concede. Come, take my head." As he spoke, Junmaru let his hands fall, adopting a posture of resignation. Yet, the desire for death was not so easily fulfilled. "I still required your service in the days to come." Long Ming grasped Junmaru by the neck, seizing the fleeting moment when he opened his eyes to cast the illusion of his Sharingan. Junmaru's body stiffened and then fell limp. He was an exceedingly rare bearer of the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. After the annihilation of the Taketori clan, he became the sole possessor of this bloodline in the ninja world. Integrating such a talent into the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly a sound decision. However, to truly subdue Junmaru, one must first contend with Orochimaru, whom Junmaru regarded almost as a deity. If I could persuade Orochimaru to join the Uchiha, then securing Junmaru would be within reach. In the distance, Kabuto's expression darkened considerably. Seizing the opportunity while he was unaware of my presence, I decided to hastily return to the Sound Village. A person like him could only be countered by Lord Orochimaru. With this thought, Kabuto lifted his foot, intending to depart. Yet, as he turned, he discovered Long Ming had somehow already positioned himself behind him. Kabuto was instantly consumed by terror, instinctively channeling chakra into a surgical blade, which he swung at Long Ming. However, it was effortlessly evaded, and a heavy punch struck him in the abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Long Ming leisurely grasped the master of dreams within the Hokage, Kabuto. Although Kabuto's current strength was not formidable, his talents in medical ninjutsu and espionage surpassed those of many. Susanoo held Kabuto in one hand and Junmaru in the other, racing towards the Sound Village. Given that the Sound Village was newly established by Orochimaru and had a limited number of personnel, its scale was relatively small. There wasn't even a sign, merely a few buildings stood in place. As Long Ming descended from the sky, he was greeted by the long-forgotten voice of the system in his mind. Detected host's arrival at the Sound Village. Congratulations on completing the second check-in task. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Azura body. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the title of Jonin and completed the special reward requirements. Rewarding the host with Indra's chakra. Would you like to claim it immediately? Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Long Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was not a frustrated exclamation, but one filled with excitement. He had never anticipated that the reward for his second check-in would be so lavish, its value even surpassing that of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Who was Ashura? He was one of the legendary sons of the Sage of Six Paths, inheriting immense vitality and physical energy. As for the Ashura body, one need only reference the physique of Hashirama, the god of shinobi, to comprehend its extraordinary nature. Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ashura, and the reason he was revered as the god of shinobi was largely due to his overwhelmingly powerful physique. This constitution granted Hashirama an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra and bestowed upon him formidable vitality, allowing him to recover swiftly from any injury, provided it wasn't fatal. Once, Hashirama leveraged this unique constitution to stage a dramatic suicide attempt before Madara, evoking profound emotions within him, unaware that the kunai could not truly pierce Hashirama's essence. It can be said that it is precisely due to this remarkable constitution that Hashirama could subdue Madara and reign over the ninja world. The Ashura body, in comparison to Hashirama's constitution, would only grow stronger, never weaker. As for the special reward, it stirred Dragon Ming's heart. The chakra of Indra. Indra, another son of the Sage of Six Paths, inherited the power of chakra and spiritual energy. Although his chakra may not rival Ashura's in quantity, his spiritual prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Acquiring Indra's chakra would exponentially enhance Dragon Ming's ocular power, possibly allowing him to unlock the complete form of Susanoo. Moreover, the Indra chakra rewarded by the system serves a crucial role. It can merge with the Ashura body to yield one of the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. System, I wish to claim my reward. Dragon Ming inhaled deeply, silently reciting within. Beep, distributing rewards to the host. Body modification will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. As a peculiar energy surged within him, Dragon Ming felt his body and cells undergoing a tremendous metamorphosis. Waves of excruciating pain, akin to muscles tearing apart, flooded his mind, causing him to gasp in shock, even causing him to falter in maintaining Susanoo. He knelt upon the ground. His expression contorted in agony as relentless waves of pain inundated his consciousness. After enduring several minutes of torment, the energy gradually dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating and refreshing sensation. Dragon Ming sensed that every pore on his body seemed to awaken, emitting joyous sighs. Clenching his fists, he realized he now harbored an unfathomable vitality, comparable to Tsunade when utilizing the strength of 100 technique, with chakra multiplied several times over. Although Indra's chakra was limited, it provided substantial assistance, significantly amplifying Dragon Ming's ocular power through its formidable spiritual strength. However, Dragon Ming exclaimed in frustration, "Where's my Rinnegan? Why hasn't there been any change?" He produced a small mirror from seemingly nowhere, gazing at his unchanged kaleidoscopic eyes in disbelief. The Rinnegan is supposed to awaken by merging the powers of Indra and Ashura. There can be no mistake about that. After pondering for a while, he surmised that his situation was likely akin to Madara's, requiring a certain period for the two powers to fully blend before awakening. Let us hope it doesn't take as long as it did for Madara. Or I might be on the brink of death before I unlock the Rinnegan. Dragon Ming silently lamented as he rose to his feet. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his mind seemed to be teeming with myriad new ninjutsu. Wind style, tornado, gale palm, multi-wind shuriken, Amaterasu, Kagaya's divine mandate, wood style, true thousand hands, and more. Dragon Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Are these not the ninjutsu of Indra and Ashura? Why have I suddenly acquired them? Long Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then a fervent warmth surged within him. It appeared that the system not only endowed Long Ming with the powers of Ashura and Indra, but also bestowed upon him the ninjutsu they had devoted their lives to mastering. With these techniques, even without awakening the Rinnegan, Long Ming could effortlessly attain a super shadow level of strength, and if he exerted himself fully, his power would further ascend. This special mission truly proved to be worthwhile. Long Ming mused. Reward distribution has been completed. Check-in location has been updated. The next check-in location is the Hidden Rain Village. Should the host complete 10 S-rank missions before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. The host is encouraged to strive for improvement. With that statement, the system once again fell into a profound silence. However, Long Ming was ignited with ambition. At this pace, he would soon lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The Hidden Rain Village could be considered the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. But Long Ming was in no rush to head there. The most pressing matter at hand was to subdue Orochimaru. As Long Ming entered the Hidden Rain Village, he surveyed the surrounding structures, his gaze lingering on the largest house. Orochimaru, you need not hide any longer. I have heard that you are seeking me, and now I have arrived. Do you not wish to come forth and make our acquaintance? As his words echoed, a massive black serpent erupted from the house, its speed akin to a bolt of black lightning. The serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously towards Long Ming's neck. Unfazed, Long Ming summoned a skeletal arm of Susanoo from the void, gripping the serpent's head firmly. Crack! The hand of Susanoo clenched with terrifying force, shattering the serpent's skull and splattering copious amounts of blood onto the ground, releasing an acrid stench. Long Ming casually tossed the serpent aside and chuckled. Orochimaru, as a renowned Sannin, is this truly all you can do? Hiding in the shadows and employing such tactics? A cacophony of eerie laughter emanated from within the house as Orochimaru replied in a mocking tone. Indeed, you are as formidable as the rumors suggest. To possess such a powerful bloodline limit is truly enviable. There is no need for introductions. I have gathered ample intelligence about you, and it seems you have done the same. Orochimaru slowly emerged from the house, clad in the signature Akatsuki robe, his greedy gaze incessantly scanning Long Ming. In addition to Orochimaru, there was also Sasori, concealed within his Hiriko. He stepped closer to Orochimaru, his eyes fixed intently on Long Ming. Upon hearing the intelligence, he could scarcely believe it. He had not expected this individual to be merely a child. Could he also have modified his body through puppetry, as I did? Sasori rasped from within his shell. Though Sasori's exterior resembled that of a child, his true age exceeded 30, making him a veritable elder. Therefore, upon encountering someone so youthful, yet possessing formidable strength like Long Ming, it was only natural for him to harbor peculiar thoughts. Absolutely not. Orochimaru declared with unwavering conviction after scrutinizing Long Ming for an extended period. His movements were remarkably fluid, devoid of any stiffness akin to that of a puppet. Scorpion, I do not intend to deride you, but you are in no way comparable to this child. His physique and innate talents are nothing short of exquisite, akin to a masterpiece. Orochimaru's fervent tone elicited a sense of displeasure in Scorpion, who replied in a low voice, "Let us not forget. The organization's directive is to eliminate him on the spot. I advise you to refrain from any unnecessary actions. Rest assured, my dear Scorpion, I shall only engage in what is required of me." Orochimaru retorted with a sinister smile, his mind already preoccupied with the notion of seizing Ryumi's body. As for the Akatsuki's orders, they were of little consequence to him. His affiliation with the Akatsuki was initially motivated by the desire to acquire the Rinnegan and gather pertinent intelligence. However, with the passage of time, Pain had remained shrouded in mystery, seldom appearing before him. The remaining members of the organization were few and far between, often dispatched across the ninja world, executing the organization's mandates, undertaking war contracts for minor nations at meager prices to fund the organization's activities. Orochimaru had long since grown weary of this monotonous existence. The emergence of Ryumi intensified his aspirations to break free from the organization. The organization? Ryumi's eyes narrowed slightly. Initially believing Orochimaru had heard of him from some source and sought to usurp his body. However, it appeared the circumstances were otherwise. It was the Akatsuki that had issued the order for his extermination, prompting Orochimaru to covet him upon acquiring this intelligence. Scorpion scoffed, "Indeed. Though I am unaware of how you offended us, the directive from above is clear. You must be eliminated today." As he spoke, he manipulated his puppet, Hiriko, to raise the sharp spikes on its tail in a menacing display. "It's quite possible that I could defeat you, dismantle your puppet-like form entirely, and then destroy your heart, rendering you incapable of resurrection. Wouldn't you agree?" Ryumi mused, stroking his nose with a hint of amusement. Scorpion let out a series of cold laughs and replied, "Umph. You do possess quite the audacity. However, it is regrettable that we have already devised a method to counter your proud ocular techniques, thus sealing your fate today." With that, Hiriko opened its mouth, unleashing a thick plume of purple mist that rapidly spread in all directions. This noxious fog was dense and dispersed swiftly, turning everything engulfed in its embrace into a shade of blackish purple in mere moments. The grass on the ground withered instantly, flowers wilted, and the once white walls of nearby houses quickly darkened to an inky black, showing signs of corrosion. "What a formidable toxin," Ryumi remarked, his eyes narrowing as he grasped Scorpion's intent. Unlike conventional projectile weapons, poison gas could flow continuously through the air, remaining airborne without losing momentum. Scorpion's expertise in toxins was profound. Nearly all of his puppets were armed with his specially crafted lethal poisons, capable of inflicting fatal consequences upon infiltration. The purplish toxic mist is undeniably overwhelming. "Haha, little brat, struggle and perish within this noxious fog. Relish the poison I have prepared for you." Scorpion sneered repeatedly, as the toxic mist he had concocted spread with astonishing rapidity. If Long Ming sought to distance himself using his ocular technique, it would surely deplete a substantial amount of chakra. Devoid of chakra, Long Ming would no longer pose a threat. His primary concern was to prevent Long Ming from escaping directly. Scorpion tossed a blue pill from his puppet to Orochimaru, stating in a grave tone, "Take this. It is the antidote. Otherwise, even you would not withstand this toxic mist." Orochimaru accepted the pill, responding ominously, "You are indeed considerate, Scorpion. Thank you." The toxic mist swiftly enveloped the entirety of the sound-hidden village, continuously expanding outward. Long Ming stood firm, his left eye's infinite already activated. He had two methods to extricate himself from this predicament. The first was to amplify his chakra output, extending the infinite distance so that the toxic mist could never reach him. Although this would consume a significant amount of chakra, it was not an insurmountable task for Long Ming, who had recently acquired the Asura body. The second method was to employ wind release ninjutsu to disperse the toxic mist surrounding him, as wind release was among the techniques that Asura excelled in. Two straightforward methods could easily resolve the looming crisis. Without hesitation, Long Ming began forming hand seals, swiftly channeling his wind release chakra. Wind release, Gale Dragon Tornado. Just as Long Ming completed the hand seals, a tempest erupted around him. Centered on Long Ming, the wind chakra coalesced into a colossal vortex, enveloping him entirely. This technique was reminiscent of the water release, water barrier used by the Thousand Hands, which had previously withstood Indra's lightning release. Now, utilizing it to disperse the toxic mist was a trivial matter. Accompanied by fierce gusts, the surrounding toxic mist rapidly retreated, forming a swirling cyclone visible from above. The gale lifted nearby branches and wild grasses, sending them into a frenzied dance through the air. In the crimson flow of the Scorpion's lair, Scorpion's expression darkened as he cursed. "Damn it, the intel did not mention that he could use wind release ninjutsu. Orochimaru, it's up to you to handle this." Scorpion's puppet techniques posed little threat to Long Ming. While not entirely ineffective, it was evident that it was better to let Orochimaru take the lead in this situation. Orochimaru licked his lips, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, leave it to me. I will ensure he cannot rise again." Naturally, Orochimaru did not wish to kill Long Ming, as he still intended to use him as the next vessel for his reincarnation. However, defeating and capturing Long Ming was an essential step. Otherwise, Orochimaru could not proceed with his reincarnation process with peace of mind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru rapidly formed several hand seals, then unleashed a massive tornado from his mouth, completely encircling Long Ming. The extent of Orochimaru's tornado was vast, nearly enveloping all parts of the surrounding toxic mist. However, unlike Long Ming's intention to disperse the mist, Orochimaru sought to contain it within a defined area using wind release. The winds of Long Ming and Orochimaru diverged, intertwining yet remaining indistinguishable for a moment. The toxic mist churned violently within the breeze, resembling an enraged beast. Observing the stalemate between the two, Scorpion rasped, "It appears you still require my assistance." Orochimaru responded with a disdainful snort, remaining silent. Suddenly, a burst of white mist erupted. Scorpion stowed away the crimson flow of his puppet, revealing his true form before the onlookers. Scorpion's essence was that of a modified human puppet, adorned with weapons laced with potent venom. His abdomen housed toxic steel cables, capable of extending freely to strike. His back was enhanced with a spiral blade to complement the cables, while his spine was equipped with a scroll compartment. A regeneration core, nestled upon his left chest, enabled the creation of chakra and could be transferred to other puppets during combat. As long as this regeneration core existed, Scorpion was nearly immortal. Even if his body sustained damage or his head was severed, he could resurrect. However, This also constituted his vulnerability. Any assault could inflict a fatal wound. Scorpion lifted both hands, aiming at Long Ming's position, and two dark tubes materialized within his palms. Flame prison formation. Vast flames, imbued with formidable melting power and temperature, erupted from the tubes, surging into the tempest before him. The wind fanned the flames, amplifying Scorpion's flame prison formation several-fold amidst the cyclone, culminating in a colossal fire tornado. The hardened ground was ruthlessly torn apart by the fire vortex, countless fragments of stone and earth rising to be reduced to ash, rendering Long Ming's form nearly invisible from the outside. Orochimaru's brows furrowed at this spectacle, clearly perturbed. If Long Ming were to perish, his vessel would be lost. Just as Orochimaru hesitated on whether to release his wind technique, a jet of black flame emerged from the fire tornado, exuding immense heat and destructive force. This black flame rapidly consumed Scorpion's flame prison formation and even Orochimaru's wind technique, incinerating everything in its path. What is this fire? Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Astonishment etched across his features. The flame could burn through a wind technique. Gazing at the remnants of the incinerated gust before him, Orochimaru displayed an expression of disbelief. This black flame utterly disregarded the principles of elemental interactions. Long Ming had deployed the highest-tier fire technique, Amaterasu. After acquiring Indra's chakra, Long Ming had unlocked two additional ocular techniques, Amaterasu in his left eye and Kagetsuchi in his right. At the moment the firestorm engulfed him, Long Ming instantly activated Amaterasu with his left eye, incinerating the wind and fire techniques before him, even obliterating the surrounding toxic mist. Emerging unscathed from the dissipating toxins, Long Ming's presence darkened Scorpion's gaze further. What kind of intelligence had the organization gathered to overlook such a powerful fire technique? Scorpion's tone was filled with palpable discontent as he retrieved a scroll from behind him. He took great pride in his puppet. Renowned as the strongest wind shadow in the history of the ninja world, the third wind shadow. Even if poison proved ineffective, Scorpion remained steadfast in his belief that his mastery of puppet techniques was unparalleled. To perish beneath my art is a divine blessing. Cherish it, Scorpion sneered repeatedly. And then a cloud of white mist erupted. The body of the third wind shadow materialized on the battlefield. Being a puppet, it floated effortlessly in the air, controlled by Scorpion's chakra threads. With a flick of his fingers, the puppet immediately revealed all its weaponry: massive blades, arms, poison needles, and stingers, including the third wind shadow's signature technique, magnet release. As Scorpion gazed upon his creation, a look of satisfaction and ecstasy graced his countenance, and he declared with pride, "You had best unleash your full power. Otherwise, once this third wind shadow strikes, you may find yourself bereft of any chance to retaliate." He possessed the ability to convert highly refined chakra into magnetic force, transforming it into various forms for attack and defense. Once it infiltrated a person or puppet's body, it could render them completely paralyzed. Of course, your ocular techniques would also be futile, for the magnetic force would ensure my attacks relentlessly pursued you until you were struck down and met your demise. Observing Scorpion extolling the virtues of his art, Long Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Cease your pretentiousness, Scorpion. Your puppet techniques are utterly ineffective against me. To my eyes, this puppet pales in comparison to the third wind shadow himself. I have no interest in you. Depart at once." Though Scorpion was formidable and held a notable position within the Akatsuki organization, Long Ming had no intention of subjugating him, as Scorpion's potential for growth was limited. Puppet techniques, in the realm of super shadow level combat, would scarcely hold any significance, having relinquished all corporeal forms save for his heart. Scorpion had secured protection at the cost of his future development. Long Ming's words incensed Scorpion, causing him to stomp in frustration. His greatest disdain was for those who belittled his art. "Ignorant wretch, I shall take your life today and transform you into one of my masterpieces." With a thunderous bang, Scorpion's words were cut off as both he and the third wind shadow erupted in black flames. The speed was astonishing, occurring without any forewarning. What the hell? Is this fire release without hand seals? Scorpion cursed inwardly. Is this some kind of joke? Why am I suddenly engulfed in flames? His mind was awash with doubt. Truth be told, Scorpion had been wary of Long Ming's Amaterasu. However, common knowledge in the ninja world led him to believe that the black flames were a ninjutsu, something that required hand seals. Fate played a cruel trick on him. Long Ming's black flames were, in fact, ocular techniques. Was this not an egregious affront to honest individuals? In mere moments, the black flames threatened to consume their puppet bodies entirely. Scorpion hurled forth another puppet, swiftly detaching his heart from the body to avoid sharing the same grim fate as the third wind shadow. Yet, witnessing the puppet before him reduced to ashes filled Scorpion's heart with profound anguish. The third wind shadow needs no further introduction, a puppet of extraordinary caliber, possessing the rare magnet release bloodline limit, now reduced to ashes. Countless efforts were poured into crafting a body laden with weaponry, which too has been consumed by flames. The scrolls at his back, adorned with nearly 300 human puppets, have all been incinerated. Long Ming let out a soft sigh, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I had warned you against your pretentiousness. You insisted on forcing my hand, nearly resulting in your demise. Was it truly worth it?" Scorpion, seething with rage, felt the bitterness of having underestimated the intelligence at play. Had he known earlier that Amaterasu was a dojutsu, he would have refrained from uttering such superfluous words and would not have foolishly remained stationary. "You have gone too far," he exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. He quickly turned to Orochimaru, saying, "My puppet has been destroyed. The task now falls to you. Help me eliminate him, and I shall acquiesce to any condition you propose." Orochimaru, licking his lips and deep in thought, responded ominously, "Fear not, my dear Scorpion. I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled." After a nod from Scorpion, he stepped aside. This was merely a standard puppet. To engage in battle now would be an act of sheer folly. Orochimaru stepped forward, curiously refraining from immediate action. In a gravelly voice, he inquired, "Long Ming, the playful skirmish has run its course. Perhaps you ought to clarify your intentions?" Scorpion remained silent. Yet his curiosity about Long Ming's unexpected arrival was piqued by Orochimaru's prompting. Long Ming, maintaining his composure, replied, "Is this of any significance to you?" Orochimaru's sinister chuckle echoed as he retorted, "It depends on the circumstances. If it can serve as a basis for negotiation or trade, then indeed, it holds great importance." Orochimaru coveted Long Ming's body, yet he knew that acquiring it need not solely involve combat. Consider Kinshiki. If Orochimaru desired his form, would he need to fight? A mere gesture would suffice to summon Kinshiki eagerly. Likewise, in the original narrative, when it came to Sasuke, Orochimaru's aim was not achieved through brute force, but rather by exploiting Sasuke's thirst for power, leading him into temptation and trade. Although the endeavor ultimately failed, it was clear that Sasuke had initially consented. Thus, Orochimaru sought to discern whether alternative methods might be applicable in dealing with Long Ming. After all, when it comes to combat, there lingered a tinge of uncertainty within Orochimaru's heart. The intelligence provided by the Akatsuki organization was not entirely reliable, leaving him without absolute assurance of victory over Long Ming. Long Ming chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Orochimaru, and declared, "Well then, let me be direct. Would you care to join the Uchiha, Orochimaru?" The proposition of joining the Uchiha took Orochimaru by surprise. He had not anticipated Long Ming's arrival was intended for recruitment. Nevertheless, as one of the legendary Sannin, he had encountered countless tumultuous situations. Orochimaru swiftly recovered from his astonishment and, with a sinister smile, remarked, "It is indeed an honor to be invited by you. However, what benefits would I derive from joining the Uchiha clan?" Scorpion's pupils narrowed in surprise and anger as he retorted, "Orochimaru, what are you saying? Do you intend to betray the organization?" In response to Scorpion's harsh inquiry, Orochimaru merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, sneering, "Ha ha ha, dear Scorpion. Do not be so agitated. The matter is not yet settled. I am merely negotiating, so do remain calm." With that, Orochimaru flicked his hand toward Scorpion. Hidden shadow snake hands. From the cuffs of Orochimaru's robe emerged several pythons, launching an unexpected assault on Scorpion. Given Scorpion's current puppet form, he was no match for Orochimaru. The serpents quickly ensnared Scorpion's puppet body. Since they were summoned, they possessed greater strength and intellect than ordinary snakes, making them formidable in subduing foes. Scorpion, both astonished and furious, hurled insults at Orochimaru. "You bastard! I knew from the moment you joined the organization that your intentions were foul, you ungrateful wretch. Do not think that joining the Uchiha will grant you a comfortable life. Pain will relentlessly pursue you, you scoundrel, shameless wretch." Just as Scorpion attempted to continue his tirade, the pythons had already wrapped around his mouth. Orochimaru then turned his gaze back to Ryumi, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Now, we can converse properly. Ryumi-kun, what compels you to desire my allegiance to the Uchiha? Is it my formidable combat prowess?" Ryumi touched his nose and shook his head, responding, "Not quite. While your combat abilities are indeed impressive, there are many within the Uchiha clan who could best you in battle. To be told such a thing is rather irksome." Orochimaru retorted darkly, clearly feeling slighted. Yet, Ryumi's assertion held truth. Figures such as Jiraiya, Naruto in his Nine-Tails form, and Itachi were all formidable enough to rival Orochimaru. Ryumi spread his arms wide, stating earnestly, "The reason I have expended such considerable effort to invite you is due to your unparalleled research skills. I wish to harness your expertise to aid me in establishing the most powerful clan in the shinobi world, to elevate the Uchiha to unprecedented heights, and to become the new sovereign of the Land of Fire, perhaps even the 5 great nations." Ryumi's voice resonated with strength and confidence. From a distance, Kurizetsu, who had been quietly observing, could not help but rasp in admiration upon hearing such ambitious declarations. What an ambitious individual. He is reminiscent of Madara from years past. Had he been born earlier, I might have considered him my pawn. The white Zetsu, possessed by Kurizetsu, inquired, with Scorpion captured and Orochimaru negotiating with Ryumi. Has this mission ultimately failed? Should we intervene to rescue Scorpion? Let us observe the situation further, Kurizetsu replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone somber. Ryumi-kun, your aspirations are indeed grand. Orochimaru felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow, for he had yet to hear of anyone truly conquering the entirety of the shinobi world. The only possible contender had been the sage of the 6 paths, Hashirama. From decades past, regrettably, the other party does not advocate for war, rather, they cherish peace. Otherwise, the 5 great nations would have been unified by now. Orochimaru, I am aware of your desire to master all the ninjutsu within the ninja world. However, how could you alone acquire their forbidden techniques from the myriad powers of the 5 great nations? If you distance yourself from Akatsuki and join the Uchiha, I shall help you realize your dreams. Long Ming, with a persuasive demeanor, observed Orochimaru's shifting expressions, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and remarked, Long Ming, it is not that I am unwilling to acquiesce to your request. Akatsuki has treated me well, and the members therein are akin to brothers from my very birth. You must offer something more substantial. Bound, Scorpion exclaimed, damn it. In response to Orochimaru's bid for more, Long Ming, with a smile that was neither fully amiable nor entirely scornful, calmly inquired, what is it that you desire? Depending on the circumstances, I may consider your request. Orochimaru's gaze greedily swept over Long Ming. What he truly coveted was the latter's body. However, he recognized that such a demand would be categorically rejected by Long Ming. Thus, he proposed, I seek a body from the Uchiha clan, one that possesses the Sharingan. Additionally, I wish to conduct some human experiments to study the various secret arts of Konoha. If you agree to these 2 conditions, I shall immediately sever ties with Akatsuki. Orochimaru, your insatiable greed is truly remarkable. Long Ming gently shook his head and replied, I cannot acquiesce to either of your demands. I will not permit anyone to harm my kin. Konoha is presently under Uchiha's leadership, and I will likewise not allow you to act against our allies. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone, Long Ming, you seem to lack sincerity. I can make concessions. I no longer require a body from the Uchiha clan, but I do seek several Sharingan for research purposes. I can also assure you that my experiments will not endanger the lives of those from the secret arts families. Long Ming chuckled softly and again shook his head, saying, as for the Sharingan, I may concede, for many Uchiha have perished throughout history, and their eyes have been preserved. However, regarding the secret arts families, you need not persist. Even if your experiments do not harm the body, they would inflict great mental anguish. I will not make decisions for others without their consent. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Seemingly deep in thought, Long Ming reminded him, my patience is limited, Orochimaru. Should you refuse, I possess other means to control you. Trust me, you cannot withstand my power. Had this been in the past, Long Ming would have lacked confidence, but now he wielded the Ashura body, with such a physical enhancement. If he were to transplant Shursue's Mangekyō Sharingan, he could reduce the cooldown of Koto Amaterasu to mere minutes. At that juncture, Delivering a Kodo Amatsukami to Orochimaru would conclude their transaction. Such audacity. Your words, Long Ming, border on arrogance, Orochimaru scoffed, dismissing the notion that anyone could control him, though he indeed harbored trepidation regarding Long Ming's abilities. The latter's provocation ignited a competitive spirit within Orochimaru, prompting him to demonstrate his own prowess to Long Ming. Orochimaru stepped forward, his voice low as he declared, "Since Lord Long Ming is so confident, why not engage in a wager?" Long Ming chuckled and inquired, "What do you wish to wager?" Orochimaru spread his hands and replied, "As we seem unable to persuade one another, let us duel. Should I emerge victorious, Lord Long Ming shall acquiesce to all my demands. Conversely, if you triumph, I shall unconditionally withdraw from the Akatsuki and join the Uchiha, adhering to your directives." Long Ming stroked his nose, bemused by the peculiar nature of the challenge. "Ahem. If this is your request, I have no objections. Let us not dwell on victory or defeat. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I shall concede to all your conditions." Long Ming responded nonchalantly, positioning himself in the arena. "Do you truly believe that a single strike could vanquish me, Lord Long Ming?" Orochimaru exclaimed, pointing and erupting into laughter, nearly doubled over with mirth, tears of laughter brimming in his eyes. "To defeat me with a single blow? Ha!" Orochimaru's laughter echoed, as though he had heard the most amusing jest. Yet Long Ming remained unfazed by Orochimaru's antics, standing composed as he awaited the laughter to subside. "It appears your sense of humor is rather simplistic, Orochimaru. I find this matter far from amusing, for I am genuinely serious." Once Orochimaru's laughter had waned, Long Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. In truth, it was not only Orochimaru who found humor in the situation. Scorpion and the distant Zetsu shared the same sentiment. White Zetsu shook his head in amusement, remarking, "This Long Ming is exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps he is unaware of Orochimaru's true prowess." Even Black Zetsu maintained a stoic silence, unconvinced by Long Ming's assertions. For Orochimaru's strength within the Akatsuki undoubtedly ranks among the elite, far surpassing that of Scorpion, particularly in the realms of evasion and defense. With techniques such as the threefold rebirth gate, the snake substitute technique, and the curse mark technique, several individuals within the Akatsuki, who were considerably stronger than Orochimaru, would scarcely claim they could defeat him, let alone with a single strike. Such a notion was indeed fantastical. "Lord Long Ming, if you insist on this, I shall not hold back. You may only strike once. Should I remain standing, you must concede to all my demands," Orochimaru declared with a sinister smile. Eager for the advantageous terms, Long Ming nodded slightly, his hands clasped together as he affirmed, "Very well, signal when you are ready, and I shall commence." Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Long Ming, ensuring that the latter was not jesting, before taking a deep breath. While he held ample confidence in his abilities, Long Ming's demeanor instilled a heightened sense of caution. "It is merely one strike. Even if his black flames are formidable, I am confident I can evade them with the snake substitute technique. As for his Susanoo, explosive orbs, and time-freezing ocular techniques, they all count as one strike. With such means, he cannot vanquish me. Victory is assured." Orochimaru, concealing a smirk within, decisively bit his finger and swiftly formed a series of hand seals for the summoning technique, triple Rashomon. As he struck his palm against the ground, the entirety of the Sound Village began to tremble. 3 towering Rashomon gates, each a striking hue of red, green, and blue, erupted from the earth, producing a deafening roar. Unreservedly, they opened wide, serving as a defensive barrier summoned to absorb all forms of attack. The first gate absorbed the impact, the second diminished its force, while the third dispersed it. Thus, by the time any assault reached the practitioner, its potency had diminished significantly. Summoning a single Rashomon gate demanded a considerable amount of chakra, and to conjure 3 simultaneously was a feat likely achievable only by Orochimaru, once revered as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Indeed, Orochimaru's triple Rashomon had manifested. In such a scenario, the black flames would be rendered ineffective, and it seemed that Ryumi was destined for defeat, murmured White Zetsu. Black Zetsu, entwined with his form, added, "Amaterasu can ignite only within the line of sight. Now that Orochimaru is entirely shielded behind the gates, Amaterasu is futile. One can only blame his arrogance for underestimating Orochimaru. The outcome is sealed. Inform Obito and prepare to rescue Sasori amidst the chaos." "Understood," White Zetsu replied, opening the pitcher plant on his body. With both hands pressed against the ground, his entire form began to split apart, as if torn in two. Soon, a brand new white Zetsu clone emerged from the earth. He cast a glance at his original self, and the ground beneath him seemed to melt away, gradually engulfing him. Orochimaru, this Rashomon signifies your readiness, does it not? Ryumi called out. From behind the three gates, Orochimaru's voice resonated confidently. Of course, Ryumi-kun, feel free to unleash your attack. I shall remain here, inviting your onslaught. Very well. I shall come forth, Ryumi declared, and in an instant, an overwhelming chakra erupted from his being, unleashing sonic booms and shockwaves. Yet, as these shockwaves collided with the Rashomon gates, they dissipated into nothingness. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, reassured now that he stood behind the Rashomon. He was convinced that no matter what means Ryumi employed, he could never breach the gates. Even if Ryumi possessed the strength to shatter the gates, the residual power, having undergone the absorption, reduction, and dispersion by the three gates, would be manageable for him. Ryumi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he channeled a vast amount of chakra deep into the ground, then intoned solemnly, would release, flower tree world, descend. Boom, boom. The tremors extended beyond the sound village, shaking a considerable portion of the land of rice. Witnessing such a monumental shift in the earth, Black Zetsu's expression shifted to one of shock and disarray. He could not mistake this overwhelmingly familiar power. Having traversed the world of ninjas for years, he had sought and witnessed countless individuals wielding this force. It was the power of Ashura, son of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this be? The reincarnation of Ashura could not possibly be born among the descendants of Indra. The atmosphere surrounding Black Zetsu was laden with an unspoken gravity. While Black Zetsu pondered this perplexing situation, the trees, dormant within the earth, had already surged forth, growing rapidly and becoming robust, their girth surpassing that of an elephant's leg. These colossal trees relentlessly broke through the mountains, traversed the rocks, and enveloped the entire terrain. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, would release ninjutsu. How could you possess the bloodline limit of the original god of shinobi? Among the myriad powers sought by Orochimaru, the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was undeniably a crucial element. To attain this, he had not hesitated to collaborate with Danzo and conduct numerous human experiments, all in pursuit of wood release. However, this was not your immediate concern. Instead, focus on how to counter this technique. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Long Ming unleashed an even greater surge of chakra. The surrounding trees grew more wildly, and several of the stoutest trunks, upon reaching a considerable height, suddenly charged toward the threefold Rashomon. The tips of their branches sharpened into lethal points as they collided violently with the formidable gates. Countless gigantic trees followed suit, having grown wildly, and swept toward the threefold Rashomon. Under the relentless barrage, the three gates could not withstand the onslaught, being forcefully shattered by the trees and submerged in a sea of timber. This is utterly terrifying, White Zetsu thought, unable to believe his own eyes. He pinched himself to confirm reality. It was only when pain coursed through his body that he recognized the scene before him was no mere illusion. Orochimaru's Rashomon had indeed been decisively breached. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Long Ming, lost in thought. Damn it, that little brat is incredibly powerful. The ground-dwelling scorpion's face turned pale. The recollection of his previous boast, claiming he would not even allow his opponent the chance to retaliate, sent tremors through his legs. The rapid creation of a vast forest felt almost mythical in its power. The trees continued to grow, and some, upon reaching their limits, did not strike but instead blossomed with several large, crimson flowers. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he desperately fled among the wildly growing trees. Though robust, these trees exhibited remarkable agility, occasionally striking at Orochimaru from awkward angles or attempting to ensnare him. Damn it, I never anticipated he would wield wood release. However, this technique alone will not defeat me. If I can endure until it concludes, victory shall be mine. Orochimaru roared in his heart, then formed a series of hand seals. He intended to unleash one of his strongest forbidden techniques, the eight-headed serpent technique. This was Orochimaru's ultimate trump card, capable of summoning 8 colossal serpents that transformed into a gigantic serpent creature with 8 heads. The size of these serpents rivaled that of Susanoo, and their offensive power was comparable to that of tailed beasts. After employing the eight-headed serpent technique, Orochimaru would effectively become a Jinchuriki. In this formidable form, Orochimaru possesses an immense offensive capability, employing 8 colossal serpents to launch a relentless barrage against his foes, rendering them utterly defenseless. Most significantly, the technique of the eight-headed serpent grants an inexhaustible ability for resurrection. Orochimaru, transformed into the eight-headed serpent, can resurrect infinitely. Regardless of how many times the enemy may slay him, he will invariably return unscathed. Likewise, the 8 serpents share this remarkable capability, swiftly regenerating within mere seconds even if severed by adversaries. Even a genius like Orochimaru required several months to master this ninjutsu. This technique, aside from being countered by sealing methods or other extraordinary means, is nearly insurmountable. In the past, Orochimaru, amidst a chamber filled with forbidden techniques, selected only the Edo Tensei and the eight-headed serpent, underscoring his profound reverence for the latter. Orochimaru first opened his mouth, and then 8 massive white serpents erupted from his maw, voraciously snapping at the surrounding trees. In an instant, a monstrous creature with 8 immense serpentine heads and spines adorning its back emerged from the ground. The offensive prowess of the eight-headed serpent is formidable, often capable of severing even the sturdiest of trunks with a single bite. Their relentless assaults, crashing and tearing, swiftly proved effective, toppling the nearby trees that had been growing wildly. Although the eight-headed serpent sustained numerous injuries, with trees piercing its body and scales shattered, its terrifying regenerative abilities allowed it to recover rapidly. It appeared that Orochimaru was not entirely devoid of resistance. Perhaps he could yet emerge victorious. White Zetsu's eyes gleamed anew, while Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, intoning gravely, "This technique is not so simple. Pay close attention, White Zetsu." As time progressed, the trees gradually ceased their growth, no longer launching assaults against the eight-headed serpent. The serpent seemed to exhale in relief, lowering its heads and panting slightly, clearly fatigued from the recent battle. At this moment, a significant portion of the land of Rice was shrouded beneath a sea of trees, with vast expanses of buildings and facilities vanished from sight. A cacophony of manic laughter emanated from within the eight-headed serpent. "Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. The victor is I, and I remain unscathed, Long Ming." As the laughter echoed, one of the serpent's heads suddenly gaped wide. Covered in slime and devoid of clothing, Orochimaru excitedly wriggled out from the serpent's belly. Despite being acutely aware of his disadvantage in the preceding battle, he recalled Long Ming's assertion that if one could not be defeated within a single move, the victor would be him. "Long Ming, you will honor your promise, correct? As per our agreement, you shall provide me with a body of an Uchiha clan member, allowing me to conduct my experiments on the secretive clan at will. He. Rest assured, Long Ming, I shall make good use of their bodies." Orochimaru crowed triumphantly, akin to a victorious rooster proclaiming its conquest. "I shall certainly honor our agreement. I hope you will do the same." Long Ming revealed a smile and remarked, "You are merely celebrating a tad prematurely. My jutsu is far from concluded." "Not concluded?" Orochimaru chuckled derisively, taunting Long Ming, "Even if you wish to play tricks, do refrain from employing such rudimentary tactics. These trees have long ceased their growth. Your technique has indeed reached its end. Surely, you do not intend to defeat me with mere ornamental blossoms. Ha ha ha." However, Orochimaru's laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld the enormous crimson flowers nearby, which suddenly unfurled. A great quantity of pale yellow pollen erupted forth, dispersing through the air at an astonishing speed, shrouding the land of Rice in a delicate yellow mist. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, instinctively alerting him that this pollen was no ordinary substance. In response to the imminent threat, he swiftly retreated into the belly of the eight-headed serpent, hoping to evade the assault of the pollen. Yet, in the form of the eight-headed serpent, Orochimaru was intrinsically linked with the creature. Thus, when the serpent was affected, so too was he. The 8 serpent heads inhaled the pollen, magnifying its potency 8-fold. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara, from the Warring States era, nearly succumbed to the pollen. One can only imagine the impact on Orochimaru. The 8-headed serpent staggered as though intoxicated, its mind clouded, before crashing thunderously into the sprawling sea of trees. After its fall, a profound silence enveloped the hidden sound village. All present widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock, yet no sound escaped. Orochimaru had indeed been defeated, falling to Long Ming in a single blow. The esteemed Sennin had not even managed to execute one technique. One could scarcely expect anyone to believe such an event had transpired. Unbeknownst to many, this pollen was the true instrument of assault. Indeed, would release was as fearsome as rumored. White Zetsu swallowed hard, feeling a deep-seated apprehension towards Long Ming's abilities. Black Zetsu's gaze remained unsettled as he sought to ascertain whether Long Ming was truly the heir of Ashura. If so, adjustments would need to be made to the plan of resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki. Let us depart. Obito has arrived. We must assist him, Black Zetsu succinctly commanded, as White Zetsu manipulated his form to descend towards the ground. Orochimaru's unconsciousness naturally led to the disruption of the eight-headed serpent technique. With a burst of smoke, the figure of the serpent vanished, leaving behind the fallen Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Sasori had also freed himself from his constraints. Lacking respiratory organs due to possessing only one heart, the pollen posed no threat to him. He dared not make a sound, focusing instead on controlling his puppet body to make a hasty retreat. Long Ming turned his gaze towards Sasori's position, coolly stating, "Now you wish to flee? Do you not find it somewhat tardy? I just offered you an opportunity to depart, yet you failed to seize it." Sasori's expression darkened considerably. He stomped his foot, and his puppet body dashed away at great speed. Long Ming was poised to act when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Due to a sudden and rapid physical transformation, a white, swollen mass emerged from his body, accompanied by a bizarre human face. Was it the spore technique of White Absolute? Long Ming instantly recognized that what had manifested was a spore clone of White Absolute. The spores remain undetectable until they grow, at which point they envelop the host in a form reminiscent of White Absolute, absorbing the host's chakra and capable of transferring it to others. The true form of Absolute emerged beside Scorpion, solemnly stating, "Proceed ahead, I will delay him, and someone will come to your rescue." Upon seeing Absolute come to his aid, Scorpion's face lit up with joy, quickening his pace as he fled into the distance. Absolute gazed in Long Ming's direction, forming a peculiar hand seal. The white mass on Long Ming's body began to swell rapidly, soon engulfing most of his form while siphoning his chakra. Such trivial tactics. Do you think you can save someone from me? Long Ming smiled faintly, his left eye flashing as Amaterasu was activated in an instant. The black flames incinerated the white mass on his body, reducing it to ashes. Absolute's expression shifted. Fully aware of the black flames' potency, he dared not confront them directly and decisively utilized the flee technique to burrow underground. Observing this, Long Ming directed his gaze towards Scorpion's escape route, unleashing the black flames like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Scorpion in tandem with his gaze. Terrified by the dreadful scene, Scorpion was paralyzed with fear, letting out a desperate cry. At that critical moment, the space before Scorpion twisted into a swirling vortex, from which a figure emerged. It was Obito. Reacting swiftly, he seized Scorpion, intending to retreat with him upon seeing the impending black flames. Obito's right eye manifested another spatial vortex, attempting to draw Scorpion into the Kamui space, even as the black flames licked at Scorpion's body. However, Scorpion was merely a puppet. If Obito could pull him into the Kamui space, he would have a chance to dislodge his heart and save his life. Facing this sudden twist of fate, Long Ming scoffed. "Obito, I recall stating that when we meet again, I would not allow your escape so easily. You still lack the means to save someone before me." With that, the six-pointed star in Long Ming's right eye began to spin, augmenting the earth technique. The black flames on Scorpion's body abruptly morphed, transforming into sharp blades that pierced his heart directly. Scorpion, in disbelief, gazed at the black blade protruding from his chest, murmuring, "How can this be possible?" The augmenting earth technique enhances the power and utility of Amaterasu's black flames to an entirely new realm, allowing manipulation of the flames' forms into shields, blades, arrows, shurikens, orbs of fire, and sharp spikes. After being pierced in the heart, Scorpion's body began to collapse, the puppet devoid of its heart's control crumbling to the ground, swiftly consumed by the black flames. Witnessing Scorpion's tragic demise before his eyes, Obito's expression shifted to one of fury, his gaze toward Long Ming filled with deep resentment. Each member of the Akatsuki organization is meticulously selected, possessing at least the strength of a Kage or above. With every death, the organization suffers an immense loss. Long Ming not only killed one, but also took another away. This made Obito feel that his Moon Eye plan was further away than ever. Long Ming, you wretched little beast, I shall eliminate you here today. Obito seethed with fury, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, explosive wind dance. Utilizing Kekkei, he distorted the surrounding space, conjuring a tempest, and then unleashed a colossal fire serpent from his mouth to attack. This technique boasted an extensive range and unparalleled speed. The whirling flames surged towards Long Ming with unrelenting ferocity, obliterating all in their path. With mere fire style, you are no match for me, Long Ming stated coolly before summoning Susanoo. In an instant, a terrifying black chakra enveloped him, and a massive skeletal figure emerged, adorned with veins, flesh, and armor. This Susanoo was even more formidable than before. The air crackled with explosive sounds. Though still in its third form, the black silhouette of Susanoo seemed almost corporeal, its strength having more than doubled. An overwhelming aura rapidly engulfed the surroundings, saturating the area. Boom! The oncoming flames collided with Susanoo, but stirred not a ripple, dispersing like a mere insect attempting to shake a great tree, fading into flickering embers. How is this possible? This is Indra's power? Black Zetsu gaped in astonishment, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Damn it! How did the reincarnator end up in a single body? Black Zetsu felt his worldview shatter, yet he trusted his perception implicitly. This familiar ocular power unmistakably belonged to Indra's chakra. Ashura and Indra had sworn an oath that their chakra would manifest in the capable ninjas of future generations to continue battling their reincarnators. How could it reside within one individual? Were they to battle each other in a game of hands? Utter nonsense. Black Zetsu was bewildered. Indra, Ashura, he furrowed his brow, repeatedly murmuring these two names. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could this individual be from the Otsutsuki clan? A deep-seated apprehension flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes. The only being capable of wielding both Ashura's and Indra's powers, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, was indeed the Otsutsuki clan. If that were the case, his plan to rescue his mother would face significant hurdles. After all, the relationship between the Otsutsuki clan and Kaguya was one of irreconcilable enmity. Cursed be this situation. I can only proceed step by step, Black Zetsu muttered bitterly, resuming his observation of the battlefield. More frustrated than Black Zetsu was Obito at that moment. Gazing at the towering Susanoo, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Damn it, if only my left eye were functional. Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. With his extraordinary abilities, he could summon the Susanoo as long as he could gather two eyes. Obito, you slaughtered the members of the police department on the night of the massacre. At that time, I lacked the strength to eliminate you. However, the tide has turned, and now you shall face the consequences of your actions. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Long Ming's eyes, and in the next moment, the Susanoo, under infinite control, teleported before Obito, its massive fist enveloped in black flames, hurtling towards him. Yet, forewarned, Obito was not caught off guard. He had activated his intangibility the moment Long Ming vanished. The thunderous explosion resonated through the air, shaking the entire forest of trees with its terrifying force. The sight of the deep crater beneath him caused Obito's expression to shift dramatically. It was dreadful, absolutely dreadful, had it not been for his intangibility. A single blow would have undoubtedly been fatal. Although he couldn't devise a strategy to defeat Long Ming, as long as he managed the duration of his intangibility, he could remain invincible. Taking a deep breath, Obito disdainfully remarked, "Your Susanoo is indeed formidable, but it holds no effectiveness against me. This form drains chakra, does it not? I wonder how long you can sustain it." Unlike the Kekkei in his left eye, the intangibility from his right eye consumed minimal chakra. Coupled with the presence of Hashirama's cells within him, Obito possessed a considerable chakra reserve, enabling him to engage in prolonged combat with intangibility. "You exhibit quite the analytical mind," Long Ming replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your ocular technique is impressive, yet I am aware of its fatal flaw. Your ocular power can only maintain intangibility for 5 minutes, correct? What will happen if I keep attacking you relentlessly during that time?" Obito's pupils constricted, his face etched with shock and disbelief. This secret, unique to him, had never been disclosed to anyone. He had only discovered it by chance. How had Long Ming come to know of it? With a whoosh, the colossal black Susanoo swung its fist once more towards Obito, its massive hand ablaze with searing black flames. Crashing down, Obito's expression darkened to an extreme as he, having had his trump card exposed, opted not to use intangibility this time. Instead, he withdrew a gigantic fan from his right eye, confronting the attack head-on. This fan, adorned with 2 pairs of 6-pointed star patterns, was a gourd-shaped weapon passed down through the Uchiha clan, crafted from a part of the divine tree. It possessed the ability to manipulate fire techniques with wind release and to reflect attacks. After Madara's demise, it had been entrusted to Obito. With a resounding crash, the fist and the fan collided. In an instant, a powerful wave of air surged outwards from the epicenter of Long Ming and Obito, creating a cacophony of sound. The black flames clinging to the surface of the Susanoo were entirely absorbed by the fan. Uchiha rebound. Obito bellowed, as the fan emitted a blinding white light, converting the absorbed attack into wind chakra that rebounded back towards Long Ming. A powerful surge of energy, several times more formidable than before, surged directly towards Long Ming. A tremendous roar echoed as countless fragments of stone and shattered wood were swept away by the gusts of wind, scattering into the distance. Before Obito lay a scene obscured by dust, rendering the situation within utterly unrecognizable. Huff, huff, he should have been blown away, Obito gasped, still reeling from the overwhelming force of Long Ming's Susanoo. Despite possessing the Uchiha fan, he had endured considerable residual impact. Regrettably, this Uchiha counter was more show than substance. As the dust settled, Long Ming's Susanoo remained steadfastly in place. If there was any change, it appeared to have shifted back a few centimeters. Obito's expression stiffened. Long Ming's strength surpassed his expectations. At the very least, his ocular prowess was far superior. Your performance should be over now. It is time for me to take the stage, Long Ming said, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he formed hand seals. Amidst a flurry of smoke, 4 or 5 shadow clones emerged around him. Alone, Long Ming would struggle to maintain an unceasing assault for 5 minutes, likely leaving openings for Obito to catch his breath. However, with 5 clones, the situation was dire. Obito would be relentlessly pummeled. As the other shadow clones simultaneously unveiled their Susanoo, Obito was utterly shaken. He decisively chose to retreat, sinking his body towards the ground, intending to find a safer location to enter the Kamui dimension. Yet, in the next moment, the very ground was upheaved by Long Ming's Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Various attacks, black flames, Susanoo, explosive tags, rained down relentlessly upon Obito, the shockwaves emanating from the center of battle. This monster, Obito, was being completely overwhelmed. What should we do now? White Zetsu's face was grim as he sought Black Zetsu's counsel. Black Zetsu, equally flustered, had come to regard Long Ming as belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. We can only attempt to rescue Obito. Follow me, he instructed, and White Zetsu sank into the ground at his behest. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Long Ming continued his unrelenting assault on Obito. As time passed, Obito grew increasingly frantic. The moment he deactivated his intangibility, he would be subjected to Long Ming's barrage of attacks like cannon fire. This is bad. My time is up. Suddenly, Obito's countenance changed dramatically. His form transitioned from intangible to corporeal. Farewell, Obito. Long Ming's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as his Susanoo clenched its fist, charging towards Obito. No, Obito, concealed behind his mask, let out a desperate cry as he witnessed the enlarging fist approach, powerless to evade. Thud. A heavy sound resonated across the battlefield. Obito's body was forcefully driven into the ground by Susanoo's punch, the cracking of bones echoing ominously. When Long Ming raised his hand, all that remained on the ground was a pool of blood. Obito was unequivocally dead. However, Long Ming did not dispel Susanoo. Instead, he focused intently on the lifeless body of Obito. He was acutely aware that Obito, like Danzo, possessed the ability to employ Izanagi. As anticipated, the bloodstains upon the ground began to gradually vanish. Obito altered the reality of his own demise. Long Ming's gaze darted around, prepared to close the distance with infinite and strike as soon as Obito reappeared. Now, strike. At this critical moment of Obito's resurrection, the lurking Kaguya and Black Zetsu could no longer restrain themselves. Suddenly, dozens of sturdy branches erupted from the ground, ensnaring Long Ming and several shadow clones. Subsequently, the explosive tags affixed to the branches detonated with a thunderous roar. A series of colossal explosions echoed, sending plumes of smoke billowing and obscuring Long Ming's view of Obito's revival. Seizing this precious opportunity, Obito swiftly activated his intangibility, propelling himself into the Kamui dimension with utmost speed. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu dared not linger, immediately utilizing the Shunshin technique to burrow underground. When the dust settled, aside from Long Ming and the unconscious Orochimaru, no one else remained. Quite the escape, Long Ming observed, narrowing his eyes, finding Black Zetsu's actions unsurprising. After all, Obito was a crucial piece on his chessboard. Even the slightest chance of Obito's death would compel Black Zetsu to intervene. Long Ming dispelled Susanoo. Although Obito had fled, eliminating him had never been Long Ming's intent. His objectives concerning Orochimaru and his own agenda had been fulfilled. It was time to return. In a pitch-black chamber within the Rain Village, a man clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud attire, adorned with peculiar black orbs on his nose and ears, sat in deep meditation. He seemed to have entered a state of suspended animation, utterly motionless. Indeed, this individual was the public leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. At that moment, Pain appeared to sense something amiss. He opened his purple Rinnegan, casting a cold and indifferent gaze toward a shadowy corner of the room. There, the fabric of space began to warp in a vortex-like manner. Moments later, Obito stumbled awkwardly from the Kamui dimension. "Damn it, I nearly met my end there," Obito gasped, shaken and filled with a profound sense of dread. The implanted Sharingan beneath his mask had permanently sealed shut. This was the price of utilizing his Anaji. Fortunately, it was only his transplanted left eye that had closed. Pain furrowed his brow slightly, and, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, "What brings you here?" What transpired? Having collaborated with Obito for a considerable time, Pain had never witnessed such a display of vulnerability from him. Obito did not immediately respond, but instead took a moment to steady his breath. After a pause, he hoarsely replied, "There was a complication. Scorpion has just perished, and Orochimaru has been defeated and has defected from the organization." Pain's body trembled slightly, a mix of disbelief and shock washing over him. After all, both individuals possessed power at the level of a Hokage, with Orochimaru ranking among the top 5 strongest within the Akatsuki. What exactly is happening? Did they not follow your instructions to deal with Long Ming? Pain inquired with a frigid tone. He was already aware of Long Ming's existence, as the Akatsuki organization's intelligence-gathering capabilities were among the best. Given that Long Ming was protecting the Nine Tails, Pain found it unsurprising that Obito sought to eliminate him and even expressed his support for this endeavor. This was why he had sent Orochimaru and Sasori together. Obito fell into a moment of silence before shaking his head. "No, they were all defeated by Long Ming alone. Even I nearly fell at his hands." Pain's pupils constricted as he spoke in a low voice. "You cannot be jesting with me." Knowing the opponent's intelligence, they were still defeated in a 2-on-1 confrontation? Obito, with a grave expression, nodded in affirmation. In the shadows, Nagato, who manipulated Pain, became increasingly restless. According to the information obtained, Long Ming treated Naruto exceptionally well. If the Akatsuki aimed to capture the Nine Tails, Long Ming would undoubtedly intervene. The stronger Long Ming grew, the more challenging it would be for the Akatsuki to realize their plans. "We must accelerate our plans and replenish our ranks. I will handle this aspect. You should begin your actions. The task of capturing the Nine Tails will be entrusted to you." Obito cast a deep glance at Pain, realizing that his trump card had been seen through, and he no longer intended to confront Long Ming. Thus, he readily handed the task over to Nagato. A cold glint flickered in Pain's eyes as he solemnly declared, "In the face of divine power, all resistance is futile. I will eliminate him and bring back the Nine Tails host." With that, Pain formed hand seals. Illusion technique. A peculiar wave emanated from his Rinnegan. This was one of its abilities, allowing the Akatsuki members to share thoughts transformed into chakra waves. After Pain received these waves, he amplified them, manifesting them as illusions in specific locations. This technique was often employed during Akatsuki meetings to facilitate discreet communication. After a while, Pain completed the process. The ethereal forms of the members materialized before him. "What is so urgent that we gather?" One of them frowned upon appearing, speaking with a cold tone. "I let a bounty ninja slip away for this. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I may lose my temper." Another figure, bearing a peculiar large sword, chuckled. "Don't be so agitated. Perhaps there is something of great importance. Leader, Deidara has chosen to join the organization. Shall we allow him to become a part of us?" inquired a slender figure. "Let him in. You've worked hard," Pain replied, his tone slightly softened as he spoke to the apparition. Soon, Another ethereal figure joined the gathering. Pain surveyed the group and solemnly addressed them. Everyone, the task of gathering funds is nearly complete. I must assign you your upcoming missions. The capture of the tailed beasts scattered across various regions, as well as the hosts of the bijou from different nations. Upon hearing this, all eyes converged upon him. Has the phase of fundraising finally concluded? My contributions to the organization have not been in vain. Now, how shall we allocate our tasks? My eagerness has long since reached a boiling point. Upon hearing Pain's words, the crowd did not display tension or fear. Rather, they revealed expressions of excitement and cold smiles. Pain swiftly assigned tasks to everyone. Deidara and Zetsu were designated to capture the one tail from Sunagakure, while Kakuzu and Hoshigaki were tasked with the 2 tails and 8 tails from Kumogakure. Nagato and Konan were to oversee the capture of all other remaining tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Naturally, whoever completed their task first would be assigned to assist in capturing new tailed beasts. The group expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. By the way, have Orochimaru and Sasori yet to complete their tasks? I haven't seen them this time, remarked Kakuzu, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone grave. Hearing Kakuzu's inquiry, Pain fell momentarily silent before responding. Sasori is deceased, and Orochimaru has betrayed the organization. All of this was orchestrated by a Uchiha named Ryumi, who is also the caretaker of the 9 tails and an adversary we must confront in the future. The news of a comrade's death elicited little emotional response from the rogue ninjas. They had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of the ninja world. Instead, they were intrigued by Ryumi, eager to discern the nature of the individual who had slain Sasori and taken Orochimaru. It seems this fellow possesses qualifications worthy of my attention. The absence of banter between Orochimaru and Sasori has indeed diminished the enjoyment. To single-handedly eliminate both Sasori and Orochimaru is no small feat. I've heard much about him. Though regrettably, he has yet to be assigned a bounty. Kakuzu and the others, proud and haughty, remained unimpressed by Pain's description of Ryumi, continuing to jest amongst themselves. Zetsu scoffed derisively, interjecting coolly, "Let go of your arrogance. Orochimaru fell to that man with a single move. Do you truly believe you could defeat Orochimaru in one blow?" At this statement, the expressions of Kakuzu and the others shifted. While some were confident they were not inferior to Orochimaru, the notion of defeating him in one strike was simply unattainable. If such words had been uttered by another, they would have found it hard to believe. Yet Zetsu, being the organization's master of intelligence gathering, spoke with undeniable authority. The atmosphere grew somber as they ceased to underestimate Ryumi. Kakuzu turned his gaze toward Pain, his voice low and gravelly. "It is no wonder you have chosen to personally undertake the capture of the 9 tails. Only you may stand a chance against such an opponent." Pain's violet Rinnegan gleamed with depth as he replied slowly, "Indeed, mere mortals can never rival the power of a god. Now, let us all fulfill our respective tasks. I shall proceed to the land of water to capture the 6 tails. Stay in contact should any developments arise." With those words, the shadow clone technique was dispelled by Pain, and the figures of the crowd gradually faded away. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stirred from his slumber, awakening to the sight of a white ceiling. It was evident he was lying in bed. "Ah, you have finally awakened." A familiar voice echoed nearby, prompting Orochimaru to sit up in shock. There leaned Long Ming against the wall, a serene smile adorning his face as he gazed at him. "Where am I?" Orochimaru inquired, his expression somewhat grim. Though he sensed his defeat, he clung to a flicker of hope and asked the question. "Have you forgotten? You fainted from my jutsu. And it was I who carried you back," Long Ming replied with a cheerful demeanor. As Orochimaru recalled the vast sea of trees that obscured the sky, his countenance shifted. He comprehended the depth of his loss. It was truly unexpected. Long Ming possessed the powers of the original sage of the 6 paths and had developed wood release to such an extent. It was indeed enviable. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at Long Ming, his words holding an undeniable truth. He genuinely envied Long Ming's would release Kekkei Genkai, a power he had long sought. Long Ming shook his head and said, "Ah, this is not the power of Hashirama, but something of a higher caliber." He continued, "According to our wager, you have lost. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise?" After a moment of silence, Orochimaru's interest was piqued by the secrets surrounding Long Ming. With his assistance, he might indeed achieve his aspirations more swiftly. Most importantly, Long Ming was undeniably formidable. A powerful ally is a boon no one would refuse. With this thought, Orochimaru rose and rasped, "I accept my defeat. When shall we head to Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Long Ming's smile brightened. He approached Orochimaru, patting him on the shoulder, and chuckled softly, "The sooner, the better. I've been out for nearly half a year. I wonder how Konoha is faring now. Allow me to introduce someone." With that, Long Ming turned and called, "Come out, Sasuke." As his words echoed, the door was thrust open with a loud bang. "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right? You aren't injured, are you?" It was not Sasuke who entered, but Kimimaro and Kabuto, who had also been brought here by Long Ming after they lost consciousness. Orochimaru regained his usual aloof demeanor and stated, "What could possibly be wrong with me? Gather your belongings. We are preparing to leave this place." "Leave here? Where are we going?" Kabuto instinctively asked, casting a furtive glance at Long Ming. Orochimaru replied in a low voice, "You are not mistaken, Kabuto. From this day forth, we shall belong to the Uchiha. You are to obey my orders, as well as those of Lord Long Ming. Do you understand?" Kimimaro revered Orochimaru's words as law. After hearing this, he immediately bowed and said, "Understood. Lord Long Ming, I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope you will forgive me." After hesitating for a moment, Kabuto mimicked Kimimaro's gesture. Long Ming waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "Rise. Your talents are commendable. Once we are at Uchiha, strive diligently. I shall not treat you unfairly." The two promptly stood and positioned themselves to the side. At that moment, Sasuke entered, looking somewhat disgruntled. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke and recognized the Uchiha crest on him. This child was indeed of the Uchiha clan. "Lord Long Ming, who is this child?" Orochimaru was somewhat perplexed, uncertain of what elixir lay within Long Ming's gourd. With a smile, Long Ming introduced, "This child is Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi. Due to my rather unconventional training methods, I find myself ill-equipped to instruct him. Hence I seek your assistance in his training." Upon hearing that Sasuke was Itachi's brother, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he couldn't help but scrutinize Sasuke more closely. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned, for Sasuke appeared to pale in comparison to Itachi. Not only had his Sharingan yet to awaken, but he also fell short in other aspects. It was not entirely fair for Orochimaru to dismiss Sasuke so readily. After all, their meeting occurred several years earlier than in the original narrative, and Sasuke's potential had yet to fully blossom. Furthermore, having witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Long Ming, Orochimaru's standards had, albeit subtly, elevated. He found himself inevitably comparing others to Long Ming, which, of course, led to disappointment. Sighing inwardly, he resolved to reluctantly guide this child, for it was Long Ming's inaugural command to him. Just as he prepared to greet Sasuke, the latter expressed his disdain first. "Uff, Long Ming, you've surely deceived me. This fellow looks utterly lifeless. He hardly resembles the formidable figure you described," Sasuke pouted. Unamused, Orochimaru retorted, "You impetuous brat. Judging a book by its cover is a flaw in your character. How can you presume to know my prowess? Perhaps, upon discovering my true capabilities, you will beseech me to take you as my disciple." Sasuke hesitated, contemplating the validity of Orochimaru's words, and earnestly inquired, "Can you defeat Long Ming?" No." Sasuke's expression fell, only to follow up with another question, "What about my brother Itachi?" I cannot best him either." Sasuke reverted to a disdainful demeanor, exclaiming, "If you cannot best anyone, how can you claim to be formidable? Truly shameless." Orochimaru, incensed, felt a surge of blood rising within him. "Could you not choose a more reasonable opponent to compare me against?" To uphold his dignity, Orochimaru, who had initially intended to provide only cursory guidance, resolved to take Sasuke under his wing. He was determined to demonstrate that his title as one of the legendary three was not merely a product of the wind. Thus, in the days that followed on their return journey, Orochimaru subjected Sasuke to an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. Long Ming, pleased with the developments, spent the journey back engaging in flirtatious banter with Hinata, leading a rather comfortable life. However, unbeknownst to Long Ming, a conspiracy was brewing within Konoha village, awaiting his arrival. At the entrance of Konoha, a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair stood, clad in a green coat emblazoned with a large kanji for gamble on her back. Her voluptuous figure was scarcely concealed, even by oversized garments. Suddenly, several swift sounds pierced the air. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally arrived. The third Hokage has awaited your return for far too long," exclaimed an exuberant ninja dressed in Konoha's signature green armor. Indeed, The woman at the village gate was none other than the princess of Konoha, Tsunade, the last of the legendary three, often jestingly referred to as the legendary cash cow. Grief-stricken from the loss of her lover and brother, Tsunade had initially wandered the land, living a life of gambling. Several months prior, she experienced an extraordinary streak of luck, triumphing over all in the casino. This unusual turn of events prompted her to sense an impending misfortune. Indeed, it was not long before Tsunade learned of the political upheaval within Konoha. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, as she was reluctant to return to the painful memories of her homeland. However, a sudden letter compelled Tsunade to abandon her current affairs and hasten back to the village of Konoha. With a complex gaze fixed upon the village gates, she inquired, "Where's the old man now?" A cautious ninja glanced around before whispering, "Lady Tsunade, please follow me. There are Uchiha spies everywhere. We must not let them discover your presence." Tsunade nodded slightly and, alongside Shizune, stealthily entered Konoha. After navigating through the winding paths led by the ninja, Tsunade arrived at a small room protected by a barrier, already filled with numerous ninjas. Among familiar faces like the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kakashi, stood the head of the Shimura clan. "Little Tsunade, you've finally returned. Please, take a seat. We have been waiting for you for quite some time," said Hiruzen Sarutobi with a warm smile, inviting her to sit. The others quickly made space, allowing Tsunade to occupy the honored position. "I never imagined Konoha would undergo such profound changes in just a few years. Is it so secretive now that even meetings must be conducted in hiding?" Tsunade sighed. The third Hokage's face flushed, and he took a puff from his pipe, explaining, "There's no choice. The Uchiha clan is now in control of Konoha. We must exercise caution. You are our last hope." Tsunade rubbed her forehead, exclaiming, "Please do not place such a monumental responsibility upon me. I am no longer capable of battle. I can merely assist in contacting Mount Myaboku. Are you certain those frogs have the ability to break the Genjutsu that Jiraiya fell victim to?" Indeed, Tsunade had returned specifically for Jiraiya's sake. The third Hokage nodded gravely in response, stating, "According to the ancient texts we have uncovered, Mount Myaboku should possess that capability. It is said that the great sage of Mount Myaboku was a powerful figure from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, who once entrusted Jiraiya with an important mission. I believe that if we convey this information to Mount Myaboku, they will indeed find a way to unravel the Genjutsu ensnaring Jiraiya." After pondering for a moment and recalling Jiraiya's broad silhouette, Tsunade finally relented, saying, "Very well. For Jiraiya's sake, I will assist you this once." Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, bit her finger, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. With a burst of white mist, a small blue and white slug materialized upon the table. It raised its head, joyfully exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, you have summoned me once more. I have missed you dearly." Tsunade smiled gently, stroking the slug's body. Ever since she had summoned the fearsome bloodline, she had scarcely employed even the simplest of summoning techniques. Were it not for Jiraiya, she would never have resorted to calling forth the slug. Tsunade placed the slug upon her hand and spoke, "Slug, I have summoned you this time in hopes that you can assist me. Are you able to establish contact with the Toad clan of MT Myaboku?" "Indeed. There exists a means of communication between the three great sanctuaries. I can facilitate the connection," the slug replied, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from all present. The third Hokage, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Then I kindly request that you contact them immediately. Inform them that Jiraiya is in grave trouble and we require the aid of the great sage Toad." "Understood," the slug nodded, and in a burst of white mist, vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, it reappeared, summoned once more by Tsunade, carrying a peculiar scroll. The slug raised the scroll it bore and announced, "The great sage Toad has been waiting for you. He possesses a method to save Jiraiya. This is a specially crafted reverse summoning scroll, which will allow one of you to journey to MT Myaboku." The third Hokage reverently accepted the scroll, bowing deeply to the slug. "Thank you, esteemed slug sage. The village hidden in the leaves shall never forget your assistance." After a moment of contemplation, he handed the scroll to Tsunade, stating, "Tsunade, the mission to MT Myaboku is entrusted to you. You must meet the great sage Toad and implore him to aid Jiraiya. Rest assured, I have returned for this very purpose." Without hesitation, Tsunade took the scroll and unfurled it. An extraordinary force enveloped her, and in an instant, she vanished. MT Myaboku. a sacred place revered alongside the wet-bone forest and the dragon cave, is inhabited by various toads and possesses a cultivation system entirely distinct from that of ninjas. Harnessing a power known as sage art, Tsunade was transported directly to the depths of a temple within MT Mayaboku through the reverse summoning technique. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a colossal orange toad. This venerable creature, adorned with a necklace of prayer beads featuring a light purple cat's eye stone inscribed with a black character, appeared ancient and weary. Tsunade recognized this toad as the legendary Great Sage Toad, Fukasaku. Greetings, Great Sage Toad. I am Tsunade of the Hidden Leaf, and I have heard that you possess the means to dispel Jiraiya's illusion. Tsunade addressed him with utmost reverence, kneeling on one knee and awaiting his guidance. She understood that this ancient sage, having existed for millennia, wielded power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. Before him, she was but a mere descendant. At long last, the Great Sage Toad murmured, then suddenly expressed confusion. Who are you, may I ask? Huh? Tsunade was taken aback. Did I not just introduce myself? The sage beside him, Shima, whispered, Elder, this is Tsunade, the heir from the wet-bone forest. You mentioned seeing her in a dream, did you not? Oh yes indeed. How could I forget? What a lovely young lady, the Great Sage Toad exclaimed, his face lighting up in realization. The sage of Jima, exasperated, rebuked, truly. You have become quite muddled. You just handed over the reverse summoning scroll, and yet, you persist with this charade. Haven't you heard that young Jiraiya is in trouble? He directed a scathing tirade at the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage, no longer feigning ignorance, opened his murky eyes and replied, Let us get straight to the point. There is indeed a method to save Jiraiya. At Mayaboku Mountain, we possess two sacred treasures, the Sage's Seal and the Sage's Soul. The former can heal all physical injuries, while the latter can eradicate all negative mental effects. I bestowed the Sage's Seal upon an old friend a millennium ago, but the Sage's Soul has been preserved to this day. With this soul, Jiraiya can regain his true self. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression brightened, and she exclaimed, Is that truly the case? Jima, unable to contain himself, interjected, Why did you not mention this sooner? We could simply summon young Jiraiya back using the Sage's Soul. Having trained alongside Jiraiya for years at Mayaboku Mountain, Shinzaku and Jima regarded him as their own kin. Naturally, they felt a profound concern upon learning that he was under the influence of an illusion. It's not that I oppose this course of action. Rather, the sage's soul will evoke the most primal desires buried deep within one's psyche. Only by allowing him to fulfill his innermost wish can he truly recover. The Great Toad Sage explained, casting a gaze towards Tsunade. What kind of wish might that be? Tsunade promptly inquired. The Great Toad Sage smiled knowingly. It is a matter of the most fundamental nature between living beings. It is something only you can accomplish, Tsunade. At that moment, even the slowest of minds could grasp the implications of the sage's words. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she found herself at a loss for words. Even Shinzaku and Jima turned their heads away, feeling the weight of such a delicate situation. I am willing to beseech the two sages to summon Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice was barely audible. The Great Toad Sage chuckled as he produced a talisman, handing it to Shinzaku. Once summoned, immediately place this talisman upon Jiraiya's forehead. And then you may withdraw. Understood, Elder, Shinzaku replied cautiously as he accepted the talisman, leading Tsunade to an empty chamber. Within the room, Shinzaku retrieved a scroll and formed several seals. Reverse summoning technique. With a burst of white smoke, Jiraiya, located far away at the Uchiha clan, was summoned to Mayaboku Mountain. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shinzaku had already affixed the sage's soul talisman to Jiraiya's forehead, accompanied by a blinding green light. Jiraiya clutched his head in agony as his breathing became labored and his complexion flushed scarlet. Jima, recognizing the activation of the sage's soul, coughed lightly. Now that the task is complete, let us take our leave. Oh right, then it falls upon you, Tsunade, the Great Toad Sage remarked with a smile. After Shinsaku's words, his face flushed, and he swiftly exited the room. Tsunade cast a complex glance at Jiraiya, then approached him and embraced him tightly, alleviating the pain that had etched itself on his face. Allow me to rescue you this time, Tsunade whispered softly, and then unfastened the buttons of her garment. The night swiftly passed. Jiraiya, bare-chested and half-seated on the edge of the bed, bore an expression of profound embarrassment and guilt, as his enchantment had been lifted. Tsunade. About last night. Jiraiya stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Tsunade, reclining on the bed and tightly covering herself with the blanket, murmured, "You needn't say anything." I consented willingly. "Don't dwell on it too much. You should express your gratitude to the great sage Toad." Jiraiya had always heeded Tsunade's words, and he sluggishly rose to approach the door. Just as he was about to close it, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Tsunade, rest assured. I will take responsibility for what happened yesterday." With that, he vanished in a hurry. Beneath the blanket, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. "Isn't that obvious? Of course, you must take responsibility. Great Sage Toad, thank you for aiding me in breaking free from the control of the Jinjutsu." Jiraiya knelt before the Great Sage Toad. The Great Sage Toad shook his head slowly, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. Liberating you from the illusion was a duty I had to fulfill. Jiraiya, the future I foresaw has undergone a significant alteration. The prophesied child has vanished. I foresee a dreadful calamity approaching the entire ninja world." The Great Sage Toad's tone revealed a grave seriousness for the first time. Jiraiya inquired solemnly, "Is it due to Uchiha Ryumi?" The Great Sage Toad nodded slowly, "Indeed. I caught a hazy glimpse of his figure in my dreams. He will bring immense disaster to the ninja realm. I witnessed him slaughtering the ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages amidst the flames of war, spreading turmoil across the entire world." Jiraiya's expression shifted, and he responded earnestly, "Great Sage Toad, I will certainly stop him. Please allow Shinsaku and Shima to accompany me back to Konoha. In sage mode, I shall eliminate him in his cradle." The Great Sage Toad's voice echoed through the temple, "Go forth. The future of the ninja world rests in your hands." Time swiftly passed, and a little over half a month had elapsed. The sky was overcast, and the spring rain fell softly, enveloping the entire Konoha village in a veil of mist. Ryumi and his companions finally returned to Konoha from the land of rice. "Konoha, I never imagined I would return in such a manner," Orochimaru mused, gazing pensively towards the village. Ryumi chuckled lightly, "Your old friend Jiraiya is here as well. I believe he would be quite pleased to see you." Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Orochimaru scoffed, "That is not necessarily the case. People do change." Ryumi remained non-committal on the matter, but he knew that Jiraiya had been searching for Orochimaru all along. "All right, let us descend swiftly. It has been far too long since I last beheld my brother, and I yearn to showcase the fruits of my training." Sasuke clenched his fists, gesturing defiantly. Hinata, her face alight with hope, chimed in, "Long Ming, I too find myself missing Niji and my sister." "Then let us proceed," Long Ming said, gently taking Hinata's delicate hand, guiding the group towards Konoha. Though it was not their first time holding hands, Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. At the gates of Konoha, a multitude of ninjas had already gathered. Among them were Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma, Kakashi, and others. In addition, the leaders of the Shimura, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans were also present. Upon spotting Long Ming, Uchiha Fugaku approached with warmth. "Long Ming, you have finally returned. Your negotiations with the Land of Fire have greatly benefited our village. I must reward you handsomely." Long Ming smiled leisurely, replying, "You flatter me, clan leader. But where is Itachi?" "Ah, he has been quite busy attending to clan matters, so it is just me here," Fugaku explained, his demeanor unchanged. Long Ming, unfazed, then brought forth Orochimaru, saying, "Clan leader, this is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya. He has agreed to join the Uchiha clan, and I hope the village can lift the bounty on him as a rogue ninja." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Orochimaru's name resonated throughout the ninja world. As one of the Sannin, his reputation was formidable. He had contributed immensely during the Second Shinobi World War, vanquishing countless elite ninjas from enemy nations. It was safe to say that nearly everyone in Konoha recognized this infamous S-rank rogue ninja. Rumor had it that when Orochimaru defected from the village, even Jiraiya, another Sannin, could not persuade him to return. Who would have imagined that Long Ming could bring him back to Konoha? The expressions of those behind Fugaku turned grave, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose aged visage tightened with concern. "Indeed, it is Orochimaru. It has been quite a while." Fugaku's tone became oddly hesitant, as if overwhelmed with emotion. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Fifth Hokage, I believe we do not share much of an acquaintance. Your enthusiasm is rather unexpected." "Oh, how rude of me. It is merely that our village welcomes back another Sannin, and I am a bit overwhelmed." "Long Ming, Let us be off. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. Fugaku quickly changed the subject, reaching out toward Long Ming. A sense of unease washed over Long Ming as he observed the gathering. Aside from Fugaku, no one else from the Uchiha clan was present. The Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara clans had also sent no representatives. Conversely, the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inazuka clans appeared rather zealous, with many members in attendance. As Fugaku's hand neared Long Ming, an instinctive wave of danger enveloped him. Without hesitation, Long Ming swiftly pushed Hinata away from his side. Subsequently, he intended to initiate an unyielding defense. However, it was already too late. The assailant's speed surpassed his expectations, reaching at least a level beyond shadow. At the moment Dragon Ming pushed Hinata aside, a terrifying surge of Sage Chakra erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's shadow. Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan, accompanied by a low growl, Jiraiya, transformed into Sage form, soared forth from Fugaku's shadow. In that instant, Jiraiya exuded an overwhelming aura, his chakra vast as an endless ocean. Perched upon his shoulders were the two sages from Mount Myaboku. With his right hand, Jiraiya conjured an enormous Rasengan and, with a speed that defied the senses, unleashed it directly upon Dragon Ming's body. Dragon Ming and Hinata were struck with shock. The high-density chakra sphere instantaneously obliterated Dragon Ming's attire, subsequently propelling him several hundred meters away. With a resounding crash, Dragon Ming collided against a distant hill, the crumbling stones burying him beneath their weight. Had he succeeded? Lord Jiraiya had struck him. The fellow didn't even have time to employ that ocular technique. He was undoubtedly doomed. This was the true power of Lord Jiraiya, ferocious beyond compare. The good days for the Uchiha clan had come to an end. Observing Jiraiya's supermassive Rasengan send Dragon Ming flying, the onlookers erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Orochimaru, with a somber expression, scrutinized Jiraiya and remarked coldly, "I wondered why Fugaku carried a sense of familiarity. It is indeed you, Jiraiya? It's been quite a while. Long time no see, Orochimaru. I know not your reasons for associating with Dragon Ming, but everything is over now. I have no desire to be your enemy. I hope you comprehend." Jiraiya's countenance was grave, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The aura of his sage form swept across the battlefield like a tempest. Over? Orochimaru's expression suddenly morphed into something peculiar, followed by a mocking tone. "Jiraiya, after all these years, you remain as naive as ever, delightfully foolish. You do not truly believe that mere blow could vanquish Lord Dragon Ming, do you?" Jiraiya's heart sank, and he quickly turned his gaze towards the distant mound that had concealed Dragon Ming, but it remained utterly still. Jiraiya retorted with a smile, "Orochimaru, are you merely bluffing? My supermassive Rasengan possesses power dozens of times greater than a standard Rasengan. He did not employ his ocular technique for defense. Even if he survives, he must have lost his combat capability." Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya with the eyes of one observing a simpleton, rubbing his forehead as he replied, "If Lord Dragon Ming could be so easily dispatched, do you really think I would have been drawn back to Konoha by him?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression stiffened. With a sudden crash, Dragon Ming emerged from the shattered stones, his chest soaked in blood, yet his demeanor was vibrant, entirely unreflective of an injured individual. "Oh, my apologies for the delay. I was contemplating how you managed to bypass the Kodo Amatsukami." Dragon Ming's form flickered and returned to his original position. A gaping wound marred Dragon Ming's chest, the result of Jiraiya's recent strike. However, under the might of his formidable Ashura physique, the wound healed at an astonishing rate. Even the faintest scar is nowhere to be seen, as if he has never been injured at all. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. What kind of monstrous physique is this? Such terrifying regenerative capabilities without the need for seals. If medical ninjas were to witness this scene, they would likely feel so ashamed they would wish to find a hole to hide in. It is truly a medical marvel. The two sages upon Jiraiya's shoulders wore grave expressions. Sage Fukasaku spoke solemnly. "Young Jiraiya, this boy is even more extraordinary than your reports suggested. His body is brimming with formidable vitality. I suspect that if we do not strike him down in one decisive blow, he shall recover swiftly." Sage Shima furrowed her brow and remarked, "Does that mean he could rival the legendary ninja god? This complicates matters. Regardless, we must stop him here." Altering the prophecy of the great sage of the toads, Jiraiya stated with a serious tone. "The prophecy of the great sage of the toads?" Long Ming furrowed his brow. "Jiraiya, not one to conceal information, replied directly. According to the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads, you will incite a massive war in the ninja world, slaughtering ninjas from the other 4 great nations. The great sage of the Toads released the technique of the heavenly reversal to enable me to stop you. So the heavenly reversal was indeed unleashed by the great sage of the Toads. What a meddlesome fellow. Do you truly believe such a prophecy? Long Ming scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction with the toad that constantly interferes with the development of the ninja world. From Kagaya's sealing to Black Zetsu's rescue of his mother, and then to Naruto and Sasuke's joint sealing of Kagaya, the grand events of the ninja world have all been influenced by the toad. To call him the true boss would not be an exaggeration. Jiraiya answered with unwavering conviction, of course I believe it. The great sage of the Toads is the sage of the ninja world. Everything he does is to prevent war and bring peace to the ninja realm. Long Ming shook his head and said, you are mistaken. The great sage of the Toads is not concerned with preventing war. He is motivated solely by his own interests. Does a toad care about the lives lost among humanity? Would you typically concern yourself with the fate of ants? Jiraiya paused, instinctively asking, what do you mean by that? A faint smile appeared on Long Ming's lips as he pointed to the 2 sages and said, Mangekyō Mountain, as one of the 3 sacred heritage sites, possesses means to cultivate sage arts with an abundance of natural energy, a true treasure of geomancy. But have you ever pondered why the people of the 5 great nations have not sought out such a splendid place? Just as Jiraiya was about to respond, considering the mountain's hidden location, he quickly realized that even a nation's full might could uncover it, regardless of concealment. Jiraiya fell into contemplation, and Long Ming directly hinted, this is undoubtedly because the ninja world has yet to unify. The 5 nations are always on guard against one another. They lack the energy to seek out these sacred sites. And this is precisely what the great sage of the Toads desires. He does not wish for a significant war in the ninja world, for if one side were to emerge victorious and unify the ninja realm, the next unfortunate target would undoubtedly be Mangekyō Mountain. Thus, the Toad has repeatedly issued prophecies under the guise of preventing war, deceiving individuals like you into serving him. Long Ming's words were sharp and direct, causing a cold sweat to break out on Jiraiya's brow. This is mere sophistry. Are you suggesting that advocating for peace is wrong, while promoting war is right? Jiraiya retorted defiantly. Of course, without the unification of the ninja world, how can there be peace? Long Ming replied without a moment's hesitation. One day, I will lead the Uchiha clan to conquer vast territories and establish a grander nation upon them. This unreserved response darkened Jiraiya's expression. Jiraiya, do not mistake this for jest. Long Ming remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do you know how many years the clans of the Land of Fire waged war before unification? Hundreds of years. It was only after the Senju clan triumphed, defeating the Uchiha and uniting all clans within, that the prolonged century of conflict came to an end and villages were established. You can envision the current 5 great nations as the disparate clans of that tumultuous era. Only by reuniting these great nations can we truly usher in peace. Jiraiya's resolve wavered. Long Ming's words struck deeply, compelling him to ponder seriously. Little Jiraiya, do not be swayed by his rhetoric. This imp is spouting nonsense. Sage Shima intoned gravely. Indeed, while the old man may seem a bit muddled, you should recognize he is not malevolent. Sage Fukasaku similarly cautioned. The words of the 2 sages temporarily restored Jiraiya's focus. He chose to dismiss Long Ming's assertions and resolved to defeat him first. Observing Jiraiya's stubbornness, Long Ming sighed. Those not of my clan harbor differing intentions. You cannot even grasp such a simple truth, Jiraiya. Nevertheless, Long Ming felt he had spoken enough. Since Jiraiya was set in his ways, they would have to settle this through combat. Just as both sides prepared for confrontation, the leader of the Senju clan suddenly stepped forward, coldly regarding Long Ming. Long Ming, you might as well surrender. All Uchiha have been captured. If you dare resist any further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I now command you to kneel and confess. Otherwise, we shall first execute your sister, then Itachi, and that damned Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The leader's words plunged the atmosphere into frigid tension. You dare threaten me? Long Ming's gaze sharpened, a fierce killing intent radiating unabashedly from him. He stepped forward, his form transforming into a blur as he appeared before the Senju leader. Why, you little beast? What do you intend to do? The clan leader's complexion paled. Long Ming's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. I want you dead. Long Ming clenched his right hand, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra. This was a skill of the Senju clan, precisely controlling chakra and concentrating it into a powerful blast capable of easily piercing rock, a manifestation of monstrous strength. As a descendant of Ashura, Long Ming naturally wielded this formidable power after acquiring the Ashura body. With an infinite surge of power propelling him, he unleashed a punch of unparalleled speed coupled with absolute strength, capable of shattering a small mountain. With a resounding thud, the blow struck home, and the clan leader of the Shimura family was instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, devoid of even a final scream, meeting his demise on the spot. The spectators were profoundly shaken, their hearts gripped by terror, and they hastily retreated to maintain a safe distance from Long Ming. Wiping the blood from his face, Long Ming spoke slowly, "Should any harm befall my kin, the rest of you shall meet the same grim fate." The faces of the members from the Oil Woman and several other clans paled considerably. Long Ming's ruthlessness made them subtly regret aligning with the third Hokage. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, also wore a grim expression. Long Ming's brutal display had effectively extinguished the combat spirit of more than half the assembly. Now, he could rely only on himself. "Two sages, I require your assistance," Jiraiya declared, adopting a combat stance. "Fear not, young Jiraiya, we have long been prepared," they replied in unison. "Together, let us subdue him." With that, both Toad sages inhaled deeply. Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. One sage utilized wind release while the other employed fire release, as Jiraiya expelled oil, executing a formidable ninjutsu born from the fusion of their 3 techniques. This technique was capable of incinerating everything in its path, theoretically devouring all tangible matter. A torrent of flaming oil surged toward Long Ming, consuming everything along its trajectory, the intense heat causing all watching ninjas to sweat profusely. Long Ming raised his palm, employing an infinite protective barrier extending at least 1,000 meters around him. Upon collision, the heated oil slowed to an almost standstill, as if frozen in time. Long Ming stood boldly amidst the flaming oil, untouched even at the edges of his garments. "It seems this technique will not suffice, old man," the sage of Jima remarked solemnly. "Then let us try another." The sage of Shinsaku ceased his fire release, forming hand seals. Long Ming clasped his hands together, scoffing, "In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to return the favor." Skipping the hand seal stage, he joined his hands, summoning forth with ease. A chilling hum reverberated as an overwhelming chakra fluctuation emanated from Long Ming. Wood release secret technique, birth of the wood realm. Accompanied by a low shout, the entire battlefield trembled, fissures sprawling across the ground. In the astonished gaze of countless ninjas, colossal trees, intricately intertwined, erupted from the earth, advancing toward Jiraiya with an unstoppable force. The torrent of hot oil cascaded into the cracks. Although some ignited the trees, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This is the legendary wood release. How could Long Ming wield such power? Could he be a descendant of the Senju clan? Gasps of astonishment echoed from within the Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya crouched low, nimbly evading the onslaught of the wood realm's emergence. I never anticipated he had concealed such depths, possessing even the bloodline limit of wood release. Shinyu Senin spoke in a deep voice. "Little Jiraiya, we must devise a way to counterattack, summon those youngsters, and have them create opportunities for us." "Understood," Jiraiya replied solemnly, promptly biting his finger. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 thunderous sounds, the 3 brothers of the Toad clan from Myobokuzen descended onto the battlefield. Observing the vast expanse of trees beneath them, Toad Bunta complained, "Honestly, Jiraiya, why is it that every time you summon me, I face such troublesome opponents?" "Now is not the time for complaints," Sage Shima chastised. "Focus your energy on dealing with the adversary before you, and hold him off for us." Upon seeing Sage Shima, Toad Bunta's earlier grievances vanished. Glancing at Ryumi, he confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, you need not intervene. This fellow is in the capable hands of my brothers and me." With that, Toad Bunta unsheathed the broken blade from his waist. "Toad Kawaguchi, Toad Ken, join me," he bellowed, charging ahead. The 3 formidable figures surged toward Ryumi's position. Secret technique, Toad Short Blade Slash. Secret technique, Toad Twin Blade Slash. Secret technique, Toad Trident. The 3 Toads employed their unique skills, launching a multifaceted assault on Ryumi. Interesting indeed. Ryumi remarked with a smile, clasping his hands together as chakra surged wildly into the forest beneath him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Boom. The ground trembled once more. The towering trees beneath them transformed, sprouting several massive wooden dragons adorned with menacing hooks and spikes. These wooden dragons exuded an imposing aura. Their golden eyes fixated intently on the advancing toads. Seize them, Ryumi commanded. The 3 wooden dragons roared in response to the order and charged toward Toad Bunta. What in the world is that? Toad Bunta exclaimed, his demeanor shifting as he confronted the oncoming wooden dragons. He opened his mouth and unleashed several large water balls. Water release, iron cannonball. Thud, thud. The heavy sounds echoed through the sky. Although the wooden dragons were struck directly, they sustained no damage aside from becoming slightly damp. Toad Bunta was taken aback. He swung his short blade toward the dragon's head, but to his astonishment, the seemingly massive wooden dragon exhibited remarkable agility, evading the strike effortlessly. With a swift rotation, the wooden dragon ensnared Toad Bunta's considerable form, its barbed spikes piercing his body, causing him to grimace in pain. As he hacked at the dragon's head with his blade, he cursed, "What on earth is this thing? Why is it so tough? Let me go, you fiend." Cease your struggles. The binding strength of the wooden dragon is formidable, and you cannot escape. Moreover, it will continuously absorb your chakra, so conserve your energy, Ryumi remarked calmly. This wood dragon technique has once subdued the Nine Tails. If even the Nine Tails could not break free, how could you, Toad Bunta? Indeed, it wasn't long before Toad Bunta's energy began to wane. The chakra coursing through him is incessantly absorbed into the body of the wooden dragon. The other 2 toads share a similarly dismal fate. Before they could even showcase their prowess, they were firmly ensnared by the wooden dragon conjured by Long Ming. Their chakra relentlessly siphoned away. The Leaf Village ninjas observing this spectacle were utterly astonished. They understood that it was not the weakness of the toads, but the overwhelming strength of their adversary. Among those present, a staggering 80% were inferior even to those 3 toads. With a resounding thud, as the chakra was nearly depleted, the 3 brothers of the Toad clan were compelled to terminate their summoning technique, returning to Mount Myaboku. The rapid resolution of Winta's predicament astounded Sage Shinzaku. As a high-ranking figure of Mount Myaboku, with centuries of existence, he was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by the 3 brothers. Even some tailed beasts could match their combined strength. Yet Long Ming had dispatched them with such ease, an outcome he had never anticipated. Do not worry, old man. Our preparations are complete. Let us commence, Sage Shima said gravely. Shinzaku nodded in agreement, and both sages inhaled deeply, their cheeks puffing out as they began to chant a series of bizarre syllables. A terrifying amalgamation of chakra and natural energy surged wildly into the bodies of the 2 sages, warping the surrounding space. This was the ultimate illusion technique hailed as the most formidable of Mount Myaboku, the enchanting toad's prelude. When 2 or more toads harmonize their song, an exquisite melody emerges. Should the enemy hear this melody, they would be lured into a realm of illusion that binds the spirit, rendering them immobile and at the mercy of their captors. Is this truly the extent of the power wielded by the 2 sages of Mount Myaboku? It is terrifying. The very fabric of space is contorting. Thankfully, it is not directed at us, or we would likely lack the capacity to resist. As they beheld the sage arts unleashed by the 2 sages, the ninjas of the Leaf Village wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their confidence in Jiraiya rekindled. The sound waves could only permeate a limited space. Long Ming extended his arm, invoking infinity, preparing to withstand the toad's chant. The sound waves were obstructed within the confines of Long Ming's aura. However, as the melody intensified, the stones surrounding Long Ming shattered under the pressure, and the protective barrier exhibited subtle distortions. With a soft crack, Long Ming's infinity was, for the first time, breached, not by a single foe, but by the combined might of 2 toads. At the moment he heard the toad sing, Long Ming felt his consciousness being drawn into another realm. When he regained his senses, he found himself ensconced within a confined, square, gray barrier. Towering toads, inscribed with the words "Immovable King of Hell," encircled him. Jiraiya stood at the base of the barrier. The illusion capable of warping space is truly formidable. Long Ming surveyed his surroundings, remaining composed despite his predicament. Long Ming, in this space, you are powerless. Your true form is rendered immobile. Should I choose to strike, your demise is inevitable. Jiraiya intoned solemnly. "Oh, then why do you not act?" Long Ming replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he casually seated himself within the confines of the barrier. Jiraiya remained silent, as Long Ming's recent remarks indeed provoked his suspicion regarding the actions of Mangekyō Mountain. The tides of the world are destined to unite after a long division and to divide after a long unity. Yet, the great Toad Sage persistently intervenes in the development of the ninja realm according to his own will. To claim that he seeks nothing in return is indeed a hard assertion for others to believe. Your words are irrefutable, having traveled through the ninja world for several years. I have encountered many discontented with war, yet lacking the courage to alter this world. In comparison, you at least possess sufficient audacity, Jiraiya spoke solemnly, observing Jiraiya's gradual enlightenment. A faint smile crept upon Long Ming's lips. You have misjudged one thing. My sole objective is to elevate the Uchiha to the pinnacle of the ninja world, while altering the world is merely a secondary endeavor. The expressions of the two sages darkened. Was he so brazen as to belittle their efforts? Changing the world was simply a trivial task? How audacious of you, a mere child trapped by us, to utter such grandiose claims. With a mere flick of our fingers, your life could be extinguished. Sage Shima narrowed her eyes and remarked. Due to Long Ming's continuous provocation of the relationship between Jiraiya and Mangekyō Mountain, Sage Shima's demeanor towards him was notably unfriendly. Long Ming cast a dismissive glance at Sage Shima, retorting, "Do you truly believe such trifling jinjutsu can control me?" Trifling jinjutsu? Jiraiya and the two sages' expressions shifted. Since its inception, this technique had been revered by Mangekyō Mountain as a legacy of sage arts. While immensely powerful, its training requirements were exceedingly stringent, thus it garnered a high reputation. Yet, in Long Ming's mouth, it had been reduced to mere trifles. Sage Fukasaku coldly asserted, "The mightiest jinjutsu of Mangekyō Mountain is not something you, a mere child skilled only in verbal sparring, can casually defile. If you truly possess the ability, then break this jinjutsu and show us." "Oh, and what if I truly manage to break this jinjutsu?" Long Ming crossed his arms, inquiring with palpable interest. Sage Fukasaku paused momentarily before mockingly responding. "If you can indeed unravel our ultimate jinjutsu, we shall concede on the spot and leave your fate to your discretion. Then prepare to witness the power of the Uchiha." Long Ming rose from the barrier. Any jinjutsu fundamentally embodies a manifestation of mental prowess, belonging to the realm of in release. The effectiveness of jinjutsu counteraction hinges upon the strength of both parties' in release. Indra's chakra epitomizes the pinnacle of in release. Even the two sages of Mangekyō Mountain fall short of Indra's might. Thus, attempting to control Long Ming with the magical toad song is nothing short of a fool's errand. Buzz. Long Ming's eyes began to glow a deep crimson, the three tomo within intertwining to form an enigmatic six-pointed star. Susanoo, accompanied by a colossal surge of chakra. A massive black skeletal frame enveloped Long Ming's body, with the burgeoning Susanoo effortlessly shattering the barrier that confined him. And this was merely the beginning. The skeletal frame sprouted tendons and flesh, cloaked in a layer of chakra, as the lower body and legs materialized completely. This is the fourth form of Susanoo, a state that exists between its second form and its complete manifestation. While retaining the balance and all the abilities of the second form, it also boasts remarkable agility, compensating for the defensive gaps that were previously present. The body of Long Ming resides within the head of Susanoo. Feeling the immense power of Susanoo, which is now several times stronger than before, Jiraiya could not help but tremble. Not just Jiraiya, even the two sages beside him wore expressions of utter astonishment. Could this be real? How could this young boy achieve such a feat? The magical toad chant is the ultimate illusion technique. Once ensnared, there should be no escape from its binding barrier, murmured Sage Fukasaku, clearly shaken in his worldview. Long Ming looked down at the two sages with a calm demeanor and remarked, "The times have changed. You too, like frogs at the bottom of a well, may not have witnessed it, but that does not mean no one can break it. Every technique has its weaknesses, and the weakness of this one is me, Uchiha Long Ming." With that, Susanoo reached into the void and, without warning, a double-edged sword materialized in his hand. Long Ming unleashed a torrent of chakra into the sword, causing it to swell to an enormous size, nearly encompassing half of Susanoo's form. Yet that was not enough. He further imbued the sword with the black flames of Amaterasu, enhancing its potency. and brought it down fiercely upon the four colossal toads surrounding him. With a whoosh, the massive blade of energy, infused with black flames, hurtled towards the four toads at a breathtaking speed. This simple strike from Long Ming caused the very fabric of the illusionary realm to fracture. "Quick, defend!" Sage Shima exclaimed, paling at the sight of Long Ming's unleashed fury, as both sages hastily formed seals. The four gigantic toads raised their short swords to block in front of themselves. However, such a fragile defense stood no chance against Long Ming's overwhelming assault. With a resonant clang, the short swords shattered, and the four immense toads were cleaved in half. A torrent of blood spraying forth and staining the surrounding area crimson. With the demise of the four toads, the entire space suddenly erupted with cracks resembling a spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. These colossal toads were the guardians of this illusionary world. Their death signified the impending collapse of the entire realm. He truly has broken the toad chant. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt as though he had encountered a ghost. This was a confined mental space, where logically, Long Ming should have been incapable of retaliation. Yet he not only escaped the binding barrier, but also annihilated the four guardian toads, shattering this illusionary world. This is utterly preposterous. In reality, Long Ming opened his eyes once more. As the illusion was dispelled, the two sages of Mangekyō Mountain coughed blood, their faces etched with disbelief. Jiraiya stared at Long Ming in a daze, acutely aware that he had lost. The magical toad chant was Jiraiya's most formidable strike in sage mode. With it so effortlessly countered by Long Ming, further combat became unnecessary. "You have won." After a moment of silence, Jiraiya took a deep breath, his expression laden with complexity, and said, "I am no match for you. Dispose of me as you see fit. However, I implore you not to make things difficult for the two sages." With that, Jiraiya voluntarily exited sage mode. The expressions of the two sages darkened to an extreme as Jiraiya relinquished sage mode. They understood that they were utterly devoid of any chance. Long Ming's form flickered and appeared before the two sages, startling them. If Long Ming harbored any murderous intent, they feared they would not even have the opportunity to conclude the summoning and return to Mangekyō Mountain. Yet, Long Ming refrained from striking. Instead, he cast a cold glance at the two sages and declared, "Return and inform Gamamaru not to meddle recklessly in the realm of ninjas, or I shall personally seek him out at Mangekyō Mountain to settle the score." With that, he pressed his hand forcefully upon Jiraiya, abruptly severing the chakra connection of the summoning. Boom, boom. The two sages erupted into a cloud of white mist and vanished from sight. "With you in Konoha, I truly cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse," Jiraiya mused with a sigh, reflecting on the formidable and domineering presence of Long Ming. "For Konoha, it is a blessing. For the ninja world, perhaps it is a curse." Long Ming spoke with indifference, then turned his gaze toward the watching ninjas in the distance. A flicker of coldness in his eyes as he warned, "Not a single one involved in the confrontation against the Uchiha clan shall be spared, including you. Prepare yourself mentally." Jiraiya nodded bitterly, then followed Long Ming as they made their way toward Konoha. The expressions of the onlookers were grim, with some already feeling their legs weaken. Long Ming's overwhelming would release instilled no thoughts of resistance in their hearts. He first approached Fugaku, who had just been manipulated by Jiraiya's summoning technique, but was now back to normal. "Long Ming, once again, I owe you my gratitude. Fortunately, you returned in time. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have faced utter devastation." Fugaku spoke with an undertone of dread. Long Ming reassured him, "It is all over now. What of the others? How are my sister and Naruto?" Fugaku hesitated for a moment, then replied, "They are currently imprisoned in Konoha's dungeon. Your sister is fine, but Naruto and Itachi sustained some injuries during the battle." "Is that so?" Long Ming's eyes narrowed, and his sharp gaze swept across the assembled Konoha ninjas. Many of them felt uneasy, averting their eyes when they met Long Ming's gaze. Upon encountering the third Hokage, Long Ming scoffed, saying, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems your cunning knows no bounds. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by you." The expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted, and he gritted his teeth, responding, "Indeed. However, I have no regrets. Everything I did was for the sake of Konoha." Slap. In a flash, Long Ming struck Sarutobi Hiruzen across the face, the sheer force sending him crashing into the wall. Unable to extricate himself from the impact, Long Ming clapped his hands and remarked, "Nichiraku, you merely speak of your dedication to Konoha, yet during your tenure as leader, How many genuine contributions have you made to the village? Instead, your relentless oppression of the clans has persisted. Meanwhile, my recent endeavors have brought back 5 times the operational funds for Konoha. Deep down, do you not recognize who truly acts in the interest of the village? Upon hearing this, a chorus of Konoha ninjas began to murmur in agreement. It seemed plausible. Was it not true that the Hyuga clan member had been compelled by the third Hokage to make such sacrifices? A staggering 100 billion ryo. Long Ming's capabilities were indeed remarkable. Indeed, we have never been so assertive with the Land of Fire. The third Hokage has always been submissive, often allowing the daimyo to overstep boundaries. I recall when the daimyo visited recently, his demeanor was exceedingly courteous, and he brought an abundance of gifts. It appears that Long Ming has made significant contributions to Konoha after all. Trapped within the walls, Sarutobi Nichiraku, upon hearing these remarks, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from rage. After Long Ming arranged for his removal, he was unceremoniously thrown into Konoha's dungeons. The other clan leaders, witnessing Sarutobi Nichiraku's downfall, quickly chose not to share in his misfortune, opting instead to submit. However, Long Ming paid them no mind. Every ninja involved in this incident was held accountable, with the Shimura clan, who had been the most aggressive, facing total annihilation at Long Ming's hands. The remaining clan ninjas were all imprisoned in Konoha's dungeons, and their family assets were confiscated. Long Ming released all imprisoned Uchiha clan members, as well as those from the Hinata and other families under surveillance. The reins of power in Konoha returned once more to the Uchiha. In the year 57 of Konoha, Long Ming's imprisonment of nearly a third of the clan ninjas and the obliteration of the Shimura clan quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Particularly noteworthy was the revelation of Long Ming's mastery of wood release, transforming vast expanses of land into a sea of trees. The entire ninja world was shaken. It is essential to note that the legend of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, has long been celebrated across the ninja realm. His might is an undisputed truth within the community. Since Hashirama's demise, Konoha had not seen another wielder of powerful wood release. This absence had provided relief to the other 4 great nations, for if another individual of Hashirama's caliber were to arise, they would face centuries of subjugation. Initially believed to be a lost art, the resurgence of wood release today has led some to discreetly refer to Long Ming as the next god of shinobi. Such news has stirred unease among the 4 great nations, yet others perceived an opportunity within this turmoil. With Konoha diminished by the loss of a clan and a third of its ninjas incarcerated, its overall strength was evidently waning. If war were to be initiated at this juncture, would the weakened Konoha be capable of withstanding the onslaught? In an instant, the various factions within the ninja world began to stir with clandestine ambitions. In Mangekyō, one could hear laughter echoing. What splendid work! Why don't those Konoha fools engage in a civil war to the bitter end? That way, we of Mangekyō could invade the Land of Fire without any hindrance. Raza clutched the intelligence in his hands, laughing maniacally with delight. Naturally, the village closest to the Land of Fire, and thus most prone to conflict, was his own. In the previous 3 great ninja wars, Mangekyō had been embroiled in a fierce rivalry with Konoha, their enmity as profound as the ocean. Chiyo's son, the father of Scorpion, had fallen at the hands of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha. Had it not been for the disappearance of the third Kazekage, which had led to a massive invasion by Mangekyō, Raza would never have considered a truce with the village hidden in the leaves. Licking his lips, Raza felt a rekindled desire for the conquest of the Land of Fire, spurred by the recent events in Konoha. Due to the continued reduction of ninja numbers and funding by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the military strength of Mangekyō had been steadily declining. As the 4th Kazekage, he must devise a path forward for his village. If he could seize land from the Land of Fire, the abundant resources there would undoubtedly secure a life of comfort for the people of Mangekyō. Maki, from this moment forth, the entirety of Mangekyō shall enter a state of full mobilization. I intend to deliver a devastating blow to Konoha. A murderous intent emanated from Raza, unmasked. Maki hesitated and solemnly cautioned Kazekage that Uchiha Ryumi from Konoha is rumored to possess power rivaling that of the god of shinobi. Should we not reconsider? Raza snorted dismissively. Nonsense. Mere exaggerations by the weak. How could a child of no more than 10 possess strength comparable to that of the god of shinobi? Bring him to me. Mangekyō. The thunderous roars echoed through the mountains. Bang! In the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage, A smashed his fist down, shattering the desk into splinters. What nonsense is this about a wood-release ninja? What audacity from those Konoha brats! Have they forgotten which village holds the pinnacle of power in the ninja world? A's chakra erupted violently, overturning the surrounding furniture and tea sets. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, renowned for its swordsmanship and lightning release techniques, as well as its physical combat prowess, Kumogakure indeed had the capital to be audacious. Not only did they possess two-tailed beasts, but they also had perfected methods to train ideal Jinchuriki. Their military strength was currently unmatched among the Great Five. The abduction of Hinata had seen Kumogakure assertively threaten Konoha, showcasing just how formidable they had become. Raikage-sama, please remain calm. According to the intelligence we have gathered, this Uchiha Ryumi is indeed quite formidable. If left unchecked, he could potentially give rise to a new god of shinobi in Konoha. The Raikage's advisor, Mabui, presented a dossier. Not merely a muscle-bound fool. Calmed after reviewing the information. Such a scenario will not come to pass. Kumogakure will not allow Konoha to thrive unchallenged for decades. I will ensure that Konoha experiences the might of the land of lightning. Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, gazed gravely at the intelligence on his desk. Would release. Sea of trees, Susanoo. Unlike other villages, Inoki truly experienced the tumultuous era of the warring states as a ninja. He had witnessed the god of ninjas and the terrifying might of that man. Should Konoha produce a figure akin to Uchiha Madara or even Senju Hashirama, Iwagakure would inevitably find itself beseeching Konoha for peace, remembering the humiliation brought upon him by Uchiha Madara. The third Tsuchikage could not help but tighten his grip on the intelligence reports in his hand. Moreover, the growth potential of Ryumi was exceedingly formidable. Not only did he possess the Sharingan, but he also wielded the original wood release. Was this not tantamount to the fusion of the powers of the god of ninjas and Uchiha Madara? This was intolerable. Konoha must not be allowed to rise again. With a third of their ninjas diminished, now was the opportune moment to strike. A fierce light erupted from the murky eyes of Inoki. In Kirigakure, due to Obito's control over the fourth Mizukage, numerous tyrannies were enacted, plunging the entire village into chaos. It was only when the higher-ups discovered the fourth Mizukage's anomalies and broke the illusion that the reign of tyranny in Kirigakure came to an end. The village did not wish to escalate the matter, and thus concealed it as a secret. Without a Mizukage, Kirigakure was governed by the elder, Genji, who held power equivalent to that of the Mizukage. Important village matters required consultation with this elder. Lord Genji, regarding the recent events on the continent, should we intervene? Aoi inquired softly from the side. The nearby high-ranking officials immediately clamored, we absolutely must take action. It is said that the other 3 great ninja villages are already preparing for war. If they conquer Konoha, our gap with the continent will widen once more. Kirigakure has always remained distant from the continent, which is why we have fallen behind. I believe this is an excellent opportunity for us to assert our dominance over the mainland. Indeed, Konoha is at its weakest in decades. The other 3 great ninja villages will not let this chance slip by. We must act. Seated in a corner, Terumi furrowed her brow, feeling that invading the land of fire was rather precarious. Ryumi's combat prowess was evidently exceptional. If their invasion of the land of fire were to fail, could Kirigakure withstand the ensuing retaliation? However, at this moment, Terumi was not yet the 5th Mizukage, and her words held little weight. Elder Genji's voice emerged. Aged and somber, summon the forces of Kirigakure to continuously monitor the situation on the continent. As soon as the 3 great ninja villages make a move, we shall promptly join the fray and carve up Konoha. Half a month later, led by Kumogakure, Sunigakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure simultaneously issued declarations of war against Konoha. Their stated rationale was a concern for Konoha's internal affairs, claiming that Ryumi's imprisonment of the 3rd Hokage and numerous ninjas was immoral. As allied nations, they could not stand idly by. Thus, they resolved to dispatch troops to attack Konoha. Although the justification was utterly preposterous, the news was explosive. Upon its release, the entire shinobi world erupted in fervor. The 4 great ninja villages were indeed preparing to assault Konoha. Was the 4th great ninja war about to commence? Throughout the annals of history, the simultaneous actions of the 4 great ninja villages have transpired but once. During the first great ninja war that followed the death of Senju Hashirama several decades ago. With Hashirama's passing, The four villages seized the opportunity presented by the leaderless state of Konoha, hastily mobilizing legions of ninjas to invade. Astonishingly, history seems poised to repeat itself after so many years. Regrettably, this time, Konoha lacks a legendary figure akin to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Countless ninjas express their lament, and the populace of the Land of Fire is engulfed in anxiety. After all, Konoha has suffered considerable losses of elite forces due to incessant internal strife. And with the return of Ryumi, nearly half of the clan ninjas have been imprisoned. This represents a devastating blow to the village's combat capabilities. Rumors abound throughout the ninja world, with the majority believing that Konoha is doomed to be annihilated by a coalition of the four great ninja villages. A minority, however, holds the belief that Ryumi possesses genius comparable to the first and fourth Hokages, capable of turning the tide for Konoha. Yet, those who share this sentiment are but a few. After all, Ryumi's rise to fame has been relatively brief, and most of the populace's understanding of him is based on hearsay. Even if we entertain the notion that Ryumi is indeed formidable, he faces insurmountable odds. After all, a single fist struggles against four hands. The sheer number of ninjas from the four villages means that even if they merely stood idle, allowing Ryumi to attack, he would eventually exhaust his chakra and perish. Moreover, with the intent of seizing advantage amidst the chaos, not only the four great villages have mobilized, several smaller nations have dispatched ninjas to partake in the conflict, hoping to gain from this tumultuous war. The fourth great ninja war appears to be on the brink of eruption. At the border of the Land of Water, amidst a vast expanse of forest, the landscape bears the scars of battle, with countless trees laid to waste and the ground marred by severe erosion. Within this ravaged scene stand six figures adorned in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud cloaks, the six paths of pain, led by Nagato. Lying on the ground is the host of the Six Tails, the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, known as Mafu. The capture of the Six Tails is complete. Matters concerning the Three Tails can wait. We must return to the mainland. The ninja world is in disarray, Nagato states blandly. The other five members of Pain nod in agreement. Upon learning of the events transpiring in Konoha and the movements within the ninja world, Nagato was left utterly astounded. Just days prior, he had proclaimed himself a god, asserting that a mere mortal like Ryumi could not possibly oppose his power. Yet, Ryumi swiftly earned the title of god of the ninja world. What a resounding slap to the face. As the five great ninja villages prepare for war, Nagato is compelled to reconsider his strategy. During times of conflict, the management of tailed beasts by the ninja villages becomes exceedingly stringent, often wielding them as weapons of warfare. Thus, it is no longer a simple endeavor for the Akatsuki to achieve their objectives. Nagato sets aside the unconscious Six Tails host and sits down, once again invoking the technique of the shadow clone. As time gradually passes, the phantoms of Akatsuki members begin to materialize around him. You are all aware of the situation, I presume. The plan to collect the tailed beasts has surely encountered significant obstacles. Has anyone succeeded recently? Pain's indifferent gaze swept across the room. Deidara scratched his head and cleared his throat, saying, "Let us not even discuss it. The Jinchuriki of One Tail in the Sand Village is being guarded too stringently. If I wish to capture him, I would have to launch a direct assault on the Sand Village. I've heard that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, is adept in magnetic release and possesses the power to suppress tailed beasts. I truly lack confidence in this endeavor. If Scorpion were present as Deidara's companion, perhaps he would dare to attempt it. Unfortunately, with Kakuzu as a partner, one who solely gathers intelligence and possesses questionable combat abilities, Deidara is reluctant to take risks." Kisame pondered aloud. "My partner Itachi and I managed to capture Two Tails, but we are currently being pursued by the Cloud Village. Eight Tails has now been summoned within the confines of the Cloud Village, making it difficult to approach. For the formidable Kisame and Kakuzu, capturing tailed beasts is not a daunting task. Given sufficient time, even Eight Tails could be subdued. Nearby, Conan reflected, I am with the new member Haiden near the Takigakure. But the strength of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki is considerable. We need to find the right opportunity to strike." Due to the Akatsuki's lack of manpower, Obito had chosen to recruit Haiden earlier than planned. Haiden, dissatisfied with Conan's remarks, interjected, "What do you mean by a suitable opportunity? I say we charge indirectly. Anyone who defies Lord Jashin should be sacrificed." Kakuzu rasped, "What a thoughtless individual you are. I doubt your head would fetch much of a bounty. I truly wonder how you managed to join our organization. Haiden raised an eyebrow, ready to erupt in anger. Silence. Payne's cold voice resonated, bringing a hush over the group. After a moment of contemplation, Payne noted that with the acquisition of 2 tails and 6 tails, the organization had successfully captured 3-tailed beasts. Although they still had a long way to go to reach their goal, they had at least completed 1/3 of it. Payne continued. The 4 great ninja villages are all preparing for war, with heightened vigilance. We must postpone our plan to gather tailed beasts. Kakuzu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Then let us postpone it. I have some bounty tasks to attend to in the Land of Lightning. No, Payne firmly rejected Kakuzu's suggestion, issuing a stern command. You must return immediately to the Land of Fire, as must all those currently engaged in capturing tailed beasts. Why? Didn't you just say to postpone? Kakuzu instinctively frowned. As a man who prioritizes profit, being denied the chance to earn extra money felt more unbearable than death. Payne let out a cold chuckle before clarifying. Postponing does not mean we cease our efforts. Rather, we must await the opportune moment. With the 4 great ninja villages launching an assault on Konoha, we may have the chance to capture the elusive 9 tails. Payne's words sparked intrigue among the group. Kisame hoarsely inquired, Are you suggesting we wait until Konoha falls, and then seize the opportunity to capture 9 tails? Indeed, Payne affirmed. Payne raised his head and spoke indifferently. This time, we shall reap the benefits while the 5 great ninja villages engage in their conflict. Once their battle concludes, it will be the moment for the Akatsuki organization to fulfill its mission. Meanwhile, the village hidden in the leaves had entered a state of utmost vigilance. Fugaka dispatched numerous ninjas daily to scout enemy movements, closely monitoring the actions of the 4 major ninja villages. It must be said that these days, Fugaku was truly troubled, his hair turning white from worry. Currently, the combat strength of the Leaf Village was limited to the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Uchiha clans. The remaining forces had either been annihilated or imprisoned by Ryumi, including some members of the Umbu. Consequently, the Leaf Village's available combat power was exceedingly restricted. Fugaku wished he could split himself in 2 to manage the situation. Reports from the front indicated that 2 squads from the Sand Village had already crossed into the Land of Fire, led by the elite Jonin Maki. Karui from the Cloud Village had also arrived at the border with 5 squads, although no significant movements had been observed yet. A considerable number of ninjas from the Rock and Mist villages were on the move, expected to reach the borders of the Land of Fire in another 2 weeks. In the Leaf Office, messages were continuously being relayed. Fugaku and Nara Shikaku, among other high-ranking officials, were engaged in serious discussions regarding strategies and countermeasures. The situation was dire. The 4 major ninja villages were more fervent than during the First Ninja World War. It was rumored that even the Jinchuriki were to be mobilized, and many smaller nations had joined the fray. If we fail in this war, the Leaf Village may face utter ruin, Shikaku solemnly stated. We must utilize all our strength. For this is a battle we absolutely cannot lose. Fugaka's expression was particularly grave. It's easier said than done, sighed Yamanaka and Oichi. The 4 major ninja villages have revealed their full strength. There are at least 10 shadow-level combatants, with nearly 5-tailed beasts involved. The disparity in power is tremendous. Due to the severe information lockdown regarding the tailed beasts, the Leaf Village was unaware of whether the Jinchuriki had defected or been captured. They could only analyze based on the distribution of tailed beasts from several years ago, with the actual numbers likely varying significantly. What does the disparity in power matter? If they dare to come, we shall fight, Hyuga Hayashi declared, rolling up his sleeves. The 4 great ninja villages may be strong, but the Leaf Village is not to be trifled with. It won't be so easy for them to devour us. Indeed, Akimichi Choza slammed the table emphatically, stating, Even if we cannot win, we must make them understand that the Leaf Village is not easy prey. With some luck, we might drag 1 or 2 of their villages down with us. Precisely. This is not our first battle with the 4 great ninja villages. Who is afraid of whom? They were eager to demonstrate the might of the strongest clan in the Leaf Village. The clan leaders were fervently shouting, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they longed to charge into battle at that very moment. However, it was evident that they harbored little confidence in winning this war. They were merely trying to bolster their courage. Continuing, Faye produced a map and stated, Let us first delineate our battle lines. Nichizu, you will lead 2,000 ninjas against the ninjas of Sunagakure. Rikuju, you shall command 1,500 ninjas to counter the assault from Iwagakure. and Haichi, Fayake divided the forces of Konoha into 4 segments to confront the 4 major ninja villages. He retained the formidable powers of Orochimaru, Ryumi, Itachi, and others, ensuring that should any front become vulnerable, immediate support could be dispatched. Naturally, the clan leaders had no objections and nodded in agreement. I believe such a strategy is flawed, Ryumi remarked nonchalantly from the corner of the table, instantly capturing the attention of the assembly. As the current pinnacle of Konoha's strength, Ryumi was indeed permitted to partake in such high-level meetings. Fayake hesitated. Ryumi, are you suggesting we should not divide our forces into 4? Indeed, Ryumi rose, surveying the assembly. Konoha currently possesses fewer than 10,000 ninjas, while the combined forces of the 4 major villages amount to approximately 60,000. If we split our troops, our numbers will dwindle even further. I can assert with certainty that should we adopt a 4-pronged strategy, all fronts will find themselves at a disadvantage. In such a scenario, attempting to render aid would only lead to chaos. Can this truly be termed a strategy? Ryumi shot a glance of incredulity at Fayake. Fayake, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I too would prefer not to approach it this way, but we simply lack sufficient manpower. If we concentrate our forces in one location, the other ninja villages could easily breach Konoha without resistance. Let us confront them within Konoha. This is our home ground. We should gather all our ninjas and engage in a simultaneous battle against the 4 major villages, Ryumi stated with calm conviction. Engaging in battle within Konoha? Fayake instinctively rubbed his ears, fearing he had misheard. Is this truly your strategy, Ryumi? It is far less prudent than my plan to divide our forces. Rikuju's lips twitched as he interjected, Ryumi, if a battle erupts in Konoha, the situation could spiral out of control. A protracted conflict would not only devastate Konoha, but also, should those ninjas threaten ordinary citizens, the repercussions would be dire. Others nodded in agreement. The Great Ninja War was no trifling matter. The reason the 5 great nations refrained from waging war on their own territory was precisely to avoid the extensive destruction that a prolonged conflict could inflict, destruction that even great nations could scarcely endure. Faced with the opposition from Konoha's leaders, Ryumi touched his nose and remarked, it will not be prolonged. If the 4 major villages unite, I can conclude the war within a day. Observing Ryumi's unwavering confidence, the assembly found themselves in a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was not that they doubted Ryumi's prowess. Rather, warfare transcended mere individual combat, hinging on the national strength of both sides. Despite Ryumi's formidable abilities, there were limits. Could he conquer 100 or even 1,000 adversaries? Surely not 10,000. Moreover, the opponent was not a mere 10,000, but a staggering 60,000. This did not seem a judicious choice. Fayake's expression shifted as he contemplated the situation. Theoretically, Ryumi's strategy was indeed fraught with peril. However, the events of this period have instilled in Fugaku a peculiar confidence in Ryumi, believing that this child before him can indeed bring forth miracles. Ultimately, Fugaku gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, declaring, very well, Ryumi, I shall heed your words. We shall permit the 4 great ninja villages to enter. Ryumi smiled faintly, for he was bold enough to utter such grand proclamations, assured by ample confidence and conviction. This assurance stemmed not solely from his Asura body and his Mangekyō Sharingan, but also from the acquisition of an entirely new power, the Rinnegan. Just how terrifying Ryumi, now exerting his full strength, could be, remained a mystery even to himself. Let the 4 great ninja villages serve as a litmus test. Upon adopting Ryumi's strategy, Fugaku promptly summoned back all the dispatched ninjas. Simultaneously, he reinforced the defenses surrounding Konohagakure, establishing extensive protective barriers, sensory barriers, and traps, among other measures. Amidst the bustle of activity in the village, one individual remained notably at ease, Orochimaru. Lacking any official role within Konohagakure and unable to pursue his scientific research due to space constraints, he found himself with little to occupy his time, relegating him to relentless training sessions with Sasuke. You are too slow with those hand seals. Is this truly the prowess of the Uchiha clan's genius? What kind of swordsmanship is that? Even peeling a pear would be a challenge for you. Focus. Now, you understand my prowess, don't you, you little rascal? Ryumi could hear Orochimaru's triumphant voice from a distance, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It appeared that Sasuke's jibes had indeed made quite an impression on Orochimaru. Over the past month, the most frequently repeated phrase from Orochimaru had been just that. Ryumi approached, for his purpose in visiting was not merely to observe. Noticing Ryumi's approach, Orochimaru greeted him with a smile. Ryumi-kun, why are you here instead of attending a meeting at the Hokage's office? Have you perhaps devised a strategy to deal with the 4 great ninja villages? Ryumi smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. They are merely a bunch of fish. Why devise a strategy? We shall simply take action. Orochimaru felt a flush of embarrassment. This was a performance of grand proportions. After all, even the Hokage would hesitate to refer to the 4 great ninja villages in such a manner. Yet, upon hearing Ryumi's words, Orochimaru felt no sense of dissonance. Coughing lightly, he inquired, Ryumi-kun, have you come to assign a combat mission? There is indeed a task, but it is not a combat mission. Ryumi smiled faintly and formed a single-handed seal, exhaling a black crow. Orochimaru paused, then exclaimed in surprise, is that the Sharingan? How is it contained within a crow? For various reasons, Orochimaru, I would like to ask you if your scientific expertise can facilitate the transplantation of Hashirama cells into this crow. Ryumi extended the crow toward him. The use of Shirsui's Kodo Amatsukami necessitated Hashirama cells to reduce the cooldown period. Although Ryumi's Azura body could achieve similar results, having him undergo the transplantation would be overly cumbersome. After all, Shirsui's eyes did not possess the combat effectiveness of Ryumi's Rinnegan. If possible, it would be preferable to transplant the technique directly onto the crow. This would allow the eyes of the crow to be utilized as a tool for restraint, which would be exceedingly convenient. After contemplating for a moment upon receiving the crow, Orochimaru candidly stated, Long Ming-kun, to speak frankly, the technology for transplanting Hashirama cells is not yet fully matured. I cannot guarantee a successful transplantation. But if I am provided with a substantial supply of Hashirama cells for research and experimentation, I believe I could achieve success within a month. Long Ming did not feel particularly disheartened, for he understood that Orochimaru would eventually succeed. It was merely a matter of time. He stored the crow away and then produced a key, saying, I have already secured access to the laboratory for you. You may commence your research at any time. As for Hashirama cells, I will arrange for a ninja to assist you. A ninja? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement. Are you implying that there exists a successful experimental subject for the transplantation of Hashirama cells within Konoha? Orochimaru had initially contemplated merely excavating the first Hokage's corpse to extract some tissue for experimentation. To his astonishment, Long Ming had presented him with an unexpected delight. Long Ming shrugged and replied, indeed. As a matter of fact, this individual was one of your original test subjects. Do you recall the human experiments you conducted in secret with Danzo, behind the 3rd Hokage's back? Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he responded, you mean to say that it succeeded? Some of those children survived? Long Ming nodded slightly and added, yes, Danzo concealed him, naming him Tenzu. And he has been working within the root organization until he was later discovered by the 3rd Hokage and brought into the Umbu. That scoundrel, Danzo. Orochimaru cursed through clenched teeth, astonished that the existence of a living experimental subject had been kept from him. Had he known sooner, he might have made significant progress in his research on wood release. Long Ming-kun, I can commence my research immediately. When will you present this individual to me? Orochimaru asked eagerly. Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, it will likely take a day or 2. He got into trouble with that old man Hizashi half a month ago and is still imprisoned. Days later, within the Land of Fire, a vast army marched steadily toward Konoha. They were the forces of Mangekyō, and as Konoha's neighboring nation, their mobilization was swift. In the center of the army stood Raza, Gaara, Maki, Chiyo, and others upon a colossal summoned lizard. They represented the pinnacle of Mangekyō's combat strength. This invasion of the Land of Fire seems to be proceeding rather smoothly. We have encountered no ninja along the way. Could it be that Konoha's forces are occupied with repelling other ninja villages? Raza furrowed his brow, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Maki, upon hearing this, immediately shook his head and solemnly remarked, Lord Kazekage, according to the information we have received, other ninja villages have not faced any resistance either. Since entering the Land of Fire, we have not encountered a single battle. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? As Kankuro chuckled, he remarked, Captain Maki, you are overly concerned. Perhaps it is the people of Konoha who are intimidated, after all. The military strength of the 4 great shinobi villages is 6 times that of Konoha. Looking at his son, Raza replied, while that may be true, Konoha would never willingly extend their necks for us to strike. Their actions must certainly conceal some ulterior motive. Dispatch orders to slow our advance. Let the ninjas from other nations probe the situation first. Lord Kazekage is indeed wise. I shall attend to this immediately. With a swift motion, Maki vanished atop the summoned lizard beast. After Mangekyō slowed its pace, the ninjas from Mangekyō and Iwagakure began to infiltrate the heart of the Land of Fire. Initially intent on an assault, they too sensed the air of conspiracy upon witnessing Mangekyō's halt, concluding that there must be some trickery afoot in Konoha. Thus, none wished to be the first to take action, engaging instead in a battle of wits with the atmosphere. Dragon Ming's inadvertent actions inadvertently delayed the offensive by nearly half a month. It wasn't until Kirigakure also entered the Land of Fire. With all 4 great shinobi villages gathered within a few dozen miles of Konoha, that the leaders could no longer remain passive. They convened in a forest, initiating a meeting of the 4 shadows, excluding Konoha. A colossal square table was set up a few dozen miles from Konoha, where the 3rd Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the elder of Kirigakure, Genjutsu, gathered. In addition to the leaders of each village, many elite shinobi were present, including Terumi Mei from Kirigakure, Maki from Mangekyō, Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure, and Darui from Kumogakure. Even the Jinchuriki from various villages attended, the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, the 1-tailed Jinchuriki Gara, and the 7-tails Jinchuriki Fu. This luxurious assembly could undoubtedly sweep away any faction in the shinobi world. The purpose of this meeting, proposed by Inoki, was to forge a temporary alliance among the 4 villages to jointly divide Konoha. After all, none wished to be the first to strike, risking the possibility of mutual destruction and allowing a third party to gain the upper hand, with each village on guard against the others. It was feared that if this continued, they might be delayed until the following year. Thus, as the eldest and most seasoned, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki took the initiative to propose a course of action, though termed a meeting of the 4 shadows. Each leader brought along a considerable number of elites to safeguard against any unforeseen changes during the discussions. Inoki surveyed the assembly and declared in a solemn tone, "Well, everyone is present. If there are no other matters at hand, I hereby announce the commencement of this summit of the 4 shadows." Observing Inoki's opening remarks, Raikage Ei interjected with a grin, "Of course. Let me express my stance directly. Konoha is as good as ours. An alliance with you is acceptable. But when it comes time to divide the Land of Fire, Kumogakure must receive the lion's share, at least 50% of its territory." With Kumogakure's long-standing military expansion, Ei's assertive demeanor as the most powerful shinobi village was unmistakably bold, aiming to seize the dominant position in negotiations. Yet, it was evident that the other village leaders were equally formidable. What utter nonsense! Rosha cast a cold glance at Ai and remarked, "The war has yet to commence. So on what grounds do you claim the lead? Is it merely due to your dark skin and muscular build? How utterly laughable." Given that Yun-in had previously attacked Sha'in village, Rosha held no favorable disposition towards Raikage, confronting him directly. Ai's lips twitched. Had the circumstances not been so serious, he would have retaliated with a punch. Narrowing his eyes, Ai retorted with a biting sarcasm, "I was wondering which cur was barking. Turns out it's you, the Wind Shadow. I've heard you've been lurking here for quite some time, seemingly too intimidated to make a move against Konoha. If that's the case, you might as well return to Sha'in village and stop wasting time here." Rosha's eyes flashed with anger, ready to slam the table and challenge Raikage, but was preempted by Inoki. With a resounding thud, Inoki slammed his palm on the table and spoke in a deep tone. "Enough. You are all village leaders. Such behavior is unbecoming. I summoned you not for bickering." With a huff, Rosha begrudgingly took his seat. "Lord Tsuchikage, as the convener of this meeting, please share your thoughts on the proposed alliance, the division of Konoha, and the allocation of the 9-tails Jinchuriki. As long as the outcome satisfies everyone, an alliance is certainly feasible." Yuan Shi's aged and resonant voice articulated his stance succinctly. The other shadows remained silent, clearly in agreement with Yuan Shi. Inoki surveyed the room before scoffing. "I perceive that you all are overly optimistic regarding this war. We have yet to engage in battle. Yet here you are discussing how to divide Konoha. Do you truly believe you can contend with that Uchiha named Long Ming?" Ai dismissively replied. He's merely a dead child. What is there to fear? One could surmise that Raikage had not thoroughly gathered intelligence before making such a statement. Inoki regarded AI with a profound gaze before gesturing for Kuratsuchi, who produced a substantial stack of intelligence reports. Perhaps you should peruse these before speaking further. Uchiha Long Ming is undoubtedly pivotal to our chances of victory. The shadows exchanged skeptical glances before reluctantly examining the reports. Gasp. Upon reading the contents, they collectively inhaled sharply. The ocular technique could freeze time. It also possessed the ability to alter others' will, the Kodo Amatsukami. Was it truly Uchiha Long Ming who caused the near annihilation of half the town in the land of rice? Allegedly, he had defeated the legendary Sannin Orochimaru with a single move? The expressions of the shadows turned grave. AI furrowed his brow and inquired, Tsuchikage, is the source of this intelligence reliable? It seems rather alarmist. Could it be that the Uchiha are spreading false information to instill fear in us? The source of this intelligence is absolutely credible. Your skepticism stems from ignorance of just how terrifying the Uchiha clan truly is, as well as the implications of their would-release abilities. Inoki's expression was a complex tapestry of nostalgia, fear, resentment, and admiration. I find myself amidst an era of turmoil. Having witnessed firsthand the unparalleled strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. To speak of Hashirama is one thing, but even Madara, in conjunction with the second Tsuchikage, managed to inflict grievous injuries upon me in mere exchanges. As for Hashirama, his might surpasses that of Madara. Now, this Uchiha Ryumi has astonishingly amalgamated the powers of both. Imagine the terror such a being embodies. Upon hearing this, the various Kages began to grasp the gravity of the situation, engaging in earnest discussion. Stroking his chin, mused, since you, Tsuchikage, have voiced your concerns, let us consolidate our top-tier combatants. Once Uchiha Ryumi emerges, we shall strike him down first, then proceed to besiege Konoha. Inoki nodded slowly, clearly in agreement. Beside him, Rashi added, our elite forces will consist of us 5 Kages along with the Jinchuriki from each village. The 7 of us will act in unison. No, the Jinchuriki should be kept as a trump card, not placed at the forefront of battle. They can remain behind. Launching tailed beast bombs at Konoha, it countered vehemently. He had sworn never to allow the enemy to lay a hand on Killer Bee. Were it not for the fact that the Two Tails Jinchuriki had been abducted by a peculiar organization, he would not have dared to leave Killer Bee alone in Kumogakure. He might not have even brought him along. Observing A's resolute stance, the elder Tsuchikage rasped, then we shall heed Raikage's counsel. The Kages from each village will form the strongest assault team, ever vigilant against Uchiha Ryumi. I am not adept in combat. Thus, I shall entrust this matter to our village's elite jonin, Karui. Her mastery of 2 bloodline limits rivals that of any here. The assembly regarded Karui with astonishment at her possession of 2 bloodline limit abilities. The 4 Kages deliberated further on the particulars. Eventually, the Tsuchikage solemnly declared, in light of this, let the 4 great shinobi villages temporarily forge an alliance. Once we conquer Konoha, we shall divide the spoils according to our merits. The Tsuchikage extended his palm, and the other Kages placed their hands upon it in agreement. Agreed. I consent. Approved. Having reached a consensus, the 4 Kages returned to mobilize their armies, preparing to ignite the flames of war. A day later, the 4 great shinobi villages commenced the assembly of their entire forces, marching resolutely toward Konoha. The thunderous sound of tens of thousands of footsteps resonated like the deafening beats of drums, striking at the hearts of all who heard. They swept through the land like a horde of locusts, uprooting towering trees along their path, causing the birds and beasts within the forests to scatter in panic. The once clear sky was suddenly obscured by a colossal cloud, casting an oppressive atmosphere over Konoha. In Konoha, Fugaku, Itachi, Hinata Hayashi, and Yamenka Inoichi gazed down with grave expressions at the more than 60,000 shinobi below. The sight alone instilled an immense sense of pressure. In the depths of the mountains, Hai swallowed hard and forced a smile, assuring, Lord Hokage, there is no need for concern. We have set numerous traps around the perimeter. The ninjas from the 4 great villages will certainly suffer significant losses before they even approach. As his words echoed, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the front lines. These were the detonation tags planted by Konoha in advance, and the chain reactions caused considerable casualties among the Cloud Ninjas at the forefront. The dark mass of troops came to a halt, and Faik, witnessing this, exhaled in relief. It seemed the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Dozens of red-clad Iwagakure ninjas advanced to the front lines, producing blueprints and biting their fingers to press against the designs. Earth release, transformation. This was a high-level earth release technique. As chakra flowed from the blueprints into the ground, the terrain began to shift according to the designs. With the infusion of chakra, the earth trembled violently. The landscape before Konoha transformed, directly obliterating many of the traps previously set. Soil and rock reconfigured the ground, creating a vast semicircular clearing. In this newly formed space, the ninjas from Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure assembled their formations. A sea of ninjas stretched out as far as the eye could see. Tsunade, Rasha, and Inoki stood at the forefront, their presence invigorating the ranks of ninjas. Faces alight with excitement and fervor, they raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Annihilate Konoha! Annihilate Konoha! Annihilate Konoha!" The roars surged like a tidal wave, echoing into the heavens and reaching the ears of every Konoha ninja. Fyake's countenance darkened with anger as he inhaled deeply and commanded, "Konoha, prepare for battle." With his decree, a multitude of Konoha ninjas leapt from the high walls. Itachi, Naruto, and Orochimaru took their places at the forefront, arrayed in a line, drawing their weapons in readiness for the impending clash. Yet, their meager numbers starkly contrasted with the overwhelming mass before them. Even the four great villages erupted in derisive laughter. "Is this it? Konoha has fewer ninjas than we do in Kumogakure alone. You Konoha brats should surrender now, otherwise my IWA ninjas will show no mercy." The mocking jeers from the opposing side fueled the anger of Konoha's ninjas, who clenched their weapons in fury. Nearby, Hinata Hisashi pounded his fist against the wall, growling, "Lord Hokage, please give the order to attack. The Hyuga clan is ready to sacrifice for Konoha at any moment." "Indeed. Lord Hokage, let us advance. I am eager to slay these scoundrels." The call for attack resonated amongst them. Fyake, however, felt a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Facing a six-fold numerical disadvantage in a direct confrontation would surely lead to catastrophic losses for Konoha. He remained silent, turning his gaze toward Ryumi, his eyes seemingly conveying a silent message. "Long Ming, I am entirely relying on you this time. If you falter, our Leaf Village may meet its demise today." Standing beside him, Long Ming seemed to perceive the unease within Fugaku's heart. With a gentle chuckle, he reassured, "There is no need for the clan leader to worry. Allow me to descend and unleash a ninjutsu. You may launch your assault thereafter." With that, Long Ming's figure flickered and he appeared alone before the four great shinobi villages. This audacious act astonished Onoki, Ai, and Terumi Mei. "Is this the little prodigy, Uchiha Long Ming? The one hailed as the new god of ninjas?" Ai furrowed his brows, seemingly in disbelief. "It cannot be mistaken. He resembles the photograph we received perfectly. We must not underestimate him. I sense an exceedingly formidable chakra emanating from him." Onoki replied solemnly. Raza stepped forward, gold sand swirling around him as he coldly declared, "As agreed, we four shall strike first to slay him. Once he is dead, the morale of the Leaf will undoubtedly crumble." Terumi may remain silent, tacitly endorsing the consensus of the other Kage. "Why waste time? Let us go all out." Raikage, enveloped in lightning chakra, forcefully stomped the ground. Boom. The earth beneath him shattered into fragments as he surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning. "Humph. That muscle-bound fool better not hinder me," Raza thought, unwilling to lag behind the Raikage. He concentrated a vast amount of gold sand into his hands, forming a golden spear. Youngsters are always so impatient. However, this old bone of mine cannot fall behind either. Onoki floated in midair, arms outstretched, directing his focus towards Long Ming. A translucent barrier materialized in his grasp, emanating a terrifying chakra fluctuation. Terumi may remain silent, swiftly forming hand signs, gathering a significant amount of water chakra in her throat. Her cheeks puffed out, as if on the verge of bursting. Water release, water dragon bullet. Magnet release, gold sand spear. Dust release, original world separation technique. Lightning release, thunder plow heat blade. The four Kage launched their attacks simultaneously, the dreadful chakra waves instilling fear in the surrounding shinobi. Raikage Ai, the swiftest among them, reached Long Ming first. Observing that Long Ming had yet to raise a finger, Ai's eyes gleamed with disdain. Is this the extent of his abilities? It seems the so-called god of ninjas is merely a figure exaggerated by weaklings. Let your death serve to showcase the might of the Cloud Village. AI scoffed inwardly. He swung his broad golden gauntlet down towards Long Ming's chest, with lightning chakra coursing through him and at such a velocity. His immense strength could surely shatter Long Ming's sternum and internal organs. This exemplifies the potency of the Thunder Plow Heat Blade, if another were to assist. This technique could sever an enemy's head in one fell swoop. Many closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending gruesome scene. Yet, Long Ming displayed neither panic nor fear. He gazed at the charging rakeage with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Mere grains of sand can hardly compare to me. In the blink of an eye, the kaleidoscope within Long Ming's gaze transformed into a purplish Rinnegan. At that moment, Long Ming's aura surged forth like a dragon ascending to the heavens. The pressure of the Rinnegan. Boom. An invisible force erupted suddenly, radiating outward, sweeping in all directions. This pressure was as immovable as a mountain, steadfast and towering. Akin to the vast sky that gazes down upon the world, penetrating all things. Centered around Long Ming, the terrifying pressure expanded in a 360-degree vortex, crushing towards the ninjas of the 4 great ninja villages. What level of pressure is this? Faced with such overwhelming force, the expressions of Ei, Inoki, Rashi, and Materumi shifted dramatically, revealing their astonishment. The ninjutsu they wielded was forcibly interrupted, their hairs standing on end. The 4 Kage could no longer doubt Long Ming's true power. This pressure could rival that of Uchiha Madara, and one might even believe him to be the sage of 6 paths himself. Boom. The shockwave of pressure fiercely collided with the forces of the 4 great ninja villages, causing countless ninjas to tremble at that moment. Although the pressure emanating from Long Ming's Rinnegan did not belong to ocular jutsu, it was a direct manifestation of mental power, capable of exerting tremendous psychological pressure on either single or vast groups of enemies, leading them to faint or even perish. Numerous ninjas felt a constant buzzing in their minds, as if someone were striking their heads with a steel pipe. The entire world seemed to blur, spinning uncontrollably, making it difficult to maintain balance. Thud. A lower ninja from the Cloud Village could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Thud, 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 one after another. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed as clusters of ninjas from the 4 villages fell prostrate. Only a handful of elite jonin and jinchuriki managed to remain conscious amidst this overwhelming pressure. Upon witnessing this, the Leaf Village's members gasped in shock. They realized they had been gravely mistaken. It was not the 4 great ninja villages surrounding the Leaf. Rather, it was Long Ming who had encircled the 4 great villages alone. With over 60,000 ninjas present, they had yet to engage in battle, and Long Ming, merely by exuding his pressure, had incapacitated nearly 90% of them. Fewer than 100 remained standing in the arena. This was beyond mere astonishing. It was akin to a human nuclear bomb. No wonder Long Ming had been so fearless. He had long possessed means to counter his foes. Looking at the thousands of fallen ninjas on the ground, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence, all rendered speechless by Long Ming's extraordinary strike. Until Orochimaru whispered softly, "A new god of ninjas has truly been born." These few words struck the ears of everyone like a thunderclap, awakening them from their stupor. Lord Long Ming is incredibly powerful, having eliminated so many in an instant. Our numbers now far exceed theirs. Ha. The 4 great ninja villages are not so formidable after all. I expected something far more ruthless, yet this is the reality? The ninjas of Konoha erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes fixed on Ryumi with fervent enthusiasm. The shadows that had clouded the faces of Fugaku and others dissipated entirely, their satisfaction growing as they beheld Ryumi's silhouette. In stark contrast, the expressions of the 4 Kages were as grim as if they had consumed several tons of excrement. They could scarcely fathom that Ryumi could emanate such an overwhelming aura of pressure, incapacitating so many ninjas in one fell swoop. The fallen ninjas had become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Even an elderly woman armed with scissors could easily dispatch them. Ryumi, a figure more terrifying than Uchiha Madara, stirred a sense of dread in Inoki's heart, reminiscent of the terror once instilled by Madara himself. Both Rashi and Tsunade found cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The mere presence of Ryumi had left an indelible impression upon them. As for Ei, who stood closest, he was drenched in perspiration. His iron gauntlet mere centimeters from striking Ryumi. Yet, those few centimeters felt insurmountable, as Ryumi's oppressive aura invoked an instinctual fear within Ei, rendering him immobile. Damn it, move. Ei's mind screamed, battling against the paralyzing dread Ryumi instilled. With a surge of determination, he swung his arm down towards Ryumi. A flicker of hope crossed his face. But in the next instant, his arm halted mid-swing, as an immense repelling force erupted from Ryumi. Shinra Tensei. Ryumi raised his right hand, the terrifying repulsion striking like a colossal hammer against the body of the rampage, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. Upon awakening his Rinnegan, Ryumi not only gained the associated ocular techniques, but also the complete abilities of the 6 paths of pain, allowing him to wield powers such as Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Daitapa. Seeing Ei rebound, Inoki rushed forward, placing his hand against Ei's body. Sensing the tremendous force transmitted through Ei, Inoki solemnly declared, Doton, Shirchu no Jutsu. This technique, one of Inoki's specialties, could alleviate the weight of objects, enabling him to fly. With the reduction in weight, Ei's momentum was lessened, allowing Inoki to barely catch him. At that moment, Ei no longer held the notion of underestimating Ryumi. He steeled himself, focusing intently on his opponent. Gentlemen, we can no longer retreat. Our sole path forward is to vanquish this foe before us. For the sake of our village, let us fight with our lives on the line, Ei proclaimed gravely. Inoki remained silent, fully aware that Ei spoke the truth. The 4 great ninja villages had nearly emptied their ranks, and now, the majority of their ninjas lay defeated. Should they retreat, those remaining would surely perish, and without them, the villages would face devastating repercussions. The only way to salvage their situation was to defeat Ryumi and crush Konoha. Ei, Tsunade, Rashi, and the others gathered their remaining strength, standing resolutely against Ryumi from a distance. Observing the mere few remaining ninjas by his side, the 4 shadows could not help but smile wryly. The reversal of their fortunes had transpired too swiftly. Yet this time, they harbored no lingering underestimation of Long Ming. Through sheer prowess, he had imparted a profound lesson, what it means to be a true warrior beneath a renowned name. The rumors and intelligence surrounding Long Ming were devoid of any embellishment. The lords of several minor nations now found themselves regretting their foolish decision to tread into the murky waters of Konoha. Not only did they gain nothing, but their own ninjas had also perished in the fray. Observing the despondent expressions of some warriors on the battlefield, Raikage spoke solemnly, esteemed colleagues. We can no longer rely on others. Our fates rest solely in the hands of the 4 of us. Rashi's countenance was grave as he turned to say, I fear our numbers may not suffice against him. This is not the time for restraint. We must enlist the Jinchuriki to join the fray. The Wind Shadow concurred, asserting that to confront a foe of such caliber, akin to Uchiha Madara, the Jinchuriki's involvement was essential. Sachiki Inoki chimed in as well, clenched his teeth. Although he dreaded the thought of Killer Bee being harmed, if he did not permit him to engage now, it was likely that the entire Hidden Cloud village would be doomed. Very well, let the Jinchuriki join the battle. Killer Bee, come forth, shouted towards the rear. A ninja donned in sunglasses, nonchalantly carrying several katanas on his back, hurried over. Fool, it's about time you let me, Killer Bee, step in and show you what the power of the 8 tails truly is. With a leap, Killer Bee joined A's side. The 1-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara and the 7-tails Jinchuriki Fu also entered the fray, encircling Long Ming with their combined might. Inoki floated above, addressing Long Ming. Though it may be 7 against 1, do not accuse us of being underhanded. After all, you wield the strength of 2 legendary ninjas simultaneously. Resorting to certain measures is, regrettably, unavoidable. Long Ming shrugged nonchalantly and replied in a calm tone, Then let all of you come at me together. I had intended to confront you all from the outset, but first, I must eradicate the ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages. This shall be the price for your assault on Konoha. With that, Long Ming gently brought his hands together. A pitch-black orb materialized in his grasp, brimming with terrifying chakra. Planetary devastation, he uttered with a low voice, casting the black orb into the sky. The gravitational core formed by this technique ascended relentlessly. Boom. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the core emanated a horrific gravitational pull that engulfed the entire land. Crack, crack. The ground of the battlefield began to tremble, as countless fissures spread like a web. Be cautious. That black orb is perilous. What technique is this? Faced with the overwhelming attraction of the black gravitational core, Rashi, Inoki, and the others felt their expressions shift, an unsettling dread washing over them. Rumbling, rumbling. The earth gradually fractured. As massive boulders were drawn toward the black gravitational core, dozens of ninjas were unwittingly drawn upwards into the sky. Damn it. He aimed to eliminate all the unconscious ninjas in one fell swoop. Act swiftly. AI bellowed, leading the charge alongside Killer Bee. Together, they must not allow him to succeed. Heeding AI's words, Inoki, Rashi, and others surged forward without hesitation, unleashing their most potent chakra in an attempt to thwart Ryumi's deployment of the Heavenly Star. Do you truly believe you can impede me? Ryumi cast a cold glance at the advancing crowd. A surge of inky black chakra erupted from within him, rapidly coalescing into a Susanoo that enveloped Ryumi entirely. With a flash from his left eye, the black flames of Amaterasu instantly engulfed the Susanoo, roaring with intensity. At that moment, the Susanoo donned the armor of the Yatagarasu, wielding the Yata mirror in its left hand and a twin-bladed sword in its right. Black flames dancing menacingly around its form, like a vengeful deity risen from the depths of hell. Why don't you entertain my Susanoo for a while? Ryumi remarked nonchalantly. Remarkably, the Susanoo detached from Ryumi's body, taking an independent form as it charged towards the four shadows. The Susanoo can separate. Inoki's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Overwhelmed by incredulity. How is this possible? The Susanoo's nature is not defined this way. Inoki's face turned ashen after his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Madara. He had meticulously studied the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. He was well aware of its formidable forms and inherent weaknesses, having heard of its exclusive weapons and the potential for it to sprout legs. Yet, he had never heard of a Susanoo fighting independently from its caster. This Ryumi, why is he deviating from the norm? Inoki's mind screamed in turmoil. At that moment, the Susanoo had closed in. It infused its burning black flames into the sword and mirror, the intense heat warping the surrounding air. Even from a distance, the gathered shadows could feel the heat waves of the black flames striking their faces. The Susanoo's arm bent slightly, then, gathering its strength, it hurled the Yata mirror with tremendous force towards the four shadows, spinning rapidly and imbued with a substantial amount of Amaterasu's black flames. The expressions of the gathered ninjas shifted dramatically. They dared not underestimate the threat, responding with their own ninjutsu. Water release, water column. With a soft command from Terumi, a massive column of water erupted from her mouth, expanding swiftly in an attempt to counter the onslaught of the Yata mirror. Boom. The water column collided violently with the Yata mirror, generating a vast cloud of scalding steam. The Yata mirror detonated, unleashing a torrent of black flames that formed a wall of fire. The water column was evaporated in an instant, while the black flames seemed utterly undeterred as they surged toward the four shadows. What kind of demonic fire is this? It completely disregards my water release. Terumi's pupils constricted as she hastily sought refuge from the encroaching black flames. Susanoo surged forward, brandishing its dual-bladed weapon as it advanced upon the four shadows. Empowered by the blessing of Amaterasu, Susanoo's combat prowess had markedly increased, leaving the four shadows momentarily incapable of shattering its defenses. Desperate thoughts raced through their minds. They were thwarted by this formidable Susanoo, unable to approach the adversary at all. This Susanoo was impenetrable. What kind of training had Ryumi undergone? Hurry! The gravitational pull of that black sphere is intensifying. As the ground quaked and the battlefield shattered around them, Inoki and his companions were consumed by a sense of urgency, yet felt utterly powerless. Susanoo held them firmly in check, rendering them unable to advance. They were at a loss as to how to counter the vast area of the Earth Explosion Star technique. Attempting to rescue one another was futile. Time was not on their side. In a fit of desperation, AI shouted, Ryumi, you have no sense of martial ethics. What kind of skill is it to attack defenseless ninjas? If you have the ability, let us engage in a fair fight. What if I disregard martial ethics? Ryumi retorted with a mocking glance toward AI. You cannot blame me for being underhanded. After all, you are the four shadows, and employing certain tactics is unavoidable. AI felt blood rush to his head, glaring furiously at Inoki. They could only watch helplessly as ninja after ninja was propelled into the sky, landing upon the surface of the meteor created by the Earth Explosion Star, only to be crushed by more rocks. Some were even killed outright by falling debris, their blood streaming down from the meteors, creating a rain of crimson. The overwhelming gravitational force continued to wreak havoc, the ground rumbling ominously. Minutes passed, and a vast circular pit formed on the ground. The Earth explosion star had fully materialized. The horrific attraction finally ceased. Gazing across the battlefield, the ground was marred by alarming fissures. The bloodstains left in the pit attested to the presence of a multitude of ninja mere moments prior. The scene was devastating, truly tragic. All the unconscious ninjas on the battlefield had been drawn into the Earth explosion star, with none escaping unscathed. Over 60,000 ninjas had perished. Even during the First Great Ninja War, the 4 great ninja villages had never suffered such immense losses. As AI surveyed the ravaged terrain, his expression was grim. Disbelief etched upon his face. The military strength accumulated by the Hidden Cloud village over a century had evaporated in mere minutes. All thanks to a single jutsu wielded by Ryumi. He pinched his waist, wishing to convince himself that this was merely a dream. Yet the sharp pain that radiated through him confirmed the harsh reality. It was over. The Hidden Sand village was finished. Raza lay despondently on the ground, repeatedly uttering those words. Inoki and Terumi May stood as if petrified, stunned into silence. For this war, they had laid bare their entire arsenal, anticipating a resounding victory and the opportunity to divide Konoha. What was the outcome? A defeat so catastrophic it was unbearable, especially for the Mist Village, which had dispatched over 10,000 ninjas across the seas. In hindsight, their actions seemed profoundly foolish. To describe the situation as a mere offering of heads would not be an exaggeration. What a monstrous being he is, concealed in the shadows. Obito and Pain were likewise struck with awe. From the very onset of the battle, the Akatsuki organization had hastened to this location, intending to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after the 4 great shinobi villages annihilated Konoha. However, events did not unfold as they had envisioned. The 4 great shinobi villages faced a comprehensive defeat. A staggering army of over 60,000 was entirely swept away by Ryumi within mere minutes. Obito and Pain exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock evident in the other's eyes. They were not only astonished by Ryumi's formidable strength, but also by the revelation that he possessed the Rinnegan. The thought of attempting to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from such an individual filled them with a profound sense of pressure. It is over for the 4 great shinobi villages, stated Jubi in a hoarse voice. The loss of so many shinobi heralded an impending invasion from other forces upon the 4 great nations. The power dynamics of the entire shinobi world would undergo a monumental transformation. It was likely that the daimyos of the major nations, upon learning of their ninjas' annihilation, would be driven to the brink of apoplexy. But such is the nature of war. Were Ryumi not sufficiently powerful at this moment, it would be Konoha facing destruction. Lord Ryumi is extraordinarily powerful. Not even the Sage of the 6 Paths could claim victory against the 4 great shinobi villages single-handedly. In my eyes, Lord Ryumi has surpassed the first Hokage. He is the new god of ninjas. The shinobi of Konoha regarded Ryumi with reverence. Their hearts stirred to the point of wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. The title of God of Ninjas had remained unearned since the death of the first Hokage. After nearly a century, they finally witnessed a prodigy who matched the first Hokage's prowess. To stand alone against the 4 great shinobi villages amidst such overwhelming odds, to turn the tide and support the crumbling edifice, was nothing short of miraculous. With a mere display of pressure and a single jutsu, he had achieved the extraordinary. The shinobi of Konoha silently raised their thumbs in admiration. The god of ninjas, I only acknowledge Uchiha Ryumi. Suddenly, as the crowd was still reeling from the spectacle, a terrifying chakra erupted from the battlefield, accompanied by a fierce bellow. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, underwent a transformation. Tentacles sprouted from his back, and in mere seconds, a colossal beast adorned with 8 octopus-like appendages and 2 horns emerged. You bastard! You have slaughtered so many of my comrades. Feel the wrath of the 8 Tails. Killer Bee's voice resonated from the mouth of the 8 Tails. Yet this time, he lacked his usual lyrical demeanor. Only boundless fury and murderous intent permeated his tone. Raikage, witnessing his brother's transformation, was filled with resolve. He tore open his upper garments and proclaimed, "In the name of the Raikage, I shall avenge my fallen comrades. Let us settle this in a decisive battle, Uchiha Ryumi." With that, Raikage unleashed all the chakra within him, standing side by side with the Eight Tails. The battle spirit emanating from AI also roused Raza from his stupor. He did not speak in mad ramblings. Instead, he turned his head and said with a sinister tone, "Gaara, let Shikaku emerge. The final contribution you can make to Mangekyō is to allow Shikaku to perish alongside Ryumi with the power of the tailed beast. You should be capable of such a feat." Gaara gazed at his deranged father, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. "Understood," he replied, and his gaze returned to its frigid state as he formed a peculiar hand seal. The dreaming technique, a sophisticated hypnotic art capable of awakening the one tail within Gaara, was executed. As Gaara succumbed to slumber, another chakra erupted from within him. Though this chakra was considerably weaker than that of the Eight Tails, its might was nonetheless formidable. Gradually, Gaara's form began to transform, and a yellow raccoon adorned with seal patterns and a tail emerged upon the battlefield. Following closely was Fu, the host of the Seven Tails. As the ninja of Mangekyō also perished beneath the weight of the celestial devastation. As the host of a tailed beast, she too sought vengeance through the power of her beast. Accompanied by a surge of crimson chakra, Fu transformed into a peculiar beetle with 3 pairs of wings and a tail. The tailed beast hosts. All 3 hosts had undergone tailed transformation. The Leaf Village ninjas were gripped with terror as they beheld these colossal entities, memories of the Nine Tails rampage from years past resurfacing to evoke a deep-seated fear. The one tail, Shikaku, emerged with a chilling cackle, surveying the battlefield with excitement as it exclaimed, "Ha ha, I'm finally free. I yearn to slay all humans, ha ha ha." Nibi furrowed his brow, casting a serious glance at Shikaku. "Shikaku, cease your antics and assist us in confronting our enemies. We cannot afford to be careless." "What nonsense enemies? Who is this brat possessing the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths?" Shikaku initially dismissed the notion, but was suddenly struck with astonishment upon seeing Ryumi's eyes. A mix of disbelief crossed its gaze. As a tailed beast, it possessed knowledge far beyond that of humans. The identity of Ryumi mattered little. "Shikaku, we require your assistance to defeat him," offered Jomei in a shrill voice. Shikaku hesitated. Unlike the Seven Tails and Eight Tails, it did not share a close bond with its host. It had no intention of aiding Gaara, especially against an adversary wielding the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, which instilled a sense of unease within it. Ryumi regarded the 3 formidable tailed beasts with a light chuckle. "Beasts, our discourse on time should reach its conclusion. Let us hasten to a resolution." A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers on the battlefield. These were the legendary tailed beasts. The mere presence of any one of them could inflict catastrophic damage upon a nation. To refer to them as ferocious beasts, aberrations, or divine creatures would not be an exaggeration. Yet, Ryumi had the audacity to label them as mere beasts. Shikaku, Jomei, and Nibi all bore expressions of humiliation. Shikaku dismissed its previous apprehensions, consumed solely by the desire to annihilate Ryumi. "Prepare to meet your end, you wretched brat," accompanied by a series of furious roars. Several tailed beasts began to coalesce their tailed beast balls within their mouths. An overwhelming amount of chakra continuously gathered, gradually forming a colossal black-tailed beast ball. This super-dense sphere, created by compressing the energy in a ratio of 28:2, possessed enough power to effortlessly obliterate several mountains or even an entire ninja village, akin to the size of a city-state. As if that were not enough, the creature known as the bull demon suddenly let out a low growl, prompting the 3-tailed beasts to unite their tailed beast balls. The high-density chakra surged wildly within, growing ever larger. The mere shockwaves emanating from this gathering shattered the ground around them, sending fragments soaring through the air, crashing against the walls of Konoha. Was this truly the full extent of the tailed beast's power? Was it possible that the strength of the 3-tailed beasts had been concentrated into one? Faced with the terrifying enormity of the tailed beast ball, countless Konoha ninjas stood agape, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. The sheer magnitude of this tailed beast ball was utterly daunting, inducing a sense of suffocation even from mere observation. Finally, a formidable attack had emerged. Long Ming inhaled deeply, and for the first time, a spark of battle intent ignited within his eyes. Since acquiring the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he had yet to unleash the full form of his Susanoo. Previously, a lack of chakra had hindered him, but since signing in at the Sound Village, he had attained the capability to invoke his complete Susanoo. With a hum, Long Ming's Rinnegan radiated a terrifying aura of pressure, accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from his being. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a black skeletal frame enveloped Long Ming's body. Following this, flesh and muscle sprouted from the skeleton, donning the attire of the Tengu armor, and a pair of enormous wings unfurled. At this moment, the Susanoo had grown to an extraordinary size, even dwarfing the other tailed beasts. This was the pinnacle of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the complete form of Susanoo. Witnessing such a vast Susanoo, everyone present felt a tremor in their hearts. The shadows beside the tailed beasts were engulfed by a wave of despair. Utterly at a loss on how to confront such an opponent, Long Ming's seemingly inexhaustible abilities had drained their spirits. All they could do was place their hopes on these tailed beasts. In the next instant, the three-tailed beasts unleashed the colossal tailed beast ball towards Long Ming. The ground beneath them was obliterated in a cacophony of thunderous roars, leaving behind a massive trench several meters deep. "Bring it on," Long Ming laughed heartily, then commanded his complete Susanoo to raise its twin-bladed weapon and strike downward. A dreadful blade of energy, as if cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder, erupted forth. The very air of the battlefield seemed to be siphoned away in that fleeting moment. With a swift motion, the immense tailed beast ball was effortlessly sliced in two by Long Ming's blade, as though a sharp knife had effortlessly cut through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Following this, two deafening explosions resounded. Boom, boom. The colossal tailed beast orb, split in two, erupted after soaring for several thousand meters. A terrifying shockwave spiraled outward. Reaching the gates of Konoha, trees and rocks were swept into the sky, crashing down haphazardly onto the earth. Many individuals were even hurled off the walls of the village by the force of the shockwave. This was merely an aftershock. Long Ming had previously bisected such an attack with ease. Could this guy possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? How can we fight against this? Shikaku's face turned pale, as Long Ming's prowess instilled within him a profound sense of helplessness akin to confronting the sage himself. He silently regretted his impulsive decision to assist. "I am not the Sage of Six Paths," Long Ming grinned, then added, "but I will inevitably become a ninja far surpassing him." "Arrogant fool. Don't think that catching the tailed beast orb will grant you victory over us. Prepare to meet your demise," Nibi roared, then charged directly at Long Ming with its four legs. Zhong Ming and Shikaku, witnessing this, followed suit. They unleashed a tempest of attacks against Long Ming's complete Susanoo, wielding their immense tails with ferocity. Tentacle smash, wind release, vacuum sphere, continuous tailed beast bomb. Faced with the frenzied assaults of the tailed beasts, Long Ming felt an unusual excitement swell within him. He commanded his complete Susanoo to relinquish its dual-bladed weapon and engage the three-tailed beasts with his fists, each blow landing with palpable force. The full brunt of the beast's attack struck the complete Susanoo without reservation. Boom, boom. The entire battlefield trembled violently, as if the apocalypse had descended, the terror reaching its zenith. The ground quaked continuously, and shockwaves surged from the battlefield like a storm. "This is a battle we cannot possibly participate in, is it? Is this truly the might of Uchiha Long Ming? To single-handedly subdue three-tailed beasts?" On the periphery of the battlefield, Inoki and Ai stood dumbfounded, observing Long Ming's relentless onslaught. They shielded their heads with their hands, as the pressure from the winds swirling from the combat caused their faces to sting. The fierce confrontation persisted for over 10 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the deafening roars, the three-tailed beasts were simultaneously flung backward, their former bravado now replaced by a state of utter devastation. Shikaku bore the worst of it, having lost half an arm and sporting a massive dent in his abdomen. Zhong Ming had lost his wings, while Nibi emerged with the least damage, suffering only a broken horn. Long Ming stood atop the head of his complete Susanoo, laughing maniacally at the three-tailed beasts. "Not bad at all. It has been a long time since I have enjoyed a fight this much. You have truly entertained me, to the point where I almost considered sparing you." The last time Long Ming had experienced such exhilaration in battle was during his initial confrontation with Jiraiya. However, as Long Ming continued to grow stronger, the renewed confrontation with Jiraiya has ceased to bring him any amusement. Long Ming can effortlessly crush his opponent without exerting much effort. This time, facing three-tailed beasts simultaneously has rekindled the thrill of battle for him. How can this damned human brat be so powerful? Our attacks are completely ineffective. Shikaka's face still bore traces of fear. As the weakest of the tailed beasts, possessing only one tail, he had nearly no resistance when confronted by the complete Susanoo. Had it not been for the protection of Komiai and Gyuki, he would have been obliterated by the complete Susanoo in their recent encounter. Do not lose heart, Shikaku. Gyuki bellowed, then added, no matter how strong this guy is, he must have his limits. Let us endure a little longer. Once his chakra is depleted, we shall strike back. Indeed, the chakra of a human cannot possibly compare to that of us tailed beasts, Komiai chimed in. Listening to the three-tailed beasts conspiring loudly before him, Long Ming found it somewhat amusing. Not to mention his possession of the Ashura body, which grants him an almost terrifying amount of chakra. Even the complete Susanoo had yet to reach its full combat potential. I have had my fun. It is time to conclude this battle. Long Ming stretched lazily, and the power in his Rinnegan surged anew. Susanoo Unlimited. Utilizing the state of Susanoo to invoke the infinite, he significantly enhanced the speed of the complete Susanoo, for speed equates to power. With Long Ming's infinite buff, the combat prowess of the complete Susanoo surged once more, its massive form moving like a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, Long Ming maneuvered the complete Susanoo, arriving before the three-tailed beasts in the blink of an eye. This terrifying speed left Gyuki, Komiai, and Shikaku utterly unprepared. The complete Susanoo delivered a punch, imbued with the black flames of Amaterasu and a dreadful sonic boom, crashing down upon Gyuki's head. The speed of this punch was horrifying, transcending the speed of sound and warping the very fabric of space. Yes, you heard correctly, the space itself distorted. Then, before the gaze of countless ninjas, the fist of the complete Susanoo struck Gyuki's head with astonishing velocity. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Gyuki's entire form was driven deep into the ground, a terrifying shockwave spiraling outward. No words could adequately describe the scene unfolding before them. The earth trembled as if enduring a magnitude 10 earthquake, with dust soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. When the dust finally settled, Gyuki had vanished entirely, leaving behind a gaping, unfathomable pit. It was estimated that Long Ming's punch had driven Gyuki several hundred meters underground. Gyuki's presence has vanished. Shikaku was the first to react, gazing at the complete Susanoo before him, akin to a demon god, with a look of sheer terror. Among the nine-tailed beasts, they possessed the ability to sense one another. At the moment the bull demon was struck, Shoha distinctly sensed that the chakra belonging to the bull demon seemed to vanish. This signified that the bull demon had been vanquished. What terrifying power resided in that single punch, capable of causing the second-ranked beast among the nine tails to perish on the spot? This was utterly absurd. However, as a tailed beast, the bull demon could never truly die. This demise was merely temporary. Since the nine-tailed beasts are conglomerates of chakra, given sufficient time, they could resurrect somewhere in the world. Meanwhile, Raikage A, witnessing his brother being smashed into a pit with an uncertain fate, was instantly filled with rage. Ignoring the vast disparity in strength between himself and Long Ming, he charged forward without hesitation. Raza's expression continuously shifted. He realized that the notion of sacrificing his son alongside Long Ming had become a mere fantasy. The only viable option now was to retreat swiftly while Long Ming was still entangled with the two-tailed beasts. With him as the Kazekage, Mangekyō still held hope. At worst, he could return and promptly draft a letter of submission to Konoha. As long as he could preserve Mangekyō and safeguard his life as Kazekage, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Apologies, everyone. I must withdraw from this endeavor. Raza's face grew solemn as he prepared to lead the remaining Mangekyō ninjas in retreat. Suddenly, with a swish, in the astonished gazes of Raza and Tsurumi, Inoki seized Kuratsuchi and others, soaring into the sky without a backward glance toward Iwagakure. Indeed, Inoki fled without hesitation, not even intending to utter a word of retreat. Suchikage, do you still consider us allies in this manner? Tsurumi shouted angrily at the retreating Inoki. You are still too young, little girl. What nonsense about allies? It's merely a piece of paper, with defeat now certain. If I do not retreat now, when should I? Inoki retorted dismissively as he flew away. As did Suchikage, he had lost all will to fight. He was genuinely afraid. His fear of Uchiha Long Ming surpassed even that of Madara decades ago. He could hardly fathom how to defeat a monster like Long Ming. Escaping from his grasp would be deemed a victory in this battle. As for alliances with the other three great shinobi villages, to hell with that. At this juncture, who still cared about alliances? We are all adults here. Let's not be so childish, shall we? Observing Inoki's figure receding rapidly into the distance, Raza found no desire to scold the old man further. After all, he shared the same thought as Inoki, albeit lacking his speed. I do not wish for the remaining strength of Mangekyō to be entirely annihilated by Uchiha Long Ming. To the people of Kirigakure, until we meet again. With that, Raza swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Accompanied by the surge of chakra from within Raza, a torrent of golden sand emerged from the ground. Under Raza's command, this golden sand lifted the remaining Mangekyō and others, propelling them towards the direction of Mangekyō. Observing the situation with Raza, it became evident that he had been entirely forsaken. That Hokage and the Wind Shadow demonstrated their prowess, swiftly retreating several hundred meters, leaving the ninja of the Mist Village in disarray. Goodness! Witnessing the frantic escape of Raza and Inoki, Ryumi Mei's countenance darkened to an extreme. Indeed, men are deceitful. Beside her, Ao stepped forward to advise, Captain Ryumi Mei. We must also retreat quickly. As long as the Green Hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. It is worth mentioning that the previously feeble Jinjutsu user had succumbed to the oppressive force of the Rinnegan, fainting before being absorbed into the celestial phenomenon, thus meeting his demise. Consequently, the highest authority in the Mist Village now fell to Ryumi Mei, casting a hesitant glance at the advancing wreckage. Ryumi Mei gritted her teeth and declared, "No matter, we shall depart." With that, she led the remaining few dozen Mist Village ninjas in a hasty retreat. However, due to their lack of expertise in flight, their speed was the slowest among the three factions. Did they wish to flee? Long Ming noticed the intentions of Inoki and others to escape and was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, the wreckage, surged forth from the side. His seemingly formidable physique appeared as insignificant as an ant before the complete Susanoo. "Come forth to pay for my brother's life," Uchiha Long Ming roared, his body radiating blinding lightning, and his right hand transformed into a sharp blade of thunder. Thunderclap, Chidori dance. A leapt into the air, soaring directly towards the head of the Susanoo. "Are you foolish? Step aside." Long Ming frowned, profoundly displeased by the wreckage's overestimation of his abilities. With a motion akin to swatting a fly, he effortlessly struck it down with the Susanoo. Boom! O was sent crashing into the ground, landing alongside his brother, Killer B. In a pit. Once Long Ming dealt with the wreckage, he looked up, only to find that Inoki and Raza had vanished without a trace. After all, they had taken to the skies and were not slow in their flight. With no targets in sight, Long Ming could not initiate an infinite pursuit. TCH, have they escaped? For now, I shall let you be. He relinquished the thought of chasing after them and redirected his gaze back to the battlefield. Now, the only entities remaining were Shikaku, the One Tail, and Komi, the Seven Tails, along with the ninjas from the Mist Village who had yet to successfully flee. Under Long Ming's watchful gaze, Shikaku felt a chill of sweat trickling down its back. It would rather endure another century of sealing than face Long Ming in this manner. Shikaku had been thoroughly subdued. Long Ming observed Shikaku and Komi, stroking his chin contemplatively, and remarked, "Eliminating you would be a waste. Konoha is currently in need of 2 gatekeepers. If you are willing, I could spare your lives." Shikaku, as if hearing celestial music, eagerly nodded, "I am willing. I am willing." Komi, hurry and nod as well. Komi hesitated, but upon witnessing Long Ming threateningly raise the fist of the Susanoo, it ultimately capitulated. "I am also willing." "Ah, this is more like it. Now, remain here and wait patiently." A benevolent smile graced Long Ming's face as he casually dispelled the complete body Susanoo. Observing Uchiha Long Ming reducing the 2 formidable tailed beasts to mere gatekeepers, countless ninjas from Konoha found themselves utterly numb, a state induced by a series of overwhelming shocks. "Long Ming, you are truly a peculiar one. Choosing you as my ally may very well be the wisest decision I have ever made." Orochimaru fervently gazed at Long Ming in the distance. To be candid, at that moment, Orochimaru was consumed by an intense desire to dissect Long Ming, yearning to uncover the nature of the body that could nurture such a terrifying powerhouse. Once the battle concluded, he resolved to request a drop of Long Ming's blood, or even a strand of his hair if that were not possible, silently contemplating this in his mind. After dispelling the complete body Susanoo, Long Ming's figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Ryumi Mei and the others a moment later. The expressions of the gathered crowd turned ashen. Having witnessed Long Ming's world-destroying prowess, none possessed the confidence to escape his grasp. This war was instigated by you. To flee now would be rather impolite. Long Ming remarked coldly, observing the assembly of mist ninjas. His right hand ignited with the black flames of Amaterasu. What do we do? We're doomed, they thought. Let us fight this monster. After all, death is inevitable. The mist ninjas brandished their weapons, fixating their gaze on Long Ming, yet their legs trembled uncontrollably. With a deep sigh, Ryumi Mei intervened, halting the reckless intentions of her comrades. Cease. You will only meet a futile end. Mist Village is left with but a handful of ninjas. Cast down your weapons. Her words instilled a sense of calm among the crowd. Although Ao displayed reluctance, he ultimately obeyed Ryumi Mei's command and discarded his weapon. Subsequently, Ryumi Mei performed an action that left everyone astonished. She approached Long Ming and knelt before him. My lord Long Ming, we have lost this war. Mist Village is willing to pay the reparations and comply with all of Konoha's terms. Might you show us mercy? Ryumi Mei's tone was nearly pleading as she lowered her head deeply. Long Ming regarded Ryumi Mei for a prolonged moment. The brief span of mere seconds felt like an eternity to the ninjas of Mist Village. At last, the black flames in his right hand gradually dissipated. I may spare your lives, but you cannot leave Konoha yet, particularly you. Ryumi Mei, he stated matter-of-factly. Ryumi Mei, possessing 2 bloodline limits, was considered quite formidable among her peers at the level of Hokage. Recognizing her awareness, and with Orochimaru's research on the transplantation of Hashirama's cells nearing completion, he contemplated the prospect of using the divine deception on Ryumi Mei once the research bore fruit, significantly reducing its cooldown time. Very well, I shall not leave. Provided you spare our lives. Ryumi Mei exhaled in relief, blissfully unaware of the trials that awaited her.